onto the bridge himself. Center field, shallow, on the run, and another sliding catch by Jung-Hoo Lee. That's a great play.
Was a great play. Not enough great plays last night, though, as the San Francisco Giants fall short. 2-0. Cincinnati Reds come into town yesterday. I mean, Logan Webb, is he basically Matt Cain 2.0 at this point? Can you get the guy some help? Damn it. I don't want a repeat of that whole saga, but it was nice to see Jung-Hoo making plays, and I thought he was going to make one more. I thought Elliot Ramos was going to make another play, but left fielder for Cincinnati makes a diving catch to end the game there. Shutout yesterday, Hunter Green, hell of performance. So the Giants cool off just a little bit. They're still 8-2 people. It's okay. Take a deep breath. You're not going to win every single game. Camilo Doval struggles yesterday. We have a huge game though tonight as well. And Giants Reds still big, but Suns Warriors in a tight Western Conference. We're going to get all in on that. We had a national championship crowned yesterday. Florida, congratulations, 65-63 over Houston. And what might have been, Joe Shasky, as I say good morning to you, might have been the worst final possession I've ever seen in a championship moment. I don't know what the hell Houston did yesterday. What was that? You had a 12-point lead with 15 minutes to go. I know Carter was pissed. He had money on Houston.
He's a high-level loser,
Yeah,
bro.
that was a high-level loss in the finest of ways. I mean, I don't know. I maybe, and you know what? Maybe Duke's sitting there and Cooper Flagg and that whole team's sitting back and laughing. He's like, you know what? That happened to us late, and maybe that's just how it was for Houston. You know what? You got lucky against Duke in a way, and your luck ran out in that final possession, but still, a hell of a season for them, hell of a season for Florida. As I say, good morning to you.
Todd Golden, 888-957-9570.
No.
The St. Cecilia dad, the USF coach. Let's go.
St. Mary's own. There you go.
Good for him, though. No, a lot of people know him from the region and the area. Obviously, he was at St. Mary's for a short period of time, at USF for a short period of time, and within 3 years of leaving USF and going to the SEC and going to Florida, he gets a championship. I'm very happy for him and all the people that know him.
Yeah, Florida gets their first title since the Billy Donovan era. The Bill Donovan, as I go, or Will Donovan, if you want to. You're a big Billy Donovan fan, so I always bring that up.
Dramatically overrated.
I know.
When you don't have suitcases of cash to pay a bunch of college players.
Well, you do now.
It's an even playing field. I just watched that guy just completely throw up all over himself in closeout games in the playoffs.
Up 3-1, is that what you're referring to? Back in 2016?
Call a timeout, dog, when Durant's getting trapped in the corner. I mean, it's like one of the all-time biggest blunders ever, as Durant just throws it into no man's land.
So you heard the call. That was John Miller and my guy Mike Kruko, NBC Sports Bay Area, obviously on the call for the Giants game as they get shut out yesterday. And we can get into the national championship game. Again, for me, no Duke, no Cooper Flagg. Your boy was out. Nothing to take away from Florida, nothing to take away from Houston. My own personal bias, though, college basketball, this tournament,
I think
and
NIL.
I think because the chalk too. Like, there's no big Cinderella story. I don't know. It felt kind of stale this year. I'm just going to keep it a buck. It felt kind of stale.
Well, college basketball's been trending this way forever. I mean, everyone, oh my God, the last 4 teams. You could have put 700 teams in here. We wouldn't have known any of the players. It doesn't matter.
Thank you. That's why Cooper Flagg, probably the best American prospect, again, since Zion Williamson. And again, and we're going to be seeing this in the draft in a couple months. It's going to be a bunch of Europeans. I don't know who the hell were. Hey, that's some good grainy footage. Maybe he's good. I don't know. But that's why I was so invested in this one, because I knew Cooper Flagg was a thing since he was 17 years old last year, going up against the big boys for Team USA for the NBA Select Team. It was him. It was Brandon Pajemski, and it was fun. Once he got knocked out, we have the drop. No LeBron, no Bonte. Yeah, no Flagg, no Spadoni. So there you go. Doesn't roll off the tongue quite as well, but that's where we were. But congratulations again to Florida, 65-63, the final there. They get the dub, and the Giants don't. Reds 2-0, and again, it's not the end all be all. And we can talk about the game itself. I do think the bigger takeaway overall, just from the atmosphere on a Monday night too, a little chilly. It was a typical Monday night game in San Francisco. What was it, like low 60s, high 50s maybe?
It was
a little wind.
Beautiful night.
It was a beautiful night though. It was nice. It was perfect San Francisco night. And I felt like again, we're going to hear this word a lot talking about this team, the vibes. Where's the vibes at? We talk about the Warriors, right? The vibes since getting Jimmy Butler, it's night and day. Oh, well, you know what helps with vibes first and foremost is winning. You got to win first for the vibes to be better. Because so when everyone was talking about, it just feels different. Well, it feels different because they're 8-2. That's first and foremost. Let's get that out of the way. Because if they are a 500 team right now, yeah, sure, you'd be like, yeah, it's great. The vibes. No, they're 8-2.
Yeah, but it looks different. It looks different.
It does.
And the reason why it looks different is because it's more of a brand of baseball I think a lot of Giants fans are accustomed to. You've got 5 or 6 guys in the everyday lineup. Check. You've got guys that are willing to 2 strikes, go the other way. Matt Chapman just the other night, for example, on Sunday, just a little slapper in between second and first. Like, that's old school baseball. They're hitting the cutoffs. They're executing tons of double plays. They're pitching okay right now. Logan Webb was brilliant last night. We'll get into him in a second. But they're playing a brand of baseball, Joe, that I think that Giants fans just appreciate a little more. They're resilient. They're scoring late in games. They're finding ways to win even when things aren't going their way. And yeah, I just think that overall there's a brand of baseball. And then there's just like this fun atmosphere. Now, last night, and look, call me the cynic. All right, just call me the cynic right off the bat.
Okay, I'll call you the cynic.
All right, there's this crew
Cynic
of people
Shasky.
called the Jung Hoo crew. All right, and they're calling themselves hooligans.
Say that one more time.
Hooligans.
Oh, that's clever.
It's a play on
cute.
words.
That's very San Francisco Giants. It is. Thank you. All right, thank you.
They're wearing like these like
That does get me
flame,
pumped up, though. I'm not going to lie.
like flame headgear, hat things.
It looks like they're going Super Saiyan. Shout out Dragon Ball Z. For
Okay.
those that know. Those that don't. I don't know where you were in the 90s not watching that anime, but if you weren't, there you go. It's an anime.
And there just so happens to be 51 of them. And, they're all rocking Jung Hoo Lee jerseys. Look, paint me the skeptic, okay? But after I saw NBC Bay Area at the time, I think it was, I don't know, maybe called Fox Sports, whatever the
Comcast
local
Sportsnet.
yeah,
Bay
whatever
Area,
it was called.
yeah.
They paid for the milkmen. I mean, that we came out and we found out that like the milkman like was literally a plant
Shout out
by
Melky
the
Cabrera.
television station
Yeah.
to create something, and then they got completely outed, and then all of a sudden it went away. All right.
Well, also it went away because Melky Cabrera got popped for steroids.
Well, that too, but it went away prior to that.
Prior to that, I got you. Continue.
Now look, it's a fun
So
gimmick.
you think it's an industry plant is what you're saying. You're going conspiracy. Again, we're going back to the conspiracy theories. Give me the X-Files music. We just go, it's always the conspiracy. Why can't it just be nice fans just all getting together? Big Giants fans are excited. No, we have to go conspiracy theory
No,
that this
all
is
I'm
all.
saying-
Can I
all-
believe anything anymore,
all
Joe?
I'm saying, all
Can I
I'm
believe
saying is,
anything?
if 51 of them, okay, randomly happened to group together,
Why not?
and they all had the matching outfits, like it just paint me a skeptic. It seems almost too good to be true. I'm all for the organic. Hey, look at all these giraffe hats and look at all these Let Timmy Smoke stuff. Like, and I love Jung Hoo Lee, and I will get into him as a player because he's had a really nice start to the season. Made 2 great catches last night. All I'm saying is, if you're going to do the fan stuff, I get having a Jung Hoo Lee, was it the Who crew? Is that what they're calling?
Jung Hoo crew.
Okay. Like, that's cool. It's great. I was part of Larry's kids when Larry Hughes, showed up, and there would be all these like random kids up in the top deck of what then was, Oakland Arena. Like that stuff is fun. I'm all for it. But like when you're all wearing the same outfit and there just so happens to be 51 of you, I'm a little skeptical.
So you're not part of the crew, is what you're telling me.
No, I
Do you want to be a part of the crew? That's what you said. Do you want to be a part? I can call it the
it's
leader.
a good gimmick. It's all over
Let's get him on
social
the
media.
phone. Come on.
It's all over social media. It's a really good gimmick. I get why they're doing it. You want to drum some stuff up. Look, Larry Pear's a genius, right? I'm sure his fingerprints are somewhere on this. All right? No, he is. Marketing, is he not a marketing genius?
No, he is.
He absolutely is.
Don't be a stranger.
No one cared more about a mediocre first baseman who was just an afterthought league-wide than certain segments of Giants fans. Sam, I'm looking at you. All right? Because
Well, you mean the one that won 2 World Series championships with this team?
Let's not go back to Brandon Belt, by the way, all-star, forever all-star, 2016, never forget. So when you say his name, say all-star first baseman.
I buried you in this argument once. I'll do it again.
There you go. I'm with you, Sam. I got your back. By the way, did you see any therapy rabbits yesterday in the stands too?
That's a whole nother thing. If I showed up to the game,
Priest is anti-therapy
the
rabbit.
therapy rabbit was there on Sunday. If I showed up to the game and I got my kid, okay, and we're sitting there, we're eating chicken nuggets, and I look over to my right,
Eat rabbit
and there's
nuggets?
somebody with a rabbit. It's like, give me a break.
Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
It's bizarre.
Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union.
So we're beefing with the rabbit now?
All I'm saying is if you need a therapy rabbit, where do we draw the line? Therapy lizard? Therapy rat?
Why not?
Therapy
duck?
raccoon?
Why not?
Like, at what point do you just get medication or not go out?
Well,
like, you don't need to bring the rabbit.
You're assuming that people aren't already on medication and that the animal provides an extra level of comfort.
Again, where are we drawing the line here?
There is no
on
line.
Animals.
Well, animals
that
that
you
can
can bring with you as a therapist.
It's definitely somewhere after rabbit. Like
No.
that's on the
So
good side of the
probably
line.
Probably Komodo dragon.
I think that one's out. I think that one's out.
A
yeah.
raccoon.
People do domesticate
Yeah,
raccoons,
you
so
can
yeah, I
domesticate
think
them.
that's kosher.
I brought a therapy pelican.
Well, there was a pelican in one of the games last year, so I think that is allowed as
I've
well.
seen that actually, yeah.
I don't think those are domesticated birds. I don't think you can domesticate a pelican.
Come on, we can admit it's a little.
Well, New
bizarre.
Orleans did. Come on. That's.
I saw a guy wearing a goldfish around his neck. Thought that was a good one.
No way.
Yeah.
Now that's
No way.
that's animal.
See, that might be pushing it too
That's
far.
like-
So that's where you draw the line.
No, that's like when you get the little baggie from the fair and then like you shake it a little bit and then you get home. It's just like, oh, what happened to the fish, Mom? It's like, oh, well, he shook
Like
it.
the girl
It's
from
dead.
Finding Nemo.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I was
Darla.
Thank you. Well, I didn't know. Well, I don't know if Joe knows those references anymore. Have you watched Finding Nemo with the little guy yet? So you haven't gotten there, have you?
I love Finding Nemo.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm just making sure.
It's
okay.
a classic.
All right. I don't know. I know they had the Disney with Dad segment, but like you've seen actually all the Disney movies without being a father already, is what
Oh
you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
Okay.
We just watched Sword in the Stone the other night.
Classic.
It
Love
is.
Sword in the Stone.
And then the Robin Hood one is so good. The rooster that plays the guitar, like
Oh,
kind
it's
of
like,
like yeah. Oh, dude, he's so good. Gosh,
you go.
it's so good. Jungle Book. We're on Jungle Book.
Mowgli.
Dude. The whole thing on like the song that the monkeys and the apes are singing is a banger.
Shere Khan, that's the bad guy, right?
Yeah, Shere Khan's the tiger. Yeah.
Not Amir Khan. Shout out Aura, NC State, baby. Let's go. Yeah, give it to me. Come on.
Jung Hoo Lee, right now, Jung Hoo Lee has actually been everything that we were looking for last offseason. He's putting the ball in play. He's showcasing his speed. He's made some really nice plays in center field.
He's been fun. And we talked about it before the season started. Like, this guy has a true potential to be the most or funnest player, that is a word, right? Not funner, but funnest player on the team, just because he's dynamic and dynastic, and he's got a little bit of that flair when he comes out of the box. Not saying he's this player, Ichiro-esque when he's out there. It reminds you of him when he has that slap hit. A lot of the Japanese players do it coming over here. A lot of the Korean players.
would go
And
more
getting
like-
out of the box is fun. Yeah.
I would go more like if you're a Giants fan back in the day, like think like what Brett
He's
Butler.
not. Let me be very clear. He's not Ichiro.
Yeah, Ichiro's
I'm
just
saying
still-
the flair of what he brings.
But
Some of that.
I was gonna say more Brett Butler, where every
Okay.
time Brett Butler came up, like he's just a nuisance. You know, he's a guy that's gonna slap the ball the other way. He might bunt it. He might chop one. Actually, Jung Hoo Lee hit a bomb last night.
It would have any other park that's probably out, but
Well,
San Francisco at night.
You know, I get sick and tired of hearing that because no, in any other park it's not out because hello, Marine Layer. Like there's many elements on the whole thing.
Okay,
like,
if that
you
was in
play your
St.
park.
Louis, if that was in St. Louis, that's gone. There's actually stats for this too. Like, is it
Yeah.
a home run or is it a dong? Isn't that what it is?
No, they do that.
Would it dong?
But
Yeah,
they
would
don't
it-
account.
thank you, would it
Yeah, but they don't
dong?
account for air pressure and where you're at altitude wise.
sure.
But
But
you've hit a golf ball. Like if you're in Denver,
Yeah, I know.
the ball flies a lot farther
I
than
was
it does in San
I was in
Francisco.
North Carolina last year in August in the humidity, and I was striping that thing 300 yards. But if I'm
beauty
doing
of
it, if I'm
baseball.
doing it in the morning at Pebble Beach, it's not going to go that far.
Exactly.
Yes.
The beauty of baseball is you got to hit them where they ain't. And
I
so,
know.
like, that's just baked into the game. So, but I get back to Jung Hoo Lee. He's hitting the ball very well right now. He's playing really good defense. He's got a plus arm. And what I think is probably the coolest part about the whole thing is he's come through clutch over and over again for them early in the season. He's that scrappy type of player who can drive in a run, who can go first to third, puts pressure on a pitcher. And I think he's been a real positive this year. What you're seeing in the first 10 games is what I was hoping we would see all last year. Like, I really like the player. He plays a winning brand of baseball. I'll give Farhan this. I see what he saw in him. You know, I don't know if he'll live up to the contract. He's got a pretty big deal and it makes a lot of money. It escalates as it goes forward. But in terms of being surprised at the beginning of the year, I've been really surprised with how good he's been.
I was starting to be surprised with another player on the Giants who was a former All-Star. Still, you can always call him an All-Star, but I don't know if he's going to get back to that level. It's Camilo Doval, who started out, okay, promising. All right, maybe that swagger's back. We talked about it, Joe.
3 great appearances to start the season.
And these last 3 appearances have not been his best.
No, and so-
particularly last night, just last a third of an inning, 2 earned runs attached to him as Eric Miller takes over for him in a walk. He just looked all over the place. He had a hit. I don't know who that Reds player was that got hit on the knee. He took that like a champ because that looked painful as hell, but he just walked right over to first base. And That was the end of Camilo Doval. Looks like his swagger now, that lasted all for a week, looks like it's gone.
Well, there's a lot to break down.
Pitch clock, I don't know what it is.
I want to bring him up, and I want to hear from the fans. I put out a little something last night because I'm really excited about Doval's start to the year. Well, these last 2 outings have been awful. If I say to you, Jonathan Kuminga seems to be one of the most polarizing players on the Warriors for fans.
Not even close. Yeah.
I think it's Camilo Doval for the Giants. If you bring up the name Camilo Doval, you get opinions that are all over the map. Some people get him off my team. Some people put him in AAA, let him work it out. Other people trade him away.
Now that Austin Slater is gone, it is Camilo Doval. So there you go. Yes, because he was but he was a lightning rod for the Farhan era for a lot of people. So that's why but I'm just saying, to further your point, Camilo's that guy for a lot of fans.
Well, I don't think even like the biggest Austin Slater fans, I don't think they thought he was like an everyday player. No. They might have thought, he's the best pinch hitter, and it's like, get out of here. But the people that really like Doval, like I could see what they like about him. He has blow away stuff. He already has 90 some odd saves in a Giants uniform, which is 7th all time. All right,
which is pretty crazy.
2 years ago, you thought you had a 10-year closer.
Yeah.
Now I don't even know what he is. And so I think when you bring up the name Camilo Doval, the opinions are all over the map. I do want to talk about the outing he had just last night, and then where do we go from here with him? Do you trust Camilo Doval? Do you keep Camilo Doval? Do you put him down in the minors and work things out? Does that even matter? Is he just, I don't know.
Okay, we're going to talk about that, and it's going to lead us to some other.
Down the inning he had last night.
It's going to lead us in some other questions today because again, we'll talk some Giants, and then they deserve their place to be talked about, no doubt. But we are in the midst of a massive playoff race in the Western Conference in the NBA. Nuggets, Clippers, Warriors, T-Wolves, Grizzlies, all tied with 32 losses apiece. Nuggets got 3 games left. All those other teams, Clippers, Warriors, T-Wolves, Grizzlies, have 4 games left. And it's all going to shake out here the end of this week, culminating in Warriors, Clippers on Sunday, 12:30 tip right here on 95.7 The Game. But the start of that first 4 games is tonight. Warriors, Suns, tip off at 7 o'clock. Warriors live right here on 95.7 The Game. Starts at 6. We're going to be breaking it all down all day long, leading you up to it. We got Eddie Johnson, obviously former Suns player, 6th man of the year, does pre and post game coverage for Phoenix. He's going to be joining us at 6:50, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Plus, we got a special guest coming up at 9:30, Tony Schifano, coach for SF State's men's baseball team. We have a lot to discuss there. I know it's near and dear to your heart, SF State, and what they're doing in their baseball program. I know there's been a lot of cuts, or rumors about cuts going on with a lot of the athletic programs there. So very important thing we want to discuss with Tony Schifano at 9:30. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. At Spadoni, at Shasky's, the Morning Roast. Good morning to all you lovely people. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting back into the swing of things. Spring break is over, and young Benjamin was coming back. What was it? What? You looked at me real quick. Sam, I thought you were talking to me. Sorry. Real quick. Spring break, for those, when you come on back, and you're going to learn this, Joe, like when you're 5 or 6 years old, those kids after a week thought school's done. It's like, okay, it's over. We're not going back. Monday's a reality check.
Recalibration sensation.
And I just learned as a parent now, it's the best. It's like, oh, great. They get to go back to school. It's great. I don't have to worry about it. But then you start looking at the calendar. It's like, oh, man, we only got like another month and a half, and then school's out for summer.
Hey, Joe.
I know. It's just like, now I got to figure out something to do with the kids for the entire summer, and it'll be fun. It'll be exciting, but I got to start looking at some programs in summertime, and maybe I'm gonna get my Mark Willard on, start partnering with some of the after school programs, some of the flag football stuff like that. That's neither here nor there. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We're gonna break down more of that Giants-Reds game and what makes a player connect to a city. I want to explore that topic as it pertains to a Jung-Hoo Lee, a Camilo Doval, maybe a Jimmy Butler. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
What's up, Oreo? If you eat too many Oreo cookies and have some milk, you might burp a little bit. That's all I know. Might happen on air sometimes too. It happens. Like a sneeze. Like it's a rarity. Like when you sneeze on air, like you don't see broadcasters like on television. You ever notice this? They don't sneeze ever. I know they have to. There has to be some points where it's like you can't hold it and you just got to sneeze. And maybe they pan away from it and I don't know and they turn off their mics. But that's true professionalism. And you know what? Even truer professionalism is talking through that when it's happening. Like talking through a yawn, that's an elite broadcaster right there. You've done it 9 o'clock hour. We know it happens. And by the way, it's Spadoni, it's Jasky, it's the Morning Roast coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Righteously Brewed here in San Francisco. We have Eddie Johnson joining us in about 17 minutes. Former Phoenix Sun, current analyst for the team as the Warriors are taking on the Suns tonight. That's going to be in Phoenix, Arizona. No Kevin Durant, no KD's. Probably all she wrote for the season, I would assume. As we look at the Western Conference right now, and don't worry, we'll get back to the Giants as they fall 2-0 to the Reds last night. But just looking at this Western Conference, the Suns are 35-43. They're 2.5 back of the Mavericks for that 10th and final play-in spot. I have a hard time thinking they've lost 6 in a row. Like, I'd be shocked if they rattled off 3 or 4 wins here in a row. I just would. Talking about disappointing teams of the year, that's probably number 1 for a lot of people. Maybe it is the Mavericks, but again, I think Mavericks, the trade, the injury, and you want to put disappointing, sure. I think people are just mad at Nico Harrison, if anything, whether you're a fan or a media member. But for the Suns, it's got to be one of the most disappointing seasons for them. And if you're the Warriors, you lose against the Rockets. Don't lose twice in a row now. Like, I get it. You want to rest on your laurels and say, we can beat this. No. You need an aggressive mindset early on in this game and setting the tone, because I did not like what I saw tone setting wise last game. It felt like the Rockets came out swinging. The Warriors swung back a little bit, and then they got hit on the mat and couldn't get up at one point. And it was just not a good game from Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and quite frankly, it wasn't Jimmy Butler's best game or most aggressive game. And I'm going to need an aggressive mindset from those 3 players.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You want to get into Doval?
Sure.
All right. Camilo Doval is a very polarizing player. The last 2 outings, let's go back to, the last 2, because he pitched on Sunday and then he pitched yesterday. And yesterday, it's a 0-0 game in the 8th inning, and he comes in, and Logan Webb's dealing, and he looks spectacular. It is a throwback pitcher classic. Hunter Green is dynamic. He's sitting upper 90s the whole game.
He's got the stuff. 8 2/3 inning or 8 1/3 inning to go. He's damn near pitching a shutout. He's throwing 99 miles an hour on paint.
Over 100. He's the 3rd pitcher since 2008 who started a game to throw over 100 in the 9th inning. 3rd pitcher only.
Wait, since 2008?
2008. Yep.
Not 2018, 2008?
2008, since they started tracking it.
To throw over 100?
After starting the game, he threw over 100 in the 9th inning.
Okay, 100 miles per hour. Sorry.
Yes.
I thought you were talking pitch count for a second.
No.
Let me clear. I was like,
100 miles per hour.
that doesn't make any sense. Okay, that's interesting though. That shows the stuff that this guy has.
He's ridiculous.
And he gets better as the game goes on.
Absolutely. He barely broke a sweat yesterday. But it's an 8-8 game. Logan Webb is matching him. I mean, Logan looked like prime Greg Maddux in terms of the movement, breaking left, breaking right, up, down. I mean, he had it going yesterday. The little sweeper, he had the sinker going.
He's improved. Like, he used to be a contact pitcher, ground ball guy, but he's got put away stuff. 10 strikeouts yesterday. Bob Melvin was talking about it after the game. He was just so impressed with how he's transformed his own pitching status going forward here. Yeah.
So, they go to Doval in the 8th, and people are losing their minds before he even steps onto the rubber. And he's going against the bottom of the order. And so you're thinking, all right, this is a situation where Doval should get things done. And you look at the last outing on Sunday, I get why you want to put him back out there. It wasn't great. His problem is throwing strikes. Like, it's very simple to me. When he gets behind in counts and his mechanics get all screwy, then it's a slippery slope for him. And I think early on, if you just look at the number of pitches that he throws and the overall amount of strikes, he's over 75%. Meaning he starts you out, bang, bang, and then he could throw a couple of junk pitches, make you chase, and then put you away. Well, he basically was 50% strikes on Sunday. He threw 20 pitches and 11 of them were for strikes. He's falling behind in the count and he can't hit the zone. Same thing happened yesterday. And so right away, leadoff hitter, He's got him with 2-2. He throws a devastating slider, and the guy lays off it. Now it's 3-2. He doesn't even come close on a cutter. Not even close. You see, and they cut to the television broadcast, cuts to the dugout. And Bob Melvin tells whoever the pitching coach is, get on the phone. And I'm thinking, damn, one batter in? And now he's had an issue with holding runners on. It's a speedy guy at first base. And they want him to not do this high leg kick, which he's accustomed to doing. They want him to work on this slide step. Now he goes, it's the first time I've ever seen him go to the slide step. He goes to the slide step, and automatically he throws a ball right into the ground. And you're thinking, oh gosh. And as he's doing that, the hitter shows bunt, almost like Little League, where you're trying to like, hey, we're going to show bunt and see if this guy can even throw a strike. And we're going to get in his dome.
Mind games.
Exactly. And he scud missiles one. The next one, same thing. Boom, hits the guy right away. Okay, so you've walked a guy, you've hit a guy. You put two guys on base. If you walk a guy to start an inning, he's probably going to score. You put two guys on for free, 2 free 90s, you're probably giving up multiple runs. The next guy shows bunt. It's a ball. Again, he can't throw strikes. Then he gets the bunt down. Bailey goes and picks it up, fires it down the line. So now you got second and third with one out. And immediately they yank him and they go to Eric Miller. And you got second and third. They end up walking a guy on 4 pitches. And boom, 2-1 count, another hitter's count. Blake Dunn steps up, ball on the outside. He just rips it down the right field line. It scores 2. Wipe away the great game from Logan Webb. Now, this happens. You know, relievers aren't perfect. You're going to have some hiccups throughout the year, but this is back-to-back outings, for Camilo Doval, where command is the problem. And you could see in real time, the team knew right away his mechanics, confidence, whatever it is, wasn't good. Go back and watch. Bob Melvin literally told the pitching coach, get on the phone, get someone up after one batter. So I think that this thing is very delicate.
6 games,
with Camilo.
6 games pitched, 5 1/3 innings overall, 5 hits, 6 runs, 3 of those earned. He has 2 strikeouts, 3 walks. So overall, just not been good enough. And that's unfortunate because, again, as you said, you felt like his swagger was back early on. I understand Bob Melvin, though, in this case. Like, these are early games that you feel like if you're close and the way this team has been playing and fighting back, like, you could win these things. So you don't want to let it get too far, like, out of the way of you and out of, control here if it gets 3 to 4 runs. And it's like, man, because they did have an opportunity there in the bottom of the ninth to maybe make this thing. And then Elliot Ramos, he hit one on the nose, but it was just right to the left fielder in Cincinnati. And that was all she wrote, and the game was over. But, like, I was talking about this with Sam. Bob Melvin wasn't here for that all-star year for Camilo Doval. All he's known is kind of a shaky Camilo Doval. He hasn't seen the best of him. So in his mind, he can only go with what he's seen, right? And the feel for him. And not to say that Bob Melvin, and we all know Bob Melvin and his touch for the bullpen hasn't been the greatest in his career, going back to his Oakland days.
Absolutely.
That might be not a strength of his. I think we constantly compared him and Bruce Bochy when Bochy was here with the Giants and Bo Mel was there at the A's. It was always on heightened come playoff time, the touch that Bruce had and lack thereof with Bob. Now, that being said, Camilo has to help himself out here. And whether that's, the pitch clock that's doing him a disservice, whether it's the late kick, I don't know. I don't know what he can do, Joe, to like just take a step back, breathe. I don't know what it is.
Well, it's part confidence, it's part mechanics.
But how does he get that confidence is what I'm saying.
First off, you can't experiment with a slide step and when you literally can't throw strikes.
Is it like taking him out of these higher leverage situations now? Is it?
But I thought he had earned it after the 3 or 4 good outings, and then it's like, all right, he's turned a corner, and now we've reverted back.
Exactly.
But here's the bigger problem: is that the fans don't have confidence. You could hear on the broadcast somebody in center field, "Come on, Camilo!
Yeah.
Come on, Camilo!" Like every time he's throwing a ball. I just put out, and this is the tweet I put out late last night. Poor Doval just lost his mechanics and his confidence. It's back-to-back outings where it felt like he couldn't command a pitch and he was searching to find rhythm and feel. They got to get him back to where he was a week ago. The responses from the fans, or no, it's the internet, so you're going to skew more negative. Verlander's mad at him. You could see it in the dugout. Probably should relegate him to the 6th or 7th inning. He's never going to be consistent. How about deciding to try a slide step right now? What a perfect, awful time to experiment. He's a head case. Trade him. Get rid of him. Drop him to AAA. I mean, like, he is a very polarizing player on the Giants. I'm not ready to get rid of the guy, but they got to get him right.
Wow, 6 games, get rid of him. Wow, that's all it took, huh? That's I get it. Like, you want to win they're 8-2, guys. If this team was, 2-8 and he was doing that, sure, I could hear that.
He has promise.
Yes.
He has ability, but right now he's his own worst enemy. If you're a reliever, you cannot come into a game and not throw strikes.
I get it. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We'll pick up this conversation maybe a little bit later in the show, but Eddie Johnson's coming up next to preview a little bit Warriors Suns, but also talk about, Kevin Durant and his tenure there. And I want to talk about Jimmy Butler with Eddie as well and how he's ingratiated himself in Golden State. What he's seen from the Warriors team thus far. Big loss, obviously, to the Rockets, but 3 big wins prior to that against the Grizzlies, against the Lakers, and against the Nuggets. So we'll talk to Eddie Johnson coming up on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Hey, this is Willard.
And Dibs.
Dub Nation, is Moses Moody. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shashky on 95.7 The Game.
Yay!
Thanks, Moses. Parting the Red Sea. Well, they do that tonight in the desert as the Warriors are taking on the Phoenix Suns out in Arizona. Warriors 46-32 on the season. The Suns clinging to an 11th spot. They're trying to get maybe the 10th, and I don't think it's going to happen for them this season. They're on a 6-game losing streak. No Kevin Durant tonight as well. We're going to be joined by Eddie Johnson, who does coverage for the Suns pre- and post-game, and also former player for them, 6th Man of the Year. Also has a book titled A Sun's Revenge. No, not Suns, S-U-N-S, S-O-N-S, A Sun's Revenge. They have the ebook and a hardcover available on Amazon, and it's kind of cool. It's like a little basketball book story about a kid playing at Arizona State. It's like a murder mystery, so it's very, very cool. Check that out, again, on Amazon. Eddie Johnson going to be joining us momentarily. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky here. We were talking some Giants as they fall 2-0 to the Cincinnati Reds, but a massive game tonight, coming off a very disappointing loss, and maybe some people thought it was a scheduled loss. Maybe some people weren't too disappointed with it, considering they had beaten the Grizzlies, the Lakers, and the Nuggets prior to that. But again, it just goes to show you this late in the season, it's tighter than it's ever been. Tight. As I go Tuco Salamanca, shout out Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. Tight, yeah. Clippers, Warriors, T-Wolves, Grizzlies, all tied, and the Nuggets, by the way, with 32 losses apiece. This is the tightest race I can remember in quite some time. And maybe in Eddie's lifetime, maybe he can talk to us about that, because we do have Eddie Johnson joining us now, Joe, on the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Eddie, good morning. It's Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast here. Could you remember a Western Conference race, or hell, any conference race this tight with a week to go in the regular season?
Not in my memory, and I'm kind of old now, so I can't remember everything. Right? They just told me you guys' name, and I forgot that as soon as you got on the air. But no, it's been fantastic this year, and we always hope for parity. We always hope to have a good postseason where it's very competitive and it's like back and forth. Series go 7 games, and you got buzzer beaters, you got upsets. Right? We hope for all of that, right? Because what we've done, we've gone through the 82-game marathon. We've gone through all the storylines, and now it's getting to the moment of, okay, who's going to win this thing? And honestly, I don't think anybody can definitively say a certain team is going to win this thing, and because we have 2 teams in Oklahoma City and Cleveland that pretty much has dominated the league record-wise, but we also got ways to pick at them to say, man, they just might not beat this team. They might not beat that team. And so going into the playoffs, it should be a tremendous feeling for the NBA fan.
Is KD going to play at all over, the rest of the season? There's only about a week left.
I don't know. I just, with an ankle, the one thing with KD, you don't question whether he wants to play. The guy loves to play basketball. He loves to be out there competing. And so if he doesn't get back out there, it's because he can't. It's not because, he's got this little weird thought, well, I got to be 100% and I have to be this and that. That's not in his mentality at all. So, it's unfortunate. The odds are against the Suns even thinking they can get into the play-in now. It's just very difficult when you're losing games down the stretch. You have to win your way in and not hope teams lose. So a very disappointing season in that regard, and definitely something to shore up and put a Band-Aid on this offseason to see exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm from afar watching, and I'm thinking, I wonder if Phoenix Suns fans ever connected with Kevin Durant. I know he hasn't been there very long, and obviously the truly great players have, a tremendous amount of fans and name recognition. But when the Warriors got Chris Paul, we never really felt like we connected with him per se. But for some reason, when they traded for Baron Davis midseason, he was like the savior, and we connected with him right away. Was Durant ever connected or embraced by the fans like that?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, look, you can't help but marvel at the way KD competes and how great a scorer he is. Oh, yes, the Suns fans, they very well connected with him. But you judge by wins. You judge by successes in the playoffs. And, you know, it has nothing to do with your basketball ability. You know, everybody knows. You march Kevin Durant out there in the uniform, he's going to get you 25 to 28 points a game. He's going to shoot 50% plus. He's going to shoot near 40, which he's doing this year from three. He's going to shoot a tremendous percentage from the free throw line. And, you know, most importantly, he's going to show up every night. Like, he's going to play nicked up. You know, he's not going to wait till he's 100%. All those things that you want from a professional athlete, KD gives you. And so the Suns fans, without a doubt, you know, but, you know, in the days of salary cap and the days of, like, you're restricted in certain movement, that's when people start to bring things up. But it's never a question of his basketball skill. Now, I know Kendrick Perkins, he always brings up leadership and all that when it comes to Kevin Durant and Stephen A. Smith. But you lead in your own way. And that's why I'll push back on those guys. Everybody can't be a vocal leader. Some guys aren't comfortable doing it. But how can you lead? Well, being the first person on the court at practice, which he is, being one of the last people to leave, which he is, in the ear of young players, giving them advice, which he does. But because people don't see it, then they think, oh, he's not leading. Or if they see his surliness, and he's surly, out on the court, they'll take it for a negative. And so I've been around a lot of guys. I've played with a lot of players, and everybody immerses into their role of leadership. For example, you know, Steph. Steph is not a highly vocal leader out there on the court. Like, he allows Draymond to do it. And when Draymond wasn't doing it back in the day, it was Iguodala doing it. Clay was very quiet. Clay wasn't a guy out there being demonstrative on the court and instructing people and all of that. But that didn't mean that they weren't doing it. They just weren't doing it in front of the cameras. Like, and so it's different types of leadership. I continually tell people that, you know, they want to just pinpoint one way of leading. Oh, rah, guy, he's out there. Man, come on. There's a lot of ways to be impactful leading, and I think he gets a bad rap for that.
Talking with Eddie Johnson here on the Morning Roast, Suns broadcaster, NBA Sirius XM Radio with Justin Termini. Yeah, no, when he said Kendrick Perkins, because when I think leadership, I think Kendrick Perkins, the gall of that guy to call out Kevin Durant sometimes. But that's just where we are in a media society right now. And Eddie, I wanted to talk about, you know, we're 2 months in now, basically, post-trade deadline, the Jimmy Butler era in Golden State. What have you seen from afar, and what do you see about this Golden State Warriors team that has shifted in these last 2 months? Obviously, the win-loss record, but the team itself since the acquisition of Jimmy Butler and the departure of one Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, well, look, when you pick up somebody like Jimmy Butler, a guy that knows how to win, one of the smartest players in the game, as Larry Brown used to always say, he and George Karl back in the day as I played for them, you know, just play the right way. Play the right way, you know, and they would love him. Like, literally, those two coaches would actually love him because he reminds me a lot, and you guys remember Derek McKee. Derek McKee was a guy, you look at him and you say, man, this dude can probably score 25 a game. But he doesn't. And it's not like he can't. But it's just like he just picks and chooses how he's going to play. And, you know, he's not going to take bad shots. He's not going to, you know, be overly aggressive with the ball. He's just going to make the right pass. He's going to defend. It's that kind of guy, right? And those coaches love that guy. And that's what Jimmy Butler is. And so at times, did you get frustrated with Derek McKee? Yeah, because, man, come on, be aggressive. Shoot it, man. Like, go for it. You hot. Don't pass that shot up. That's Jimmy Butler. And that's the part that you all got to get used to. And I continually tell people this. Like, he, to me, is not a number one, even though he looked like a number one in Miami because they got to the finals and all of that. But he's really a number two in a sense, or three, because he's not going to – most great offensive players, guys, and you're looking at one in Steph every night. You saw one in Clay, who played like a number one. They shoot the ball all the freaking time. They don't care. They're overly aggressive. They're going for it. They're staying a course to their detail. The other night, Steph was off. Couldn't score. The Houston's defense was just locking them up. And you would expect Jimmy Butler to be aggressive. Took 7 shots. See, so that's the negative there, because I don't think Golden State has that unbelievable number 2. I don't think Pajemski, even though he's improved this year and he's playing well, I just don't know if he can morph into that guy like Clay was. But I think that's the negative with Jimmy, is that you're going to expect him to be overly aggressive offensively, and he's sometimey with that. And I think that part right there could create an issue. But overall, a tremendous pickup for them. So he can win, and they're winning right now. And, it's amazing how you all regurgitate and find some way to get back, which is sickening. Which is sickening to me.
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game, Eddie. Talking to Eddie Johnson, Suns broadcaster here, former Sixth Man of the Year and Phoenix Sun player. Eddie, follow up on that real quick, because that was a point of contention I had yesterday, right? Like, you talk about Jimmy Butler, and what does everyone go to? Playoff Jimmy, Miami Heat. So I think that's what's in the back of a lot of Warriors fans' minds right now. It's like, hey, we saw this guy in the playoffs carry 2 teams. I get it. One of them was in the bubble, but still carry 2 the Miami Heat squads to the NBA Finals. When you look at their talent all around him, maybe not the greatest, and all the household names are there. And so why can't we get that in Golden State? Why can't we get that version in Golden State, that aggressive mindset? And I get it. Stephen Curry's there. Draymond Green's there. There's a lot of different alphas, if you will. So maybe I think just fans need to recalibrate. Is that what you're saying? Their expectations of Jimmy, even come playoff time, you're saying?
I think so. I think, in Miami, like, he had 2 young players in Bam and Tyler Hero. So he was able to, he was aggressive, right? And he had to be, and he knew it. Now he doesn't overly have to be, because he's not the number 1. Steph is. And so how does he blend into, like, not stepping on Steph's feet and still be aggressive, right? I don't view Jimmy as a pick and choose guy, meaning, like, if Steph is off, okay, he automatically in his head, he says he just goes for it. I think in his mind, he's just going to try to be more aggressive and more smart to maybe get Steph better shots or get Steph more open. Like, that's not what you do. That's what Draymond's job is. That's what Looney's job is. That's what Gary Payton II's job is. Your job is to step you off. I'm going for it until you get back in rhythm. I just don't know if that's him. And I continually argue that on my radio show, Sirius XM NBA Radio, 1 to 4 Pacific time every day. It's like, that's always been my pet peeve with him, is that he kind of like cruises through the game, and because he knows he's going to stay on the floor, so he doesn't have to be judged by shooting, and then he can just defend, he can pass, and he can do all of that because he still knows he's going to get his minutes. But a player like, say, myself, I was judged on what I was doing. And if I wasn't doing it, I might be on the bench. You get it? And so it's that kind of mentality, and it should drive me crazy with Derek McKee in that regard. Love him like a brother, but he would admit that he wasn't an overly aggressive offensive guy. And that's the guy I continually try to tell people and remind Jimmy Butler, too. Not to say that Derek McKee is in the same stratosphere as Jimmy Butler and what he's achieved, but the same kind of ilk. And so that's what I would say with that situation. And he has to be aggressive, because you're going to see teams do to Steph what Houston did to him. And that's why Jimmy has to step up. Clay had no doubt he would do it, right? Jimmy has to be that guy, and we'll see.
Hey, Eddie, good stuff. We appreciate it. The book is called The Sun's Revenge by Eddie Johnson, Gary Ponzo. Can you talk to us a little bit about the book? I'm reading it right now. It's like a basketball murder mystery. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, guys. Look, I have a unique deal with me. I don't want to get weird with it or whatever, but I don't think, guys, I've ever been to sleep and I did not dream. Like, some people say they sometimes don't dream or they don't remember it. Well, I remember all my dreams, and since I was 13 years old. And I think I kind of like taught myself to do it because when I was very young, I saw the Martin Luther King I Have a Dream speech, and it grabbed me as a youngster. And I used to daydream all the time. I daydreamed myself into the NBA, guys. I tell you, I did. I mean, every day I was dreaming about where I could be, who I could be, emulate guys. And I've always been that way, and I think now it's like I dream, man, and I remember stuff. And I actually dreamed this book, man. I truly did. And dreamed it multiple times, which was crazy because it was on my mind. And a few years ago, I decided to write. It would be my second book. My first book was You Big Dummy. You can still get it on Amazon. It's a basketball self-help book. But I just said, you know what, Eddie, you got to put pen to paper with this. And I did. And I started writing. And you got to understand sometimes you're not the smartest guy. And sometimes you got to put smart people around you that's done that, run that road. And I partnered with a good friend of mine, Gary Ponzo, who's an espionage writer who has a number of books out there. And I told him, I said, I need help with this. I said, I need help with formulating this. I said, I got the story. I gave him stacks of info that I've written over the last 2 years. And we just wrote it, man. And it is a murder mystery. It's based on the campus of ASU. And it's a tremendous book, man. We've gotten great response. It's only been out a couple of weeks now. Like they say, you know, basketball, what they tell basketball players sometimes, shut up and dribble. I don't shut up and dribble. I do everything. I'm going to attack everything in this life that I can.
Let's go.
And they told me I couldn't talk. They told me that. And I got a national radio show. I don't buy it, you know, and I think any young person, any person out there should attack everything. And that's what I've done. And it's not going to be my last book. Writing is my passion. And you can go get it on Amazon. You can download it on Kindle. It's called A Son's Revenge. And not S-U-N-S, people. It's S-O-N-S. Just because I work for the Suns. I'm not that crazy, all right? But it's about a young man named Calvin that's trying to figure out who murdered his mom at his childbirth. And so it's a tremendous book, and I encourage everybody to go out and get it.
Hey, Eddie, good stuff, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon.
Guys, and I won't tell you, I want to make you guys jealous real quick.
Oh.
I'm actually in Bandon Dunes right now.
Oh my God. That must be nice. What do you be shooting out there, huh? What are you doing?
Man, look, I got off the plane yesterday and I played yesterday, man. Man, please. That wind got to me. I didn't get a chance to warm up the guys I played with.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, the excuse is built. Okay, there you go.
They hit me hard, but not. Hey, we got 36 today. I'm playing 36 tomorrow, and I'm playing 36 on Thursday. Yes.
Oh my God.
So surgery next week.
And we know you got to walk. You know you got to walk it all. But man, I'm up right now, man. I got my clothing on. I got my layers on. I'm getting ready to go out there and do some work, man. One of the most fabulous places you ever want to come to if you're a golfer. So, yeah, I'm enjoying myself.
And on Masters Week,
Masters Week,
Eddie.
I've gone with my team this year.
I know. Well, yeah.
I've gone through with my team. I got to go enjoy myself.
No,
I took the day off.
Yeah. 6 straight losses will do that to you, Eddie. Heading into the rest of the season. Hit him straight, man. Appreciate you.
All right, guys. Take care.
That's Eddie Johnson, who joins us on the River Islands guest line. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. And of course, it was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And by the way, Joe, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Is there anyone cooler, like he's just more confident when he speaks than Eddie Johnson? Guy just oozes confidence whenever. At the end there, I was ready to run through a wall.
So he brought up Jimmy Butler cruising through games and picking and choosing his spots isn't necessarily his thing. And I was like, that's stark contrast to the whole playoff Jimmy thing.
Right. That's why I kind of wanted to follow up. I thought that was very interesting because I think a lot of fans, at least I am, and maybe I don't want to speak for you, like, when are we going to see playoff Jimmy? Like Miami Heat Jimmy? Maybe we never will. Like, is this version of Jimmy Butler that we've seen the last 2 months, is that good enough heading into the playoffs? Like, that's the question I would ask. Like, do you feel like that's a good enough recipe? I understand you've won some big games now. I don't want to get it twisted. You beat the Grizzlies, you beat the Lakers, you beat the Nuggets. Yeah, my ears are perking up there. But that's different. That's a 1-game sample size. That's not a series.
But I could make an argument on the other end. The 3 games I needed him the most, the Nuggets when they were shorthanded, Hawks,
the Heat.
He
The revenge, like that was Jimmy's game.
He did what he said, which is cruise through those games like a guy he knows he has his minutes. The other interesting thing that he brought up, and I think this really speaks to Clay or Kuminga or Jordan Poole, when you come into the game, there are certain players who they're judged by their impact on rebounding and scoring. And if they're not doing those two things, then what are they doing? Right? No, Joe. This is.
No, I'm not shaking. I'm not shaking my head at you. I'm just the notion that like we nitpick every single one of those games.
Well, no, but I do think that there's something like Klay Thompson at the end. What did he hang his hat on? Shooting. And when he wasn't shooting well, it was hard for him to contribute in other areas. Because he's not a great defender anymore, and he isn't a great put the ball.
At least laterally, he wasn't. He couldn't guard. You couldn't guard the point guards, the twos. Like he was more of a guarding the fours, if you will.
But like the way it's like Kyle Schwarber. If Kyle Schwarber's not hitting bombs,
what is he doing?
Yeah, exactly.
He's striking
He's
out.
Getting on base. Well, he's a high on base percentage.
He'll strike out a bunch.
Yeah, and strike out a bunch, right? So like I see someone like Jordan Poole when he's not scoring and he's turning it over. Well, he's not playing defense.
When he's tripping on the floor over himself,
right?
Too. Wasn't a good look.
I
love JP.
I think Kuminga falls into that category. I feel like we scrutinize him over the top. Well, if he's not scoring and he's not rebounding, then what's he doing? It's like, whoa, not everyone is judged that way, and yet we do pick and choose certain players. It was an interesting way that he phrased it. I found that fascinating.
No, and I want to pick up that conversation in regards to Jimmy Butler and how he's connecting to the audience so far and connecting to Dub Nation, if you will, because there's a lot baked into it. I mean, Klay Thompson was a made guy. He's forever a legend. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a Warriors Hall of Famer. His jersey's going to be retired. We got all that. I'm not comparing him to there. I could compare him maybe to an Andrew Wiggins, but again, an Andrew Wiggins was the second best player on a championship run, but we forgot about him in like less than a week.
Why?
After Jimmy Butler. Exactly.
Because he cruised through a lot of the regular season. It felt like.
Again, and he wasn't a flamboyant kind of a player. He wasn't in your face. He wasn't a rah-rah guy. We've seen high moments of Jimmy Butler, but again, that was in a different uniform. That wasn't here. So I want to talk to the fans at 888-957-9570. Again, same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. We'll pick up that conversation on the other side. Plus, hey, can we dive into this Western Conference frenzy, Joe? Because it's pretty insane.
I want to do that.
And I want to talk about all the different scenarios potentially that could occur at the end of this week, and it culminates on Sunday, this regular season, Warriors, Clippers. But again, this 4-game stretch starts tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors live at 6 o'clock, tip-off at 7. Warriors in the Valley of the Sun taking on the Phoenix Suns at 7 o'clock, and it's going to be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Thank you. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. We just had Eddie Johnson on Sirius XM NBA Radio, former Sixth Man of the Year, talking things Kevin Durant-wise, Phoenix Suns, as the Warriors take on the Suns tonight. Coverage of that starts 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. No Kevin Durant, though. But Eddie said some interesting things in regards to one, Jimmy Butler. And we were talking about it yesterday. We had the show call, we had show meeting. But, you know, the connectivity between a fan base and a player. Like, we're talking about the Giants right now, right? And they fell yesterday 2-0 to the Cincinnati Reds. But the energy's been different. We did use the word vibes, Joe. The vibes surrounding a team or a player. Just the vibes feel different with the San Francisco Giants, whether that's the absence of Farhan Zaidi now, insert Buster Posey, whether that's some of the players that are some of the bigger names making some splash plays, Willie Adames with the walk-off hit, Jung-Hoo Lee making plays, Matt Chapman's been pretty good.
Did Farhan ever connect?
No, not even close.
I know it's different for, like, John Lynch, I feel like, has connected to the fans.
Yeah, well, it helps when you are a Hall of Fame player.
No
I'll say
doubt.
that first and foremost. Like,
no doubt.
I recognize the name.
Did Bob Myers connect?
Yes, I think he did because he was sincere in when he was speaking.
I do too.
I never felt true sincerity from Farhan Zaidi.
But I'll give Larry Bear this. You know, people have opinions about him, but I think the majority of people feel like they can connect to Larry Bear.
Yes, he's very good at connecting with people.
100%.
That is what the mark of a good businessman does.
100%.
And even if you're not that great at connecting through the media, like there's a lot of coaches like that aren't great with connecting through the media. I think, again, the guy just won the Super Bowl, Nick Sirianni. We laughed at him at his introductory presser.
He's perfect for Philly.
But he's perfect for Philly. And again, it's interesting because I don't know if a Kyle Shanahan, for example, would work out in Philadelphia. Maybe he'd have to change some of his. I don't think so. Right? Like there's different levels to this. Now,
Steve Kerr's perfect here.
Perfect for San Francisco, right? And there's a lot baked into that, but he's perfect for this region.
You know, it's like I'm looking at Jimmy Butler and I'm thinking about like different acquisitions that happened almost rapidly, right? And a guy just feels like he was born to wear the uniform of the local team and to be a part of this culture. When Christian McCaffrey got traded midseason, it was like he's born to be a Niner.
Right. Well, he already had the star factor being in the Bay Area with Stanford.
Yes.
Should have won a Heisman, by the way. Joke that.
And then the McCaffrey name has name recognition here because his dad played for the Niners.
And his dad played for father of Kyle Shanahan.
Exactly.
Like Shanahan.
It felt like it fit. And I'm sure fantasy and being a high-profile draft pick and all that, yeah, like that's in there as well. Like I think it's someone like Pablo Sandoval. Why does he really connect to the local fans?
Well, he was such a unique player, right? What was he, like 5'10", but he was like 275 pounds.
The smile.
Pure beef, the smile, the chewing of the bubble gum, making plays. We got the big bubbles out there. Panda, right? Like there was something about him, but also, I'll say this, he had big plays and big moments, and that's what resonates with fans. He was lovable. Ultimately. And the team, again, lovable. Team was winning.
Yes.
That's baked into it. You have to be a winner.
Why is Camilo Doval not seem to be very fan-friendly right now in terms of the reception?
Because he's contributing to losing.
Well, and it feels like he doesn't smile, and I'm not knocking him. You don't have to smile, but like there's a kind of a stoicness that I feel like we're not jumping that next bridge to connect.
Body language. It always goes back to the first team, bad body language. Shout out your boy, Brandon Belt. He was one of those guys too, where, listen, Andrew Wiggins, another one of those guys.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Body language. Like some guys aren't smiling all the time. Some guys are angry all the time. Some guys just show no emotion. And sometimes no emotion, if you're a fan, means you don't care. But for some people, that's just their way of dealing with it. Like,
what about Jimmy? Do you think people are connected to Jimmy? Talking about Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I don't know.
Because they are winning.
They are winning.
And at a rapid rate, and it feels like they flip things around.
And I think people point to the Jimmy Butler acquisition as the turning point. So they have to be in the back of their minds like, Jimmy's a big part of this. But at the same time, Eddie Johnson, who was just on with us, he's like, yeah, but the fans aren't going to be very happy when Steph has a game like that and you don't have a true number two. He said something. He said that. He literally said, Eddie Johnson, who I respect tremendously as an analyst and as a former player, and maybe that's too strong for him to say they don't really have a true number two, but at times, doesn't it kind of feel like that? Like that game against Miami, as you mentioned, like where was the number one? Like he needed to be a number one that day, and he wasn't. He needed to be a number one against the Atlanta Hawks. He had a better game there, But he needed to do more, I felt like.
But if he,
against the Houston Rockets, where Steph had 3 points, like, I needed a little bit more from Jimmy there.
So for me, like, this is a guy who's been in the league a long time.
Yes.
And all I know about it, and I'm pretty tapped in because we do this for a living, I don't know a lot about him other than he's like dynamite in the sense that if you're holding it for too long and it sets fire, it could explode.
See, I think you do know about Jimmy Butler. I think we all know what Jimmy Butler is, right?
What is it?
That he's a guy that lasts for a couple years and then he moves on. He is not a guy that stays in one location for very long.
Is 5 years a long time? In the NBA, I feel like it is.
Sure, but this is also his 5th team.
Okay, but like 5 years is a long run.
It was a long run, but it had an expiration date on it. Like, we know people in any walk of life, and I'm sure you met people in your own life that they can't stay in one spot for more than a couple years.
Jim Harbaugh had that moniker for a long
There you go.
time.
Like, that's a good one.
So, but like, I don't, for a guy who's been in the league as long as he is, I don't feel like I have a good grasp of who Jimmy Butler is.
He's a quirky guy. Did you watch the Netflix doc? I felt like he's a family man. He loves his family. He's not going to put sports ahead of his family. That much I do know. We had that article from Anthony Slater, who will join us tomorrow. Sam, thumbs up, Anthony Slater.
Thursday,
our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, friend of the program each and every week. Anthony Slater is very tapped in. But he had an article, and you know what? Jimmy was like, Steve Kerr, yeah, when we have this day off, I'm not flying back with the team. I'm just going to go to Miami. I'm going to go check on my family. He's like, I'm just letting you know. I'm not asking. I'm just going to do it. And we know he puts his family first and foremost. So I do know that. And I talked about that when you were a little iffy on him becoming, a Golden State Warrior. We were talking about maybe Kevin Durant could come here. And I was like, well, let's not close the door on Jimmy. He's a family man. But you thought maybe, and you said this, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you're like, yeah, maybe that was a shtick though. Maybe there's a little, I don't know if that's the real Jimmy Butler.
I don't know enough about him. And like when I hear him talk, not that he's calculated, because that's too strong of a word, but I feel like he's a little guarded. And I think that he's really good at picking and choosing how to drop a one-liner and be funny and get some smiles in the room.
Would you say he's, again, I want to be careful here because we're not nitpicking here.
No,
we're not
I'm just asking if people have connected to him.
We're not criticizing Jimmy Butler. We're talking about the experience as a whole because this is playoff basketball right now. We got 4 games to go in the regular season, and then it's play-in/playoff time. Like, there's some question marks here still for me in regards to that second player. We know in the hierarchy of everything, it is Jimmy Butler, but I am beginning to question going forward here this style of play, given like multiple series, if it's going to work. And maybe there is going to be a game where he shuts me up, he shuts a lot of the fans up, and he has 30 points, he has 20 plus field goal attempts, and everything's hunky-dory. It's like, okay, all right, we get it now. It was playoff Jimmy's a thing, and okay. But when I hear Eddie Johnson say, Warriors fans, be ready to, like, this is the Jimmy Butler experience. There is no switch to be flipped here in a couple weeks' time. I don't know. I'm beginning to question, I guess, where Warriors fans are in regards to their connectivity level with this guy, first as a player and just as the person. I don't know a whole lot about the person. You're right. Maybe I don't. I just am going off what I've seen in, the Miami Heat, the Philadelphia 76ers, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Chicago Bulls. There seemed to be a pattern of, maybe some aloof nature with all of those markets.
I hear you, but I think most fans aren't thinking, 9 years ago he was here, and 6 years ago he was here.
No, but it's baked into it.
Okay, but do people care that Hunter Pence played for the Houston Astros and the Phillies?
No, but
they hated the Phillies at that time.
Sure, but Hunter Pence was never like in the media going at a general manager or like anything like that. It's baked into it. I'm just saying, like the Hunter Pence and Jimmy Butler, could not be further from personalities. I feel like they're very different.
I would say that his personality, if we're going to go that way, like he's closer in terms of perception to T.O. than he is like a Hunter Pence.
That's interesting.
But we love T.O. because he was our guy.
Well, you love T.O. too because you won with him too. Like that's baked into it. The guy was a winner and he cared about winning.
Yeah.
And that is something I don't question with Jimmy Butler. And I think that trumps everything. He cares about winning first and foremost. And that's what, if I'm a fan, I gravitate towards too. And that's what they've been doing while he's been here.
Did people connect to Jordan Poole?
Yes, they did in that championship run for sure. It shifted after the Draymond Green situation. But prior to that, the pool party was money time.
Yeah.
Yes. I think we're a little jaded on how everything went down after that. No one connected to Chris Paul.
We tried.
Oh my God.
I think we tried to talk ourselves into it.
Yeah, you tried, and it never felt right.
It never.
That was so manufactured. People trying, forever Warrior Chris Paul. Stop. That guy was a Warriors killer for so long.
Mo Spates. Mo Spates connects for some reason. If I just say the name Mo Spates to Warrior fans, there's oh my God. Now I know a championship is a big part of that. Like, and when I think of guys just from back in the day, for whatever reason, connected more than others. If I just say the name Jason Richardson to an older Warrior fan, they're like, oh, love Jay Rich, one of my favorites, like all time,
right?
All time.
And because there was moments there, not winning moments really, but there was a moment, a dunk contest, right? Or, he was our guy in a situation where we didn't have any other guys. And it was a league dominated by Tim Duncan and Kobe, and he had Jason Kidd, he had Vince Carter, all these big names. But we felt like, man, on some big stages where the lights were bright, because we didn't have a lot of bright lights back in the early Oracle days. He showed up for us, and that's our guy. And people could recognize him, at least, and he's wearing a Warriors uniform. That meant something. Same with the We Believe run, right?
Is there something to the fact that his star is so bright regarding how much it shines? It's really difficult for others to get that same kind of adoration and connectivity to the fans. Now, I know Klay Thompson and Draymond Green Klay's not here, but they had huge connections to the fan base. But when KD was here, there was a difficulty, I felt like, for KD to grasp that Warrior fans were connected to him. And I think that he allowed a small segment online to make it seem like they didn't. When in reality, at the games, I always felt like fans adored KD.
It's interesting, the Kevin Durant angle in all this, because you always go back to that, right? Because it was the homegrown guys that got the first title. But obviously, I think we're a little even jaded on that because Andre Iguodala was a trade piece, right? David Lee, I know he wasn't a huge part of that run because Draymond Green ended up taking his place, but that was a big part of getting to that point. The David Lee, Andrew Bogut, another trade acquisition.
Very beloved Andrew Bogut.
Yes, he was, absolutely.
Which is crazy to think.
Hell, Zaza Pachulia, a guy that's loved, right? Like that, another
always felt
player.
Connected.
Yes.
Like he wanted to be here.
Yes, Kevin Durant, for whatever reason, and maybe that's a small contingent on social that's louder than we like to think it is.
I think it's disproportionate to reality.
Okay. But that being said, there was still some hard feelings at the end there when it came to him eventually departing, the sign and trade to Brooklyn, all of that. I don't think the Jimmy Butler angle or acquisition is to the Kevin Durant level because Kevin Durant won a couple titles. So he's always going to be a legend no matter what. I'm curious here, these next 4 games and leading into the playoffs, if that connectivity is truly going to start, we're going to start feeling it more. I don't feel it right now. And am I fair to say that at 888-957-9570? I would love to hear from Dub Nation on their thoughts on Jimmy Butler, the Warrior, right now. Because we kept waiting for, hey, this is the Jimmy Butler game. This is where he's going to get it done against the Lakers.
But he has had moments.
Has he had like a game where he's taken over, though? Not really.
No.
And I think a lot of us are waiting for that still. Is that fair to say?
Well, I think for Warrior fans, it always comes down to the playoffs. A whole season can be wiped away because of some playoff moments, one way or the other, right? Like Bielitsa. You say the name Bielitsa, all people remember is how he had that one moment in the playoffs.
Right, and game 1 against the regular season against the Lakers, he had like 5 threes or something.
But other than that, he was god-awful.
He was horrible,
months.
right?
I mean, I had a whole song, Bia, and we couldn't play it for months. But like that's what people remember. Otto Porter Jr. went months of really poor play. And then, kind of figured it out in the playoffs and was useful. And now he's a Warrior, legend, what I mean? In the sense of he won a championship and he'll always be beloved.
Right.
So I find it funny, like Butler's getting all the winning. They're doing all the winning. They went from a team 1 game under 500 to, hey, they have an opportunity to be the 4, 5, 6 seed.
Are you at all, maybe not caught off guard, it's not the right phrase, but the way he speaks to the media, I thought he'd be more like vocal. Like, and I get it. Throughout his career, he's been a little more like when it comes to the media, he's very calculated in what he has to say. And he's been like, a lot of his post-game stuff has been pretty good. Like what he had to say in regards to Steph Curry. He's like, man, I didn't know he got hacked this much, not get calls. Like he's been having some good cuts. And I think him and his relationship with Buddy Hield, there's been some fun back and forth there. he is quirky, and I think that does work in this market. Quirkiness doesn't work everywhere, but I do think here, we've seen with the Giants, the Niners, George Kittle, I think is a little quirky kind of a guy, works with San Francisco 49ers.
They're very different.
Very different, right? But Jimmy Butler, like he has, maybe we'll see it more because every single year at the start of the the start of the regular season, there's emo Jimmy. There's dreadlock Jimmy. He has all these different pictures that he does to show his personality in ways that are different than the norm, right? So maybe because we haven't seen a full season or off season of Jimmy Butler, we'll get that picture. But I just, for these last couple months, for me anyways, it's been a little, I don't know what to make of him just yet. Now, to your point.
I think a lot of people they're excited that he's here, but I do think that they're guarding from really loving him until the playoffs. Think about Andrew Wiggins. If I say Wiggins now, you're like, oh, wow, what a great Warrior. If I said it to you in April of 2022, before they won the championship, I think a lot of people will be like, I mean, is the real Wiggins going to stand up?
Well, hell,
right?
I just say this.
Right?
I just say,
and that was an all-star year for him.
This time last year, we were talking about trading this guy and attaching a first-round draft pick.
We were stapling everything.
We were stapling everything to get him out of here. We were talking about first-team bad body language. That was first-team bad body language. Like, oh my God, his body language is so bad it's affecting everyone else on the court. We were talking about Klay Thompson. It was just all bad. The vibes we're talking about that are great with the Golden State Warriors are at an all-time low this time last year.
What if I told you I really like Jimmy and I want to love him, but I'm kind of in a wait and see phase right now. We're kind of just dating.
See, I think that's okay because we're going to find out a lot about this team come playoff time. And I know this, in Dub Nation, Stephen Curry, he could do no wrong. Absolutely. The guy's a made man. He's 4 titles, the greatest player in the history of the franchise. Greatest player, I think, in the history of Bay Area sports. The most beloved athlete, maybe, of all time. Universally liked. His Q rating is high. I'll say this. I do think Jimmy Butler got a bit of a pass yesterday, coming off a 3-point game from Stephen Curry, and Jimmy didn't step up really at all offensively in that game. In a game where you lost by 10 points overall and you wake up and you're the 6th seed in the West, I do think we kind of were a bit easy on Jimmy Butler. And I do not think that's going to be...
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I don't know why we were that easy on him yesterday. I was listening to Willard and Dibbs. I was listening to Grandy and Steiny in the crosstalk yesterday. And I'll give credit. I'll say this for Mark and for Dan. They were a little critical of his game offensively. Was that good enough? And I don't think so.
I was saying that yesterday.
We were all saying it, but I will say this. I think we were also kind of hesitant to crush the performance because of those 3 wins prior.
Don't we also view the body of work? So the minute he got here, they've been so much better than any of us anticipated. I'm willing to live with a couple of poor performances.
Sure, but also having said that was maybe the poorest performance I've seen from Steph, and I needed a more aggressive mindset.
Given the circumstances.
Okay. You needed to win that game. I get it. You sound greedy when you just beat the Grizzlies, you beat the Lakers, beat the Nuggets. No, you needed that game because all of a sudden you're the 6th spot, and we're going to get into, trust me, if you're joining us right now, 7:30, it's Spadoni and Chasky's The Morning Roast, the tiebreaker scenarios, last 4 games of the regular season, the 4 through 8th seeds in the West all have 32 losses. What does it mean? Trust me, we're going to be breaking it down in the 8 o'clock hour, all the different tiebreaker scenarios. Trust me, we will be breaking it down. For right now, we're talking about connectivity. What gets a player to connect to a fan base? And has Jimmy Butler resonated for you as a Golden State Warrior? 888-957-9570. Eddie Johnson joined us last segment, Sirius XM NBA Radio. This is what he had to say about Jimmy Butler and whether Warriors fans should recalibrate their expectations of him going forward.
In Miami, he had 2 young players, in Bam and Tyler Hero, so he was able to, he was aggressive, right? And he had to be, and he knew it. Now he doesn't overly have to be because he's not the number 1. Steph is. And so how does he blend into, not stepping on Steph's feet and still be aggressive? I don't view Jimmy as a pick-and-choose guy, meaning, if Steph is off, okay, he automatically in his head, he says he just goes for it. I think in his mind, he's just going to try to be more aggressive and more smart to maybe get Steph better shots or get Steph more open. That's not what you do. That's what Draymond's job is. That's what Looney's job is. That's what Gary Payton II's job is. Your job is to step you off. I'm going for it until you get back in rhythm. I just don't know if that's him.
So we're talking offense because there's other things that he's bringing to the table in terms of leadership. Like I've seen him tutoring some of the younger players.
Right.
I've seen him clearly have a positive effect on Draymond Green. I've seen him pass the ball and help others succeed in terms of offensive production. Defensively, I feel like he's been a great team defender.
Yeah.
He's just not scoring the way that I thought he would score.
Well, he gets to the line. He puts pressure on the defense there inside the paint. But I haven't seen that and again, do I want him to be a jump shooter all the time? I'm not asking that. Like if the team is winning and he's a part of that as a ball distributor and he picks and chooses his spots, that's great. I understand all that. But again, I go back to Sunday. I go back to Miami.
Yeah.
I needed more of, you know what? Everyone get out of my way. I'm going to get my ISO ball is okay sometimes if he needs some, put it in the Stars' hands and get out of the way. I saw a lot of that in Miami.
So you thought he was more of an ISO scorer?
In the, a little bit, Miami, was he not with the Miami Heat?
No, that's, in my mind, I thought he would be able to, hey, give me the ball, let's everyone spread out, and let me break this guy off the dribble.
That's what I thought we were going to get at times, right? And I get it. ISO ball is not, this isn't a Kobe Bryant offense with ISO ball. This isn't Carmelo Anthony. Warriors fans aren't used to that style of ball.
Everyone just clear out, I got this.
Right, but at times, with Kevin Durant, did we not see that? And again, I'm not comparing Kevin Durant, the jump shooter, to Jimmy Butler, the jump shooter. That's not fair. We're talking about one of the greatest scorers in the history of the game when it comes to Kevin Durant. But I saw Jimmy Butler in Miami. It feels like turn into one of the greatest scorers of all time in a couple of those playoff series runs, right? So part of me has that image in my mind still, and Eddie Johnson's telling me to get that out of your head. This is the Jimmy Butler we're going to see going forward, and I question if that's going to be good enough for the fan base. If this is a second round team and maybe they fall short and they lose and it's man, okay. We didn't have that peak Jimmy game. Is he going to be the problem? Again, I'm not trying to sound negative. I'm just trying to grasp where the fan base is with this guy because I think some of these performances, if Steph has a stinker, we're going to be looking at Jimmy in some of these going forward.
What if because we started this conversation talking about do you connect with Jimmy?
Yeah.
Right? What are the criteria for you to connect with a player?
First and foremost, I think you have to be a winning player. You got to contribute to winning. So he's got that in the back.
You have to win. All right,
I think so. Yes.
Okay. It doesn't have to be a title though, right?
Doesn't have to be a title, but you got to contribute to wins.
Because I look at Don Mattingly for the Yankees, and I'm going outside the market. Yeah. They never won anything with him.
Yes.
And yet it felt like he was a Yankee.
Baseball, again, baseball might be a little different because Mike Trout has not won anything.
That's a good point.
And with the Angels, but I'd say he's a winning player, but it's not his fault the franchise stinks.
Yeah.
The guy's one of the greatest of all time. Baseball, a little different, but I hear you there.
Okay.
The Yankees
so winning,
are synonymous with winning.
I think winning, Hunter Pence, all of the rah-rah stuff is great. I love Hunter, by the way, but I don't think it hits the same if they don't win a title that year.
I don't think so either.
Sunflower seed spitting and all that stuff.
He hits the ball 3 different times on one swing.
So winning. What about, is there anything else? Personality?
I think personality matters. I look at a guy again, we mentioned George Kittle. We talking about a guy like Hunter Pence, Sergio Romo. I think of all those Giants teams first and foremost of players that aren't Hall of Famers, guys that are just who is that guy outside of San Francisco? But San Francisco guys or gals, if you will, they'll recognize them immediately, whether it's the sound of their voice or the name. Ryan Terrio, right? Who? Everyone else?
Scudero.
Michael Scudero.
How many teams did that guy play on?
Right. He played on a couple. I remember as an
Rockies,
A for a hot second.
A's, and then Giants. He's a Giant.
He's a Giant, right?
I don't even know if he would identify that way.
No, I think he stayed. I think his longest tenure was with Oakland. Yeah, exactly. But I don't think people would recognize him as an Oakland A.
So personality, winning. Is there any other criteria?
Personality.
Do you have to have a moment?
Winning moment. You mentioned Jason Richardson, right?
Yeah.
Dunk contest.
Yeah, but he didn't win at all.
No, but
he actually had a broken wrist when they went on the We Believe, and he came back, and he was coming back
more
from
moments
health.
Maybe with the Phoenix Suns, right? You think about that, that moment or moments against the Los Angeles Lakers in a first round series as a Phoenix Sun. But again, I mentioned the bright lights, and he was representing Oakland. He was representing the Bay Area and the Golden State Warriors.
So what
and he
about
had a moment.
backstory?
Backstories help
because I think of Patrick Willis and his backstory of how he came up.
Yeah.
It endeared him to Niner fans.
And I think
Frank Gore's backstory endeared him to Niner fans.
And both those guys being on losing teams for so long, but sticking with them, right?
That's a good
one. In an era of, hey, I'm Randy Moss, the Raiders stink. I'm going to force my way out of here. I'm going to go to the Patriots, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
so
no.
backstory / career arc?
Yes. I think that matters to a lot of people. And again, that's why I think Timmy, Matt Cain, guys like that, I think for a certain generation, because they were synonymous with losing early on. Like, and Timmy was a freak. Hey, he was the freak.
Yeah.
That was his nickname. And he won Cy Youngs. But the fact that they were on some losers early on, and then all of a sudden everything changed in 2010, then they were synonymous with winning. It's like, hey, they were there for the down years, and those are our guys. Yeah. We're going to ride or die. Now, towards the end of that regime, it ended up being kind of a bad thing because you hung on for those guys for too long. And I get it. I'd rather hang on for those guys in baseball maybe a year or two. And Bumgarner, same thing, right? You hung on to Bumgarner maybe a little bit too long, but that's okay. But you hung on to those guys because of what they meant for so long, and not only the winning years, but the losing years early on.
Is when I say like the criteria for connecting with someone, it's clearly someone you'd buy a jersey of, right?
Yes.
So like I think it's the same kind of conversation. What about relatability? Does that matter? Because there's a lot of guys that people love that I don't think are relatable at all.
I think that's why people like Brock Purdy, the quarterback of the 49ers. He's relatable.
Lincecum's one of the most beloved, connected players of all time anywhere, and I think there's a relatability to him. Size, feels like he would have been smoking weed in your mom's basement during high school with you, right? Doesn't it?
The amount of people that I knew that had Let Timmy Smoke banners, shirts that you would walk just getting on the bridge heading into Oracle, then AT&T Park, thank you. That is a big part of it. And also, Timmy, the look matters too. Like, that's why I think Jimmy Butler can fit here, because, like, emo Jimmy is a perfect thing for San Francisco, right? Like, it's just so different, and he's so out there at times. The coffee aspect. Do we not love our coffee here in the Bay? Do we not think there's a level of snobbery when it comes to our coffee? It's absolutely out there. You got a little coffee snob to you, too, by the way, Joe Shasky. Well, a little bit.
There's a certain brand that's watered down that just... It makes me yawn in the 9 o'clock hour.
Do they have a mermaid as their logo? Is that what you're referring to?
I'm not going to go there. Okay. I wrote down...
Shout out Starbucks.
Sam, we've got a bunch of names here that we put into a hat. And I'd love to have the audience call in. And
we have a hat?
Yeah, we have a hat here. We put a bunch of names of current and former players in the big three sports and like locally and whether or not you connect to them and why. All right.
Okay. I'm not mad at that.
And 888-957-9570. I would love for you guys to line them up, call in. I'll pull a name from the hat and I'll ask you, just random fan, do you connect to these people? Yes or no? So I'll start around the room. So everyone get ready to go. I'm going to pull a name out of the hat. I'm rummaging. All right.
I'm rummaging.
Spadoni, first name I pulled out of the hat. Sean Livingston.
Ooh, S-Dot.
Does the Bay connect to Sean Livingston?
Yes. You know why? Synonymous with winning.
What about personality?
Didn't have a personality. I don't know if you.
I thought he was pretty lovable.
He was pretty stoic though. Like you say, personality. I don't think Sean Livingston.
Okay, but what about his backstory of blowing his knee out?
Again, you're talking about backstory. That's a cool career arc.
Yes,
that matters. This is a guy that was lost somewhere else. We brought him here, revitalized his career. I think the Bay Area loves an underdog in sports in general.
I agree.
But the Bay Area in particular loves an underdog, and he was one of them.
So I have winning, personality, backstory, relatability, and I think the fifth that we've neglected to add in terms of criteria, you have to be authentic. I don't think that we like fake people. I think the Bay is, if we think that you're kind of fake or corny or whatever, we almost initially dismiss you. I think George Kittle, for a segment of fans, were like, is this really who he is? Nah, it is who he is.
This past year, the leadership that was on display from George Kittle really sold me as a player. Not to say he wasn't a leader in that locker room, but the way that he took over the Devondre Campbell situation, I was sold on him as, this guy's a first ballot Hall of Famer as a player and also a leader.
All right. So I'm going to go way back in yesteryear. Joe, one more. Latrell Sprewell. One of my favorite players of all time.
He is synonymous with a very negative perception, but at the same time, it's not like PJ Carlesimo was an exactly lovable head coach. There's a lot baked in there when you say Latrell Sprewell, right? All-timer, beloved athlete, beloved character.
I think he's extremely controversial.
That's exactly how I'd say it. But again,
if you're in your 40s like me, he was your favorite player after Mully.
That's kind of
because Hardaway got traded away and
it's kind of insane.
Got traded away.
It's kind of insane though, right?
Like Sprewell was like, you don't understand. Spree for three was a thing. Spree for three, like dude, he was so sick.
I'll say tentatively Yes.
I don't think he connected like that. I think he's a niche love. Like, you've got to be a particular type.
But again, it goes back to there's a generational question and that's baked into all this too. That we'll get to at another point.
All right, let me go to you, Carter. I pulled 2 names out of the hat. I'm going to start current and then we'll go former. Current. Do you connect? Do you think the Bay connects with Brock Purdy?
Yeah, for sure.
Why?
I think that his backstory of being the last pick in the draft and just where he's gotten in his career as far as getting to the Super Bowl, getting to the NFC Championship, that feeling that we would have won the NFC Championship had he have not gotten hurt.
What about the relatability? Doesn't it feel like he's just a good dude and like he could be part of your family?
He's probably the most relatable guy of any athlete I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I also think that there's a piece of this we're missing too, which is reliability.
Ooh,
Are you available?
I love this. At 888-957-95. If you want to play this game with us, we'll take your calls. I'll pull 2 names out of the hat and I'll ask you just randomly, all right? Here's the other one.
Going back to Sean Livingston, I think his reliability is what really was relatable.
I like that. If you have I love that. Colin Kaepernick. Did the Bay connect to Colin Kaepernick? There was a time where every kid that I coached, when they'd get on base or they hit a 3, would kiss the bicep.
He absolutely connected with the fan base. I think what took place at the end there, I think we're having revisionist history a little bit. It got political and people had a problem with that. But as a player, absolutely he connected. In the Bay Area in particular, he connected. Yes, absolutely. He was on McDonald's commercials with Russell Wilson talking about Mighty Wings.
Carter, what do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say he was our hope of beating the Seahawks.
Yeah.
And because of that, you had to relate to him and you had to like him because you thought we can win the NFC West because of him.
You remember, not to cut you off, Carter, it's a great point. Remember when he was throwing the first pitch at the Giants game to Sergio Romo? He was throwing heat, high 80s. Like, it was like, oh my God. And everyone was cheering for him. I don't know if that was during a playoff run or not during a regular season game. But yeah, Kaepernick definitely resonated for the fan base.
All right. Dude, callers, if you want to get in, play the game.
Let's go right here. We got one. Let's go to G-Man in Oakland. G-Man.
Right, G-Man, are you ready? Step right up. You ready to play the game?
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on, Joe Squared? Nice to hear from you guys.
What's up, man? All right, I'm going to pull a name out of the hat, and you tell me if you connected with this individual or not. All right. Jeff Kent.
For sure. No. I'm not a Giants fan, though.
Okay. That's okay. I'm going to pull
I'm A's Niners, like me and Banjo Man are A's Niners, and he's the head of the A's Niners fan club. So not really with Jeff Kent. But I will say, I think you guys are missing one thing, and that's honestly what type of person they are when you meet them in person. So Sean Livingston, I met Sean Livingston at the liquor store, and he was just buying some Hennessy, and we, chopped it up for a minute. So you know what I mean? And some of these guys are like down to earth, like a Marshawn Lynch. Like that's what also makes them easy to connect with. And also how they connect with other players that are already on the team that you may have had some experience with. It's I know this guy, and if this guy thinks he's cool, then he's cool too. You know what I mean?
There's an authenticity.
I also have my 49er tattoo on my bicep because of Colin Kaepernick.
Wow. Are you serious? Hey, one more then. Steve Young.
Yes, sir.
I think Steve Young hits all the notes you're talking about. Everybody who listens to Steve is like, that's a good dude. Like, he's authentic. I like him. Do you think Steve Young connected?
Absolutely. I mean, we kind of got that feeling when he was playing, right?
Yeah.
Even in the press conferences and stuff like that back in the 80s where a lot of people weren't talking that much, 80s, early 90s, people weren't talking or bringing very much personality to the press conferences. And Steve was, we were all concerned about him at the end with the concussions, remember?
Yeah.
And he did the best thing that you could, and that's win. He sat on the bench, he played his part. He explained what kind of player he was and why he goes so hard on the field and off the field. And, yeah, he put it all out there. So, yeah, you got to love Steve Young.
Hey, great call.
That's an interesting one with Steve Young because
I love Steve Young.
Prior to winning that Super Bowl, though,
he was one of the most controversial players of all time.
I don't know if he was appreciated.
Appreciated. Joe, I sat in the living room and argued with my dad and my grandpa that Steve Young should have stayed in the game, in the NFC Championship game in 1992 against the Dallas Cowboys. My dad is of the belief at halftime I would have went to Joe Montana, who was sitting on the sidelines, who literally only played one half of football that entire year.
Yeah.
And Steve was the reigning MVP of the league.
That was like reminiscent of that 2012 Super Bowl at halftime for CBS when the Niners are down so big. And Dan Marino said, I think you go back to Alex Smith here. You remember that? Insane. 888-957-9570.
All right.
Shout out G-Man in Oakland.
Let me pull out one for Sam Lubman. Sam, are you ready?
I am very ready.
All right, we're going to pull
Slam
one
and
out.
Sam.
All right, let's see. That's a blank one. All right. Otto Porter Jr. Did he connect with the fans?
I don't know. I think not in the way I think a lot of these other guys have. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about his backstory or his personality. I mean, he seemed like there was an authenticity about him, but the big thing with him is, again, he came up big in that final series against the Celtics. So I think in a sense, you're always going to feel like a connection in that sense. But as far as like truly connecting deeply with the fans, like I'll always respect Otto Porter Jr., but I don't know if I'll put him in that we fully connected with him category.
All right, I pulled out another name, Tim Lincecum.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as we said already, I mean, he embodied San Francisco. He was, he looked like us, he acted like us, and as we all know, he enjoyed recreational activities a lot like us. And when you win on top of that and do it with a fun personality like he had, with the F-Yaz and stuff like that, it's just it feels like he's one of us. So yeah, he absolutely connected with this entire region.
He's one of those. He hit winning. He had personality. He had backstory. He had relatability, authenticity, reliability, and the person that he was. It felt like we were rooting for a good person.
Like even A's fans, I felt a connection with Lincecum. And when you're able to kind of bridge across fan bases like that, I think that speaks a lot.
It's a great call. 888-957-9570. How do you connect with a player? Like, what is your criteria? We're doing all our criteria right now, but for you in particular, like Jimmy Butler, we're just talking about it. We're just having the conversation because it feels like we're 2 months into it, and I wanted to gauge the temperature on how we're feeling about Jimmy, because this time next week, it's going to be all playoff or, heaven forbid, play-in mode, and I think the true feelings are going to come out in regards to Jimmy Butler from the fan base. Because if you're one, don't get it twisted. If you're one and done in the playoffs or in the play-in, and Jimmy doesn't have a Jimmy game, I know where the blame's going to be landing on. And it's not going to be Stephen Curry. It's not. I'm just going to say that right now.
Jonathan Kuminga?
It might be. It might be JK.
If they lose, let me just say, everyone not named Steph will be under fire.
Absolutely. The head coach, the ownership, Don Levy, I knew it. Everyone.
He never got a rim running big.
I want to pick this up on the other side. Plus, again, we are going to dive into these Western Conference matchups, Joe, because it's absolutely crazy what is happening here. And Sam Lubman is also going to explain at one point why we should be rooting for a certain team down in La La Land. I'm shocked that he's going to try to do the spin on maybe a purple and gold squad, and we should be rooting for them. I don't want to hear about that, but he's going to try to shoehorn that in a la Macklin Celebrini. But first, the injury report. If you were excited to see Kevin Durant on the court versus the Warriors tonight, I have some bad news for you. The Suns announced that KD will not play tonight against the Warriors due to a left ankle sprain that has caused him to miss the last 3 games. Durant sprained his ankle last week when he stepped on the foot of Houston forward Jabari Smith Jr. And as for the Warriors, they are expecting everyone to be available tonight. Again, coverage of that starts at 6 o'clock right here on Warriors Live, and tip-off at 7 with the voice of the Golden State Warriors, Tim Roy. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts, 888-957-9570. How do you connect to a player, and how does a fan base connect to a player? Plus, we'll dive deep into the Western Conference, as it is a mess, and we'll try to get it all figured out. Who are we rooting for? Who are we not rooting for? We're halfway home here on a Tuesday at Spadoni and Chasky in the morning. We're also 95.7 The Game.
Look, there's feelings.
You heard the man. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're halfway home here on a Tuesday in the Bang. Good morning to all you lovely people. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. School is back. Spring break is over. Giants fall last night, 2-0 to the Cincinnati Reds. Camilo Doval struggles. Logan Webb pitches a gem, but Hunter Green pitches just a little bit better. Warriors taking on the Suns tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. 7 o'clock tip. Coverage of that starts at 6 with Warriors Live, and obviously we have the post game as well. A huge 4-game stretch for them where it can make or break the season. I'm not even saying that lightly. Make or break the season, these next 4 games, as you have the Nuggets, Clippers, Dubs, T-Wolves, and Grizzlies all tied in the loss column with 32 apiece. How this is all going to shake out? Well, we'll know the answer next Monday, and it's going to culminate this Sunday, the regular season, that is, with Warriors, Clippers, but Warriors, Suns tonight. Good morning, Joe Shasky. We were just talking about Jimmy Butler and his connectivity to the fan base, himself ingratiating himself to this fan base the last 2 months. They've done a lot of winning, but we were just asking the question, how do you feel as a Warriors fan when I say Jimmy Butler? Like, are you happy with his production? Are you kind of indifferent? Are you kind of like, I could have learned some more? So we're just kind of taking the temperature, if you will, as the temperature, I guess, was not great for you this morning as you were taking your lukewarm shower and you were very disgruntled.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than taking a shower. I'm sorry, like all these like cold shower people.
It's good for you. I'm just telling you, the cold showers are good.
But I hate it. So I want a nice warm
AI
shower.
is telling me rinsing hair with cold water can offer benefits like sealing moisture, promoting shine, and reducing frizz.
Yeah, what happens when AI gets in the shower?
Well, I'm just
shorts out.
Well, I don't know what you're doing. Are you bringing it? What?
Lovin, you are just.
Say, let's just not take AI's takes on showers. It's a robot.
You know they have waterproof stuff now, like with electronics. You know that, right?
Well, yeah, is AI made
AI's everywhere. It's in the water now. I just want you to know that. And lukewarm water is also good for shampooing for your hair and scalp. I know you're big on your hair and scalp. Lukewarm, use the shampoo, you'll be good.
Shampoo, conditioner, and then afterwards, a little Rogaine, just trying to keep the flow going.
Not mad at that.
I mean, think about connecting, right?
Like, not 4 hymns, 4 Shasky.
I've heard from a couple different of my buddies. They're like, dude, I'm loving the new Jimmy Butler Warriors.
Okay.
But I'm still like on Jimmy himself. Not that they don't like him. They're just like they're afraid to fully embrace him.
Is it because his game, like when he affects it, it doesn't show up in the box score? Is that what it is? Have we become a box score society where we're just looking at stats, whether it's baseball, whether it's football, the fantasy football aspect of everything, if you will, fantasy basketball? It's like, if you're not hitting a home run, if you're not scoring touchdowns, if you're not averaging 20 plus points a game, we don't really care. Is that where we're at in a society? Is that that's a larger question, but I feel like that matters when it comes to connectivity sometimes.
Well, there's levels. There's all these different levels to it. Like, for example, I think LaMelo is a great example. For whatever reason, the kids connect to him hard. He don't win anything. I think he's in terms of playing winning basketball, I think he's a terrible leader. But he fills up the box score, and he has highlights.
He has highlights.
Yes, the highlights.
Thank you, Guru. But the highlights, and he has these weird step back one-legged threes. Yes,
right. And I think we need to add that to the connectivity. Swagger, coolness factor,
and he's got a name. Let's be honest. Ball has a name. There is some name recognition there, and it's polarizing. And you love LeVar Ball or you hate him. Lonzo Ball, same way. Who's actually Lonzo Ball, if you hear him talk, it's like that guy speaks. No, his dad does all the talking, and then LaMelo's very flamboyant. He wears all the different accessories, got tattoos everywhere. LiAngelo, he's a rapper. You know his song. So there's name, again, you laugh. There's name recognition.
So I'm watching, just the Warriors and how things are playing out, and I'm like, I wonder if fans are connecting with them, and if they are, why? And if they aren't, or they're kind of hesitant, I wonder what that reasoning could be. And then I started thinking about who does connect and who doesn't connect. Last night I got a text message, okay? It was from my buddy Pat Rabbit, and he was on the field, and his kid and a bunch of other boys on the baseball team went to the Giants game. They were playing the Reds. They got onto the field. Well, his son is wearing a Cincinnati Reds Ellie De La Cruz shirt. Why? Because Ellie De La Cruz is cool. And there's a swagness, and there's a style of play that is flamboyant, and his son and a lot of young kids really gravitate toward Ellie De La Cruz. If I just say Ellie, they all know exactly who that is.
And keep it a buck, the last name's pretty cool too. If you have a cool last name, it hits harder than Williams or Johnson or Smith. Shout out to the Guru Johnson, no shade. but De La Cruz. It rolls off the tongue. It's pretty cool.
But when you agree, when you see him step into the batter's box, you're like, oh, this doesn't look like anything I'm accustomed to. And the aura is off the charts.
The aura, again, that's the word. Aura, not swag, not anything. That's what the kids, it used to be Riz for a couple years ago, the charisma. We've gone from Riz to aura now, and that's the aura factor in all this. Is there an aura around Jimmy Butler right now with the Warriors? I don't know. There's an aura around the team, and Stephen Curry's the face of said team.
Yes.
But I don't know if there's this aura. Like, I think we just got to push away, and it sounds like I'm like setting expectations here. I'm not. But maybe we all just got to push the playoff Jimmy image that we have in our minds away. That's Miami. This is Golden State, and I think what we've seen from Jimmy Butler, we're going to have to expect going forward.
Didn't we for a long time clutch, and I'm not saying that he wasn't good outside of this, but didn't we clutch the Game 6 Clay? And we bottled that up, and we brought up Game 6 Clay like it was a tangible thing forever. And maybe to a degree it was somewhat of a tangible thing. I would say that obviously prime Clay is different than where Jimmy's at in his career.
Correct.
Right now.
The age, like that's why I'm throwing that out there right now about pushing that playoff Jimmy from Miami aside, because Jimmy's 35 years old. Like this notion that he could revert back into that player that he was in Miami a couple years ago on a championship run. Like, I don't know if that's there anymore. And nor does it need to be at this point. Let me make that very clear. You have Stephen Curry on your team. You have Draymond Green on your team.
What about
you don't need to be that
referenced?
guy all the time.
What about the guy you haven't referenced? I feel like this fan base connects to this guy, and we never bring his name up. Kevon Looney.
Interesting.
We love him.
We love Kevon. Why do we love Kevon Looney? He's there. He's the availability.
His backstory.
He has a big smile.
He missed a full year before he even played because of the hip injury. He's old, reliable, which we talk about like the reliability. It's not really the style of play. No. It's really not, like his personality is more shucks.
But I will say, not the style of play, but he's had moments going up against Sabonis in the playoffs. Point. He's had moments. Whether you go back to that Rockets series, he was huge. The switching factor of Kevon Looney, being able to switch and all these different players was a massive, massive plus for them.
But doesn't he seem genuine and humble? And I think that there's an authenticity to Looney that people appreciate. But
there's another piece of it too, which is he's completely undersized for his position. I think people really relate to, like, he's the David and Goliath,
similar to Brock and Draymond,
100%.
And Timmy. They don't fit the bill physically of what you expect that position to be,
but he makes it work, and he's a 3-time champion.
That's a really good call.
Well, and that's
a good call.
I think for me, and it might be under the radar, when the whole Jordan Poole Draymond Green thing happened, Looney was one of the more outspoken guys. Like, Draymond's low key got to earn our respect back too. Like, he was one of the ones that was outspoken throughout that entire thing. And like, I looked at him, I was like, wow, okay. Kevon is one of the leaders of that squad. And shouts to Eddie Johnson, who again joined us last hour. If you missed any of that interview, great stuff. Eddie Johnson, Phoenix Suns analyst, former Sixth Man of the Year, Sirius XM Radio. Eddie Johnson joined us on the River Islands guest line. Find that entire interview on YouTube, which we are streaming on right now. You can see Joe Shasky's beautiful hat in his vest in San Francisco City. You can see this Sequoia National Park shirt that I'm wearing. Shout out to National Parks. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing of the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So we're talking connectivity with players. Kevon Looney is a great one. And what makes you connect to a player? 888-957-9570. We're playing a little game. We can pick it up. Joe, I've got a bunch
of names in a hat. A bunch of names in a hat. And if you want to call in, 888-957-9570, I'll pull a couple names out and you tell me if you connect to those players or not. And if not, why? And if so, why? Like, I find this fascinating. Like, I got a little guy now, and it's like, okay, what jersey am I going to get him? I'm very selective on, like, the jersey I'm going to get him. And I think a lot of this, do you connect to someone, is also the same algorithm of, would I buy your jersey for my kid?
Right.
Like, no, look, there's going to be a time where my kid's going to want a jersey of a player that I despise. And I'm going to end up having to pull the trigger on that no matter what. Now, if he becomes a LaMelo fan, I'm going to lose my mind.
Dad, can we get a Luka Doncic jersey?
Oh, no. I mean, honestly, if my son came to me and asked for a Laker jersey, I clearly didn't do something proper.
By that point, Luka might be a Warrior, so who knows? There you go. Right? That would be okay then, right? No, you'll still hate the guy. His face right now, just the notion of Luka being a Warrior.
Well, it's just like that's never going to happen. So like, don't capitalize.
Did you see the meme on the internet?
Did you envision Luka being a Laker 3 months ago? No, you didn't.
But everyone goes to the Lakers because of the conspiracy theory. But I don't know if you saw it. The Shane Gillis was photoshopped.
Who's Shane Gillis?
The comedian. Everyone knows him now. He's the fat comedian who's funny. He's funny.
Big bone. He's not that fat. Come on.
But it's body shaming. In a Laker uniform wearing the Doncic numbers, and it says Luka every time he plays the Warriors. And it's Shane Gillis with this exhausted look on his face. I thought it was hilarious.
Okay, not bad. I am a fan of Shane Gillis. He is one of the good guys.
But wouldn't you agree that I think the Lakers are a great example? LeBron doesn't necessarily connect to all Laker fans.
Well,
and he's one of the most popular players ever.
That's a unique one. And again, I think fan base matters. Like, you could be a free agent or via a trade, and you can ingratiate yourself very quickly. If you win. Those organizations, you have to win immediately. Some organizations, you got to be homegrown, and it matters more. I think Warriors are still one of those organizations where being a homegrown guy is always going to matter more. We're going to hold on to the Kevon Looneys of the world, the Klay Thompsons of the world, Draymond Green, Stephen Curry. Those players, I always like to use this cliche, SEC. It just means more. It kind of does, right?
No, it does.
It does for certain organizations. But for the Lakers, and maybe I should check myself here because, Magic and Kobe, I think you'd agree with this. They meet, those are the two greatest Lakers ever. Kareem had another career prior to the Lakers. He was a Milwaukee Buck. Not saying Kareem isn't an all-time Laker. He's probably in that top 5.
Sure.
But I think Kobe being a Laker through and through, Magic, same thing. It's different than Shaq, Kareem, Wilt. So fan base matters.
No doubt. I think about Will Clark and Kevin Mitchell in the late 80s.
Yeah.
I was a Kevin Mitchell guy. Not that I didn't love Will Clark, but I loved Kevin Mitchell. He played for the Padres and Mets before becoming the Giant.
Right.
And then they traded him away, and he went to the Seattle Mariners, and he bounced around. So he doesn't resonate with a lot of the fan base the way he does with me. And again, that was through 8-year-old Joe Shasky.
Exactly.
9-year-old Joe Shasky, who was seeing it through a certain prism, And I think that Jack Clark or Will Clark and guys like that, they hit certain age groups differently. So I'm going to pull a name out right now. And I'm going to ask, Sam's one of the biggest Giants fans I know.
Okay.
Carter, big Giants fan. You know the Bay better than anybody, Joe. Robbie Thompson. If I just say the name Robbie Thompson, does that connect to anyone in the room?
Crickets.
See? Robbie Thompson to a guy in his 40s, that's my second baseman. You know what I mean? I have nothing but smiles.
Mind you, we were all born in 1993. So
that's my point. I think that's kind of my point. Sam loves Brandon Belt. You talk to a guy in his 40s, they don't like Brandon Belt.
Yeah. Well, we had a name yesterday, which I thought was interesting. Matt Cain. That was very interesting to me. You didn't resonate as much with Matt Cain.
I like Matt Cain, but Tim Lincecum and Matt Cain, there's a Grand Canyon divide for me in terms of connectivity and love and legendary status. Cain was awesome, but I'm sorry, Lincecum's like a franchise-changing player.
I think it goes back to that word, swagger. I wouldn't use that again. Matt Cain, if you're listening, I love you. You're an all-timer. You're an all-time San Francisco Giant. No one's ever going to take that away from you. You had huge moments, champion, all of that. I would not use the word swagger with you. For Tim Lincecum, big swag factor.
Look at Logan Webb right now. Logan Webb doesn't hit hard the way that he should. He's a really good player. Matt Cain was a really good player. They don't hit the same way. They just don't.
I would argue that Matt Cain hits because he created a piece of absolute history in that ballpark with the perfect game.
No doubt. And he also had a World Series record of scoreless innings in a row that was prolific. But if I had Timmy and Matt Cain get introduced at Oracle Park today, who's getting the bigger pop?
Oh, Tim Lincecum.
And that's not a knock on Matt Cain. He had a fantastic career.
Part of that, too, is because he's very private in his personal life, obviously, and we don't see him as much. And there is a factor of, man, we don't see this guy. Similar to, you brought up Jeff Kent, and that was interesting. And G-Man, he said he was an A's fan. But, Jeff Kent is an interesting one. MVP, surly.
I love Jeff Kent.
Went at it with Bonds, but, the guy was a winner. Ultimately, he was a winner. But he was a red ass. He was kind of a prick. Let's be honest. And that resonated to the fan base. But some fans, like me, I kind of like that a little bit. I kind of like the bad boys. I like that sort of stuff. The Jose Cansecos of the world. It's okay, kind of different player, but kind of a red ass, and like I like that stuff.
So let's pull some more names out of the hat. Here's one for everybody in the room: Baron Davis.
Oh, swag, cool.
I think there was a point in time Baron was one of the most beloved Warriors over a 30-year period, and that includes Mully. That's how high people thought of him when he first got here.
And he had a look. Like, I'll go first and foremost, like, the guy had the beard, he had the headband, the bubble gum. Like, I wanted to be Baron Davis.
Bubble belly.
Right, well, hey, it's okay. You and the fat shaming here, all right? It's okay.
Well, he was a thick boy.
Hey. We all sizes, all right? We like all sizes here on the Morning Roast, okay?
If I was going my all thick squad,
all thick boy?
It's Pablo, it's Baron Davis. Like, we would have a team.
Okay.
But, like, Baron Davis was a mid-season trade, played for the Hornets or whatever they were called before. They were the New Orleans team. And then he came to the Warriors, and it was like he changed the whole
it was the Hornets
of
then.
the franchise.
It was the Hornets then. Yeah, the Orleans Hornets.
And Jay Rich was a very beloved Warrior. And almost instantly Baron was the bigger profile player.
You want to go to some of the calls here?
Yeah,
we got some callers on here. Let's you're going to rummage through the hat.
Right,
that's Joe Shasky. We're talking about players right now. Talking about Jimmy Butler and whether he resonates. We're going to throw it to the callers.
Okay.
And Joe's going to throw you some players.
All right, I got two right here.
And let's go to Greg in Walnut Creek to start us off.
All right, Greg.
There you go.
First one for you, all right? Do you connect with Monte Ellis?
Ooh. I mean, it's kind of hard because he left right as the Warriors hit it big. He was dynamic, and I'd say yes, but Curry has eclipsed him, so it's hard to say he's an all-timer.
Isn't it crazy? Like, if I asked that same question in like 2013, everyone's like, "Oh, Monte, one of my favorite Warriors ever." And then we went on to have the greatest 10-year run in basketball history. How about Logan Webb? Do you connect with Logan Webb?
No, too new. It's, the Giants. I mean, I'll go back to one of your other callers. I'm an A's fan, but Logan Webb's great. He's a nice, not role player, but a nice pickup piece. But, I don't think that he's going to go down in history unless he has another 4 or 5 years with the Giants. But real quick, you hit on Kevon Looney. You know what makes him lovable is I think it was his rookie season. He took an elbow to the mouth and knocked a tooth out, and then picked the tooth up, put it in his pocket and shot the free throws. And that was something that was unbelievable. So
I love that.
And then you guys talked about your sons wanting to buy a jersey for Luka Doncic. My son wants to be contrarian, so he wants to root for whoever's playing the Niners.
Oh.
And I told him, you root for the Chiefs, and you're not welcome in my house. He's 7. So we're trying to train him early.
I love
All right,
that.
thanks, guys.
God love you, Greg. He's doing the Lord's work right there. Never a Mahomes jersey in my household either. God, I was so happy the Philadelphia Eagle. Well, shout out to Jalen Hurts. Maybe I'll get a Jalen Hurts jersey for the studio, just for you, Joe.
Yeah, 888-957-9570.
No,
Get
that's
in there.
like that.
There's a dismissal of the year right there.
So I'm going to throw a name at you guys that I connect to more than others.
Real quick on that. Greg made a great point, and I do think it matters in this. He said he was an A's fan. I do think when you're a player, a certain player can transcend fan bases. Like Tim Lincecum, I think it was G-Man said, he's like, I love Timmy as an A's fan. Like that's one of them. I think a guy like a Dallas Braden transcends. People gravitate towards a guy like that. Like Alex Rodriguez, that whole thing with him and go rocking on the mound.
Cespedes
there you go.
Was fun.
Yes. Everyone.
As a Giants fan, I watched Yoenis Cespedes and I was like, give me all of that.
Right.
Ricky Henderson.
Yep.
Coolness personified.
Yep.
Obviously was just prolific. I had not one negative thought in my head. I was like, that's a dude that I love.
Barry Bonds. I was an A's fan. Barry Bonds is probably still my favorite player of all time. I wanted to be Barry Bonds. Who didn't? That was the guy for most of Carter, Sam, your childhood too. I played in Pittsburgh for half of it. And that's an interesting one too. Barry Bonds. All-time Giants fans love him. Half his career was in Pittsburgh.
Well, early parts.
Third of his
6 years.
First third of his career.
Sorry, half as strong.
15 with the Giants.
A third of his career.
Yeah,
excuse me.
But it's a good point. And he was also a local guy who went to Sarah High School, and his dad had connections to the Giants.
And Pittsburgh still loves him because people don't look at Pittsburgh, Barry. They look at him as a different player. Mm-hmm. But Pittsburgh, when you could transform two different fan bases and have that sort of love,
absolutely,
that is a rarity. That doesn't happen very often. When you can get the love of Roger Clemens, right? Boston Red Sox Roger Clemens, New York Yankees Roger Clemens, Did winning both of there, but winning championships made him a Yankees legend,
Let
right?
me throw this name at you guys, all right? Did you guys connect with Steven Jackson?
Ooh, that's a good one.
There was a time for me as a Warrior fan, I love me some Stack Jack. Captain Jack was what he went by.
Swagger,
the threes,
toughness,
and then he wanted the contract extension and to be traded out, and I was like, get this guy out of here.
See, I think I kind of had a similar arc as you there, Joe. Like,
I loved him.
During the We Believe run, it's just like, you're my guy, I'm behind you, Captain Jack. But then, his time kind of fizzled out, and it's like, you know what, you kind of wore out your welcome. And he was a part of the Monte Ellis trade in 2012. And like, I was like, no, I don't want him coming back here. He was a malcontent at the end. So
I totally agree.
It was good for a while, less so now. Now though, it's like, I like Steven Jackson, but I don't know if I'd ever truly would say I connect with him on that upper level.
How about Brandon Ayuk? Because he was at the game the other night on Friday, and Carter, you were at the game, and he was at the Warrior game, sitting sideline, and Brandon Ayuk, current player, has been really good 49er, had some contract stuff, and they showed his face on the Jumbotron. What was the reaction
real
from
quick,
the crowd?
Not contract stuff, contentious holdout that bled into the season almost, and he was getting booed in the first couple games at Levi Stadium. And was he getting booed at Chase Center, Carter?
Not really, but I will tell you, right when they showed him, I turned to Sierra and I said, I just don't think that's the best look. Him sitting here courtside with
was
that.
Was it a cold reception?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't applause by any means.
But there was a cool moment
like a shower.
there where, thank you, that was a good callback. Steph dapped him up after like a 3-point shot, right? Like on the court. Like that was pretty cool, right?
It's like when somebody strikes out and I go run over and put my arm around them as they're coming off it's okay, little Timmy. It's like, dude, what are we doing?
I'm rooting for Brandon Ayuk, man. I want this guy to have a comeback this next year. And by the way, do we know anything about his physical, when he was supposed to have an update? No one knows. Shrugging. Everyone.
Hence why the trade market dried up.
Exactly. Well, the trade market dried up for everyone. It seems like 888-957-9570. Alex in Atlanta. We'll get to you on the other side. What makes a player relatable? Connectivity. I think what I'm getting at here is when we were talking about Jimmy Butler. It's just time. Let's give him some time here. And I think he can ingratiate himself to this fan base in a short amount of time if he has some playoff moments. And we'll get into that on the other side as well. 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni, it's Chasky, it's the Morning Roast. We're rolling, and it's brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
No. Shasky's been doing that? Give me the lobster, man. And shout out Sam, and shout out the lobster linguine. It should be called Spadoni's linguine to keep it a buck. It just rolls off the tongue a little bit better. And shout out Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale, San Francisco. And we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And why don't you go watch the Warriors take on the Suns tonight while you're simulcasting with Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game, and go get a brewski over at Laughing Monk. Why not?
Yeah,
on
I
Tuesday.
would go do that.
Yeah.
And
watch the Reds and Giants too. You can do it all.
The Giants are wearing their new City Connects.
Oh, I love them. I'm all in on these City Connects. I think they're sweet. Hey, Giant, if Larry Bear, if you're listening, send one here. I will wear it every single Tuesday at every home game the rest of the season. I will rock these. No, they're sweet. I like them. You think I'm kidding?
They're so bad. The SF hat looks like it's a knockoff version.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. Let me see
knockoff
I saw the
version
jersey, not the hat.
the knockoff version that you would buy at Fisherman's Wharf for $100.
Giant City.
Am I wrong?
It
is so bad. Dude, there are liquor stores.
Oh, those are cool. I like
They're
that. The
awful.
bill,
Don't
I like
even
that.
fake it. They're
I'm
so
not
bad.
faking it. I like
and then
it.
they've got white pants with just an orange stripe. I thought you were going black on black. What are you doing?
You know what?
What are you doing?
Jung-Hoo Lee looks swagalicious with this outfit.
They're
loving
awful. They're caught up between graffiti art and hippie art, and it just missed the mark completely.
And they missed them on both, yes.
They missed the mark on both.
See, I think
I'm going to side with you on this one, Joe, with the Shasky on the City Connects. I'm out on these.
Again, if you're going to do it,
You guys don't know fashion.
Did you see the Friday Night Black jerseys? Did you see the Friday Night Black jerseys that they wear with the orange bills? They're pretty sweet.
Yeah, I know.
All you have to do is go black pants with those, and you would look so sick. So sick. There's nothing wrong. They have got nothing but sweet uniforms, the Giants, throughout the entire history, going back to the 1880s.
You guys just can't see the vision, all right? There's the Grateful Dead aspect to it.
Yeah,
they got
I'm
that
blinded by
tie-dye
the
kind of a
ugliness.
thing. No. Ugly was what was last year, the last couple seasons. The creamsicles, this isn't Tampa Bay, all right?
So bad.
This feels more San Francisco, feels more cutting edge. You guys just can't see the vision, all right? I can.
Joe,
all right?
Joe, in the mission.
Talking about connecting and cities connecting and players connecting, this is connecting me.
Yeah, well,
Shout out
it's
Dalton.
not. It's missing me. And I think about in the Mission, you can go to any liquor store. I grew up a block away from Mission Street in the Excelsior. You can go to any liquor store you want
You grew
right
up in
now.
San Francisco?
And you can get a knockoff SF hat that looks actually better than the knockoff City Connect, whatever the heck that is. It's so bad. It's so bad.
I'm keeping it a buck. The City Connect jerseys across baseball are so bad that this one is looking pretty good in comparison to me.
So
that's why I'm comparing it off what the last City Connect was, and that was so god awful. This might as well get put in the Louvre. This should be in France.
I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard.
The Niner black jerseys look down on these. The Warrior
People
yellow,
like those Niner black jerseys.
we should never wear black.
I still see so many of those.
Dumb.
I know. Well, because the
so
Raiders are here
dumb.
for so long. Like I
It's so
feel
bad.
you. Yeah.
And then like not only that, not only do the Niner black jerseys look down on them, the freaking Warrior ones where they had pinstripe shorts, solid top, yellow, long sleeve tops.
I kind of like
look down on
I kind of like
those.
the banana tops. I kind of like those.
They were
ones.
awful. These are they're.
Were you into the slate grays for the Warriors? Like the slate, kind of like
those are
charcoal.
cool.
Okay, all right.
Those are fine.
The tree on there.
I actually think the ones that are the most underrated, the Warrior ones that have come out in recent memory, they had these like Chinese New Year ones.
Oh, those ones were sick.
They were sick.
Those are the best
Those are
alternates
fire.
ever.
Yeah, those ones are
like
cool.
straight fire emoji. I will give you that.
Liquid hot magma. We're talking about connections with players, and no, not the jerseys. But if you're that strongly about the Giant City Connects, 888-957-9570 is the number. But we're talking about Jimmy Butler today. We're talking about what makes him connect. We've been talking about the last hour. How does a player connect to a fan base? And what's your criteria? What have we got narrowed down right here, Joe Shasky? And the criteria that we've hammered it out, I think.
So there's winning.
Okay, winning is one.
Although you could take one or two of these off the list for any player. And
it doesn't have to be all of these. It could just be, it could really be one or it could be a couple. Yeah.
Winning.
Okay.
Personality.
Okay.
Backstory or career arc.
Okay.
We love a good redemption. Like Dave Dravecki, who we had on.
Sure.
This incredible career arc and a backstory.
Jim Plunkett. There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Ryan Vogelsong. If I just throw that name out, like, wow, former flamed out first round pick, traded away, comes back. What a great story.
Yeah.
Relatability. I think a lot of those guys have relatability. There's an authenticity or a genuine quality about that individual.
Yeah. I'll plug that into relatability. All right.
Reliability.
We're okay.
Times are tough. This person always steps up.
Yep. 5.
The person you are off the floor, off the court, off the field.
Okay. I'll hear that.
Play style / coolness factor.
Okay. So we got 7, if my math is correct there. 7 different key things that you need to be to ingratiate yourself to a fan base. So it doesn't have to be all 7. Could be 1, could be 2,
I'd say
could
at
be
least
a combination.
4. You got to check at least 4.
Ooh, I don't know. I think if you're part of a winning culture, and did we add, you have and maybe that's tied into the backstory. If you're from the area.
Well, that's backstory.
Is that backstory?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I was going to say, because that's
backstory.
That's a different one.
Like Brandon Crawford, backstory, grew up locally.
Had a picture of keep the Giants in
Yeah,
San Francisco when he was a kid.
you
Right? I
know?
think he was from the East Bay, though. Pleasanton, right, if I'm not mistaken. But there was a backstory there. Juan Toscano Anderson, right?
Juan Toscano Anderson's a great one.
There's one right there.
So they won when he was here. He was a personality because he smiled a lot, and you're like, wow, man, he really embraces who he is.
Right.
His backstory, growing up locally, was just incredible and bouncing around. He was in a Mexican basketball league at some
correct, because he is Mexican.
There was a relatability factor to him where he felt like the aw shucks guy off the streets, even though he's like 6'6", 6'7". He felt very authentic. Like he was very comfortable in who he was, and wearing 95 because of 95th in East Oakland was awesome.
And again, he was a guy that dove and he got bloodied up and he did the extra things that you need from a bench player for a championship run. And
I think there was a play style where he played above the rim and a coolness factor where like he just felt like one of us.
Okay, so that was a couple there. Yeah. Cool. We added coolness to Juan Toscano, right? And winning and a backstory. Absolutely. And I do think you don't have to play for the local team. You could be from the area and you could root for these guys. Like I think of
Jared Goff.
There you go. Like
a lot of people, no one's like, I hate Jared Goff.
No.
People are like, I'm rooting for him.
Right?
Most people.
Jimmy Rollins, I think, is a guy like that.
Great call.
Right? There's a lot of
Great
East
call.
Bay
CeCe
products.
Sabathia.
Again, I know he's not your favorite player, but Dame Lillard, I think a lot of people love him because he represents Oakland. Marshawn Lynch, he was a Seahawk.
He was quintessential of what you're talking about.
He was a Seahawk, and Niners Seahawks, and Marshawn Lynch.
And we never had a negative word to say about him.
You loved Marshawn.
Not one
hated
negative.
Russell Wilson. Hated Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor and Pete Carroll.
Julian Edelman.
Right, there you go.
Like I get to come up with a lot of these local guys that go on to elsewhere and we root for.
Tom Brady? San Mateo? Did you see? I throw at Tom, and he's a local guy, and he rooted for the Giants, but he started winning so much in Boston. It's like, he's a Boston guy.
I think there's a lot with Tom. Like, is he really authentic? We know he's reliable.
Well,
does he really have that great of a personality?
Well, if you ask a lot of the awful announcing articles that I saw about his broadcasting chops this year, people would say he's very AI, Chat GPT,
So
Tom Brady. The T in Chat GPT was for Tom Brady.
Well, let's put Jimmy through this criteria. So Jimmy Butler currently, they're winning. They're winning at an alarming rate.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's check that. Okay. Personality. I think it's kind of...
I'm going to have an incomplete there so far. I don't know who Jimmy Butler is quite yet, but maybe that's part of the mystery.
Okay.
You know, maybe that's why it makes him kind of a conundrum.
What about the backstory, the career arc, the way that he left Miami?
It's definitely interesting. I don't know if I love it. I think a lot of Warriors fans, that's part of it. Because Warriors fans, what are the first thing they say is, that was then, this is now. I don't care about any of that. So they give, and I think your mother-in-law spoke to this, right? He's like, I don't care what he did.
Does not care about what happened in Miami.
Clean slate here.
100%.
So the backstory, I think we're going to just leave off. We're not going to check that. That's going to be, doesn't matter to us right now.
Okay, so no. All right, let me just put no there. Okay. How about relatability? Is he relatable? He does not strike me as the
He's a coffee guy. Okay, I like coffee. I can get down with that. Emo Jimmy was kind of a thing, a little quirky.
I mean, white braids.
Do you want white braids?
There's a coolness factor. Like he oozes cool, but I don't know if that's relatable.
I don't think he is relatable to the common person.
I'm going to say no. He's
also like 6'7", so maybe Carter can relate to him.
His coffee is $60 a cup. I mean, how relatable is that?
Doesn't get more Bay Area than that. So you know what? Check the box.
We should tariff that thing. What about, is it authentic or genuine? Is he authentic?
I would say yes on that. I think he's very much himself every day, for better or worse.
I think he's more calculated than you're giving him credit
I think
for.
so, too. I think he's very calculated, and I think he's very aware of his public image, and I think he is calculated when it comes to that. And you know what? I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us are. Like, I think to a degree you are, to a degree I am. Like, we are very self-aware. I think you kind of have to be.
Is he more curated?
Real quick, if you're a millennial, you low-key have to be calculated in how you are perceived. Now, some people, like the Nikola Jokic's of the world, don't give a damn.
I heard
That's
from
who he
somebody
is.
during the All-Star game festivities, somebody that did a lot of corporate stuff with a lot of these players. Jokic could not be bothered to lift a finger, behind it. He could not care less about any of the other stuff. He didn't yuck it up.
Nope.
Not that this is a bad. No one said he was a bad person.
No.
I'm just letting you know, like, he has no desire whatsoever to go out of his way at all to appease any corporate sponsors, any regular fans. No. I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm just saying I heard from a very reliable individual who was around, like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, could not have been nicer.
Right.
Could not have been more forthcoming.
Right.
And I guess really wanted to strike relationships and smile in pictures and things like that. I don't think Jokic wants those things.
No, he doesn't. And that's actually another aspect in all this, the background, the story. Being a European player and trying to gravitate yourself, not even European, just an overseas player, because we're seeing with Jung-Hoo Lee right now, right?
It's tough.
Like, it's very tough. But we're seeing, like, if you make some plays, make some wow plays, you smile a lot. I think that does go a huge way. Now, Jokic has kind of made it his own thing that, like, does this guy even like basketball? It's almost become like a quirk, if you will, and that works in Denver. I don't know if that works in New York City. But I don't know if that works in Los Angeles, right? I don't know if that works there.
I do think that mystique is fascinating.
Okay.
I'll say that. Like, because Kawhi has a mystique similar to that, and I find him fascinating.
He's a very interesting individual. And Kawhi's
Jimmy,
from LA, so that's a little different, but the Clippers fan base is what is.
I think Jimmy is more authentic than he is calculated, so I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
Do we agree
That's
on
fine.
that?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So he's authentic. Okay. How about reliability? Is he reliable?
He has been.
Okay.
He has been reliable here. Again.
Until he's not.
That was the thing that was baked into the end of that. But again, we're talking about clean slate here. He's been reliable.
I think that when I see him walk on the floor, I feel the coolness factor through the television, but I could be wrong. Do we all agree on that?
He is pretty calm, cool, and collected. He is.
There's an aura about him, right?
Yes. So I think he's...
Okay, so he checks winning.
Okay.
We gave him an incomplete on personality, no on the backstory, no on the relatability, yes on being authentic, yes on being reliable, yes on the playness factor or the cool factor. I think he should be resonating more. But I do think your point about it takes time is very, like, if they go on a run here and he has a couple of games in a series and it swings his pendulum's all the way back up to the top.
Listen, he hasn't been here a full season, so like you can, like, people are probably texting like, this is unfair.
It's 2 months. It's 2 months.
888-957-9570. If Jimmy Butler's connecting to you as a Golden State Warrior, we'd love to hear from you. Alex in Atlanta, we'll get to you in a second on what makes a player relatable. And we asked Eddie Johnson, obviously does a lot of coverage for the Phoenix Suns, their pre and post game. He was a former player. Like, Kevin Durant is an interesting player and where he resonates, right? Like, he was homegrown. Well, first off, he was a Seattle Supersonic. They moved to Oklahoma City. They get to a finals. They don't get it done. They blow a 3-1 lead to the Warriors. And then he joins that same team. And then he wins immediately there, becomes a finals MVP back-to-back. He was amazing. He was great. He's an all-time, I think he's an all-time Warrior no matter what. You win 2 finals MVPs, I don't give a damn.
No.
He could do that anywhere.
I think most people agree with you.
But some wouldn't. Some would say, I don't know if he's an all-time Warrior. Kevon Looney's more of an all-time Warrior than Kevin Durant. Like, some people would say that.
Yeah,
they would make that argument.
Aren't reasonable.
But some people would make that argument. Eddie Johnson talked about Kevin Durant, and he's not going to play tonight with the Phoenix Suns, by the way, if you're just joining us. Warriors, Suns, 7 o'clock, 4 games left in this regular season. Massive stretch. Coverage of that starts at 6 o'clock with Warriors Live. Is Kevin Durant connecting, or has he connected at all with the Phoenix Suns, Eddie Johnson?
Suns fans, they very well connected with him. But you judge by wins. You judge by successes in the playoffs. And it has nothing to do with your basketball ability. Everybody knows. You march Kevin Durant out there in the uniform, he's going to get you 25 to 28 points a game. He's going to shoot 50% plus. He's going to shoot near 40, which he's doing this year from 3. He's going to shoot a tremendous percentage from the free throw line. And, most importantly, he's going to show up every night. Like, he's going to play nicked up. He's not going to wait till he's 100%. All those things that you want from a professional athlete, KD gives you. And so the Suns fans, without a doubt, but, in the days of salary cap and the days of, like, you're restricted in certain movement, that's when people start to bring things up. But it's never a question of his basketball skill.
Eddie Johnson, who joined us last hour. Find that entire interview on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. He's been hanging on tight. He wants to talk about what makes a player relatable. Alex, good morning to you. How you doing, Night of Numbers?
Guys, I'm doing good today. Look, there are two guys that come to mind as I've been listening through this conversation you've been having about what makes a player relatable, what endears them to a city. Two guys that came to mind immediately for me were Brian Wilson and Hunter Pence, and for slightly different reasons. Brian Wilson, when he was here, he really reflected that personality of that 2010 Giants team, this is aside from the young guys, this is a bunch of misfits. This is a bunch of cast-offs, an island of misfit toys, if you will, that really banded together to help the Giants win a World Series. He had this unique look to him. I mean, he eventually got his own merch as part of the Giants with those fake beards that the people in the crowd would wear. You could see him riding around on his scooter in San Francisco. He had a vibe and aura to him that I thought really matched the vibe and the aura and the personality of the city of San Francisco. And then Hunter Pence, that's a guy who, ever since he came to the Giants, really embraced being a part of the city he was playing for, being a part of the San Francisco culture. I mean, you could still follow him on Instagram today and see him going around different places in San Francisco, whether it's, hitting up places in the Marina District, hitting up city lights. That's what endears a player to me, is when they embrace not only the team culture that they become a part of, but they embrace the city culture and the city personality of where they're playing for.
Yeah, I would agree.
That's a good call, Alex, in Atlanta.
When KD first got here, remember he was riding bicycles? Yeah. How many of those pictures made it all across the internet? It felt like, oh, wow.
The funniest picture ever is still the one, him in a hard hat and a safety vest. The Chase Center construction, him just standing there, and it's like it's always the meme of like me whenever I try to hammer like a picture onto my wall at home. It's me in the hard hat and everything.
You trust at a construction site more to get something done, KD or Bonte Hill?
Oh boy,
I know everything.
No, you do not. Which one is using TaskRabbit faster?
Of us four, who would you trust to hang a picture?
Well, you do the Golden State Lumber ads. I would hope that you know how to do that. I have
multiple drills. I'm not very good at it. I will try it. I will put a lot of holes in the wall.
I'm the command strip guy. I can do the command strips with the best of them.
You're pulling so much of the sheetrock off the wall when
because you're not doing it right if you're pulling it off correctly. You got to be doing it right. Like, clearly you're just ripping it off. There's a little tab on the bottom. I don't know if you know this with the command strips. You slightly pull on them, and it doesn't pull off any wall, okay? All right? Have you pulled off a lot of paint? Is that what you're telling me?
What I'm saying is when I hang a picture, I hang it with like a nail, and sometimes depending on if it's
so you're puncturing the wall. I don't do that.
Yeah, but you can always mud and tape it back up.
No, I don't do that. I don't put holes in my walls. I put command strips on there, and it sticks very nicely. Get the Velcro. It's easy. If you have to pull out a leveler, it's already too much for me.
No, it's not. No, they have the little levelers that actually have a magnet on them, and you put them on top of the picture frame, and it tells you exactly where you're at.
That's too much. That's a no for me, dog. I got to do it by myself sometimes. They
have tape measures that actually have the leveler on it.
You know they have tape measures on your phone to do it for you too, from like a distance.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They'll calculate it. Yeah, AI. It's pretty amazing. But from all four of us here, I'm going that you could probably do the most handyman stuff.
I don't know.
My dad wasn't a handyman because he worked 2 jobs and he just didn't have the time to do it.
We were doing demo work.
And we had friends that did it. So
I'm with you on that. I used to have my dad do all this stuff. But if I were doing demo work, Sam Lubman would be top of my list.
Oh, well.
Just hand him the sledgehammer, back away.
No, it is fun to hit stuff with the sledgehammer.
And then just tell him Brandon Belt sucks.
Oh.
And I'll just picture your face.
Whoa!
I wouldn't actually.
Don't shoehorn.
Honestly, you know who I'm trusted to do anything? I'm trusted our guy Carter here. I mean, he's got the height, so I know he's going to be able to hang the picture up at like the correct spot. And he's a meticulous guy. I think he'll make sure it's level. I'm trusting Carter, and he's a pretty strong guy too. So I give him the sledgehammer as well.
If I'm doing a move and I have very high drawers and shelves, definitely Carter. Definitely.
No for all of this. Honestly, no chance.
Dang.
I'll be the guy who puts his finger on the wall and tells you where to hang the painting.
You know what? That's a very important role, though.
He
Carter's
pulls up
got
his
the
phone.
wad of cash.
Yeah,
and
there you go.
He licks his finger and he's peeling off the 20s as he's paying someone to do the work.
After Houston lost yesterday, I don't know if he has that wad of cash anymore. It's a tough one for you, boy. That's tough. Todd Golden and them boys in Florida getting the dub yesterday.
TaskRabbit.
Have you used it before ever?
No, but somebody was telling me about this laundry service that they use. I think my boy Gabe Gioso, he says that there's this new app where this guy comes and picks up all of his laundry and it's ready to go. If you give it to him by a certain time today, it'll be ready for you like 8 a.m. the next day.
So TaskRabbit, yes. Alex the Rabbit, no.
Are you talking about Rinse?
I don't know. It's some app, he said.
Wait, what? He just doesn't have like a washer? He doesn't have a washer or dryer?
He doesn't have a washer and dryer.
It's Rinse.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's... I used to use it. It's whatever. They once gave me back someone else's sheet. That was kind of the end.
See, I used to
wasn't clean. That's what I want to know. That's all you need. Oh no, he made a face.
When me and my boy Shay were living off of Golden Gate in Arguello, there was this little corner little laundromat, right? You'd have to put all the quarters in there. You go broke. I mean, just because we would only buy just what we needed, the single use stuff. So, and of course, it costs you way more when you do it that way. I put all my laundry, and this was coloreds, whites, everything all in one, because I was poor. And I just threw it all in there. We went and got 40s. I was like 19. Went down and got 40s down the street at the Arguello Market where they have a killer turkey sandwich.
They do. Shout out Pat Olson, who always plugs it.
And we came walking back. Somebody stole my wet laundry, all of it. Took my Giants jersey and everything. I'll never forget it.
So I will say this.
My McCovey throwback.
I've been using like a community, not a community, but you have to pay for it. But like in an apartment complex, they have some that you can pay. And it's all on your phone now, which is nice. It's like this Tumble app. But that is a no. If someone's wet laundry in there, I don't care. You give me 10 minutes. Do not touch my clothes that are in there. Don't move them. Don't do anything. I don't care how impatient you are. Do not touch my wet laundry. That is my TED Talk for today. We'll get back on the subject at hand, players connecting. And real quick, I want to get to this because we're talking about Jimmy Butler and his connection. We talked so much about Jonathan Kuminga and him connecting to a fan base, his polarization. He's a very polarizing player. If I was to ask you, as we were making fun of the City Connects and talking about this Giants team right now, who on the Giants is connecting with you, Joe Shasky, who's one of the biggest Giants fans? And I'll ask Sam Lubin the same question. Who on this current squad that is 8-2 is connecting with you that maybe wasn't connecting last year that's still on this team? I think first and foremost, it's this guy, Jung-Hoo Lee, who I know we were poking fun at the hooligans and the Jung-Hoo crew. I do think he's connecting early on, and I think that's important because he is one of your highest paid players. Like Willie Adames, I don't know if he's connecting as much as you would want early on, but he has had moments.
Well, the play hasn't been great, but
it's early. Again, it's early.
He says all the right things. And then I see him in the dugout and the reactions and how intense he is and how he's rooting for everyone and pulling for everyone. There's this saying in baseball, you can't let your play affect your energy, right? And I see a guy who, even though he might be struggling, he's still having great positivity in that dugout. There's nothing worse than I'm not doing well. My shoulders go down. I'm going to let everyone know that I'm not happy. No, you have to remain positive and you have to have an aura about you when you're a leader on the team. You got to stay as even keeled as possible in terms of your optimism. And I've noticed that from him. So early on, I'm really liking Willie, but it's too early for me.
Okay.
I connect to Chapman. Okay. I just love Chapman.
Friend of the show.
And I probably love him more than others. And the other guy that I really like is I like Elliot Ramos. There's a underdog quality to him where of all the prospects, he's kind of got cast aside and he goes about it in a grinded out way. And I sincerely appreciate the way he's made the most of his opportunities. And I think that there's a personality there that is yet to be untapped.
When I say Logan Webb, who pitched magnificently yesterday, again, he gets
probably the most popular Giant in terms of Q rating.
Is he? I would ask the question.
Nobody has a negative thing to say about him.
That doesn't mean he's popular, though.
No, but his approval rating is through the roof.
Okay, sure.
Whereas if I named all the other guys, someone might nitpick a little Yastrzemski.
Well, that's an interesting one too. Mike Yastrzemski. I think Giants fans love that guy.
Depends how old you are.
Okay, so it's an age factor with you.
Yeah, if you're 21, I think you like Ms. Stremski because that's all you know.
Is the name more of a fact? Like he's been pretty. Like I think he's been a pretty good Giant. Like, but he's played in an era.
Solid.
He's played in an era where they haven't really had much winning. They've had one winning season, and I don't even think he had his greatest year that year. It was a mixed bag. So I thought he was pretty good last year, and then this year, obviously, and I thought he had a hell of a cutoff yesterday. In the field over Ella de la Cruz, who had multiple bases written all over it. I thought he's been a great defensive outfielder for them.
See, for me, Mike Yastrzemski is an avatar for, we found you, this is an avatar, a metaphor, if you will, of Farhan found you at the bargain bin, and we've rinsed the towel for every last drop. And although he's a solid player, he represents something bigger than his game to me. And it's kind of like the shift in, we went from a Bochy, Sabian, Bobby Evans run team to a Farhan led team.
See, that's why I thought Austin Slater was more representative of that. But I hear you that he might be representative still of an old regime. But I do like his last name. That has some cachet for people. Wait, Yastrzemski, I know that name. It's also so long. He has a nickname. Whenever you have a nickname, you've ingratiated yourself within a fan base. Yaz is a thing.
But he's an above average player.
Yes.
Right. Well, I think also with Yaz, we talk about our criteria here. I think two of the ones that he kind of hits is personality. I mean, when you do hear him talk and you do converse with him, he's a pretty cool guy to talk with. You can kind of laugh with him a little bit. And I do think there is an authentic. What? Sorry.
I don't think personality with Yaz. I'm just being real.
Oh well, I mean, from conversing with him, I picked up personality. Yeah. And I do think there is an authenticity to who he is. He knows who he is.
I would agree. I would agree on that.
No, it's a good call, Sam. And
he's reliable.
I think we got to be careful too.
Reliability too. I think he checks that as well.
Sure, because those Giants teams in 2010, 12, and 14 had so much personality on them.
God.
No.
Sergio Romo had more personality in his right arm than it feels like the entire bullpen.
So I do think we get caught in this thing constantly comparing it to the teams of 10 years ago.
It's unfair.
Madison Bumgarner, he had personality. He was kind of a red ass. He was from Hickory, North Carolina? He had a whole persona. What was his name, Sam? Madison Bumgarner's stage name? What was
Saunders.
it? Mason Saunders. Is that what it was? Something like that.
Yeah.
There's an aspect of, let's be careful about comparing. You don't need, I look at some teams like the Texas Rangers that won it 2 years ago. How many personalities are on the Texas Rangers that you can name? Is Corey Seager a personality?
I root for Marcus Semien hard.
Sure, not a personality guy though.
No, but he's a really good dude.
A really cool story, local guy, Cal.
Yeah,
you can root for him. A guy that was awful, he worked with Ron Washington defensively, who went from a negative glove to a gold glover. That's a guy I can root for, never gave up.
There's a backstory there.
There's a backstory there. I remember his dad calling
Josh Hamilton, when he was a Ranger, had that backstory.
Sure. And
an incredible backstory.
Very sad what happened after that, and the whole career arc there.
He had a 3-year run. Oh, my God.
Dude, he had, how many home runs? Was it 4 or 5 in Baltimore? It was unbelievable.
Was it against the A's? I know he had the drop fly ball, but was it against the A's when he threw the ball up into the stands and the guy fell down and passed away?
I think that might have been
That was in Texas. Yeah. I don't think it was against the...
Because I know he had the drop fly
very
ball,
sad,
which he never recovered
Very sad, though, that whole story, and then obviously was taken on in place there. But, yeah, Marcus Semien's a guy. But I'm just saying, championship teams don't always have all these major personalities. I think back in 2014, Jake Peavy was a guy who might not have had the greatest win-loss and ERA with the Giants.
He's a character.
But he's a character, right?
He's a character.
He's a character. Red ass. He's got that southern draw. You loved you some Jake Peavy because you knew you were going out there and getting a red ass on the mound.
Angel Pagan.
Yeah.
We would people either loved or hated him.
Andres Torres.
The locker room didn't really love him that much. You know what I mean? They liked Gregor Blanco because he was a little more understated.
White Shark.
Yeah. Good.
White Lotus, by the way, we got to get to some White Lotus talk. You finally finished it real quick? You finished season finale? You have your thoughts.
It was underwhelming.
Oh, I want to get into that because I thought that was pretty cool, all the different action towards the end there. Maybe we were overthinking the ending of White Lotus a little bit too much, everyone. But we'll get to that.
There wasn't a lot of payoff.
There wasn't? How many deaths were there? Spoiler alert, 888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live in the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Righteously Brewed here in San Francisco. And by the way, we do have a special guest coming up at 9:30, and we've teased it a couple times today. It's very near and dear to your heart, Joe Shasky. and it's the head coach of San Francisco State baseball, Tony Schifano, Paisan. So I love him already. I was a San Francisco State Gator, and it's very disappointing to hear what's going on with some of the cuts there in the athletics department. Not just with San Francisco State, but Sonoma State just gutting their entire athletics department and all these deficits and all these scholarships getting lost. And I want to talk to Tony coming up here in about 30 minutes in regards to that, because he's been his 10th season now with San Francisco State baseball, and it means a lot to me. And I'm a Gator, and I wear it with pride. I was wearing my SFSU shirt yesterday. Like that sucks. And I want to talk to Tony and what we can do maybe to rally around this team and maybe save this program. And I know that's near and dear to your heart, all things San Francisco and baseball in particular. So we'll talk to Tony here in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think about all the different sports right now that are getting essentially eliminated by the California State college system that's going on right now. And it sucks. And he's been there a long time, and they had one of their most successful seasons ever last year. And they've got a beautiful facility. I mean, it's just absolutely beautiful. And he's a really good dude. And him and I have gone back and forth, and they don't even know like what their budget is. He's been begging and asking the administration to explain to him, like, how can I help save my own program? And more than anything, we just want to, hear his story and help out the community. Like, I know we talk about professional sports, but for me, it's also about our community, whether it's high school sports, youth sports, college sports. This is a big deal. So we will get into it now.
Real quick, SF State night at the Giants game tonight as they're debuting their City Connects, and they usually give out a beanie, right? Or maybe it's going to be a hat that's purple and gold. So I'm not mad at that. That's awesome.
Yeah, we'll see on those City Connects. Eh?
You're still so out on them. Hey, if they win in them, say what you will, but the City Connects, they've been a positive for the Giants overall, right? I mean, there wasn't like an outrageous record at one point. Then they started losing, and everyone kind of lost its shine. But if they can continue a new winning streak with these ones, you'll hop on board. If I gift you one, would you wear it?
No, I just don't understand how you can go into the dugouts currently and you see all the throwbacks and all the old logos and everything.
If I get LJ one,
we need something new.
If I get LJ one, would you put it on him?
No, I wouldn't.
What about Michelle? You think she'd wear it?
You know what my wife would probably do? She'd probably regift it.
Oh, is she a regifter?
No, but I don't want to put her business out on the street.
What's that game during Christmas time where you do a regift? White Elephant, right?
There are gifts that we have received for the little guy that we as a family have agreed are a little, substandard.
Whoa!
Given the relationship to the family.
Wow.
And let's just say it didn't land well.
Okay. You have a little White Lotus in the Shasky household, little Ratliff family sticking your nose
out.
That
far.
No?
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
You got those princess problems.
But you know how people do this for like weddings? Like, I gave that person $200. They gave me nothing.
There's the whole Curb Your Enthusiasm bit on that, where it's like, it's actually too late to give me a bottle of wine. It's been a year. It's just, he's like, there's no statute of limitations when I can give you a gift for a wedding.
No, there is. It's 1 year.
If someone literally, I haven't seen you.
If you gave someone a bottle of wine for their wedding, that's pretty weak.
What if it's like a couple $100?
Well, also, is this your second wedding? Is this your third marriage? Like, I draw the line. I've told friends this before. I was like, hey, look, you get one.
Line.
No, I'm dead serious. You get one
Big
gift.
Lou's like you. He's
and once
on
you
number
get
10.
over 40, I'm not buying you anything, dude. Like, you get the one wedding gift. That's it. All right, you're good. Good luck with that. I wish you well. If it doesn't work out, the second one's on you.
So if I get married a second time, you're not going to get anything from me? If I invite you?
Joe?
Hard truth's coming. Carter, you will, right?
That set of Kate's, Kate Spade spoons?
Kate Scott.
Or whatever it is. I almost said it was Kate Scott spoons. Like, you don't need them, dude. You're good.
All right. Maybe I'd like a nice little bottle of wine.
We have stuff we got from our wedding 15 years ago, and I've used it maybe 3 times.
Well, hold on. So, like, if you get married again, like, Shasky wasn't at the first wedding, so if Shasky gets invited, this is technically Shasky's first Spadoni wedding, so does that change the equation a bit?
Does it? Does it change? You're telling me it doesn't. You're saying
it does, and it also depends where I'm seated at the wedding.
Oh my god! It depends.
Very far back next to the kitchen.
And if your guru is everyone at the station also invited, or is it just you? And it means more there. Guru, you would be invited. Don't worry, bud. You'd be hurt if he wasn't. He was invited to Stephen Langford's wedding.
I was at Cove's wedding in the backyard during COVID lockdowns. Quietly, I was there.
Cove. We love Cove. 888-957-9570 is the number. The old butcher shop days with Spadoni, with Shasky, with Cove, and with Lucas Fight-On Alexander. So Tony Schifano, near and dear to our hearts. We'll talk to him in about 23 minutes. We're talking about connectivity, and I brought up the Giants because the vibes do seem to be getting better there. Now, the loss yesterday, didn't help. And one guy in particular who was synonymous with swag, as we were talking about connectivity a couple years ago, was Camilo Doval. Like, I thought that guy was the future closer for years to come. And all of a sudden, these last 2 years, just the confidence has been shot. And it sucks to see, like, at certain players, like, you watch it, like, at the free throw line. Like, when a guy it gets in their head. Like, for a while, Andrew Wiggins, you saw it wearing on him where the guy just couldn't make a free throw shot. And you saw the confidence just waning from him. And obviously there was a lot of baked into that off the court. So I do want to be careful talking about these guys. Like, I don't know what's going through these guys' minds on a day-to-day basis. And the last thing I want to do is crush a guy when, let's say, I don't have my best show and I was struggling and my confidence wasn't there.
But in sports, doesn't this happen?
It does.
Kickers, like, it feels like they short circuit.
Jake Moody on line
using
one.
The term short circuit, trying to be lightly. I don't want to because there are some mental things that are a part of this, and I don't want to, sound insensitive.
I think mentally,
Steve Sachs, Chuck Knobloch couldn't throw over to first base.
Nope.
This happens in baseball.
Nope.
John Lester could not
do it.
Could not throw to first. Okay, this has happened. Catchers, the movie Major League 2 is based. The catcher can't throw down. He can't throw back to the pitcher.
He had to read the Playboy articles to help him.
Exactly. And so this does happen. Karl Malone had free throw issues early in his career, and I guess he started doing psalms, and then it was reading acting lines and this and that. And then remember, Karl Malone would get to the free throw line and he'd start murmuring things. Everyone's got whatever it is.
Giannis most recently he has to wait. They had to do countdowns. They were trying to get in his dome, because he took forever.
Camilo Doval's mechanics are a thing. The leg kick and the way he gets rid of the ball. And you can almost tell when he gets out of whack, it's the mechanics and then psychologically and then the pitch clock. And it's all coming down at once. And I look at it, I'm like, dude, it's like he's short circuiting. It's like he's buffering on the mound. And you could see it coming a mile away. And then when you see the other team go to square up to bunt like it's 7th grade baseball, you're like, oh no, he can't find a strike zone. He can't throw a slider over for a strike. The cutter's not getting over for a strike. I don't even know what to say about him.
Here's one of the plays last night where he was all out of whack and he threw a pitch that I feel like that Reds player took way too well right off the kneecap where I hit my knee on this table right here. I'm on the IL for 2 weeks. These guys are built different. But here's how it sounded last night.
Chapman crashes in third, and that got Hurtubise. So now the Reds have 2 on, and you've got to think it could be Trevino laying one down.
And that's John Sadak, FanDuel Sports Network, courtesy of the Cincinnati Reds. And then this is what happened when Eric Miller takes over, and then it was night-night after there.
Opposite way. Base hit. Steer scores. Hurtubise scores. Stop for Friedel. It's a standing 2-run double. Blake Dunn opposite way in a big way. And it's 2-0 Reds.
That's the kind of big moment I'm talking about.
There's this saying in sports for baseball, I don't care if you throw 101. If it's ball one, it's ball one.
By the way, TJ Friedel, the pride of Pleasanton, California. Continue.
So, Camilo throws really hard. That's great. He has no command and no control, and he doesn't know how to pitch. Like Hunter Green throws really hard, right? But when you're painting the outside of the zone and mixing eye levels and able to throw strikes on command, that's what separates a talented player from a good player. Now, I think early on in Hunter Green's career, I think he had to learn, the ace who pitched yesterday, he had to learn, hey, there's more to the art of pitching than just throwing really hard. And there's a lot of kids now that come up who throw hard. I'm talking about in the majors, kids in the majors. And if you have no command, you're useless. And if you can't get a secondary pitch over for a strike, these professional hitters are going to wait and what I call spit on your off-speed stuff, and they're going to wait for that 100-mile-an-hour that you're going to throw right into the zone. And how many times has Camilo put himself in a position, not in last night's game, but in games before, where it's 2-0 and he has to throw a strike. And now that guy is sitting on a fastball and he's going to tag it.
Again, we're 2 years, we're a season and a little bit into this season removed from his All-Star year. And
it feels like a lifetime
And
ago.
the manager then was Gabe Kapler. The manager now has been Bob Melvin the last 2 seasons, and he's seen only kind of the poor Camilo Doval. And again, he has no connection with this guy prior to that. He hasn't seen the height of heights when it comes to him, but it's up to the manager to put his players in a position to win. And I wonder going forward if we're just going to be seeing him in more low leverage situations. Remember, that was kind of the bugaboo last year, was Bomel putting him in kind of situations like, this isn't a closing role. Like, this guy needs to be put on the closing stage. And like, it's weird to put a closer in like the 8th inning, the 7th inning, and he was doing that last year and he was struggling, and then he could never find his command. His confidence was gone. So it was just disappointing early on in the season. Well, hopefully he gets his swagger back.
What do you do with him?
What do you do with them? 888-957-9570. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side. Plus, Tony Schifano, Paisan, coming up at 9:30. Courtesy of the River Islands guest line. It's going to be brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
That's why I had to chuckle when we had Eddie Johnson on 2 hours ago. He's like, I already forgot your guys' names. I was like, it's literally Joe and Joe. Easiest names to remember in the history of ever. Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky with you. We got one more segment before we hand it off to Steiny and Goo. We've had a lot of fun. We're talking about connectivity. And we're going to be connecting with Tony Schifano here in about 10 minutes. SF State baseball coach for the last 10 seasons. It's unfortunate that California State education is cutting a lot of their programs when it comes to sports and athletics. So we want to ask Tony if there's anything we could do to help save that program for San Francisco State. We love our baseball. I know it's near and dear to your heart, Joe Shasky. You bleed San Francisco when it's the state schools, the public schools, the private schools. It doesn't matter. You love your athletics, and we want to help do what we can here at 95.7 The Game to help them out.
Yeah, and as we talk, just baseball in general, the Giants release a City Connect uniform that has purple. It's poetic. We have the Purple People Eaters, a.k.a. the Gators,
That's
San
right.
Francisco State baseball on.
And we got San Francisco State night in Oracle Park tonight. It's going to be beautiful. It's just, we just knew, right?
Synergy.
We just
We're
knew.
connecting.
There you go. Shout out Dalton. We're connecting. By the way, he played well against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Sam, do I throw it to you now real quick about this? We'll get back to the Giants in a second. We've been teasing it all show. You mean to tell me, as a Golden State Warrior fan tonight, as they're playing the Phoenix Suns, 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game, to start this crucial 4-game stretch, all these teams tied with 42 losses, the Warriors could be from anywhere to a 4 seed to a play-in team, but we're starting to do scoreboard watching, and I should be rooting for the Lakers tonight?
I know. I'm going to be a bigger Laker fan than you tonight, Spadoni. But there's a reason why. Here's the thing. So the Lakers are playing the Thunder tonight, as you said. They are 3.5 back of the Houston Rockets for the 2 seed. Now those teams have split the series so far, or whatever. So there's no tiebreaker yet there. But if the Lakers lose tonight, the Rockets will clinch the 2 seed, and they'll have nothing to really play for the rest of the year. Why does that matter? Because tomorrow night, the 9th, the Rockets play the Clippers. So if the Lakers win tonight, that keeps pressure on the Rockets, because if the Rockets win tomorrow, then they clinch the 2 seed and they beat the Clippers. And if you're a Warrior fan, like I am, you need the Clippers to lose to make that Sunday game mean as little as possible. So that is why I, Sam Lubman, diehard Warrior fan, will be rooting for the Lakers tonight.
Wow, I should have brought my Kobe jersey. You could have worn it. You would have looked great in the purple. There you go. Again, purple and gold.
Next time.
SF State night. It would have been perfect.
It all connects.
Okay,
it all city connects.
So let's make this very clear. Warrior fans should want the Lakers to win tonight.
Yes.
So that the Rockets don't clinch the 2.
Correct.
And then they'll be forced to have to win against the Clippers.
Tomorrow night, correct.
All right. Wow.
Well, I'll say...
Such is life in the Western Conference.
And that's why it matters, because the Nuggets don't play until tomorrow. They're also in that conversation, but they only have 3 games left. They play the Kings, the Grizzlies, and then the Rockets. But to your point, it's pretty wild that we're at scoreboard watching and we have to keep an eye on all these different teams the rest of the way. I'll say this in regards to the Golden State Warriors. Of all the teams with 4 games remaining, I think they got the easiest schedule. Again, nothing. Shout out Zalza Pachulia. Nothing easy. This stage in the offs, if you will. But the Suns, Spurs, Blazers.
The offs. When did that become a thing?
Well, because there's the ins and then the offs. There's the play-ins, but we want to get to the play-offs, so that's what we're doing. You've never heard that? Shout out Guru. The play-ins and then we want to get to the offs, not the ins.
Okay, but before the
there's belly buttons. There's innies and outies. We want to be in the offs. You get that? You get that? Innies, outies? Yeah? No? Suns, Spurs, Blazers. You better win those 3 games. There's zeros. If you lose to the Suns tonight, real quick, who have lost 6 straight, who don't have Kevin Durant, you ain't winning a title. You ain't going on a deep run in the playoffs. I'll tell you that right now. You lose to the Suns tonight, please, I don't take you seriously. I don't. Do you think that's too strong? I don't. You lose to the Suns tonight. I have a very difficult time believing in you next week being a legitimate playoff team if you lose to this Phoenix Suns squad. No excuses tonight. as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I've said that about 5 or 6 times over the last 3 weeks.
No. This isn't
like the Hawks game. I said that.
No,
the Nuggets
but they didn't have Steph in that one. They didn't have Steph.
Heat.
They didn't have the Steph in the Heat game. And the one that I'm looking back on that's probably the most disappointing outside of the Rockets loss when you did have Steph and you did have Jimmy and Draymond is that one where you did have Steph and Jimmy and Draymond and you lost to the Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray-less Denver Nuggets. And Aaron Gordon went off. That one was unacceptable for me. So when you have all these guys suited up, but even then, like the Nuggets are a respectable franchise, and they are a championship level.
I mean, they're
franchise.
a dynasty.
Relax, but you get what I'm saying. I know you're saying that tongue in cheek, but like Michael Malone has been a very good coach. They have those guys suited up. Aaron Gordon's no slouch. Christian Brown, like they have players there. But who do the Suns have tonight? Like Devin Booker, does he strike fear into you?
No.
Come on, please.
No.
Nurkic?
No.
Come on, man.
Is Bradley Beal going to play?
Huh? Bradley Beal, I forgot he was in the NBA.
The guy that we spent like 2 years talking about as a station.
Like Jimmy Butler.
I was wrong about Trey Lance, but I was right about Bradley Beal.
Hey, well, who was more wrong about wanting to go to the Phoenix Suns than Jimmy Butler, by the way, right? The guy wanted to force his way over there. God, he dodged a bullet. Thank God that Pat Riley sent him to the Warriors instead. It's a blessing. It's not even close.
Yeah, he is very lucky.
He's
very lucky. We could really use a big Jimmy Butler game.
Just for the mentals, right?
Yeah.
For him to connect, am I right?
Well, and you just, I mean, this.
I'm kidding. Like,
yeah.
He's connected. I know. We've been talking all about it. Real quick, Eddie Johnson.
Connect Four.
Thank you. Yes. Were you a big Connect Four fan? That game kind of sucks. I'm going to be honest. It's not very. Let's keep it a puck. Connect Four sucks.
Because you're not good at it.
No, it's just a boring game like that. Like Cranium. You ever played that one where you got pop culture? You got you have to act out stuff. That's a fun game.
Oh, who cares?
Scrabble. Mike Friend says I care. You can even play Scrabble real quick. You guy can't even pronounce half the names. Viscargian. What's his name? I like Cranium. I like Scrabble.
I don't think
Monopoly.
they're going to lose to the Suns tonight.
Better not.
They just need to play well. I want them to get back into form, and they need to have a good first quarter.
If I was to compare this game to a board game tonight, it would be Connect Four. There should be no excuses. It should be simple. The big boys get it done. I mean, you're on the road.
It's easy to say that, and I hear you on it. And believe me, I agree with what you're saying. But I've also seen this Warrior team at full strength lose to teams that are, missing multiple players.
I'm telling you right now, if they lose this game tonight, I'm coming in tomorrow scorched earth on this team. I'm gonna feel like a Sun tomorrow. Shout out Phoenix.
If they lose tonight, I mean, it's pretty inevitable they're going to be in the play-in, right?
I mean, we have all the scenarios. We'll get to it, but
that's not good.
Jimmy Butler, man.
I want to avoid that all the way.
I'm looking at you, Jimmy. As Eddie Johnson says, Jimmy is not a 1. He's more of a 2 or a number 3.
He, to me, is not a number 1, even though he looked like a number 1 in Miami because they got to the finals and all of that. He's really a number 2 in a sense, or 3, because he's not going to – most great offensive players, guys, and you're looking at one in Steph every night. You saw one in Clay who played like a number 1. They shoot the ball all the freaking time. They don't care. They're overly aggressive. They're going for it. They're staying a course to their detail. The other night, Steph was off. Couldn't score. The Houston's defense was just locking them up. And you would expect Jimmy Butler to be aggressive. Took 7 shots.
And then here's more from Eddie Johnson, who, again, joined us last hour. You can find that entire interview on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. On him not thinking Jimmy can morph into a true number 2. What?
Oh, that's the negative there because I don't think Golden State has that unbelievable number 2. I don't think Podziemski, even though he's improved this year and he's playing well, I just don't know if he can morph into that guy like Clay was. But I think that's the negative with Jimmy is that you're going to expect him to be overly aggressive offensively, and he's sometimey with that. And I think that part right there could create an issue. But overall, a tremendous pickup for them.
Okay. He doesn't think he's a true number 2 on this team. I don't know if I buy that because the proof is in the pudding. Before he got here and after he got here, this team is night and day. I mean, were we saying he wasn't a true number 2 after that win against the Nuggets? Like,
is he, when we say number 2, like best player on the team?
Correct.
Or we mean scorer? Because those are two different things.
I think he's saying as a true number 2. Maybe it's number 2 scorer.
Maybe I think he has been the true second best player on the team. But I've also think that Draymond's thrown his hat in the ring on any given night. In terms of scoring?
Exactly. Now the Draymond scoring is down. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, but the part that nobody's bringing up is like Pods has turned into a reliable scorer, which was not the case before Jimmy Butler. He's playing better and better and better. And then with the Jimmy acquisition, he's become 4 of the last 5 games, basically a 20-point-a-night scorer.
888-957.
Small sample, but I like it.
It's true. 888-957-9570. Does Jimmy Butler have to be this team's number 2 scorer for them to go deep into the playoffs?
And if Kuminga is going to give you 15 and Moody's going to give you 15 and Quentin Post on any given night could give you 10 to 15, Buddy 10 to 15. I don't think they need a legit number 2 scorer. You know what they need? A guy with 5 minutes to go who can get you a bucket. And that's what Jimmy has done for them.
I mean, all those guys you just named, like you're asking me to rely on them when they've been pretty unreliable.
But I don't rely on them on the last 5 minutes. I think there's a different algorithm for the last 5 minutes of the game.
No, but I'm going to be relying on them in a given series to contribute. I'm not asking every single one of those guys, but a couple of them. I think that's asking a lot. But again, they showed me that they stepped up in those wins against the Grizzlies. Pod stepping up against the Lakers. Against the Nuggets. I was very impressed with those young guys. Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, probably his best game, I feel, as a pro against that Lakers squad. Like, he's had a couple downers against the Nuggets and Rockets now. I'm looking at him tonight. Can he have a bounce-back performance?
Well, and back to Jimmy against Phoenix, I think this is a mismatch for him because they don't have a lot of guys that can guard him. Whereas Houston has about 4 or 5 guys that can guard him that are big, athletic, younger, and just tenacious defenders. I don't see Phoenix having that personnel.
888-957-9570 is the number. One more from Eddie Johnson here. A really good interview talking about his pet peeve with Jimmy Buckets. What is it?
That's always been my pet peeve with him, is that he kind of like cruises through the game, and because he knows he's going to stay on the floor, so he doesn't have to be judged by shooting, and then he can just defend, he can pass, and he can do all of that because he still knows he's going to get his minutes. But a player like, say, myself, I was judged on what I was doing. And if I wasn't doing it, I might be on the bench. You get it? And so it's that kind of mentality, and it should drive me crazy with Derek McKee in that regard. Love him like a brother, but he would admit that he wasn't an overly aggressive offensive guy.
And I think Jimmy, through just his comments to the media after games, he said that. He's like, hey, man, I'm going to make the winning basketball play. It's kind of like, I'm not the like-for-like comparison. He said Derek McKee, remember when LeBron used to get crushed because he wasn't scoring enough and because he was trying to distribute the ball? Like, almost like we compare him to Magic Johnson more than Michael. Excuse me, because of that ball distribution, because he could be a point forward. He could be that guy.
But wasn't it, the scrutiny came late in games?
Yes. You thought, he was passing up. He didn't want to take the final shot. He was passing up for an open shot for one of his role players, like a Kyle Korver, right?
I don't get that same sense with Jimmy late in games. I sense that at times he picks and chooses his spots, and at other times he knows, like, I'm the one who needs to go get a bucket.
See, I don't, like, I'm with you. I agree with that. Like, when you, like, he was kind of saying he's coasting a little bit. Shout out Zion He was
maybe
coasting
during the bulk of the game.
I don't know, but that feels strong. Like, I felt Wiggins coasted a lot, right? Like, it felt like I wasn't feeling his presence. Are you feeling that a little bit with Jimmy?
No. I just think he's too passive at times in terms of getting his own shot.
And are we going to see that heading towards these last 4 games, the playoffs? Like, is he going to have his imprint felt on something? He's going to have to. Like, I'm going to have to feel his presence on these games the rest of the way. And by the way, we're going to be talking to Tony Schifano here, SF State baseball coach, in just a couple minutes. And speaking of baseball, the Giants are back, and so is the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Are you serious? Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky are bringing the best Giants talk in the Bay Area back twice a week this season. For all your Giants talk needs, subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast today. Available on the free Odyssey app or wherever you listen to your podcast. Hey, the latest pod yesterday. Do we have a reaction of that Camila Doval tomorrow? Today? What are we getting it?
Well, we released a new episode yesterday.
Okay.
We're trying to do Monday and Thursdays this year.
Okay.
So
Monday,
you'll get
Thursdays.
a new episode at some point during the Monday and Thursday days of the week. And that would break down, multiple series from the weekend or whatever. And also whatever happens during the week.
Okay. I'm not mad at that. Speaking Baseball, speaking of San Francisco baseball, I know that's near and dear to your heart, Joe. All things Bay Area sports, but particularly baseball, what you do with the young kids at the youth level, at the Pony League level, at Mustang, whatever, Bronco, all of that. but also collegiately. And San Francisco State, obviously, I'm a graduate there. We got Steven Risotto back there. He's a graduate. Bonte, obviously, a contributor here. Where's SF State? He bleeds purple and gold, the Gators. We love it. And Tony Schifano joins us now, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And Tony's the SF State baseball coach for the last decade. Tony, good morning to you. How you doing, man? Appreciate you taking the time with us today to talk about a very special subject, and it's the San Francisco State baseball program. How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. I appreciate the time and looking forward to the conversation. I'm doing well, doing really well. Appreciate this opportunity to talk about SF State Gator baseball.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that's important to me. I drive by every single day, as I go around to the lake, or maybe I'm on my way to West Sunset for baseball, and I saw that Sonoma State was cutting all of its athletics, and my jaw dropped. My buddy Brent played at Sonoma State baseball. My buddy Rocco played soccer for them, and I was like, "Wow, this is awful." Like, and I don't even live near Sonoma State. I just know how that's going to affect all of these kids and all these student athletes. And then I open up the Twitter one day, and boom, San Francisco State baseball's going away after the year that you guys just had. What's going on? How did you find this out? And what's exactly happening right now with San Francisco State baseball?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you think about the last 6 months, right? In the Bay Area for the youth, kids in the Bay Area playing baseball, they've lost the A's. They've lost kids up in the Bay in Northern California. There lost Sonoma State baseball, which has been around for 60+ years and had just historic seasons. Coach Gelf there won over 1,000 games, and now us. And I don't know if you guys heard in the last 24 hours, Academy of the Art just cut their entire athletic department, and they had cut baseball last year.
No.
And then Holy Names cut baseball a couple years ago. So, we're talking about 5 or 6 programs that it's just within a 60-mile radius within the last, few years. It's pretty sad. We knew that cuts were coming to the athletic department. We've taken major cuts in the last year. We had our recruiting budget cut. We had our apparel budget cut. We had our travel budgets cut. We were doing everything we could, to sustain baseball and athletics. And then there was a task force put together in the fall that was taking a look at the sustainability of athletics at SF State. And the biggest thing, Joe, is you guys, it's the enrollment issues we're having. We're down 11,000 students since the pandemic. The university is. And that takes a toll on athletics because there's a student fee that each student pays that helps support athletics. And, when you take away 11,000 students, that takes away a lot of student fees. And so we knew we were going to take a hit. When the Sonoma State news came out, we were scared to death that the whole department was going to go. And the decision they made was to cut 3 sports. They cut us, men's soccer, and track and field. And, for various reasons. You're going to hear reasons from the administration with regards to budget and sustainability and things of that nature. To me, it's a lot of BS. I'm just going to be honest with you. I took a look at the report that was given, the recommendation given to the president, and there was a lot of things on there that just weren't accurate. And you guys just mentioned the season we had last year. We made a tremendous run through the NCAA regionals, got to the championship game, and Monterey Bay was able to beat us late in the game to go on to the super regionals. But that run cost us over $40,000, in extra expenses last year. And the reason I bring that up is they put that on our estimated budget this year to make us look like we were a team that was overspending, and for me that was unfair to penalize a program for having success. And and there's no guarantee that a program is going to have that kind of success every year. So there was projected numbers that made us look to be, a bigger spending program than we were. But we do things like we fundraise, we rent our field out, we do things to offset our cost. Traditionally baseball is an expensive sport.
Absolutely.
It is what it is, but we work really hard. We brought in Sacred Heart Stewart Hall to play their home games at our field. They practice on our field on Mondays and Tuesdays, creating revenue for the school. We brought in San Francisco City College. They play about 8 to 10 home games a year at our place when we're on the road. So we're sharing our facility, creating revenue for the school. We're bringing in 12 to 15 student athletes every year that brings revenue in for the school. We're doing fundraising events, crowdfunding. We do our share. I mean, this year we're going 3 players per room in the hotel. Wow. To save money. We took vans down to Westmont in Santa Barbara early in the year as opposed to taking a bus. We felt like we were doing our part. We serve our community. Our kids are very active in the community with Verse Cancer and the Benioff Children's Hospital. We graduate all of our players at a high rate. We've had a team GPA over 3.0 the past, I've been here 10 years, so 20 straight semesters. Wow. And obviously the success on the field. And, you look at all those things and you go, why baseball then? And that's the question that has not been answered in the last month since this happened. Why do 20 of my players have to find new homes next year? Why do all the alums like yourself don't have a baseball team to support moving forward in the future? And it was never, for me, it was never that program versus our program. Why are you cutting us over them? I never went in there and argued that. For me, it was, you can sustain athletics here and find ways to do it, increase the student fees, more fundraising done by the athletic department. I mean, we don't even have a golf tournament, I mean, it seems like there's been no huge effort to find a way to save athletics. It was just a simple answer of, let's just cut these 3 sports. Let's get our numbers down. Let's get down to 10 sports and move forward. And that's been the tough thing for me, and having to talk to our alums, our families, our players. I know it's a long-winded answer, and obviously, I apologize for going a little too far there, but obviously this is something I'm extremely passionate about. 10 years ago, I made a decision to leave UC Davis and come here and lead a program, and I felt like we've done it the right way for the past 10 years, and we feel we're in a very unfair situation right now.
Coach, it was very well said, and I think we can all understand what you're saying. And the question is literally, why you guys, and why not someone else? Yeah. So if I'm driving around right now, I'm a local guy. I am, and I think about like just baseball in the city. Everybody, Big Rec's great. Yeah, they don't even have a home run fence. You know what I mean? We're subject to the city keeping it up. It's AT&T Park, aka Oracle. It's USF's beautiful diamond, and they've got a pretty big endowment and things like that, and it's a turf field. You have one of the nicest fields in the city over there, and people need to come and support you. So if I'm driving around right now and I'm saying, my gosh, this is the school Mike Holmgren coached at, and they lost football 20 years ago.
Andy Reid.
How can we help support you? How can we amplify this message? What can we do to rally around this baseball team and try to raise awareness or funds or whatever to keep this thing going, Coach?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I have been working on that for the past month, and it's incredible. I have not gotten an answer yet from our university of what it would cost to save our program. And if you look at our operating budget and our salaries and things of that nature, I'm going to give a rough number. Obviously, this is not an answer that they've given me. I'm going to say about $500,000 to sustain the program for another couple of years. And then, so all I've asked is from the president and the athletic director and the university is, give us 1 year. Allow us to fundraise to sustain for 1 year, and then give us that year to figure out an endowment, to figure out more options. Let's not just be so quick to the knee-jerk reaction and just cut a sport. Give us a plan. Give us a chance to survive. Now, so there's not to answer your question directly. There's no crowdfunding. There's no save the program fund right now. I'm still trying to get a number from the university, and for I think what we need from people in the community is to put pressure on the university, whether it's a email campaign or a social media campaign. People letting the president know how important baseball is to this community, to the little leagues, the youth. Yep. We have so many. We have the little league teams come out to our fields, and we do the Little Giants organization. We have them come out to the field. I think it's called the Bay Sox. It's the girls.
Oh yeah, they're
league.
Awesome. They're orange. Yeah, they're freaking great.
They're amazing.
They're so good. Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. And, we have bat boys all the time, and it's just, you see the smiles on these kids' faces when they're around our guys. And, and some of them, they know we're not the Giants, but, to some of them, our guys are heroes to them. This is what I aspire to be: a college baseball player with the opportunity to maybe play professional baseball one day. And so I can get back to you if I'm able to get a number from
Absolutely.
the president, and we can start a campaign. I know we do have some families within our program that have reached out, and they do want to donate, and they do want to sustain this program for at least another few years to see their sons graduate and see if there is an opportunity to keep baseball in the future.
Yeah, Coach, on behalf of everybody in the community on this radio station, and just as a person who's pulling for you guys, I know so many athletes. My niece, her career just came to an end, and once it's over, it's over. And you guys are giving the hope for people to extend that opportunity and that hope and to play until the jersey is literally ripped off of their carcass, if that makes sense. And I'm going to do everything I can to amplify it. And when you have some sort of an idea of what the budget is and where we can drive our audience who can help support you, please reach out to me and let us amplify that and do everything we can to just try to save the program and save the opportunity for all these kids to rekindle that hope and that candle of hope.
No doubt.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That inspires me. That fires me up. I appreciate that, and I will definitely stay in contact with you guys.
Please do, Coach,
Thanks,
and we're
Tony.
pulling for you.
Hey, thanks,
Where
Coach.
can we follow you on social media if you're listening right now?
Well, I have my own personal one at Tony Schifano on Twitter.
Okay.
I'm not a big Instagram guy. I think I have one. I think I have an account. But at SF State Baseball, obviously that's updated every weekend with our games. We have a big weekend this series. We're a couple games out of first place, going with a month left in the season. So
Let's go.
We need all the support we can get.
Yep. I'm going to tweet it out right now for everybody who's already following me. Thank you, Coach. We're pulling for you.
Hey,
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you guys for the time, man. Keep doing much continued success to you guys.
You're the
There you go.
best.
That's Tony Schifano, SF State baseball coach. And again, the recent news within the last month that the SF State is cutting a bunch of their athletic departments. And unfortunately, baseball is one of them. He mentioned track and field. He mentioned soccer. I mean, that sucks, man. In a night where, let's be honest, it's San Francisco State night. The San Francisco Giants. I'm going to be watching that game and being like, how can I watch this? And they're gutting their baseball program. It feels wrong when I'm going to be watching the game tonight. They're going to be having some giveaways. It just sucks. And I know it's near and dear to your heart, mine too. I went to SF State. I have pride in that school. I know it's not Stanford. I know it's not Cal, but I have pride in my athletic department too. And I knew a lot of people that were in my classes, whether it was in radio, whether it was in audio, a guy we used to work here, Ryan Williams, he was part of their basketball team, right? I'd feel gutted if they cutted that program. So
what if Steiny didn't have the opportunity to play college sports because that team got cut? Right? Carter, you played college sports, correct?
Yeah, I played a little bit of basketball and some football too.
Right.
Oh,
but
look at that flex.
But you know what I'm saying? You want to have those opportunities to be able to do that. And whether it's a junior college, whether it's a Division III, Division II, whatever it is, we want to keep those sports alive as best we can. And look, there's different ways of doing it. And I just know this. Once a school at high school or college cuts a sport, very rarely does it come back.
Well, you mentioned the guys, Holmgren and Andy Reid, who they cut their teeth at SF State's football program. When's the last time they had a football program? 30 plus years ago?
St. Mary's used to have a football program.
There you go.
Santa Clara used to have
our guy Rick Tittle played there.
And look, we know it's expensive. We understand that. But we also know there's a lot of good people and a lot of great organizations that can help you raise money to be able to support it. And so I thank you guys, the audience out there, for listening. I just want to pull for that. I drive by that park every single day. It's absolutely gorgeous. He's a good guy. I think he's got a genuine heart. And, there's a lot of things that our community pays for that we might not utilize. This is something that it's near and dear to my heart, and I'm hoping that it survives, and I want to do everything I can to help it survive.
And you just heard from the coach right there, Tony Schifano. Follow him on Twitter at Tony Schifano, SCHIFANO. Tony Schifano, he's a Paisan, so what more do you need right there? He's SF State's head baseball coach. And I was just looking at his career. That's a guy who's fought and grinded. I mean, he was a lifer in the minor league system as a player. Yeah. And then he's given 10 seasons to the SF State. No, that's a guy you want to root for, and a guy that you heard in his voice. He was going 5-6 minutes unfiltered and raw. And I heard the emotion in his voice and it was getting to me. And I was feeling some type of way by the end of that interview. And I hope you were too. And he told you guys, hey, how you can help? Go talk to the university. Go email them. Go in person. Tell them, like, no, we need these programs for these young men and women. Absolutely.
And for that side of the city, because I live right near there.
I love it. God.
It's San Francisco State is the epicenter of that neighborhood, of Park Merced, of that entire little cul-de-sac area.
Yes.
And you've got like Stonestown and everything.
The zoo over there.
All the students.
Yeah.
It's all the student body. It's the whole community. And yes, there's a lot of people that don't go to the school that live there, but a lot of the community is supported by the university being there, whether it's the jobs,
restaurants.
Exactly. And so there's more that goes into it than just the actual sports. It's the whole community. And I live right there, and I walk by and drive by that park every single day, and it's beautiful.
I love that campus.
It breaks my heart. Look, they have a beautiful women's softball field right there. The beautiful soccer fields right there. And not only are they getting rid of men's baseball, they're getting rid of men's soccer.
Soccer, right? Like,
are we really?
Seriously.
We're getting rid of men's soccer?
Track and field? Like, come on. Like, what are we doing?
Come on.
Gosh. Very important conversation. I'm glad we did that. And it's going to lead us to Fast Five. All right. That flew by this morning. And you know what else is going to fly by? This conversation we're about to have about the White Lotus season finale. I mean, you guys were all out on that? Huh?
The payoff wasn't there.
Really? Spoiler alert, by the way, we're talking about the White Lotus season finale. So if you haven't watched it, turn off your radio waves, your YouTube, whatever. White Lotus, a show on HBO in its third season. First two seasons, got one in Hawaii, got one in Italy, and this one was in Thailand. The first two seasons, 10 out of 10. I'm going 6 out of 10 here for this latest season. Are we doing the bed right now? You fading it back up. Where's it at? Where's my White Lotus music? We need it. Come on, Carter. Thank you. That weird noise thing. I don't know what you even call this. That's what it sounds like. Even the theme song for this season. See, this isn't even the theme song for this season. It didn't hit the same, right? Something about it, the characters, which were good. Like, I thought Walton Goggins' character, Rick, he was great. I thought he had some closure, right? Well, he ended up dying. He ended up killing the guy who we've
been out like less than 48 hours.
I said it at the start. Turn it off. I don't care if it.
R.I.P. Chelsea.
Yes, Chelsea died.
She was
Rick
like
died.
the best character, right?
I thought the Ratliff family, the Mama Ratliff, she was probably the best character. She had the most quotables of any character.
What about the guys who robbed the store? Like, what was the point of that?
There was a lot of unfinished business at the end of this season.
Too many loose ends at the
end. Three friends? Like, we just kiss and make up?
I thought that was actually a really powerful monologue from Chelsea. Was that the lady?
No, it was Lori had that one.
Lori.
I'm just happy to be there. Honestly, I kind of wanted those three to like tear each other apart, but like I was surprised at how much I like enjoyed them like rekindling their friendship.
Nice. That was
actually like surprisingly wholesome. Carrie Coons with that
Luke?
speech there at the end was really good. Mook sucks.
What was the whole point of the love interest?
Guy talk
to turn Guy Talk into a cold-blooded killer.
Guy Talk at the very end of it.
I mean, he hit him in the shoulder.
No, Guy Talk.
Second shot got him.
Guy Talk, let's keep it a buck. The guy didn't do anything. He was a horrible security guard the entire season. He was soft. He threatened to quit.
He was the Paul Blart of Thailand.
No, he gets the gun, shoots the guy in the back twice. Some security guard you are didn't have the decency to shoot him in the face or in front of him, in the back. And then he gets promoted, and then he's a security guard. He has the nice glasses, and then he gets the girl at the end. Stop.
All he had to do is, sacrifice his morals.
Oh, please. Yeah, some Buddhism my ass. Come on, man. Guy wasn't a Buddhist.
Parker Posey, though, the mom, Victoria Ratliff, easily the MVP of the season.
The funniest scene by the end of it, by the way, was Piper realizing she wasn't for that world. She couldn't deal with the food, the air conditioning,
it's not organic,
or the stains on the bed.
Who's the biggest star to come out of this? Schwarzenegger?
Oh, Saxon, Patrick Schwarzenegger's kid. Chelsea, I'd say.
Yeah.
I
think Patrick Schwarzenegger could get a lot of work off of this.
Although the dad, Tim, was great.
But he's already been famous. He was Lucius Malfoy.
I think Walton Goggins is going to see a little bit of a career resurgence here, too. The same way, like...
He's already up... Like,
Righteous Gemstones.
No, but I think, like, the same way that Jennifer Coolidge got a huge boost from the first two seasons, I think you're going to start seeing a lot more Walton Goggins.
Me too.
To me, she'll always be Stifler's mom.
100%.
Just like when I saw Stifler in
Sean William
Righteous
Scott.
Gemstones, I'm like, Stifler!
Sean William Scott, the actor.
He will always be Stifler to me.
He was good in Role Models as well.
It's like Luke Skywalker. Mark Hamill, you're just always going to be Luke.
By the way, or the voice of the Joker for the animated series in Batman. Real quick, season 4 going to be in Greece. Are they going to continue the storyline for Belinda?
Antetokounmpo?
Yes, Giannis, please. Come on, Giannis. Like, what are we doing here? Season 4 in Greece. We'll see. Is Belinda going to start her own therapy, her physical therapy business or massage?
I don't care about her massage thing. It's just,
did you like what she did? What Tanya did, Jennifer Coolidge, in the first season to her? She said, "I'm going to take $5 million, and you know what? Porn Chai, the guy that she was sleeping with, one of the workers there. She's like, yeah, I'm out on you. Sorry, I got my $5 million. I'm going to kick rocks. I'm going to see you later." So she did what Tanya did to her in the first season.
Everyone has a price.
Everyone has a price.
Mine's relatively low.
You know what? And that's, I think that's what the takeaway is for every single season. Everyone's got a price. And the price for Belinda was $5 million. The price for Guy Talk was a promotion. I'm gonna sacrifice my morality, my Buddhism for a girl and a job. And that's what happened.
So how much to get you in a new City Connect then, Shasky?
Yeah.
If you can ask that tomorrow.
If you gave me
on the other side
$225,000, I'd probably be in on that.
Hey, Giants, send me one for free. I'll wrap it every single Tuesday here on the Morning Roast. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Goon next.
I'd do it for $500.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
righty. Morning, everybody. Guru's back today.
What's up, baby?
Guru's back. Evan, little problem getting out from back east, so he's not going to be here today.
I don't know if he wanted that public, but yeah, safe travels.
No, I mean, he was supposed to be back today, but he had some plane issues.
Well, I'm here for you, bud.
Yeah.
Wow. It went that
That's
well
a good
yesterday,
stretch for you, 1 out of 2.
That went well for you yesterday, huh? That well?
Yeah, why?
Because you just warned me. I've been with you 7 years of doing radio. You've never said, Goo, today is not the day to pick at me. And
Who
you said that right before the bell rung.
I was just kidding.
All right. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. We got a pennant race, but it's the NBA version.
Yeah.
What's mean?
I guess.
It's go time.
I guess.
This is the first for them, Steiny.
For the Warriors?
Yeah, in regard to the season coming down to the end with so much riding on it. Even in 2022, when they got off to that stellar start, that culminated in a 3 seed. I mean, Steiny, I'm scoreboard watching, and I know they're playing the Suns. It looks like with no Durant, but they're playing themselves, essentially. Like, you just can't slip up. You've been doing so well. All these games matter. They could be anywhere from 3rd to 8th.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
I'm right here for you, baby.
Obviously, let's assume they don't want to be 7 because they don't want the play-in.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, of course.
Does it matter where they finish if they're not 7? Does it matter who they play?
After Sunday night's game, and my apology to the Houston Rockets and what they've compiled and what they've built, I know it was just one game, but there's a lot of, I wasn't with you yesterday. You and Grandy held it down, Steiny. That seventh seed is a ticket to Houston if you win that. So I don't know what you thought. I'll get your thoughts, briefly on what you saw Sunday from Houston, but they've jumped Denver for me in regard to be careful what you wish for. So I don't want any part of that 7, partner.
Well, I mean, if you go in the last week, Houston's a team you wouldn't want. I mean, you beat Memphis, you beat the Lakers, you beat Denver. So in theory, Houston's a team that you wouldn't want to play in the first round because they're the team that gave you the most trouble, the most recent time you played. But the more I think about it is the goal simply should be to stay out of 7. You win as many games as you can and
get that rest.
The difference among Houston, Denver, the Lakers, I think it's negligible.
Wow.
I think it's negligible. I think you're going to have to beat 3 teams to get to the finals, and no matter who you play, even if you play Houston, the Clippers, Minnesota, which would be the back end of the playoff picture after Houston, that's still going to be a tough road. You can't pick 3 easy teams because there's too many good teams in the West. So it's about getting to 6 and then seeing where everybody else is.
Because you're there now, right? You're at 6. So, Stoddy, the way this is setting up, and appropriate fear, I got to put some respect on Phoenix tonight because it looks like they're done. They would love to play spoiler, but the bottom line is what you're saying the Warriors should want is where they're at now. But, man, partner, if they handle business up until Sunday and they don't have the tiebreaker with the Clippers, that game right there will decide, their fate in regard to, do you got a couple of days off before the weekend, or are you playing that cockamamie playing game to then go to the Lone Star State and take on the young Rockets?
I think if the Warriors go 3-1, they're in good shape. If they go 3-1, because there's teams like Denver. Denver's got to play Memphis, so somebody's going to lose there.
All right. You got the tiebreaker on Memphis already.
You do. Who else?
Minnesota.
Memphis plays Minnesota and Denver. So it's going to be tough for them to win 3 out of 4. The Lakers play Oklahoma City, then Dallas, Houston. I mean, we could go through these schedules at some point. Yeah. But I think if the Warriors go 3-1, they won't finish any lower than 6. That's the way it looks to me.
Yeah, and it starts tonight, and I'll tell you what, scoreboard watching again because I'm excited. Minnesota at Milwaukee, I told you in the green room, kind of tricky, but I expect Minnesota to win. But if somehow they could slip up, and that's why, Steiny, I hadn't seen you since Friday. To win that game against Denver after giving up 44 first-quarter points and then just putting the clamps down, getting that monkey off your back of that gauntlet of the 4 games, you win the first 3. It's just interesting to me that the Warriors have been hot, and then the one game you drop Sunday kind of still has you. I don't want to say you hadn't gained much ground because you feel better about the Warriors, but the bottom line is you still got to take care of business.
Yeah, but by winning 3 out of 4, you're in the driver's seat heading to the last week of the season. And if you would have lost to Denver, you'd be an 8th right now, and you'd be on the outside looking in, and you would need help. So I think 3-1 was a wonderful 4-game stretch, and now can they go 3-1 again? With games at Phoenix versus San Antonio, at Portland, and then the last game of the year, the LA Clippers at Chase Center.
And tomorrow's a back-to-back against San Antonio.
Yeah. Goo, let me ask you this. How did you put into perspective you won Memphis, you beat the Lakers, you beat Denver, and then you got beat by Houston? Because let me tell you what happened yesterday.
Okay, talk to me.
It felt like a lot of listeners, because it was the day after a loss, we talked a lot about the game against Houston.
Wow.
When the reality is maybe we should have been talking about the 3-1 and that everybody should have been feeling great because that was the goal. They achieved it. And the only thing they really missed was a chance to get a little bit greedy with a win over the Rockets on Sunday. So how'd you put those 4 games into perspective?
All right, I love it. I was shocked at the outcome of Sunday. Denver's reeling, and I say that after the Warriors put it on them, but that first quarter had me nervous. But it's so funny, Stoney, and I'm the captain of this ship, and I'll admit it. Houston's had a damn good season. They're number 2 for a reason, but not to me. I didn't give them respect. I was scared of everybody that was behind them. So when you ask me that question, the math tells me, okay, you lost to the second best team in the Western Conference. That's kind of to be expected. So, I don't know what to make of Memphis. Denver, Steiny, they might find themselves in the play-in game, but it is kind of funny, the calendar, right? You came in yesterday. I wasn't here with you and Grandy. And I don't know, what did you make of the Houston? They're long, they're tough. They got a Draymond Green that can score, and Dylan Brooks. Udoka was mixing it up, and they got they take on his personality. So I got to come in here. I'll just tell you, Stoney, I wasn't afraid of Houston, but now I'm like, okay, I was up here barking like I want them. I don't want them now. So I think the Rockets deserve a lot of credit for coming here Sunday night on a hot Warrior team and holding Curry to 3 points. I got to put some respect on what they've done, and it shouldn't have took this long for me to do that.
Yeah, I think it was a great 4-game stretch for the Warriors. They couldn't have asked for more. And the only downside about the loss to Houston, as far as I'm concerned, and again, 3-1 was the goal. Everybody would have taken that before the 4 games. So it was nothing but a success. But the one thing that I'm going to make a note of and keep it in mind as we head to the playoffs is that the 3 veteran guys did appear to be pretty tired.
Right.
They didn't play well. It was their 4th game in 6 nights, which you're not going to have to do in the postseason, but there's going to be times when the games come pretty quickly. And so I thought the 3-1 was absolutely the way that they wanted to finish that. But I do think that the way they looked against Houston does give you pause as they enter the playoffs, knowing they're going to have to play a game like that, and then another game like that, and another game like that. So the question then becomes, can they win a round, then win another round as their older core keeps keeps playing and going deeper into the postseason.
Yeah, and I know we're up against it. I'll tell you on the other side. But what I did like about Houston, Stoney, is the emergence of Adams. I'm not saying he won that game, but he gives you an anchor in the paint along with Şengün and some of their long wings, man. So I guess I'm just saying either Draymond might have been tired of the big three, but Houston, that size is not going anywhere.
No. 888-957-9570 is the number. Final week of the regular season for the Golden State Warriors. Right now, they are in 6th place in the Western Conference, trying to hold on, trying to avoid a play-in. The 4 games they've got coming up, Phoenix, San Antonio, Portland, and the Clippers. Give me one thing, Warrior fans, that makes you feel confident going into this last week, and then maybe one thing you're concerned about as these playoffs, they loom, and we got to figure out where the Golden State Warriors fit into this puzzle. Are they a playoff team or are they a play-in team? 888-957-9570. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. That segment also... the Bayview Restaurant and Lounge. The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular Winemakers series, 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at inatthetides.com. Steiny and Guru with you. The Warriors play the Phoenix Suns tonight in Phoenix. 4 games remaining.
Man.
They're in 6th. 5 teams have 32 losses, and this next week is going to determine where they play and who they play. And here's the 5-1-0, and I'll start with this one, Goo.
All right.
5-1-0. Am I crazy for wanting the Lakers in round 1? I feel without Anthony Davis and the old defense and the Ole defense by Luka, the Dubs can beat LeBron again. What team do you want if you're a Warrior fan?
Steiny. You know, I was scared of them with AD, and I saw what the Lakers did on Sunday to OKC, but I believe that was an anomaly. But I'll say this. I'm in that line, so that means I feel like the Warriors, with their smarts and coaching staff, can put Luka in the blender or make him a net zero on defense and exploit that. So I got to be careful because you got 2 big dogs. But I think the Warriors, others, are better than the Laker others, and that's why we had the result the other night last Thursday. But I can feel that. But Steiny, it's just crazy, man. We've been talking Warrior basketball this whole calendar year, and there's 4 left. And since Jimmy Butler and that mega boost that we've all experienced, it feels like forever and a day they've been 6. You know, I know they were 5 before I saw you, but you just can't have any slip-ups. And I got to be careful, but I just feel like I want the Warriors to avoid the box, obviously, for the play-in, but so they can just get some rest before they go to battle.
It looks to me like the Warriors are going to be playing the Rockets, the Lakers, or the Nuggets. Although I guess
who's the other one? Give me the other one. Give me that one.
They could play the Clippers.
Now, how could that pop off?
Warriors go 2-2. Clippers go 4-0. The next thing, like the Clippers could theoretically get up to
because they're 5th.
Well, Houston's pretty much locked into 2. So
that's how I see it.
So the Warriors are looking at the Lakers or maybe Denver in that first round. I don't know who you want. I still think you'd want the Rockets. That's just me.
Yeah.
But yeah, because there's no way the Lakers were as bad as they looked the other night.
All right. Oh, okay.
And I still think the Rockets, because of their inexperience, is the team you want. But we'll see how it all shakes out. Let's go to Chucky. Chucky in Oakland. What's going on, Chucky? How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. Hey, good morning, fellas. Always enjoy your show, man.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, before I get into it, I just want to say, Steiny, about a month and a half ago, you was talking about Seinfeld, man. You asked if any listeners know about Seinfeld to chime in. I couldn't call it the time, but I love Seinfeld, man. That's like my 3rd favorite show behind Stanford and Son and all my children, man. I'm a Seinfeld fan.
All right, you and me.
Yeah, so what I feel good about is Jimmy Butler. You know, I've heard the show before this or the show after be talking about how they concerned why Jimmy, the playoff Jimmy haven't showed up, because it's not the playoffs. You know, it's just some different energy, different mental mind frame, and we know Jimmy got that mentality. So I feel good about playoff Jimmy showing up when the time comes. What I'm concerned about, though, gentlemen, is Steve Kerr. I don't like how he treats Kuminga. Pajitsky had 4 turnovers last game. Kuminga had 3. And as soon as Kuminga made a turnover, he would yank Kuminga. I'm of the mindset that I don't think we can go far without Kuminga playing. I think this is the time that Kuminga should be playing. And also, I know, Google, you like to go in the lab and watch the games over. If you look at Pajitsky's body language, dude was tripping because he wasn't getting the ball passed to him. And for Pajitsky to think that he should be the first option, I just have a problem with that. I don't know if Kurt told Pajitsky to let put the ball in his hands, let him control the situation, but I think that's kind of throw off Butler. You know, and maybe that has something to do with Kurt, you know, just having one damn shot, 3 points, man. And so I got a problem with how he don't have no problem with Pajewski getting all the time and getting all the shots. It's a problem with Pajewski being the first option when we come down on offense. Thank you guys, man.
Yeah.
Go.
I'll say this. Kuminga didn't play 20 minutes Friday night, and he didn't play 20 minutes Sunday against Houston. Now, Friday, he was aggressive. Steiny, 7 rebounds against Denver. So I got that right? Yeah. No, 1 rebound against Denver and 7 against Houston. But I'll say this about Paz, and I got to be careful. And Chucky, I have been in the lab over the weekend watching that Friday game. Steiny, listen, this offseason, Paz had said into a microphone that he wanted to work on his bag. And I took the bag as his offensive repertoire. What I'm getting when he's going off like he did Friday, and it never felt like he was hogging, Chucky, especially when you're getting, and we'll get to Jimmy Butler and him being pedestrian in regard to field goal attempts, Steiny. I got to be careful here because I'm not telling you this is how his game is. It's who he reminded me of when you see somebody outside of Steph and Jimmy and Kuminga shooting. It was Jordan Poole. And it was like, holy crap. Can he continue to give you 15 to 20 points? So I would tell Chucky, I thought Pods, Friday night, the 26 points came all within the offense. He's a guard. They got a log jam at the forward position. And Steiny, and Chucky might be disappointed, I just can't tell you Kuminga getting more minutes is predicated on Pods being in his way. It's just not. And I thought Kuminga had some awful turnovers Sunday against Houston, and it was like 880. Houston's fast, athletic. They're like Kuminga, and there were just a couple bad passes, and I felt like Kerr was a bit frustrated with them Sunday, and maybe I could be wrong. But again, the last 2 important games, Tony, not even 20 minutes.
Pods and Kuminga don't play the same position.
I think, help me out.
So Pods doesn't have as many players in his way as Kuminga,
and he's been hooping, Steiny Pods.
And if you go back to when Jimmy Butler was acquired, and the way Jimmy Butler has played, you would say the big difference with the Warriors is when Jimmy Butler arrived. But right behind that is Pods' level of play. Brandon Podziemski is a big reason why this team is 21-6 or 20-6 since Jimmy Butler got here. Look at his numbers; they are impressive.
Yeah,
he's shooting the ball efficiently. He's trying to make plays for other players, and the reality of this situation is he is so much more entrenched in the rotation right now than Jonathan Kuminga. They shouldn't be compared. Podziemski starting, and Steve Kerr all but said he's going to be in the finishing lineup with Curry, with Butler, and with Draymond Green. So that leaves one player to finish up a game with that foursome if Podziemski's part of it. And, I mean, the bottom line is Podziemski doesn't have anything to do with Kuminga.
At all.
But if you want to if you want to be the one to say, why does this guy play and what? Because Podziemski's more developed. Podziemski's adding something more consistently than Jonathan Kuminga. Say what you want about Podziemski.
At this point,
the guy has played well enough that he is making Steve Kerr play him. He's making Steve Kerr play him in big games, and Podziemski is slowly but surely developing a role on this team. And the other thing, who's been more consistent of a third scorer? It's been Pods lately. Now, maybe that is because Kuminga's been hurt and he's still trying to find his way back, but part of this whole thing, too, is timing. I mean, Kuminga got hurt and he missed 31 games, and then he came back and he's trying to find himself, and we only have 4 games left before the postseason. Pods has been doing it all year. So I think Kuminga's going to continue to get playing time. And we talked a little bit about this yesterday, Goo.
Yeah. We got some big breaking news, too, Steiny.
Oh, well, let's do it.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Per Shams Charania right now, the Denver Nuggets have fired Mike Malone.
Steiny, come on, Stein. Come on now. What the hell is going on, Steiny?
You better be sure of that.
What is going on?
It's on his Twitter.
Interesting.
That's 2 coaches.
Yeah.
No, Mike Malone, the NBA championship head coach, Mike Malone. So I'll tell you this, Steiny.
Mm-hmm.
Denver's who I want the Warriors to play now then. Something's really got to be going on.
Well, they have not been playing well the last couple weeks.
But Murray's been out, but even when they were in, wow, man. Steiny, I don't even, come on. Wow. It's gone bonkers.
Wow, dude.
I can't believe that.
Yeah, pretty wild. Mike Malone fired by the Denver Nuggets. Who's the interim? Do we know?
Not yet.
Okay. 707, Pods gets a longer leash than Kuminga. Yes, that's true, and he probably deserves a longer leash than Kuminga.
He's earned it.
Because he doesn't have the competition that, the two, I said this yesterday, Goo, whether we like it or not, Jonathan Kuminga's a forward, and they have 2 forwards on the team that are playing more than him, and that's Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. And so Draymond's got to play center to give Kuminga the space to play, and he's probably going to continue to come off the bench and be given playing time. But I think if it's not clicking, then Kerr will go in a different direction.
Yeah, I'm about to give Pods his flowers. I just real quick, not to divert the show, but how can you make that decision on Michael Malone at this juncture?
Because they're not playing well. They're not.
What
playing
happened to riding it out in continuity and trying to fix it?
Well, there's 4 games left. I mean,
so you're going to go into the I
have no idea what's going on in Denver.
It ain't good.
Well, I mean, if Denver's broken,
go ahead.
So then why would you keep Malone? If you know you're just going into the playoffs and this team's broken, you may as well. I think they're doing the same thing that Memphis did. I think Denver and Memphis looked at their teams and they knew something was wrong, and it involved the coach, and it involved the message, and it involved the players. And Denver said, you know what? Why would we go into the postseason knowing we're in a shambles right now? We got one last Hail Mary. Let's fire Malone. Let's get somebody else in here and see if we can, catch some lightning in a bottle. But to me, and I'm not saying it was a great move, but you only fire Taylor Jenkins and Michael Malone if you believe that they have no chance of turning it around this year.
Wow, man.
And I think that's what the front offices must have thought.
And you can back me up on this, Donnie, and I don't even need backup. This is abnormal. We've never seen playoff teams, and when Memphis fired Jenkins, they were the 5th seed. We've never, you ride it out, and you're right, behind closed doors, you know what, we're probably going to get lambasted in the playoffs, but you never fire your coach. So
why not?
At this juncture.
Why not?
Because it's never happened, and it's stupid.
Well, you don't know it's stupid.
It is stupid. It's never happened.
Okay.
Why? So what are you expecting from Denver?
They're playing terrible right now. They know something's wrong with their team, and it probably has something to do with Michael Malone, just like it had something to do with Taylor Jenkins. And rather than, they probably view going into the postseason like going into the postseason as a lame duck. Well,
that's what you are now with no coach. Now you're coaching by committee.
Well, no, they'll have a coach.
Yeah, well, I know, but it's not a real coach.
Well, you can't sit here and tell me it's a bad move. I mean, we don't know if it's a bad move.
So the interim head coach is David Adelman, by the way.
Okay, Rick's son.
Yeah, good luck with that. Steiny, what did you think of Michael Malone before this news? I believe I know what you thought of Michael Malone.
I like Michael Malone.
And I loved him.
Okay.
So they're going to miss that. I think this is dumb, and I think what Memphis did is dumb. Okay. Now, if you're right and they believe that, you still ride it out.
No, you don't. Why? If you think there's a big problem that you can't overcome right now, I think I understand why they did it, because I think the front office believed that if we go into the postseason with Malone or we go into the postseason with Taylor Jenkins, the teams have quit on him. I think they maybe felt the players had quit on him. and they weren't going to go into the playoffs like that. That's the only thing I can come up with. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you just joining us, Michael Malone, Denver head coach, has been fired. Denver's got 3 more games left. Right now they're 47-32, but they're barely hanging on, and they've lost 4 in a row. And Michael Malone's been fired. Pretty wild. Let's go to Annie in San Francisco. Hey, Annie, how you doing?
Pretty well. How are you guys doing?
Hey. Doing well.
Question, not to get off the topic of Denver, which is obviously hot news and hopefully great for us. But, one of the things that I thought about after the Houston game was I just had a feeling they weren't going to play that well. And they played okay. But nobody, forgive me if you guys have mentioned this, but nobody's really said, hey, if you think about Curry having just a normal, how about an average game, that would have been a more competitive, and arguably they could have won. So when we talk about, like, hey, yes, Houston deserves all the credit in the world. They're a great young team. But I also feel like, hey, just an average performance by Curry, think about how well they did when they weren't really playing well. I think it was a decent game given the state of things, right? 3 points from Curry. I don't know. I walked away not feeling too bad, mostly because of that.
Yeah, I mean, and you could go further than that. Curry wasn't great. Butler wasn't great. And Draymond was pretty bad, quite frankly. So their big 3 that they rely on, they're going to play better most nights. I'm kind of with you. I'm kind of with you there, Annie. I think and let me just throw this at you. I think the bigger question is, yes, Steph didn't play well. How much of that had to do with Houston's youth and the way they defended him, do you think?
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. Is they clearly, it felt like there were moments when, dare we say, it looked like the end of the NCAA game last night, where there were just a swarm of defensive players around poor Curry. Like, we definitely, right. I feel like some of the spacing that Butler brought initially in recent games, I feel like sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not. Like, I'd love to see him more in the paint to give a little bit more of that.
Yeah,
but
I think
even so.
No, I think that's fair. Thank you, Annie. Appreciate the call. Dating back to this is interesting too, as far as I'm concerned. Dating back to the Miami game when the Warriors went to Miami. So they were going to Miami, and then they had their big 4-game stretch, and everything's on the line, and we got Jimmy Butler for just this occasion. He's averaging 9 shots a game since the Miami game.
And that's why Pods has been another godsend, Chucky. And for the Chuckies out there, he's covering up and masking. Like you said, he had a bad game Sunday, Stan. He only took 7 shots. I know he was a team high minus 16 tied with Dre, but in no world when you're watching Steph be ineffective offensively or kudos to the other team taking them away, I just couldn't believe that the volume of field goal attempts was 7. And I don't ever want to go into a basketball game and as much as I love Pods, to where he's doubling up the field goal attempts of Jimmy Butler, Stoney. That's just crazy. And nobody has the answer.
I mean, the answer I have is,
I hope you are wrong, man.
What?
You said this just who he is.
He doesn't take bad shots. So if you conscientiously guard him, he might not work really, really hard to get shots off. I don't know. He does not take bad shots, and when he's guarded, he makes the right decision. This is Anthony Slater. He was on with the morning show. No, he was on yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, and here's what he said about Jimmy Butler and his offensive hesitancy.
I think he's shooting it about the amount of times per game he was in Miami. I think it's about 2 field goal attempts per game, down from peak Miami regular season Jimmy Butler. But he's older. He doesn't have that pop and lift to the rim. I think he's hesitant at times to take challenge shots in traffic against size. And they're going to need it. And we'll see. He keeps hinting it'll be there when I need it. You felt like it was needed last night, but he's not he's never been your traditional superstar scorer. And I think at this stage of his career, 35, he's even less of that from a pop, standpoint at the rim. So they're going to, I don't think you could just rely every night come the playoffs, he's going to be able to score 30. I mean, certainly some nights he probably will, but you're going to need scoring elsewhere. Kuminga's obviously a name. Maybe he can help you in the scoring category. So he does so much else, though. I mean, I think we all see that.
All right. So,
man,
what?
there might not be a cape in the booth. I'm not there, but you're skating on thin ice, and I'm going to say it because I've been thinking it. He does a whole hell of a lot of other stuff. He came to this team and they were hemorrhaging, but they were hemorrhaging for a reason. They needed some of the things, if not all, of what he possesses. But the bottom line is this was a team with 4 rings, a team that has pedigree. But Steiny, this is what was so frustrating about Andrew Wiggins is you got to get involved. And right now I get it, Steiny. He does a whole lot of stuff, and Slate said it. I get it. But my goodness, I cannot really wait for this weekend for the playoffs to start so we can really focus and hone in on what's going on. And if Slater is right, Steiny, and it's a physical thing, and maybe it's not as easy for him to get to playoff Jimmy, I'm waiting. But Sunday, it was just oozing off of my television like, dude, where are you at? So Pods had to hoist up those 14 shot attempts, doubling Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler averages 3 fewer shots a game as a Warrior than Andrew Wiggins. Wiggins, before he got traded, was up near 14, and Butler's at 11. I mean, who would have ever really thought that Wiggins was going to shoot the ball more than Jimmy Butler? Now, they're both averaging about 17 as Warriors. It's because Butler gets to the line a lot more than Wiggins, and he can make up for it there.
4 times Sunday against Houston's length.
But there's no doubt that Jimmy Butler's offense is just, I don't know. If you're a Warrior fan and you've watched Jimmy Butler, is this exactly the guy you've seen in Miami? And on the other side, I want to get more into Butler because Eddie Johnson was on with the morning guys, and he brought up Jimmy Butler and what his role may or may not be on this team, because this team's got Steph Curry. So that makes Jimmy Butler a 2 on this team. And when he was in Miami, he was the unquestioned number 1. And that's a different role. The big difference between being a 1 and being a 2. And Butler may be still in the process of figuring that out.
Yeah. Last thing before we go, Stotty, Calvin Booth, Denver's GM, also fired.
All right, so if you're just joining us, Michael Malone fired as coach of the Denver Nuggets.
Wow, man.
Second coach in the last 2 weeks who's been fired in the Western Conference. Taylor Jenkins got fired by the Memphis Grizzlies, and now Michael Malone, the Denver Nuggets head coach, has been fired, according to Sham Charania. Also, the general manager, Calvin Booth, has been fired. Denver's got 3 games left at SAC versus Memphis and at Houston. But more news out of the Western Conference. And yes or no, does the Michael Malone firing impact anything related to the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, Warriors at Phoenix tonight, 7 o'clock start. We'll have it all right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live is at 6. Tim Roy's got the call at 7. And the Warriors have 4 games left and are trying to move up in the standings. The thing they don't want to do, of course, is drop. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This segment is sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. And the Warriors play tonight. Phoenix Suns.
You know what, Steiny, and I mean this, and I think I got the years of 50 plus. I can't remember a crazier firing in sports. And I do remember when Sack fired Mike Brown, Michael Malone was vocal. He didn't like it. But what happened to the days if you are right? I'm giving you the win. Guru, they knew they were done. We always watch that team keeping that in-house. They get swept 10 minutes after that fourth game. Oh, Steiny's fired. But to do it going in just sends the signal to me, and I could be wrong, and I'll admit it, like if I'm the Warriors or any other team, I want Denver because whatever was going on, it was so bad you ran the coach like a championship winning head coach.
Yeah, I mean, I see that point of view. I also see the point of view where if you thought he'd lost the team, then maybe there's no sense in even going into the postseason. With a team that's fractured. I mean,
I ain't mad at that.
The one that sticks out to me, and it was different circumstances, and it wasn't pro basketball, but remember Steve Fisher?
Oh,
He was a coach of Michigan. They had a coach, Bill Frieder, who accepted a job at Arizona State before the NCAA tournament, and Bo Schembechler was the athletic director, and Frieder said, this is going to be my last season here. And Schembechler said, well, you're fired. You're not coaching us in the NCAA tournament. And they elevated Steve Fisher right before the tournament.
That's you going
and they
back.
ended up winning the tournament. I know that's not the NBA, but it's a little bit like what's going on now.
That's a great call. Before you grab the phone, Stein, let me throw this at you.
Mm-hmm.
This is just me thinking now, and I think it's fair. Do you think Jamal Murray coming and going, if he had something going on with Malone, he was slow playing it? Okay, one. And then two, how does a great coach, because that's what I think of Michael Malone, how can he lose a team? See, that's where you know what I mean? How does that guy lose a team?
I could see it. I mean, I think anybody could theoretically lose a team, any coach, if they're, I have no idea what's going on in Denver. But, he's pretty tough-minded. He can be a little bit caustic, abrasive. That's a veteran team that's got a championship under him. Maybe they just grew tired of kind of his, I don't know if it's negativity, but his tell it like it is attitude, and is not afraid to call out players in his team.
Now you wonder if Jokic is available. I mean, if anybody on that team is available, where are they going?
Yeah, I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Michael Malone's been fired by the Denver Nuggets, and so has their general manager, Calvin Booth.
Damn.
Playoffs start this upcoming weekend. Oh, no, I'm sorry, next weekend. My bad. Play-in games start next week. So, interesting timing. Let's go to John in Hayward. Hey, John, how you doing?
Doing dynamite, fellas. Yeah, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, a couple of weeks ago, when ex-coach Malone had rested like 5 of his top 8 players, I called in the very next day and I said, Draymond is complaining a lot. And since then, that was their last home loss. And Draymond Green has been playing really good. And, he's got to understand that all eyes are on him. And the coaching, the referees are just really, have had it with this guy. So if he keeps his mouth shut, they have his. But to have it, this is just a shocking firing. But what it really called is that the Lakers need to play the Warriors. That's the team that they can beat. They're like, a wad of $100 bills in the driver's seat, and their windows are down. They have no defense. Who's guarding Steph? Who's guarding Jimmy Butler? Don't tell me Hachimura or anybody on their bench. That's the first round matchup. And if they end LeBron's career, he needs to retire. If he gets lost in the first round, he can't be ring chasing.
Appreciate the call. Once the Lakers. Lakers.
And I'm going to say this to your partner because I've been sitting on this all weekend. As bad as the Lakers looked against the Warriors, that showdown, that thing got hairy at the end. And I don't know if you saw, Curry went to the free throw line 14 times that game. SGA got to the line twice against the Lakers this past Sunday. So to say they can't guard Steph or make it difficult when it's really chess, and we're going to see you the day after next and the day after next, just be careful what you wish for. But, Stein, I got to ask you this, and I'm going off the range here real quick. Draymond was out of control Sunday. I can say that. And it was the one time that he came back and bit the team. But that technical foul he got where walk me through it if you can. He gets a pass, he goes up, and because Şengün is sniffing like a hound dog, he gets hit and the elbow hits him in the face. But I thought the offensive player is entitled to his space. Dre didn't even make a move. He went straight up, Steiny.
I thought he was going toward the basket. People nobody agreed with me yesterday, of course. But I mean,
that was the one I was like, man, I'm on Dre's side on that one.
Yeah, I thought it was an offensive foul. I just did. I mean, the first point of contact was Draymond Green's elbow hitting Şengün right in the face. That was the first point of contact. I thought Draymond's momentum was carrying him into the circle.
Yeah.
I thought it was an offensive foul. I don't know. I didn't see a windup. That I didn't understand. But I thought it was an offensive foul because the elbow made contact with the face. And the NBA really is looking at that as a no-no. And that's what happened. 888-957-9570 is the number. Michael Malone has been fired.
Bring on Denver,
by the Denver Nuggets. And also their general manager, Calvin Booth. The Nuggets had lost 4 in a row and were 3-7 in their last 10. They've dropped to 4th in the Western Conference at 47-32. And they have 3 games remaining.
You said 4th. Like, that's a damn good year.
Well, they're 3-7 in their last 10.
Yeah.
And that's, you look at the teams above them. Oklahoma City 8-2, Rockets 8-2, Lakers 5-5, Clippers 8-2, Warriors 7-3, Timberwolves 7-3. So they're going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and they lost to Indiana, which is no embarrassment. That's a good team, but the home losses to the likes of the Wizard that we saw, a couple weeks ago. But Steiny, they are the 4th seed. They know how to do it because they've done it. So, I'm being redundant, but I'm as shocked as all outdoors. And if I was running something and even if you're right, he had lost, you know what? Your ass is going to get fired as soon as we get swept, but it's not going to be going into the playoffs. So maybe Memphis can show me, Guru, you don't know what you're talking about, and they go on a run, and Denver as well. But boy, I'm blown away.
888-957-9570 is the number. And if I were to ask you, Warrior fans, right now, you're gonna avoid the play-in. Who do you want to open with? You want to open with Memphis? They fired their coach. You want to open with Denver? They fired their coach. You want to open up with the Lakers? You just had a big win against them earlier this week, and you looked pretty good doing it, quite frankly. And where do the Clippers fit in right now? The Clippers right now are 5. I mean, it's within the realm of possibility that the Clippers could move up to 4 and the Warriors could move up to 5. And then the Warriors play the LA Clippers in the first round.
Whoa.
So we got to keep an eye on every team right now. But the Denver Nuggets are sitting in 4th. They fired their coach, and they got 3 games remaining at Sacramento versus Memphis and then at Houston. So we are into it, people. Let's go to Caleb. Caleb's in Livermore.
Caleb.
What's up, Caleb? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas? Can you hear me good?
Yeah.
All right, because my speaker is tripping a little bit this morning. But before we get into the little Warriors topic, man, we got to talk about Mr. Malone out in Denver, man.
Sure.
That's just wow. Like, and if I'm not mistaken, I did some research before calling you guys. The only rookie head coach, or I'm sure there's probably more, that came in their first year, won a championship, was Nick Nurse in 2019. You guys probably have more knowledge than me on that. But for an assistant coach to come in, it's not even a full season with like 3 games left before the playoffs and expect that team to go on a run is just insanity. So the Nuggets and Grizzlies, for me, they're punting this season. I think they're done, and I don't think they're going that far in the playoffs. But to go back to the Warriors, 3-1 was definitely, I think, the most realistic for them to go on that 4-game stretch. For them to win 4 straight, what was it, 4 games in 6 nights?
Yep.
Like, yeah, like that's, especially when, your 3 best players are veterans and have played a lot of games and the experience they have. For them to win 4 games in 6 nights against 4 quality teams was asking a lot, but I think the Warriors did well. Now just got to close out the season strong.
No, I'm with you, Caleb. Appreciate the call. 3-1, absolutely a success.
Yeah.
It was such a success that Mark Willard came in with face paint yesterday.
Come on, Stein.
Yeah, he did.
I am shocked.
He said if they went 3-1, he'd wear face paint, and he did.
As soon as the break comes, I'll go through I'm sure we got a picture on social.
Get out of here!
Yeah. Shout out to Mark for keeping his word.
Yeah.
Him and I pay our bets.
And you lose a lot of them to pay.
Hey.
You do. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ, can I do the legal? KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
No, that should be illegal that you try to hit your partner like that. I didn't like that. But you told me before the show, stay out your way. Steiny, I think you've known me for a while. I cannot reiterate how shocked I am that Michael Malone is fired. And I'm mad if they chose to play. You got to choose to play. So you're letting the prisoners run the asylum if he lost the team. Give him the respect to fit. Get swept. And that might happen. But you got Jokic. And now I'm wondering, was Murray kind of slow playing coming back? But I thought Malone was a real one, Steiny. That's all.
Well, he still is. They just fired him.
Wow.
I don't like. I mean, if he had lost the team, then what's the sense in going into the playoffs, knowing you're just going to get dismantled?
To that point, if can you be a 4th seed and lose a team? That seems when I think
that's what's happening, right? Why else would he get fired? Like, why would he get fired?
Man, I don't have that answer.
I think there has to be a disconnect between him and the team.
What about the drafts? Could it be something to where he's like, we have no bench? Because I talked about that was their weakness, their bench. But then why does that just flare up right now? But for a team to, if you're right, they quit. On paper, it doesn't look like that. Yeah, they've been struggling, but they're the 4th seed. And they came out trying without Murray Friday. Yeah, they got beat, but if this is the new normal, man, show me it works.
Let's go to, if they win a round, you may be able to say it worked, because I get the sense that they think if they don't make any changes, they have no chance. Gene's in Oakland. Hey, Gene, how you doing, my man?
Gene.
Hey. Doing well. Just driving back to the office. So anyways, looking back at this Houston game, it doesn't bother me so much. In fact, I think he could have very well, in retrospect at least, predicted this would happen, because, I mean, they had come off something which was nothing short of incredible, winning 3 games in 4 nights against, teams that are ahead of them, 2 of which have owned them the last few years, Denver and L.A. And most incredible of all was Steph Curry putting up Hall of Fame level numbers all 3 games. I never expected he was going to be able to do that anymore. I certainly expected to see that once in a great while, but not 3 games in a row. So they go and they play Houston. They had owned Houston. There was obviously a letdown, as you would expect, and these guys were obviously angry because we've been in their heads. Right. So, sure enough, they took care of us. But I'm not too worried about moving forward, other than what you said, Steiny, about age, and how much they've got left in the tank. You got the 3 core players total in age 107 years. That's a lot of years. So I mean, I'm hoping they can rally and put together what they need to do it the rest of the way. I think 3-1 is realistic. I would expect the 1 loss to be the last one against the Clips, because they're going to be a little tired by then again. And the Clips have unfortunately owned us. So I hope we go 4-0, but 3-1 probably is going to be good enough.
Hey, Gene,
I think so too.
I'm perfectly happy.
Yeah, Gene, let me leave you with this one. No concern over Butler's field goal attempts, especially Sunday. Only 7 when your main guy doesn't have it going. That was my biggest takeaway.
Well, I think Dre and Butler were also tired, and I would expect more out of both of those guys moving forward, at least these next 3 games. So I'm not worried about that either.
No, and you know what, Gene? The more I think about it, the more I think you're right about that was the letdown game, the Houston game. I thought maybe it might be Denver, but the reality of the situation is that Denver was on a back-to-back, and they still probably lumped that in to, the tough 4-game stretch. And, I agree with him. That was the one that was going to be super difficult because you still had a day, you had a back-to-back, you had a day off. But I think mentally this team also is fatigued right now, and I'm talking about the Warriors, or at least Sunday. Now you try to regather, regroup, go win in Phoenix, and try to win 3 out of the last 4 at least. And I think if you do that, you're going to be in 6.
Yeah, and Rome wasn't built one day, but I'll say this, Donnie, and you can back me up. That was the game that would have kind of set you apart. You could have almost had home field or home court in a first-round series. That's how massive that game was for you in regard to the standings. Now you're in a 4-way tie, and the box, hopefully you don't go that way, and I know they're human, but the box, if you slip up before, because I'm not assuming the L to the Clippers by any stretch, but if somehow you slip up before then, I think going into that playing game would be a letdown from, where this team, what we seen, what we felt, and where we thought they could go, which they still can get there, but to start in the box would be that would be a rough one.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. And Warriors, last week of the regular season, ladies and gentlemen, they play tonight at Phoenix. No Kevin Durant. He's not going to play tonight. Still got an ankle injury. And you got to believe that maybe he won't be coming back this year. Phoenix is all but eliminated. And
didn't fire Coach Bud.
Not yet. Maybe the reason they're waiting is because they know they're not making the playoffs.
Yeah.
Let's go to Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland. Hey, Leroy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Goo.
Hey.
What's going on, man? You know you guys are my favorite, man. Yo, wow. Steiny, Goo, I was like, I want to play the Lakers. Y'all know.
Yeah.
I want to play the Lakers. I think of all the teams, we discussed this before, out of all the teams that are in the playoffs right now in the West, Jimmy Butler in his career has played best against the Lakers. Also, a long time ago, I talked about, I think it was last year, a couple of years ago, when the Warriors were in the playoffs against the Lakers and Kerr didn't play Kuminga. And I always liked in the regular season, Kuminga always seems to do well against the Lakers. He has good games in his career against the Lakers. And I remember pulling my hair out going, Kerr, why are you not playing Kuminga? So, I just think it's a matchup nightmare for the Lakers. And, hey, Warriors and Lakers first round.
All right, Lee.
Yeah, I don't know who I'd want if I'm the Warriors.
Well, you and I, we kind of come from the same era. We remember the old NFC East when all the teams were good, or the Big East. We talked about them last week. And I think of Joe Frazier, Ali, Norton, and all those heavyweights. It's going to take, either way you go, Stein, it's going to be rough as hell. That's how it's looking.
This from the 415. Stein, if the Warriors are truly fatigued currently, that's a bad sign already. Yeah, I think it can kind of go in waves. I don't necessarily think if a team's fatigued now, they'll be fatigued in the postseason. I just think
some credit.
Yeah, I just think that was a tough stretch of 4 games in 6 days, and it came at the end of a road trip. You'd had a 2-week road trip. You came home. You played Denver, a team that had rested for 2 days, and you went and beat them, and that was the high point. And I just think that as much as you want to get up for every game, as much as you want to play great every single game, that game against the Houston Rockets was just not at the right time. And Houston got them. And I think the Warriors were a little tired mentally and physically. And as this week goes on, we'll see if they can kind of, recharge. And the best way I think the Warriors can recharge is to make the playoffs as a top 6 team and have next week off.
There you go.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Ray in Watsonville. Hey, Ray, how you doing?
Hey, guys. It's always good listening to you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, first of all, I just want to say that I like the way you started off your guys' show, saying that you guys should have talked more about what they did these last 4 games than complaining about losing to Houston on Sunday.
All right.
I'm glad you brought that up. But you know what? We've never seen 2 coaches going into the playoffs being fired. So, I mean, come on, I disagree with you saying it doesn't. Why? If it's a problem, why not get rid of them now instead of later? Well, the way that I look at it, and I guarantee and Denver aren't going to go far. They might even lose in the first round because of that. So now you only have to deal with 6 teams instead of 8 teams to worry about. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So, and you think about if the last 4 games, which games would you want to lose? Would it have been? I think you didn't want to lose any of them, but losing to Houston, I don't care about that. They were tired. They were coming off a road trip that was 14 days on the road, and I don't think they're fatigued. I mean, as far as body wise and playing wise, I mean, I'm going to put my money on the Warriors as far as their mental getting into those games when they all of a sudden. They're playing every other day, not playing every other night. So, I can't wait for the playoffs. I can't wait to see what they do. But I don't care who they play because every team's going to be tough.
I agree.
For, Denver or Memphis. Yeah.
Ray, I agree with that. And you know what? I've just started to come around to that the last week or two. I thought Houston was the team that they probably wanted to play, and they wouldn't say anything, but that was probably the team they wanted to play. Wow. But after this last week, there's a couple things. One is you beat 3 teams, 2 of which you've had no success against, so that's a good sign. And then, Houston showed you a side of them that we haven't seen because we haven't watched the Warriors play Houston anytime super recently, and the Warriors. We're at the end of a tough string of games. The Rockets beat them and, reach into a hat and pull out a team, and that's who you're going to play. And it might be a little better than another team, but it might be a little worse than another team. The number one key, Goo, is to get to 6. Or to stay at 6 or move up.
And that's because the rest component, right? That week off. That's humongous.
Absolutely. The other thing is, what was the other? Oh, the idea of, so Michael Malone was fired today by the Denver Nuggets along with their GM. Taylor Jenkins got fired about 10 days ago. So 2 of the Western Conference playoff teams making changes going into the postseason. And that leads me to ask Warrior fans, I mean, are we saying bring on Memphis or Denver right now? Is Denver the team we want now, knowing that they just fired their coach and something clearly is going on there that maybe we don't have a total grasp of? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
at a family reunion and they decide they're going to divorce, you don't make that announcement then. You go do what you got to do, be mom and dad, and then when you get home, you tell the kids, hey, it's over, and let all the family know. But you don't do it before the family. Like, why? What's the point? You don't want that bad. You know what I mean? You want to enjoy.
The point is that if you do it before the family reunion, the mom and dad don't have to be awkward with the family all weekend, pretending nothing's wrong, but everybody knowing that something's wrong, and they're going to ruin the family reunion anyway.
Well, I'll give you that, but give me this. In America, Stoney, that's how you do it. You don't want everybody else being awkward.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on in Denver or in Memphis, but
could be the new Memphis coach.
I mean, if the owner thought those teams were broken and beyond repair this year, I don't know. Maybe you do it now. Maybe this will open the door to a long run by either Memphis or Denver, but I don't know that I would bet on that.
All right, this is how I'm going to test the Stoney meter. Are you willing to bet or take a bet now that Denver or Memphis will get swept first round because of these transactions? That's where I'm.
It's impossible. It's impossible to tell. But who knows? Maybe, and that's all I'm saying is that maybe the owner of the Grizzlies and Nuggets looked at their teams and thought, we're getting swept. We have no fire. We have no passion. We're not playing hard. Man. This team's lost something. And if we go into the postseason like this, we got no chance. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of other than maybe something happened. Something that,
with Jamal
has
Murray.
Nothing to do with basketball, maybe. I don't know. Let's go to Nick in Ohio. Hey, Nick, how you doing? What's going on, man?
Hey, all right, guys, doing good. And I'm thinking about that last series there of 4 games.
Yes.
And it was often mentioned that it's like playoff atmosphere.
Yeah.
So let's say that was a 4-game series in the playoffs. Well, the Warriors are sitting at 3-1. That's pretty dang good. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
So, along with your explanation earlier, Steiny, I think the Warriors, makes a lot of sense that they'd lose the game, playing so intently for so long. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think it's a bad analogy to call the Houston game like a game 4 of a series you were up 3-0 in. And they knew that this was a brutal 4-game stretch. They won the first 3 games, so they knew they've given themselves a little bit of wiggle room. And you know what? Houston was just ready. They were raring to go. They had it locked in, and okay, you got beat. But you're still up 3-1 in a series, and you're still in really good shape. I don't think that's a terrible analogy at all.
Yeah, normally I would like, nah, but I kind of like it. But at the end of the day, those other teams didn't have those long, young, nasty, athletic defenders like the Rockets. And Stoney, I can't remember, I know it's happened, where Steph Curry was bottled up like that. So, yeah, you can lose or not have the, come out a little lackadaisical, but it doesn't look like that. And for Curry's only points to come on that heave right before half, man, and as much as I know you were disappointed in Udoka the game before where the Warriors and Rockets hooked up before the All-Star break about how they approached it. Even then the Warriors led that game and Houston got it and made it a game to 3 or 4 points. So, this is different because you're not going to see. And now that Memphis and Denver, now that we know they got stuff going on, I'm not trying to, it doesn't lessen the wins. Don't get me wrong. It was important as hell, but I'm looking at it like, could James Logan had beat Denver and Memphis with what they got going on that maybe we're not privy to, but we do know stuff's going on behind closed doors.
Yeah, you referenced Steph Curry only scoring 3 points against the Houston Rockets. Anthony Slater was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and he was asked if that's a preview of the way Curry may be guarded once the postseason starts.
Of course, it's not even just like a blueprint of the future. It's like a reminder of the past, right? Let's go back to the Ty Lue finals, with Cleveland and the Amon Shumperts of the world. It's J.R. Smith and, them just cracking Steph off the ball. Every time he runs into the paint, they had the rule. Just, make sure you kind of lay a shoulder on Steph or something like this. I think it's part of one of Ime Udoka's regrets from the Celtics series, not beating Steph Curry up enough. I think that's a little of what you saw last night. Yeah, a lot of physicality is coming, a lot of overzealous defenses and pressure on the other Warriors to, I guess leverage that into scoring points, because I just don't think any of these smart veteran, long athletic teams are just going to allow Steph Curry to score 38 in a series to beat them. It's going to have to be the others.
Wow. So Anthony Slater thinks we're going to see more of what the Rockets did.
And if you're coaching against the Warriors, Stoney, wouldn't you do that? And I thought he left out our guy Nick Nurse in Toronto in the 19 finals.
Yeah.
But I just want to read some numbers to you, and you and Grandy might have covered this yesterday, but this just captures how great Pods has been, Stoney, just all around. But the last 10 games, 32 minutes a game, 50% from the field, 51 from three, 75% from the free throw line, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal, averaging 18 points. And, okay, you can say, yeah, he's in a zone, Gooey's playing great ball, but I honestly believe that is the greatest cologne of keeping this Jimmy Butler shot gate thing at a minimum to where it's no biggie. Because, Stoney, if you don't have Pods in these last couple games going off like that and doubling the output from Jimmy Butler as far as trying to shoot, I don't know if the Warriors win those games. And I just wonder, and that's why I brought up Jordan Poole, because he came out of nowhere, and I know Pods didn't have to go to the G League, but can he keep this up if Jimmy Butler doesn't take it up a notch in regard to being overly aggressive? I'm excited to see that part of it.
I mean, maybe Jimmy Butler is fine with Podziemski taking a lot of shots as long as he's shooting it as efficiently as he has been. But the bottom line is Pods is a more aggressive offensive player than Jimmy Butler. He just is.
Oh, man.
Let's go to Deborah in San Leandro. Hey, Deborah, how are you?
Hey, guys, I'm good. How are you two this morning?
All right. We're doing well. Yeah.
Hey, a couple of things. In regards to the Warriors, like I said, we just need to get that 6th seed because we need the rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think we needed to win 4 out of the last 5. So without having to have help from anybody else, and we would have guaranteed our spot. Now we need help, right? We need help from the Clippers own the tiebreaker, so that's why they're ahead of us now. But we own the tiebreaker against Minnesota and Memphis.
Right.
And Minnesota has the easiest route going forward. So unless we're perfect, we're going to be in trouble, without needing a little help. So that's one thing I wanted to say. But hopefully we can get there. If not, I'm okay with 7 because that gives us, we won't get the rest, but it won't be 1 and out, right?
Right.
But to get Houston after that, if you win, Deb, that's what I'm a little concerned with. But you're going to get somebody, right?
You're going to get somebody. You're going to get somebody. And the Michael Malone firing, I don't like it. I think Michael Malone is a heck of a coach. I think they should have fired Calvin Booth a long time ago because he's supposedly the architect. So he's responsible for making sure who comes and bring Joker help. But the opposite occurred after they won. That team kind of got dismantled. And I don't think that's on Malone because he's coaching what they bring him, unless he has a different position that I'm not aware of.
Good call.
What do you guys think?
Yeah.
I see, Stoney, I guess I don't like it. That's what I'm saying. I keep saying, wow, I don't like it. That's all. And I didn't like Jenkins getting fired. And he had won an NBA championship, but she captured it for me. I don't like it.
Malone had been there 10 years. 10 years.
And you know him, right?
It goes fast. Well, he was an assistant coach here, so I met him and knew him when he was here, and I like him a lot. No BS.
Yeah. Sticks up for his brethren, all the other coaches that got raw deals.
And maybe that's the problem. He sticks up for other coaches more than he sticks up for his team. He rips his team. He never rips any other coaches.
Where's the first Westbrook coach killer? Where's that text? He had nothing to do with it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, they play the Phoenix Suns tonight. They have 4 more games left. And listen, if they win, if they go 3-1, that means Minnesota's got to go 4-0 to finish ahead of them. Can Minnesota go 4-0 at Milwaukee, at Memphis, Brooklyn, Utah?
Those are 2 games in there they could lose.
Okay. And if they lose, if they beat Memphis, well, then the Warriors are going to finish ahead of Memphis with a 3-1 because Minnesota or Memphis is going to have to lose a game. Who else is going to have to lose a game? Lakers, Houston. I mean, maybe Houston still can come back a little bit. I don't know, but yeah, go ahead.
How close is Houston to the third? Aren't they way ahead to where if they wanted to pull?
Their magic number to get 2 is 1.
Oh, wow.
So any Lakers loss or
that could happen tonight in OKC.
It could. Let's go to Austin and Redwood City. Hey, Austin, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, I'm mad right now at the referee.
Oh, for what?
We lost.
Whoa.
Curry, no free throw attempts. Curry gets no free throw attempts, which is crazy. And mind you, he's been getting, past few games, 8, 13, 3, but no free throws. Man, Thompson wasn't playing that good of a defense. All that grabbing and holding and pulling Curry around and no calls. The dude with the slick hair with the little part in the middle, he need to be investigated. Man, he was calling the game. He was calling the game. And then Draymond gets a technical foul for absolutely no reason. For absolutely
no reason.
Hey, Austin, Dre should have been thrown out, though. Come on now, let's keep it. The stuff he got away with, man, I'm just telling you from my vantage point. They let him get away with a lot.
I don't think so, man. He didn't hit him with that elbow. He went up.
I agree there.
He went up.
Yeah, I agree there.
He went up. How can he? Why should he be thrown from the game? That don't make no sense. But they was all hacking. That's all. Even them and then.
Well, he could have been thrown out for clapping right in the ref's face,
dude.
He could have been thrown out for elbowing Şengün,
dude.
And
So you right. So what do Curry got to do to get a foul? What do we got to do for him to get a foul?
Yeah, I got to tell you, I don't. He's been shooting a lot of free throws. He didn't shoot a lot because they were defending him without fouling.
Oh man,
Austin, I'm just telling you.
I appreciate it, Austin. Listen, man, if you got a problem with the officiating against Houston,
I didn't say anything.
You better be. Then you should be worried because that's playoff officiating right there.
I'll tell you what, that's where I was going. As many free throws as Curry got Thursday in La La Land, Steiny, if you're watching these games, the refs are already in playoff mode. To me, they're letting a lot of stuff go. Guys thumping, falling down to the floor, everybody stopping. It's like, nope, keep going. So get ready for that because if they do that, we've seen James Harden, and I wonder if it'll impact Jimmy Butler. And who else are foul merchants? SGA, they were just letting them fall to the ground Sunday.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors Phoenix tonight. If you're a Golden State Warrior fan, does it really matter? Assuming you miss the play-in, okay, you win 3 out of the next 4, you lock yourself into 6, maybe 5 if you get a break, but 6 for sure. And the more I'm thinking about it, I don't think it matters who the Warriors play, whether it's Houston, whether it's the Lakers, whether it's Denver. And if you're just joining us, Denver's just fired Michael Malone and their general manager, Calvin Booth.
Yeah.
So the Warriors right now, 3 wins will probably get them into 6. Denver's there. The Lakers are there. Maybe Houston. If not Houston, I guess they have an outside chance of playing the Clippers. But my feeling is if you look at the Western Conference standings and teams, I just don't think there's an easier route one way than the other, unless, of course, you're slated to play Oklahoma City in the second round and they get upset, and the next thing you know, you're playing, I don't know, Memphis. Yeah, that would be a break, but the reality is they're going to have to beat 3 pretty good teams to to get to the NBA Finals, no matter how they end up getting there.
Yeah, and let me just ask you about tonight. How do you look at this game? Do you have a problem with, and I know Phoenix has NBA players and Devin Booker, Stoney, but this is one of those, I called it a pennant race to you early. You got to handle your business. But I just feel like I'm assuming that win, and I don't like that feeling tonight in Phoenix. Because
what's
Phoenix
that?
is down, I'm just assuming the win for the Warriors.
Okay.
Again, and I'm asking you, how are you looking at this game tonight with no Kevin Durant?
It's a game they should win, but who knows? You never know what can happen. Booker's a good enough player to make it competitive.
Yeah, they've lost 6 straight.
But they're reeling. I mean, this is a game where, the Warriors should win this game. If they play hard and they execute, they probably should win this game. Let's see. 916, Steiny, why reward Şengün for helping late and initiating the contact? Rough, he got hit in the face, but he did it to himself.
Yeah, that's how I feel, Steiny.
And I know, a lot of people feel that way.
But you said it shouldn't have been a tech, but you thought it was offensive foul.
I did think it was an offensive foul.
I didn't know what the Draymond or the offensive player in that situation is entitled to go straight up, and that's what he did.
Yeah, I don't think he went straight up. I think his momentum was taking him toward the rim. And again, the referees are not tolerating when guys get hit in the face with elbows. It's always getting reviewed, and I feel like once it gets reviewed, anything can happen.
Yeah.
So, it didn't impact the game. The Warriors were going to win that game anyway, the way they played, and certainly not the way Curry played, Butler played, or Draymond played.
Yeah.
They're 3 veteran guys. All were subpar. And so the Warriors might not have gotten the best whistle under the sun, but they weren't going to win that game with their big 3 playing like they did. Eddie Johnson was on with with a morning show, and I kind of wanted to push this till next segment, but what the heck, I'll get it going now. They were asking Eddie Johnson a lot about Jimmy Butler and what Jimmy Butler's role has been and what Jimmy Butler's role is gonna be. Eddie Johnson, analyst for the Phoenix Suns. That's where the Warriors play tonight. Let's talk about Jimmy Butler.
He reminds me a lot, and you guys remember Derek McKee. Derek McKee was a guy, you look at him and you say, man, this dude can probably score 25 a game. But he doesn't. And it's not like he can't. But it's just like he just picks and chooses how he's going to play. And, he's not going to take bad shots. He's not going to be overly aggressive with the ball. He's just going to make the right pass. He's going to defend. It's that kind of guy, right? And those coaches love that guy. And that's what Jimmy Butler is. So at times, did you get frustrated with Derek McKee? Yeah. Because, man, come on, be aggressive. Shoot it, man. Go for it. You hot. Don't pass that shot up. That's Jimmy Butler. And that's the part that you all got to get used to.
Wow, man. And I'll say this, Donnie. I don't know how your shot was in D3. When you're good at the game of basketball, for the most part, you make the bad shots. That's why we want you taking them. But for Jimmy to kind of plant his flag, if that's what he's thinking, I don't want to take a bad shot. Well, Jimmy, it's the playoffs. It ain't going to be all peaches and cream out there. Derek McKee, he went back.
Butler's better than Derek McKee.
I didn't like it, but hey, that's how he saw it, though.
But Derek McKee was a player that
he looked apart.
A lot of people thought he should be doing, maybe doing more than he did. But I feel like,
wow, Eddie.
I feel like we all saw it. We should have all seen something like this coming. And what I mean by that is, Jimmy Butler is the same Jimmy Butler he's always been. And I don't know what he's going to be in the playoffs.
Well, Eddie's talking he's going to be the same, so get used to it.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. Let's listen to the rest of it.
Wow.
And then we can get more into it. This is more on Jimmy Butler from Eddie Johnson.
He, to me, is not a number one, even though he looked like a number one in Miami because they got to the finals and all of that. He's really a number 2 in a sense, or 3, because he's not going to – most great offensive players, guys, and you're looking at one in Steph every night. You saw one in Clay, who played like a number one. They shoot the ball all the freaking time. They don't care. They're overly aggressive. They're going for it. They're staying the course to their detail. The other night, Steph was off. Couldn't score. The Houston's defense was just locking them up. And you would expect Jimmy Butler to be aggressive. Took 7 shots.
And I mean, Steiny, I thought of you Sunday, knew I wasn't going to see you Monday. And for all our fans and listeners that love the show and the station that support us, I don't come in here and want to come down anybody's road. And I don't even have the license to do so. I just tell the truth. And I'm sorry. For Pajimski Sunday to double your shot total, that's not that. Come on, Jimmy. We're going to need more of that. We need you, bud. And the scary part of everything you just played from the great Eddie Johnson is there is no changing. You just got to deal with it.
Yeah. I kind of been feeling that since I watched him play 10 games. I can't figure out how it's going to look dramatically different in the postseason.
Because he doesn't feel like anything different is happening, Jimmy.
No. 415. And you know what? This hit me. This to me is a great text. I can see why Butler wanted to go to Phoenix. He would have been a great fit with 2 shooters like KD and Booker. I think you're absolutely right, 415. That makes so much sense.
So it wouldn't even been noticed. They wouldn't even need it. He just facilitate.
I think he would, even on. I mean, the one thing about Miami is, and that this is why I don't think, and Brian Geltzeiler, we had him on last week, Sirius XM NBA Radio, and he was talking about Jimmy Butler, and we talked about playoff Jimmy and what's it going to look like with the Warriors, and he said it's not going to look anything like it looked in Miami. And it makes sense. In Miami, Jimmy Butler was the best player on the team, and he had to carry Adebayo and Hero and everybody else. He's not the best player on this team.
He's the second best.
That's right. And so he's going to defer to Steph Curry. That's the kind of player I think he is. Now, I think he'll take more than 7 shots in the playoffs, but I don't see him taking 18 shots a game after just taking 11 in the regular season. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, how is Jimmy Butler going to play in the postseason? We've heard about playoff Jimmy, but now we've watched him play 26 games. He's a hell of a player. He doesn't take bad shots. He doesn't make bad decisions. He doesn't take the game over in a typical way that we sometimes hear. So what do you expect Jimmy Butler to bring to this team once the playoffs start? How's he going to play? Or do you think it's going to be different? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment brought to you by Safeway. Michael Malone's been fired as the coach of the Denver Nuggets, along with general manager Calvin Booth. Second coaching firing in the last 2 weeks from a Western Conference playoff or play-in team.
With talent. Both teams got a surplus of talent.
Taylor Jenkins fired about 10 days ago. And Michael Malone fired by the Denver Nuggets. And the question for Warrior fans now is, does that make Denver a more appealing team to play?
Yes, to me.
And I'm not there yet. And the reason is because, yes, firing a coach with 3 games left is very a different type of situation. But this is a team that has lost 4 in a row. They've lost 7 of 10. And I have, like, this, the way I look at it is this.
All right.
He got fired 3 or 4 days before the Warriors beat Denver. So that tells me the Denver team the Warriors beat was underachieving to the point that they had to decide that they were going to fire their coach.
Even without one of their best players, because Jamal's been out.
I mean, they still have a great front line. They still have the best player in the league. And I just, to my way of thinking, as unusual as it was, I think it's an organization's Hail Mary to change something before they go into the playoffs, because I can only assume that the front office, whoever fired Malone and Booth, were thinking, we can't go into the playoffs with the team having the mindset they have right now. Maybe they thought the team had given in or given up. I don't know.
I like that. And I'll say, go ahead.
I got to believe Denver's going to be better in the postseason than they were against the Warriors. Let's put it that way.
If you tell me Jamal Murray's playing, Steiny, that's not a stretch. Like, that comes with it. That's automatic. And I'm not saying you are, but Jamal Murray has been in and out and has been to the detriment of the Nuggets. And again, my mind can wander. We'll probably never know, but I wonder if there was something going on there. But I do want to say this about the first quarter Friday night, Steiny. And this is I'm going to make it liken it to Malone. Clay scored 37 points against Sac years ago. The greatest performance in a quarter I've ever seen. Sleepy Floyd, we had him on not too long ago, what he did in the playoffs. Steiny, what I saw from Jokic Friday in the first quarter was one of the greatest exhibitions of basketball I have ever seen for a guy that size. So I bring Jokic up because he is the Denver Nuggets. And maybe something was going on there, because this does not happen unless Nikola Jokic signs off on it.
I'm not sure. I don't like, this is one that came out of the blue to such a degree that I have no idea what happened. None. I mean, there might have been an issue non-basketball related involving Malone. I don't know. They'd lost 4 in a row, and the playoffs are starting in 10 days. I'm not saying it's not a surprising move. I'm not saying that at all. Of course it's a surprising move. Malone won a title a couple of years ago. But I always just think, I look at it the opposite way. For a guy to get fired with 3 games left, somebody thought this train was off the track, Jack.
And it
wasn't getting back on. Now, it may not get back on with a different coach, but we'll have to wait and see that. All right, go ahead.
No, I was just going to, does it matter to you on how it looks?
No.
Because if, we always see a lame duck coach go in, soon as they get swept or they lose the series, Steiny's fired 10 minutes after. So I guess I'm wondering why Denver's brass, like, Steiny, they're taking a hit regardless if they care or not, because now you look wobbly and broken on things bigger than just the court. But obviously they didn't care what it looked like.
I mean, if you believe that had to be done, then you can't worry about the optics.
Yeah.
And again, I don't estimated eyes on the YouTube chat saying what I missed.
I saw it.
Michael Malone got fired by the Denver Nuggets along with Calvin Booth, who's their GM. Just crazy.
Man.
All right. Let's get into some calls here. We got a bunch of people that want to get in.
And I got a point before you go to them.
Oh, okay.
About the bad shot. I'll take it after we get the calls.
Okay. Don in San Jose. How you doing, Don? Donnie, San Jose. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing today? Doing good?
Yeah. Better than Michael Malone. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's going to make too much difference. He didn't score any baskets. But Guru's point about Murray being out, I mean, I still think they're a dangerous team. Who knows what went on inside. But the reason I called, well, a couple things. With regards to Jimmy Butler, they're better with him. I think they're going to go as far as they can go in the playoffs. They weren't looking too good when they got him. I wouldn't bet my Trump gold card, though, that the Warriors could win the championship this year. Lastly, I've officiated high school and college, and I went to a couple games, had good seats. I watched Curry the whole time off ball. He is grabbed, held. I mean, they call maybe 10% of the fouls that, you know, he's fouled the whole game. The problem is he doesn't complain. He doesn't jump up and down. He doesn't go crazy. So I don't know what the solution is, but he is getting to the line. So they just need to watch off ball more and get that stuff early. And last thing for the Guru, the great Logan guy, how come you've never mentioned Dave McDonald, David Hairston, Rich Blythe?
Those are all
Michael
my guys,
Pearson.
and they went to the Coliseum and lost to Gary Payton. I mention them all the time if you listen to this show. I know Rich.
You mentioned Relaford and Lawrence.
Well, that's my era. Those guys were a little older than me. Yeah. I mentioned Relaford. Those are guys I play with. Those are my OGs, but I mention them.
All right.
Yeah. I know it. That's my alma mater now. Those are my OGs, Stoney. I was a freshman. They were a senior.
Where the heck was I yesterday? Oh, my gosh. Oh, I know where I was.
I'd love to call her, but those are my dudes. I didn't play with them. They were OGs. Went to the Coliseum against Gary Payton, Kevin Mouton.
You're not going to like this. Two people were talking, and the guy was talking about when he moved to the Bay Area.
Okay, where were you first? An establishment?
I can't remember. I can't remember. It might have been with Dana and somebody else, but somebody said, when I moved out here, I actually lived in Union City. And the guy goes, "What the hell is that? It's not even in the Bay Area." And the guy goes, "Yeah, not really.
Hey,
it's down 880.
You better be glad. Hey, Whipple Road, on Ronald Boulevard. You better be glad Did you jump in?
No, I don't like to.
You've been to Norms. You should have.
But I don't like to interrupt people when I've been eavesdropping.
All right.
Let's go to
leave my city alone.
Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Real quick about Mike Malone, there's a clip during the Warriors game of Jokic going crazy on the bench. So I don't know. There was something going on there.
I think I saw that, actually. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so I don't know what's going on, but that changes my mind about Denver because, Jokic is the best player in the world, and they're going to be able to score, but I don't think he's going to be able to draw up defensive schemes for a 7-game series against the Warriors. So I think that changes the outlook on that. And with Jimmy's doing Jimmy. He's not going to crash out and go into playoff Jimmy until the game is a necessary win. He was the only guy that kept his cool that game, kept Buddy engaged, Pods engaged, like the OG should when Draymond's crashing out, Steph's getting beat up. So I don't think you want Jimmy scoring 30 that game to win a game at that age. If it's the playoffs, yes, but a regular season game after you did what you were supposed to do against Denver and LA, I'm not upset with anything. And then his post game, he talked about the turnovers, and he talked about, sorry, I was in traffic. He talked about, what else was it? Oh, Steph being fouled. So he put the bug in the ref's ear for the playoffs coming.
Yep. Yeah. I'll just say this.
That's all, fellas.
Got you, Christian. Thanks, man.
Christian, I'll say this to Christian. Snotty, I'm right behind him, or I have been, but I'm getting a little nervous now going off of Slater, going off of Eddie Johnson, and going off what I'm watching. What if I'm waiting to get proposed to and it doesn't happen game one if Jimmy does not change his aggressiveness offensively? That's when you're like, oh, the one thing that I thought was going to transform is not happening. And I would have liked him to pull Dre aside, Stoney. Dre should have been thrown out. If I was with Dre right now, I'd tell him, Dre, you got a long leash, brother.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I can't wait for the playoffs because I don't think we know how Jimmy Butler's going to play. But I'm assuming he's going to play like he's been playing, which has been good enough to have the Warriors win 20 out of 26 games.
No doubt.
Maybe he's not, you know what? He might, it's been 2 years. Maybe he's just not the scorer he once was.
Have you noticed? I got to be careful here, Stoney.
Why?
Have you noticed when he's been around the rim?
Yeah, he doesn't have explosion.
In his bunny game, he's missed a couple to where I'm like, if this is something more than just a fluke miss, maybe that explains why he's not ultra confident, bringing out playoff Jimmy early. This is what I wanted to say to you. You said he don't want to take a bad shot.
Right.
Where I come from, Stoney, hard streets of Union City, sometimes a bad shot is one you don't take.
That sounds great. But Jimmy Butler doesn't take bad shots. That's part of the scouting report on Jimmy Butler. At least that's what I've seen. He doesn't take bad shots. Don't tell him to play a way that he doesn't want to play. He lets the game come to him. He tries to get to the line when they bog down. He keeps the ball moving. He takes what the defense gives him. And at the end of the night, if he's 5 for 9 and he's 6 for 6 and he makes a 3, he gets you 17 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, and you're probably in the win column. Like I'm starting to think that's. I can't believe that he's anything other than the player he's been since he got here. Until I see differently. Well, he has been headstrong about not going overly aggressive.
But we do got, and I know we had some fun with it because it wasn't exactly how I paraphrased it, but we got him telling the media and the masses that, you know what, don't worry about me. When it's go time and it's on and popping, I'll be there. Shout out to the Jackson 5.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't just take him at his word for that, but again, I actually don't think it's a great, hold on, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I mean, if Jimmy Butler plays the rest of the regular season like this, and then in game 1 of the playoffs, he takes 21 shots, that will be weird. Like that, you can't tell me that would be great for the Warriors if all of a sudden Jimmy Butler is playing a way that he hasn't played since he's gotten here.
And we kind of discussed that. And, I wouldn't be mad at the 21 shots, but as excited as I am of what we're watching in regard to the metamorphosis with Pods' offensive game, Stoney, I don't ever, if I'm a Warrior coach or GM, want Pods to have 14 field goal attempts to Jimmy Butler's 7. And that has nothing to do with Pods. It's like, Jimmy, we need those 7 shots. We would rather them come from you and what you do and what you've done in the playoffs. So maybe I'm worried about nothing, but, Sherwin, our guy Uncle Sherwin on the chat says, aren't we winning? Is Sherwin Castro? They're winning. Isn't that enough? Sherwin, for now, you didn't win Sunday when he only shot 7 and his other comrade, was having a difficult time. So I'm not saying it's not going to come, but I'm not going to lie to myself and act like I'm watching Warrior basketball, not thinking about Jimmy Butler being more aggressive. And I'm not the only one.
Well, how about this? This is the other thing about Jimmy Butler. So, and I mentioned this to Grandy yesterday. He's played 51 games this year, 25 with Miami, 26 with the Warriors.
Okay.
His numbers are virtually the same, except his efficiency's gotten worse.
Here it's gotten worse.
Yeah, he shot 54% from the field.
Okay.
In Miami this year in 25 games. With the Warriors, he's shooting 46%. So he's actually less efficient here than he was in Miami as their number one, which is kind of interesting to me because I would have thought he wasn't playing great in Miami, and I don't think he was, but he was making his shots.
Man.
So there you go. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Joseph in Vallejo. Hey, Joseph, how you doing?
Just fine. Hey, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I must preface this. I'm not a Warrior fan, but I ain't no hater when people play well. Jimmy Butler, what you're saying is Marquette pedigree. From Bo Ellis all the way to Butch Lee when they won their championship. Crowder, Doc Rivers, they are great team players. They know how to rally a team. It's from where he come from. It's the culture. And Dwayne Wade was an exception, but Dwayne Wade, even as great as he was a team player, even inviting LeBron to come in and play with him. That's who Jimmy is, and that's who he's going to be his whole career, and I like it. And he will get 40 here and there when needed. He will get it because it's going to come to him. But he is well-trained from Marquette University. What you see with him and Draymond, why they get along so well, Draymond coming out of Michigan State, great program. These guys are more than just skilled. They're fundamentally sound, which a lot of these skilled players we brag about, they may have some skills, but they're not fundamentally sound. They do a bunch of cardinal sins in basketball. And last but not least, I don't know if you really watched the Lakers game against the Warriors, but they were running plays. They don't get much time to practice during the season. They was not going to show their whole card. And no way they're going to have a steady diet of letting Luka get caught and a pick and roll against Steph Curry. Steph will have 50 points and 50 assists. They didn't want to show what they would do if they played the Warriors. That's all I have to say. Thank you, gentlemen.
Appreciate it, Joseph. Thank you so much for the call. Yep, I'm under the opinion, or I'm under the impression that this is Jimmy Butler. I really think it's him, and I think there'll be times when he takes more shots, but I think this is kind of his baseline, and this is the way he likes to play. And here's the other thing, if you think about, he's never played with anybody as great as Steph Curry. So if he's already a team player and he already doesn't force the issue and he doesn't like taking bad shots, well, he's now playing with the best teammate he's ever had. He may actually be looking to be more deferential because he's playing with a guy like Steph Curry. And as for the shots between he and Pods, as long as, Pods over, I wish I had the numbers in front of me, but over the last number of games, Pods is shooting 50%.
Yeah, I went over him the last 10 games.
I don't mind Pods shooting more than Jimmy Butler if Pods is going to shoot 50 field, 40 3-point range, and he's going to take 5 or 6 threes.
Yeah, he's been saving them. So, man, he's been Steph's Robin in regard to the scoring end, man.
Brandon Podziemski's more aggressive offensively than Jimmy Butler.
Facts.
He just is. And
against a team like Houston, is that a recipe to win? I don't know.
Well, I think we're all. I don't think we're giving Butler enough credit for
reading the room.
Yeah, exactly.
But Sunday should have been okay. Steph's done got it going, or they're doing whatever. I'm not saying 20 shots, Sonny. Give me 14. And you made 4 of the 7 that you took.
Where would they come from?
Within the offense.
Right, but Podziemski's making his shots. Peyton was making his shots. Curry was not. Draymond wasn't shooting. And I'm forgetting Moody was 1 for 7. Like, the other thing is, he also seems to be the kind of player who, if he's playing in a game and Podziemski's not playing well, like, that's not when he says, okay, I'm going to take over, Podziemski's not playing well. It feels like he says, all right, Podziemski's not playing well, I'm going to try to spoon feed him. I'm going to try to get him an easy 1 or 2 so he can get back on track.
And Steiny, I guess I'm not like Draymond had 5 field goal attempts. Butler had 2 more than that. Like that, I'm not even saying take over. Just be more aggressive. And the cold part about it is,
we've been saying that since he got here.
Yeah. And the cold part about it is that's what I guess I'm married to. what we've seen and what he's earned. And he's earned the moniker of playoff Jimmy. So the playoffs haven't started. I believe they have, but that's the one card in the deck that Jimmy Butler does have in regard to the benefit of the doubt. And I'll step off the gas and just wait till the playoffs come. But Sunday, how Houston, I think they had a lot to do with it being a difficult day for Curry and the team. That was the day I wanted to see maybe 5 more shots. And I'm really saying 10, but I'm saying 5 now.
I mean, I also think it's not like if Steph Curry's not shooting the ball, like he's so Curry went 1 for 10.
Yeah.
At what point does Jimmy Butler say, well, Steph doesn't have it going, I'm going to take over? If in theory he has that mindset at all, which I'm starting to think he doesn't. But at what point in the game does he determine Steph doesn't have it, I'm going to go for it?
Early third quarter when Steph had basically, the heave for 3, but, just kind of, again, reading the room a little bit. I'm not saying be a hog, but.
But the problem with Steph Curry is we've seen him struggle in games before, and yet he can bring it home in the fourth quarter. Like, Curry always has to have, I think Jimmy Butler's always going to give Steph Curry a chance to get going in the fourth quarter, even if, Curry's not the guy you give up on when he's 1 for 9 going into the fourth.
Right.
I mean, that's when you still think that he could have some kind of burst left.
And even only for his standards, son, he took 10 shots. Do you know 2 starters in that game Sunday?
Well, that's because he only could get 10 shots.
And that's my whole point. So that defense is real, or that scheme. But 2 players were in double figures, Donnie, and it's been forever for that to happen with the Warriors. Butler with 13, and thank the Lord for Pods with 19.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Mr. Lee. I see Bobby in Los Altos.
Bobby.
But the Golden State Warriors, they play tonight at Phoenix. The big news of the day, not Warrior-related.
Man.
Michael Malone, head coach of the Denver Nuggets, has been fired, along with their general manager, Calvin Booth. I forget his name. Rick Adelman's son. What's his first name? I don't know. I should know it. It's not Jim. It's
we'll call him Mr. Adelman.
Mr. Adelman, the son of Rick Adelman. He is the new coach, at least for the next 3 games for the Denver Nuggets.
When we get back, you got to tell me what you saw from Jokic. I missed that Friday, Stoney. Was he going off?
Yeah, he was just complaining about something on the bench. I mean, he was animated, but I don't know what it was that he was upset about. But 888-957-9570 is the number. And Warrior fans, where are you with Jimmy Butler? I mean, it's easy to say we need him to be more aggressive, but what does it look like in the team concept? And I'm just starting to believe this is who Jimmy Butler is, and it's still pretty damn good. And it's been good enough to elevate the Warriors to a 20-6 record, even without him getting 20 points a night or 16 shots a game. But what happens in David Adelman? Thank you. What happens in the postseason? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, you know whose name hasn't really come up today?
JK.
Yeah, how'd you think he played Sunday?
He was all right. Wasn't his best work.
You better be careful.
He had some passes down there, like,
Some three, you mean?
It's just like, Kerr looked like he wasn't too happy with him. That was just my take.
Well, he shouldn't have been happy with Draymond either. Draymond stunk. Guru. Draymond stunk against Houston.
Who said
2,
something
3, 4
about DPOY and Dre? It was just the other. It might have been you.
That I don't know.
Yeah.
That I don't know. But
I missed you yesterday.
He had more turnovers than points.
Yeah.
Mike Malone's been fired in Denver. And why would it?
Because you're a
what is it? But what does it buy? Like it's outside of our control. Why would it bother you?
But the wrong people are losing.
We don't know
the wrong
that.
people are winning.
We don't know that.
Yeah.
Maybe they make a run.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Man.
All right, I'm going to play some. If I see everybody on hold, I'm going to get to you, but I want to play this first.
We went behind enemy lines.
This is straight from the boss. This is 2 Denver radio hosts on 92.5 The Altitude, and they're speculating why Michael Malone got fired.
Firing your championship-winning head coach with 3 games to go in the regular season before the start of the playoffs is wild. That is nutso stuff. Like this is some of the most stunning Denver sports news I've ever that I can recall ever. Like this is crazy.
Okay, why do you think they chose this time? What's your theory?
Jamal Murray's hamstring injury is very real. The likelihood of him playing again this year is pretty small. They were going to get bounced anyway because they're going to get bounced anyway if Jamal doesn't play. And the change was going to get made. So why wait?
So you don't think this is a play because we think we can win with a different strategy? This is a house cleaning move.
That's what it feels like to me. This feels like we were going to do it anyway, so let's just do it right now.
All right, that's from 92.5, The Altitude in Denver,
But
trying
Steiny,
to figure out.
why were you going to do it anyway with a coach like Mike Malone and you're the 4th seed?
Because they've been underachieving.
But Murray's hamstring issue has been ongoing all year. But it's underachieving what?
I find it hard to I'm not sure what's going on with Denver. It's surprising, but I don't know that they made a mistake. I don't know. Maybe his voice got lost in the locker room. I don't know what the story is.
But they're not a 10th seed. They're not so underwhelming if he lost his voice to where they're getting ran out of the gym.
They have been. They've been bad the last 2 or 3 weeks.
But I've been looking at the whole enchilada.
Well, but
the Warriors were left for dead before they got Butler. You know what I mean? Kerr wasn't going to get fired.
Right, but I mean, if the difference is we're going to the playoffs and they're in shambles, so they think they can maybe salvage something. I don't know, but it matters when you're playing well and when you're not playing well, and that's one thing the Warriors have going for them right now. They're playing well. Let's go to Mr. Lee in Fairfield. Hey, Mr. Lee, how you doing, man?
Fellas, good afternoon. How you guys doing? My favorite radio show.
Oh, thank you.
Check this out. So my question, two things. One question is for all the listeners. Name me the last game Jonathan Kuminga impacted and we won, and there's been tons of opportunity. And then my second question is Zach LaVine or Jimmy Butler? And I think it's like LaVine last night, a couple of nights ago, had like 43. So my question to you guys, do we want LaVine's more consistent scoring, or do we want Jimmy Butler's ability to impact the game in different ways, and sometimes the scoring won't come, yet we will need it at times? So sometimes I'm saying to myself, when we made the trade, LaVine was still there. Did we need more scoring, or did we need more defense? Or the thought is still out there: can Butler bring all the things that we've seen Butler bring in the past? And I want to also share this. I kind of agree with Guru. again, we're not asking this dude to blow up, but can I get more shots than 6 or 7 when we could use 12?
Yes, man.
Yeah, I think it's all fair to ask. I'd still much rather have Butler than Levine.
No doubt, especially what he's done on the defensive end for Draymond and the whole team. So,
I mean, Butler's a better all-around player. Levine's a better scorer.
Had a couple good games here, Zach.
But I think Butler's helped the Warriors in a lot of different areas.
No doubt.
Other than just scoring. And
it's a compliment to him that I want more. And he ended the call, Stoney, saying where I'm at. I'm in the line of, I think he could do all of it. And I'm hoping game 1 of the playoffs, we see that.
Let's go to Rosemary.
Hey.
In Canada. Hey, Rosemary, how you doing?
Oh, Canada.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hey.
You're having a good time over there?
Well, first of all, we're really sorry, but we're trying to hang in there down here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let me shed some light on you guys over here.
Okay.
Let me see if I can help you. Okay, I'm looking at it from my point of view. I've seen where this could be a coaching problem because Steph was hounded for so many minutes in the first quarter. Why couldn't he have sat out, brought in some other role players, give the floor a new look, take some of the heat off of him, and then bring him back again instead of having him play continuously with that kind of intensity? And Draymond is, once he gets to that point, he's very aggressive. We know that, and we don't want him to get into trouble. So why didn't we just switch things up and give the floor a new look so they don't hound Steph so much, and then the other players can play? Because I've seen where they played before when Steph was out, Draymond was out, and they won a lot of games. So give the floor a new look with Jimmy on the floor and see what would have happened. But none of that took place. So then we end up in a thing where we only lost by 10 points, which was not necessary. It wasn't necessary.
I mean, the one thing, Rosemary, and thanks for the call, appreciate it, is you're not going to have Steph Curry not get hounded. That's how they're going to play him. More teams are going to try to do what the Rockets did, and that's just shadow him with a big, athletic, probably young guy, and the assignment's clear. Try not to let him get the ball. And
easier said than done, but Houston's a good defensive team.
Exactly. And
you don't see this all the time.
Amin Thompson did a great job on Steph Curry.
Yes, he did.
And Curry was 1 for 10. I mean, that is one thing where if I were a Warrior fan, I would be a little bit alarmed. Is how can our guy who scored 50, 38, and 37, how does he only get 3? I mean, that's just so drastic of a difference. You got to wonder what happened against the Houston Rockets and whether they just didn't help him enough to get open. I don't know, but man, after the way Steph Curry was playing, I didn't expect him to have trouble getting shots off and to end up with just 3 points in a game where he played, 30 minutes or whatever it was.
Yeah, but you talked about the gauntlet that was, if there was something to it, and just the whole team was kind of, I'm not going to use the word tired because they didn't use it, Stoney, but I go back to the last game they played. What date was this? Right before the All-Star break, Steph Curry, Stoney, with Jimmy Butler on the floor, 35 minutes, 7 of 17, 5 of 13 from 3, 27 points.
Yeah, here's Jimmy Butler asked if he was a bit more aggressive against the Rockets.
Maybe not. My thing is I'm going to make the right player majority of the time, probably like 9 out of 10 times. So if I get in there and draw help, I'm going to kick it to the open guy. But I'm not going to say that anybody scoring was the reason that we did not win this game. I'm going to stick to turnovers. We had 20 of them. It's going to be hard to win in any basketball game if you got 20 turnovers.
I'm convinced this is who he is. I am.
Why did that hit different?
Because he's a different kind of guy.
He knew we wanted the word apples as the answer, and he said bananas. Like, nobody's going to change his mind. But, Stoney, I'm serious. As the closer we get to go time, I do believe a bad shot constitute a shot that's not taken when you're right there. And we're seeing that more often than not. And God bless them. I'm not coming down the road of, you pass the basketball, you're bad. No, but you're so good that you're right there. We'll take a miss.
I don't know. There's something I love about it. It's hard to put my finger on.
Can you play it again for me, Scotty, one more time?
Sure.
Maybe not. My thing is I'm going to make the right player majority of the time, probably like 9 out of 10 times. So if I get in there and draw help, I'm going to kick it to the open guy. But I'm not going to say that anybody scoring was the reason that we did not win this game. I'm going to stick to turnovers. You know, we had 20 of them. It's going to be hard to win in any basketball game if we got 20 turnovers.
Don't tell Jimmy Butler how to play. Don't you ever do it.
But it's kind of funny, Steiny.
I kind of love it.
But when he said, when he captured and said the sentence of nobody scoring is why we lost, he kind of knew if we gave that award out, it would go to you. And you made 4 of the 7 shots, bud.
And they were all easy ones because he doesn't take tough ones. There's something that I love about it.
Maybe not.
I love that. I mean, I'm just the most fun part to watch about Butler is that he hasn't scored 25 a night, and this team's changed. And he does not want to be the focal point of an offense, at least on this team. At least on this team right now, and he hasn't. So Jimmy Butler's cut out of a different cloth, no doubt about it. Let's go to Bobby. Bobby's in Los Altos. He's got his Denver sources. What's going on, Bobby? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thank you for taking the call.
Sure.
I do have a quick thought on JK and then quick thoughts on Union City, but I would like to start with this Malone
Go
situation.
ahead, baby.
So, the first time I heard it, I feel like, I can't be alone. I thought it had to be some sort of morality issue, right? He had an affair with the owner's wife, or he's gambling on NBA games or something like that, because it just seems so crazy. But then when you hear the GM is also gone, now it turns that it must be basketball related, not an off-court issue. And if it is a basketball related issue, I feel like it means they had to have okayed this with Jokic. So it's fascinating to me, and I can't wait to get more news on this. But, honestly, that means Jokic was okay with it. Yep. And then you say, what could be Jokic's beef? Is it Malone's fault Murray's hurt? What, is Jokic mad because Malone's using him too much? I just find the whole thing fascinating, and I can't wait to get more speculation around this. If it's under NCAA rules and they're allowed, I'd love to have Malone as an advisor for the rest of the year. I imagine he can't be an assistant coach, but can we hire him as an advisor?
Well,
it would just be
Memphis is going to get him first.
You don't want him as an advisor if you play Minnesota.
Oh, come on, dude. Trey loves that guy, right?
But he can't beat.
A lot of
he can't beat Minnesota, Malone. They got his number. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, buddy.
All right. So, hey, look, all the JK fans out there that think he's such a unicorn and so special, man, that game, Houston, I feel like I saw a bunch of JKs running around there on Houston that were better than JKs. They were a bunch of guys that I want JK to be. So that's really my thought on him. I don't think he's a unicorn. I don't think he's a $30 million player. So all those defenders out there, I would take any of those Houston. There were so many of them, I couldn't even figure out who was who that are exactly like JK.
Look at their ages, Bobby.
Yeah.
Bobby,
look at
listen
their
to
ages.
this.
You got him?
Jalen Green, 22. Amin Thompson, 22. Şengün, 22. Jabari Smith Jr., 21. Tari Eason, 23. That puts the Warriors' younger players into a little bit of perspective. I would agree with that.
But I would trade that for the. Oh,
you still there, real quick, Bobby?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
Hey,
go ahead.
All right, so you want to pay JK $30 million a year for him to mature a couple more years? Go ahead. I'm not down with that, but you guys do what you want.
Wow.
Look, Mean Streets of Union City, dude. Mean Streets of Union City. I've been to Logan High, man. Across the street, there's some high-end dentist out complex. There's like a Safeway and a Citibank or something right down the street.
White collar, Bobby. It's white collar.
the nicest McDonald's I've ever been to my life is in that Walmart in Union City.
Exactly.
So I don't know what you're saying, Goo. Hey, of the three of us, only one of us lived in a gated community. Which one of us was that?
I'm from the UNE.
It must have been you,
Understanding
Bobby.
nothing else. Hey, my city's beautiful,
man.
baby. We love you.
No, it's great. It's no mean street.
Okay. Thanks, Bobby. Yeah. So he's saying you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth.
Wow,
I mean, look, you.
Now you're turning me to Stephen A. Smith, and I'm going to go Tupac to try to prove that I'm tough. I'm not. My city has everything that Oakland and all the other cities has. I'm not God. Pimps, players, hustlers, athletes, doctors, scholars. Don't make me come on, Bobby.
Your father was a high-end military man with an unbelievable salary and pension. You know those pensions in the Army?
Love my city,
oh, my
baby.
God.
We had everything in the UNE.
How much money do you think Norm's sitting on?
Let me read this to you. This is from Kevin O'Connor, Stoney, covers the NBA. He just tweeted this out.
All right.
Absolutely nuts. Booth and Malone never liked each other, rarely spoke, and talked behind each other's backs. With the team struggling on the court, Nuggets ownership decided to fire both. Insane.
All right.
Work with people you didn't like, you finish it. You know. Now I'm with Bobby. Jokic had to sign off. You don't do this without a guy like that not okaying it. That's what's crazy to me.
Well, I
first the Luka trade, now this, and Jenkins.
Yeah, I'm not assuming Jokic knew. Not in this day and age, where I think we're finding out more and more that there's two types kind of owners. Well,
you don't want to piss off your superstar. And we know Curry and Dre are all, they're not making the decisions, but they're in the loop.
Maybe they're done with that. I mean, maybe things have gotten so bad that he didn't. Hey, maybe this opens the door. Kuminga for Jokic.
And it sounds like Murray might not even be available for the playoffs. That soundbite we had from the two guys in Denver.
Yeah. Let's go to James in Ohio. He's been hanging in there. What's up, James? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Listen, I want to keep it on the coaching thing because somebody's got to tell me something and lend their expertise, because the Denver thing is one thing, but I feel like we've been swimming in this stream since the Dwayne Casey firing after winning head coach of the year. I mean, I don't understand how any of these coaches are supposed to build up a resume to become a Greg Popovich or an Eric Spoelstra if as soon as you drop below the 3 seed, you're on the curb. So I just don't understand what these ownership groups are expecting, and how these coaches are supposed to build up that legacy if you don't get more than 2 seasons at a time.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, it's
you said
surprising.
They've been there, 10 years?
Yeah, 10 years.
And with all this going on, Stoney, and I know they've been struggling, 3-7, lost 4 in a row. They're still the crazy, I won't watch my verbiage here, they're the 4th seed with all that stuff going on. And you run them?
Fun.
I don't think it's good for the league. And I didn't like the Jenkins one, so it's not just about my affinity for Mike Malone. It's kind of stupid, Stoney.
I mean, I don't know if it's stupid or not. I know it's unique. I know it doesn't happen a lot, but let's see how competitive each of those teams are in the playoffs, because at the time that the coaches got fired, the teams weren't very effective. The Nuggets had not been playing well. And I think like that game that they played against the Warriors on Friday, now the more I think about it, the more I'm thinking, as Warriors fans, and I'm not taking anything away from the Warriors win. That's not where I'm going with this. But we watch that game and say, man, Warriors, big win. They took Denver out of what they wanted to do. Denver didn't seem to have a lot of energy after
the first quarter.
After having 2 days off, resting everybody against San Antonio, put all their eggs in the Warriors basket. And maybe if you're a Denver front office person, you looked at that game against the Warriors and said, they've given up. They're just not playing hard enough.
Wow.
Like, that's not going to get it done. They didn't play the way they played against the way we played against the Warriors. We're not going anywhere. So
yeah,
Murray's
missed 6 of the last 10 games, Stoney.
Yeah. Let me play this one more little thing about, because we've been on Jimmy Butler, and Eddie Johnson was on the morning show today. And listen to what Eddie Johnson said about Jimmy Butler and his whole game.
That's always been my pet peeve with him, is that he kind of like cruises through the game, and because he knows he's going to stay on the floor, so he doesn't have to be judged by shooting, and then he can just defend, he can pass, and he can do all of that because he still knows he's going to get his minutes. But a player like, say, myself, I was judged on what I was doing. And if I wasn't doing it, I might be on the bench. You get it? And so it's that kind of mentality, and it should drive me crazy with Derek McKee in that regard. Love him like a brother, but he would admit that he wasn't an overly aggressive offensive guy.
I mean, it's not the first time we've heard that about Jimmy Butler, that he cruises, particularly in the regular season.
But this, I guess why I'm scratching my head just a little bit is I'm on record. The playoffs have already started, and that was a big game. I know it was 1 of 4 in regard to the gauntlet, but Stoney, I don't know when you see Steph Curry with 3 points, and the 3 is one that he had to make damn near from half court, not to just think to yourself, okay, Pods has it going, but that's still not enough. You know, we need more, and he was 4 of 7. And I wish it would have been an 0 for 7 so I could say, you know what, he felt like maybe Stoney, he didn't have it going. But 4 made more than half his shots. Keep it going.
I was saying this yesterday. He is not going to have a 5 for 16. He's not. That's not who he is. He's just not going to do it. Get used to it. He's going to, like, when he has big scoring nights, it's going to be 8 for 14, 11 for 12, 26. Wow. Like, I think that's what a really, and then 6 and 6. Essentially, that's what a really good Jimmy Butler game I think is going to look like.
So essentially, our 3-point shooters are Steph Curry.
Well, it's not
Pods,
Butler,
Moody, and Jimmy. Buddy.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want Butler taking a lot of threes anyway. It's just not his game. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm going to get into some more of this sound from Anthony Slater and also from Eddie Johnson, who was on with the morning show earlier today. The Golden State Warriors, they are right now in the 6th spot in the Western Conference with a game tonight against the Phoenix Suns in Phoenix. And Kevin Durant will not be playing. So this is a game that you figure the Warriors should win. They need it. And the Phoenix Suns are all but eliminated. So you got to believe that the Warriors want to get this one tonight. And if they do, they play San Antonio tomorrow. But I think the goal is, obviously you'd love to win out. But I think if they win 3 out of 4, it's going to be good enough to keep them in 6 or above. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'll throw it out there one more time about Jimmy Butler and his reluctance to be a volume shooter. Do you want to see him become more aggressive? And if he becomes more aggressive, what do you think it looks like? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Oh, yeah. You know, things are heating up on the basketball court, and we're watching every second. It's your boy Guru here with Prize Picks, and I've been telling you for months now, Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action with over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings. Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. Get this. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up 1,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. My go-tos are the player point totals. And if you follow me on TikTok, you know that I'm
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Jimmy Butler.
By the way, I heard these guys talking about it this morning, so I'll weigh in. The White Lotus finale was not very good.
Well, I'm on season 1.
Well, I'm talking about season 3.
Yeah, I've been hearing about it, and I'm trying to hide. I didn't even know that was you had that on your docket, like you watched.
Nah, I watched it. It was all right. It was
they got
good.
some great actors
good for
in
a while.
it.
Did they?
Yeah.
Who?
The son. He's amazing.
In what?
Season 1.
Well, I didn't see season 1. I just started with season 3.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I've never heard. You picked up a series and didn't start from the origin?
You can start at the beginning of each season because it's a new season.
But you don't have the depth of everything that's gone on.
Not all the characters are the same. In fact, most of them aren't. They're new characters.
Wow.
Yeah, so you'd be wrong.
That
there.
hurt me to know. I didn't know that.
You could have started with 3. Yeah.
I think you're in the big-time minority on that.
I don't know. I don't know where you came from or what you're talking about, Risotto.
This dude's so like that would bother me, Stotty. It's like True Detective. Then
the person I watched it with had already seen seasons 1 and 2, and I said, "Can I just jump into 3?" And yeah, you can. It still works.
Steve Kerr, big fan. I got that from Willard and Dibbs interview. What didn't you like about the finale? What would you like? Where did it go wrong or lose you?
It just didn't do it for me. It just didn't do it for me. I mean, the dude, I can't spoil it, but
you were disappointed.
Yes, I was disappointed. I
my love life.
I thought it would be. I just thought it would be better. I thought it would be more intriguing. Boy,
I did not know the seasons are combined though. So now man. So this is my one season with the current cast I'm watching in season 1.
Yeah, but I think there's some leftovers.
Okay, all right.
That's what I.
You know what else isn't combined? Your mic and the mic's holder.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Pasta, we have a thing on the show. Snitches get stitches, and we kind of he went public, but called Tim Jordan.
Steiny's categorically wrong. How so? 818. My understanding was that that's a series that you could pick up any season, and. Right off the get-go, I was fine.
I don't like it.
Right, the get-go season 3, episode 1, I was like, you know what? I'm caught up.
Oh, boy.
So
yeah, I'm having a blast watching it.
Michael Malone's been fired by the Denver Nuggets, and it comes about 10 days after Taylor Jenkins was fired by the Memphis Grizzlies, and pretty surprising. Go ahead.
So during the break, I was trying to annoy you, but they have all these clips from, bad losses by Denver and Malone calling out the team for not watching film. And his job is not to be honest, but brutally honest. And I love all that. But Steiny, I got to be honest. I think the players had something to do with this. The ownership does not do this when you got the likes of Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr., guys that got their bag, Jokic. What did Bill Walsh say? After a certain amount of time, the coach's voice, it goes dead or it just loses its luster. So ownership didn't do this and not find out if the players, would have had a revolt. That's what I believe. I believe Jokic is like, okay, coach not here, let's go.
I mean.
And I thought they were like Stephen Kerr.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why they did it. I know they haven't been playing well. They've had some issues on the sidelines. I don't know if that's been a factor or not, but yeah, Michael Malone has been fired.
4th seed.
And my question to Warrior fans is this, especially after the last 4 games. So you played Memphis, you played the Lakers, you played Denver, and you played Houston. Assuming you can avoid that play-in, which I think you can do if you go 3-1. Who do you want? Who do you want out of those teams? I think has it changed? I think before the week started, most people wanted Houston. But what ended up happening is you ended up beating Memphis. You beat Denver and the Lakers, 2 teams you had no success against. And then Houston came in here and absolutely shut you down.
Man.
So do you want the Lakers right now? Do you want Denver? Or do you still want Houston, an inexperienced team, but boy, do they play hard. 888-957-9570 is the number.
And
go ahead.
No, I was just going to tell you, I'm the captain of that ship in regard to who I, from a fan perspective, wanted. And Steiny, this is not just about Steph and his three-point Sunday. That was the epitome of older team, and it's not a bad thing, versus younger team. And I don't like it. I've disrespected Houston, so I don't want them. And I now insert Denver. Luka, LeBron, that playoff whistle I think they'll get in L.A., I don't want that. So I would love Denver because I just don't know, and maybe I could be wrong because Memphis has an opportunity to do it too, where you fire your coach at this juncture and then you go to the playoffs and play your best. You're in your best, you're in your best mindset. I'm ready for Denver because they must think it's over.
Who?
The players and the owner.
Yeah, see, I just tend to look at it. I just tend to look at it different. I think they thought it was over if they didn't do anything. It's going to be interesting to see. Eddie Johnson was on with the morning show. We're kind of really digging down on the Jimmy Butler situation. We were talking about how important this stretch was for the Golden State Warriors when it started back in Miami against the Heat and Jimmy Butler was going home, or should say back to Miami. Where he'd had some success. Since that game, he's averaged 9 shots a game. He's taking 9 shots a game, and I think people are starting to wonder, is this who Jimmy Butler is? And I'm starting to think it is. I can't imagine that once the playoffs start, he's going to flip a switch that's so different that all of a sudden the Warriors are going to look different. Why would he do that? Why wouldn't he start to begin to do a little more? So we got to look at how it was going to play out. But Jimmy Butler's just, this has been game in and game out. He's been playing the same way, and by and large, the Warriors have been a better team with him. But he hasn't been a big time scorer, maybe like some people expected.
And that's the part. Because you are correct, Steiny, and we all here in Dub Nation have felt it. We've seen it. We're living it. He has been a godsend. He brings more than just scoring. But this team is not the 1988 Lakers. They don't have a surplus of scores. And as great as Pods has been, it's been phenomenal. And you want more. But right now, Jimmy Butler was also brought in, and maybe Steiny needs a reminder that when you play better teams like the Houston Rockets, they're so nasty on defense, there might be a game or games or a quarter where they can take away our best asset on offense. And that's why we brought you in, because you're Jimmy Buckets, playoff Jimmy. So if this is playoff Jimmy, if I'm another team, I'm like, okay, all right, we might be able to withstand that. So I'm just hoping, Steiny, there's another, and he said as much, there's another level he'll get to pushing the issue offensively come playoff time, which is just next week.
I don't know that he has that in him. I have no idea.
And Slater, that soundbite you're going to play for Slates has me a little concerned too.
Well, this is Eddie Johnson, more on Jimmy Butler, because Eddie Johnson talked a lot about Butler, and he was asked about if Warrior fans should start to think about Jimmy Butler a little differently than maybe they had before he got here.
In Miami, he had 2 young players, in Bam and Tyler Hero, so he was able to, he was aggressive, right? And he had to be, and he knew it. Now he doesn't overly have to be because he's not the number one. Steph is. And so how does he blend into, not stepping on Steph's feet and still be aggressive? I don't view Jimmy as a pick-and-choose guy, meaning, if Steph is off, okay, he automatically in his head, he says he just goes for it. I think in his mind, he's just going to try to be more aggressive and more smart to maybe get Steph better shots or get Steph more open. That's not what you do. That's what Draymond's job is. That's what Looney's job is. That's what Gary Payton II's job is. Your job is to Steph you off. I'm going for it until you get back in rhythm. I just don't know if that's him.
Wow. And now
doesn't sound like it is. I mean,
wow, Stoney,
it doesn't sound like it is. And it certainly hasn't looked like that's how it is since he's been here. Man. But will it change once the postseason starts? It's going to be fun to figure out.
And it's kind of interesting when you talk about Draymond, because he's so great at it. But it's that old adage, stay in your lane, do what you do. And that's why, most often Draymond's not known for his offense has gotten better. But the bottom line is we already have that down, bud. We need you to recognize and read the room, the court, and know, in situations, 2 is better than 1. And just because Steph has it going doesn't mean, we can't have another freakishly talented offensive guy with the nickname of playoff whoever get busy, like Arsenio Hall.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Here's that sound Guru was talking about. It's from Anthony Slater, and he said this yesterday about Jimmy Butler's hesitancy on offense. Is this who he is? Is he going to pick it up? What's going on with Jimmy Butler? Is this the Jimmy Butler we all knew from Miami?
I think he's shooting it about the amount of times per game he was in Miami. I think it's about 2 field goal attempts per game down from peak Miami regular season Jimmy Butler. But, he's older. He doesn't have that pop and lift to the rim. I think he's hesitant at times to take challenge shots in traffic against size. And they're going to need it. And we'll see. He keeps hinting it'll be there when I need it. You felt like it was needed last night, but he's not he's never been your traditional superstar scorer. And I think at this stage of his career, 35, he's even less of that from a pop, standpoint at the rim. So they're going to, I don't think you could just rely every night come playoffs, he's going to be able to score 30. I mean, certainly some nights he probably will, but you're going to need scoring elsewhere. Kuminga's obviously a name. Maybe he can help you in the scoring category. So he does so much else, though. I mean, I think we all see that.
Yeah, we do. But, Sonny, if it's about that pop and lift, then that's just attrition. But when I watch him pass out of being right at the goal, the cylinder, and just kind of, Stoney, it's the NBA. Shots are going to be challenged, but you're good at it. Shoot them.
He's not good at it. He's not good at taking bad shots. In fact, he's so bad at it, he cuts it out of his game entirely.
But he didn't do that when he was putting up the 20 shots in the playoff games in Miami.
That's because he was the best player and he had to do it. He doesn't have to do that here. He's not the best player.
Wow.
He's got a license to defer more here. And you know what? He probably should, because they don't need him here like they needed him in Miami. I mean, there are going to be times when they're going to want Butler to score, and we'll see if he can deliver or not. But yeah, he's surprised me with his game. There's no doubt about it.
Could you imagine us coming in here after a playoff game, regardless if they win or lose, and let's just say it went overtime in the fourth quarter, Steiny, and let's just say he has 8 shots on the night, and that's in a loss.
All right.
I think regardless how many he made of the 8, that's not what I thought was coming to town, even though what's came to town has been great. I expect that to be 15 or 16. And I'm not saying he's Kevin Durant, but to hear I got to give you the win. Don't
tell him how many shots to take.
You said there was something going on, and when he says maybe, maybe not, he knows what the reporters and fans are starving for. He knows what's being said.
But he doesn't care. Clearly he doesn't care.
When you win, it's not a problem.
Okay, well.
Sunday they didn't win. And I thought he was pedestrian.
415 on the Comcast Business text line. Why is there so much concern about Butler's play? Look at the record since he arrived. Everyone was off in the last game, including the Oh, you caught me. That was like Charles Barkley, I'm a dumbass, including the local broadcasters. Okay.
We put a poll up, too, Stein. I'll give you some results on who Warrior fans want to play for.
One of the reasons that there's so much concern about Butler's play is because, it's tough for Guru to think that he can't score or he doesn't want to score.
No, I've seen him do it.
Not here.
Well, damn. No, he'll game
He'll
one.
He'll what?
He'll be a little more demonstrative, and we're just asking five. I'm asking 5 or 6 more shots. Because if you watch a Warrior game, even when they win, it's just getting old to me, Steiny, when he's at the bucket passing it out.
Because he doesn't have confidence that he can finish consistently against bigger guys. I mean, think about it. Like, you can't tell me, how many times he's played 26 games, and I always like to do this. All right, close your eyes and think about Jimmy Butler. Okay.
They're closed.
Let me think. Okay, he drives into the lane. He pump fakes. He doesn't get the guy to go up. Sometimes he does, but this instance I'm talking about, he doesn't. Another head fake, can't get him up in the air. He's going to pass it. He's not going to shoot it.
Well, Houston did a good job on everybody in that regard, not leaving their feet.
Exactly. So if you don't leave your feet, he's going to pass it. And I saw Houston do an incredible job of not leaving their feet.
Man,
both on Butler and on Pods.
Man, on everybody.
Let's go to Bernsey in Fremont. Bernsey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Oh, man, my 2 favorite guys in the afternoon. How you guys doing today, man?
Doing well.
Listen up. I want anybody listening, anybody tuning in, when somebody asks you, oh, who do you want the Warriors to play? You dang well say the Lakers, man, because I want some of that Lake show. I want that so bad. I want to put those boys down for the nap time for the Lake show. All right? Bring them on. You know, did we not get one of the greatest basketball games that I've seen all year from the Warriors when we're playing that? I think that's what they need, man. They need a team that's going to give them everything back to them, and I think it just sparks that energy in them big time. I'm all in on the Warriors. I know I've talked to you guys early, maybe a couple months ago when we were talking about trading Draymond and possibly trading Curry. Man, I'm so freaking glad we are beyond that right now. It's time to roll. Now, I got a couple little things. White Lotus. Oh, sorry, Steiny, man. Now, listen, Steiny, I'll agree on one thing. My wife hates this. I will watch TV shows, and she'll come in and say, what are you watching? I'm watching a certain show. And it'll be like season 3, episode 4. Did you watch season 1 and 2? I go, no. Why? Why didn't you watch those? And I always tell her, well, if they haven't gotten it good by season 3, then why should I watch season 1 and 2? Season 3, episode 4, those seasons should be good. Now, White Lotus, I did the same thing. I watched the first episode of season 3, and that stuff was good. I went back and started the other ones before I went on. The scenery in some of those episodes are awesome.
Yeah.
My last thing, fellas, and I'll make it quick, is Union City, all right? Hey, listen, I'm old enough to remember some really tough parts of Dakota and Union City.
Don't tell
them. Never sleep on Dakota. But listen, Steiny, I don't know if you know, Union City only has one high school. So you can imagine all the talent that comes to one high school compared to Fremont, which has 5, okay? The diluted athletics in Fremont compared to Union City is unreal. If we had maybe 2 high schools in Fremont, we'd probably never hear about Logan again. But listen, I've always had fun with Logan. I was there the first year I played in that first year. They built the new gym. It was good times, man. But guys, I love your show. Do it up and go Warriors.
Thanks, Bernsey. Appreciate it.
Bernsey.
See, this is what I think is funny. From the 650, the NBA wants no part of the Warriors and Lakers in the first round.
Oh, my Silver can't sleep thinking about that thing, and if he gets it, he'll take it first round.
Well, it ain't going to happen in the second round.
Well,
what are the odds of both the Warriors and the Lakers advancing and even being in the same bracket?
Well, advancing, I think, is kind of high, but being in the same bracket is where I kind of lose you.
I mean, I don't know that the Lakers and Warriors are going to be favored in each of their series if they're not playing each other. And if the Warriors end up at 6 and they're playing, I don't know, Denver or the Lakers, I don't know who would be favored in that. I got to believe it's...
Well, as it stands, guys, just to interrupt you real quick, they're the 3rd and Golden State's the 6th. So if it remains that way, they do play in the first round. So.
Exactly.
Wow. That's what you call a blockbuster.
Well, to my way of thinking, I get it. The Lakers and Warriors have appeal, but I think any series is going to be great. Whether it's the Lakers, whether it's Denver, whether it's Houston, hell, even if it's Memphis. Memphis is going to probably play hard against the Warriors like they did.
And
the
they
other
got
day.
Minnesota. So
let's go to Amy in San Francisco. Hey, Amy, how you doing?
Hi there. Doing really well.
Cool.
Yeah, I think I guess I'd rather see the Nuggets in the first round, and it would be more fun to see the Lakers later. But, I kind of wanted to go back to the Jimmy Buckets sort of stuff you all were talking about. In my line of work, we spend a lot of time doing what's called theory of mind, where we try and get in the mind of the person that we're talking to or about. And I give professional NBA players and coaches a lot of credit. I don't think they're just playing one game. And, everyone says the playoffs have already started. So I don't think they're just playing one game. I think they're looking ahead. And we've heard Steph say over and over, we're working on stuff. We've still got a long way to go. And Jimmy's a big part of that. So I don't think Jimmy wants to be in the position of taking over games right now. I mean, what do I know? I'm like a 5'2" Asian woman, a 50-year-old Asian woman. What do I know about what Jimmy's actually thinking? But I think he is looking at the long game. He's like a great dominoes player. He's being strategic. He's planning. They are thinking ahead. Yeah. They don't want to show all their looks. Yeah. And I think he's doing exactly what he needs to do right now to get them where they need to be, which is winning a championship. And I actually am one of those few true believers. Like, if Draymond says they can do it, I truly believe they can do it, because they have probably looked ahead at every game. They know what seed they're going to be. They know who they want. They know how they're planning for how they're going to play them. So I'm really excited for the rest of the season and playoffs. Yeah. And, Jimmy knows he can take an 8 seed to the finals. He's done it before.
Thanks, Amy. Appreciate the call. Yeah, no, I mean, even though conventional wisdom is that, Jimmy Butler's one of the smartest players in this league. He's been super smart. Guru thinks he knows better than Jimmy Butler.
What do you mean?
Start taking bad shots, Jimmy Butler.
No, I'm just
telling you. Be more like Kuminga, drive into traffic, and go up with nowhere to go.
That was a one.
Well, apparently it's affected you because you responded to somebody on the text line.
I got to know. He called me a troll. But I love Jimmy. I'm not trolling. I'm just telling you things and water faucets get turned off in regard to scoring in the playoffs. And they do all kind of stuff. Yeah. And I think Houston, if you got, we need others to step up. Jimmy told you about a month ago, he told us, I'll amp it up offensively a little more. Okay. And that's all I'm asking for.
Yeah. Well,
and you want to stay out of Casa Verde, too, in Union City.
The other thing, and I'm dead serious about this. I know it's easy to say,
y'all laughing at.
The playoffs have started already. No, they haven't. They have not started. We just saw Denver, for goodness sakes, rest all their guys.
Yeah, and fire their coach.
Exactly.
Maybe that's why.
Exactly.
The playoffs have started.
The playoffs have not started.
To you, they haven't. To me, they have, and everybody else. Hey, Ken's waving us.
No, but if you're literal, they haven't started. Just say, okay, Steiner, you're right. I'm not getting out now until he says he's wrong.
I hate to agree with Steinman.
Thank you. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Warriors play the Suns tonight, 7 o'clock. You can catch all the action right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starts at 6, and tip-off is at 7. Some interesting news in the NBA today. The Denver Nuggets have fired Michael Malone, their head coach. They've also fired Calvin Booth, their general manager. And with 3 games left on their schedule, they are going to be coached by David Adelman, the son of Rick Adelman, former Golden State Warriors coach, and Portland Trailblazers, and Sacramento Kings, and Houston Rockets.
There you go. Jersey Ken put up a poll, Stoney, on who Dub Nation the fans wanted the Warriors to face first. 480 votes. Right now, the Grizzlies are the front runner. 41% of fans want them number one, and then the Nuggets at 29% number 2.
Yeah, I think that
don't sound like Murray's coming back for the offs.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's go to Mark in Berkeley. He's got information on Denver. Hey, Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
My friends called me. They told me they own a ranch there. The old lady just likes them, but the grandkids told me that the owner wants to bring in a player to go with the Joker and be number 1 seed, and Booth and Malone wanted to keep the team intact, and that's what it was about.
One more time?
The owners want to bring in a player to go with the Joker and be number 1 seed next year. Malone and Booth wanted to keep the team the way it was.
Huh.
No, Malone.
That's what.
My only problem with that intel is why wouldn't Malone want that player? How are they going to get him? They're the 4th seed right now.
He stuck up for his team the way it is, and he wants them to play the way he has his team. And now let's move to the Warriors.
Okay.
The Clippers game is a big game. If we can do what we did to the Lakers and Denver and show we have their number, I think we'll be in good shape. But we've got to figure out what to do against the Rockets. We need bigger players out there.
But don't overlook tonight. Right. It starts tonight. Phoenix.
Oh, this is deja vu. We just did this last week, didn't we? We beat them pretty bad, and we had a springboard. But we need to be able to beat the Rockets. Let's face this.
Yep.
How are we going to do it, Guru? How are we going to do it?
With a more aggressive Jimmy Butler. I like him.
That's a good question. How are they going to do it?
I just said it. With a more aggressive Jimmy Butler.
This guy.
Dude, he said it too.
Hey, Jimmy, I know you've played the same way for 15 years and you're going on to the Hall of Fame, but we'd like you to start playing different.
Hey, Jimmy.
Start taking bad shots, Jimmy. I'd rather see you go 5 for 19 than 4 for 7.
Hey, Jimmy, how did you get the moniker of Playoff Jimmy? Because I bust ass in playoffs.
But I never had a player like Steph Curry.
That's one guy. Steph doesn't score 100 a game.
I hope the Warriors win the title.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Butler averages 4 shots a game from now on. I would love that. You would be mad. You'd be so mad. Because we'd be like, what do you say now, Goo? What do you say now? Looks like Butler. Yeah, 4 shots a game.
No,
4 shots a game.
We have no problem. Sunday it didn't work, and they needed him.
Why didn't it work?
I can't get inside his head. Well,
it didn't work because of Jimmy Butler. It didn't work because of Steph Curry. That's why it didn't work.
Well, no, I just you said read the room, read the chessboard. The bottom line is Houston played hell.
Don't tell Jimmy how to play.
See, and
don't tell Jimmy Butler how to play.
You.
Neither you nor Spo nor Kerr nor Curry. You don't have any control over Jimmy Butler.
And that
we're starting to figure out what this guy is all about.
He's ready, Stoney. He told us.
Yeah, he's ready. Just don't tell him how to play. Don't tell Jimmy Butler how to play.
And how dare you not come down that caller's road with the Denver intel?
He's got Denver intel.
The owners. Michael Malone will welcome help. Come on now.
Let's go to Nick in Martinez. He wants Jimmy Butler to take 40 shots a night, too.
Nicky.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's up, Nick?
What's going on, guys? What's up, guys? Hey, Goo, welcome back.
Right on, man.
Nice hearing your voice again. And Steiny, got to commend you. You're consistent. Steiny always shows up to work no matter what, man. So you're dependable, and that's what it's about. So, and really, that's where I'm going with.
Hey, real quick about my
let him finish.
Real quick about my partner. You can be here and not be here, but go ahead.
Yes, true. Very, very true. I'm just joking. You're consistent. Both of you guys are, but that's really the tone that I'm trying to set with this call. And great show, guys, and a bunch of good calls from the callers. And I kind of land with the callers on this, where it's like I'm kind of in the middle, where yes, Jimmy can do better and will do better. He's expected to do better, and he's mature enough to know when to hit the gas and when to kind of cruise with the brakes. And I think the biggest thing that he's doing, and the thing that I love watching him do, is create stability and continuity within the team. It was a big deal getting rid of Wiggs, and like hands down, he's a better player, a better fit for our team going into the playoffs than Wiggs, and he's proven that. I think what I like about him most is that even with Steph being, not being top tier Steph, and Dre not being top tier Dre, he's depending on the younger players. And it's really going to come down to that, gentlemen. I really believe that he's giving them all the opportunity, because once we go into the playoffs, you're not going to get those balls, because Steph will take over a game and I will take over a game. But he's kind of testing the waters to see what youngster is going to step up. And right now, that's Pods. Kuminga, man, and I hate mentioning his name on these radio waves, because I feel bad for him, but at the same point, he has to step up, man. He has to be the one. He has to be the one to take us over the top, But I like what Jimmy's doing. I like the zen that he brings. I like the calmness that he brings, and I'm excited to see it. Most importantly, and I'll leave you guys with this, guys. Being as Warrior fans as we all been for decades or whatever, meaningful basketball, man, and we're watching it. I'm enjoying it. I'm trying not to set expectations up with Jimmy and like waiting for him to morph like a Power Ranger and morph into something different. No, all I want to do is see him be consistent. That's it. Consistent, meaningful basketball, and just enjoy it, man. It's been a great run, guys.
Good stuff, Nick. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. Covered it all.
You know how you know the playoffs haven't started? Because Jimmy Butler's taking 9 shots a game for the last 7 games. So don't tell me the playoffs have started. If there's a playoff Jimmy, then he'd be playing.
I'm talking about the jockeying for position. Like,
not really.
Yeah, that's why. Stoney, come on. They've been stellar since they got him. And they've needed every win because they're still at 6 with, one slip up. You could be in that damn box.
Joe's in San Jose. Hey, Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call, man. Sure. I just want to say that if Draymond Green can remain cool, calm, and collective, the Warriors got a good shot at going far without him having a mental breakdown in these side shows that take away from the main show. And Draymond Green has to realize, I want to play according to the way the superstar Steph Curry played. Curry is not a crybaby. He's focused. He don't argue with the refs, and that's what Draymond Green should play according to the style of Steph Curry. I don't know why he done that. They had a good shot of beating Denver. They were in that game. They should have won that game until Draymond Green had a mental breakdown. And it just took the focus. It just threw the focus all out of whack. So I think the liability here is Draymond Green could remain cool, calm, and collective. The Warriors have a very good chance of going far deep into the playoff. What do you guys think about that?
I don't think it's a bad thought. I think I think we were talking about the Houston game.
Yeah, that's what he missed. Yeah,
but Warrior fans won't believe this or like to hear it, but. According to Şengün, the whole game changed when Draymond did that. He said it gave Houston the momentum, and it was a turning point in the game, and Draymond was a big reason why the Warriors didn't win that game.
You just had me picture Şengün when he got that and one after that and did the Draymond flex, and Dre fouled him. Like, that was better than a basketball ecstasy right there for Şengün. Like, I love games like that, Stoney. And then the coach getting into it with Curry.
The nerve of Ime Udoka.
Oh, no, I just love coaches like that. Dude, that team takes on his personality. When it works, it works. We used to say that about Malone with Denver, but not now. But Houston's nasty. I disrespected them, man. They are the 2nd seed for a reason. And they had beat OKC before the Warriors. They seen young SGA. They come to Golden State like, okay, Jimmy, you don't want to shoot? Or you want to shoot 7 times? Fine.
Let's go to Horace in Texas. Horace, how are you?
Oh, wonderful. How are my fellas doing today?
Okay.
Doing well, thank you.
Great. Couple things, guys. There's two things, man, that we need to just chill out on. Number one, Jimmy Butler. Don't worry about Jimmy Butler. Number one, we were pretty much a 500 team when he was acquired. Now we're 14 games over 500. Jimmy Butler is going to be taking more of those shots that he's passing up now when the playoff starts. So don't worry about Jimmy.
All right.
Here's another thing we need to quit worrying about. And people drive me up the wall when they do this. Quit desiring to play a team and quit desiring not to play a team. That is a recipe for disaster, gentlemen. Because listen, the team you want to play, you mess around and get that team, and that's the team that does you in.
Yeah.
You decide that, I don't want to play this team, and you get that team,
right.
And now logically you're defeated because you don't want to play that team.
Right.
Here's the deal. You finish third, you're going to play number 6. If you finish 6, you're going to play number 3, and everything in between. Who can any one of those teams be? The Lakers, the Nuggets, the Clippers, the Grizzlies, the Wolves. So guess what? Just be prepared to play anybody.
Gooey's right.
Thing, man,
I love you, man. Go ahead, Horace.
Yeah, because, man, look, if you get beat, what difference does it mean if you get beat in the first round, second round, third round, or fourth? What difference does it make if you get beat? You need to be ready to play anybody. Your mental attitude needs to be, we are ready for whoever we get. And let me can I say one last thing? That last caller was right about Draymond Green. It's like this. Yeah, Steph had a bad game. Okay, and they boxed him up and all of that stuff. But here's the thing. Draymond Green acting a fool took him out of the game. And who's the best player that unlocked Steph? Draymond. But since he's acting an idiot, he's not on the floor, and now that blew the whole game.
Well, not only that, thanks, Horace. Not only that, the two emotional guys on Houston killed you. Dylan Brooks and then Şengün, who was involved in it. But I'm with you, Horace. The people that say I want this team, I don't want that team, and we all know who we're talking about here. It's just a sign that they don't have the confidence they say they do in this team.
Look, it's nothing wrong as a human, Horace. You made a bunch of great points, and I'm going to defend Draymond Green here. He wasn't fouling because he was out of control. He was fouling because they had size issues and mismatches everywhere, and he was doing all that he could, and Houston beat him up, and that's how I looked at that. But, Steiny, in life, sometimes you visualize the future. I wanted to go to college, and I went to Chabot College, and I scratched that itch. That's where I wanted to go. And I got there. So there's nothing wrong with having, thinking about goals. And, I'm in high school. I wanted to go to Chabot, junior college, Hayward, Gladiators. I got there because I thought about it and I manifested. So it's nothing wrong. These teams aren't going to come out. They're not going to come out and say, we want to play the Lakers. But they know they know what time it is.
No, but you made it clear. You want Denver now. You wanted Houston. Now you want Denver.
The path of least resistance.
But after they beat the Lakers on Wednesday, then you wanted the Lakers. That's fine. And you'll want somebody next week.
Yeah, but 2 seconds. Just Mr. NBA, so you think you are.
Yeah.
Just give me 7 seconds on the outcome of the Rockets, of OKC to Lakers Sunday. How did you process that? Because I'm still, did OKC throw the game?
I said this middle of last week. The Oklahoma City Thunder were tracking, like they had a chance to win 70 games. And I thought to myself, why? Why would you want to win 70 games? I would rather win 69.
Right.
I'd rather win 68. And they're not going to win 70. I don't want to go into the playoffs having 70 wins under my belt. Let's go to Peter in Napa. Hey, Peter, how you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. Thanks for accepting my call.
Sure.
Let's just go back in history.
Okay.
You had we had one of the greatest players in the NBA. Why did he leave? Draymond Green. Okay. Who punched a player on the Golden State Warriors? Draymond Green.
Oh, boy.
All right. Who would give a guy $100 million contract at the end of his career? Golden State Warriors. I just hate to tell you this, but I'm a Celtics fan. I hope they make it to the finals because I can't wait to see Tatum score 60 points every game he plays.
Oh, boy.
For not putting him in the Olympics. But I'll be quite honest with you. Butler is laying down right now. He's 27.6, I think, I think his playoff averages. But anyway, right now, that guy is laying down for the money. His career is over. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Whose career's over?
Jimmy Butler. He say he got face. Stop the man. People can't.
But when Slater says he's old, it's okay.
Dude, that's a Celtics fan. Stop, man.
I think he was also at the Napa Vineyard before he called that.
Yeah, he had a couple.
You think the Warriors can beat the Celtics? He just said he didn't think they could. That's going to be a tough one for the Warriors.
I think the Warriors have a chance to beat anybody.
And I'm with you.
And I think they could lose to anybody.
And I'm with you.
No, you're not. You think they're going to you said they're
Western
going
Conference
to the
Finals.
Right, so then they can't lose to anybody. They can't lose to somebody in the first or second round.
Stoney, my wants don't have an outcome of the games.
No. So why do you think they do?
Because they're good.
No, when you say stuff like, Steiny, you got Rockets coming in Sunday, and Steiny, why do I feel like I play?
Hey, Steiny, run us again. Who did Jimmy Butler beat in the playoffs a couple years ago?
I don't know, some sorry ass Eastern Conference
Boston
team.
Celtics.
He's in the West.
Yeah.
He's in the West.
Okay.
It ain't easy.
And now he's got Steph
Jimmy.
Curry and Draymond Green.
Exactly.
And he's in the West where they fire coaches before the playoffs.
Hey,
that's
Jimmy,
stupid.
Jimmy, you were solid in the JV league. Let's see what you can do in the Western Conference playoffs. You don't get to play Atlanta. You don't get to play
He was an
Brooklyn.
A seed.
Exactly. You know why?
Because
he dogged it in the regular season.
Dude has changed everything.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah, we just want the plus.
The guy who's changed everything.
We want more.
You know who's changed everything, really? You know who's been the biggest difference in this team next to Butler?
Pods.
Yeah. In all your haters' faces, Pods.
Not me.
Sticking it to you.
To think I watched him in college.
And you didn't even know.
Oh, hey.
You thought he stunk.
Hey.
Forget about you being a scout.
See, now I'm pointing at you.
You know what's funny? Guru was a Santa Clara season ticket holder 2 years ago. He went to 23 games.
I saw him.
I asked him about every single game. Hey, do they got any players down there? No. They have no players down here.
I told you Jalen Williams before he popped, and then I told you, Pods, the dude wasn't scared. Come on, Stoney. Boy,
Why would he be scared in that conference?
Well, that's his conference. He don't know no better.
But what is it? The WCC?
Yeah.
That's a real intimidating conference.
I am. I told you I made the analogy. I thought you would get mad. You didn't. I was doing it on purpose. The games are different, but it's the wow factor for me when the offensive package and the dribbling, running the show, like Steiny. I know it's early. I ain't putting too much on him. It reminds me of how surprised I was when Jordan Poole had to come back from Santa Cruz and then turned to what he was. So I'm not comparing the two, but I'm comparing the wow. If Potts continues this, Steiny, and now he's shooting the mid-range, his footwork. Remember I talked about his footwork to get his shot, or if he's in a situation, am I saying he's perfect? No, but he's been a godsend. And to be on the floor and run this, I was in general math, Steiny, in high school. I wanted to be in calculus, but you had to have certain grades. Their offense it's hard. It ain't just, hey, 24-hour fitness.
I thought it was the easiest basketball you ever play when you're playing with the Warriors.
When you're a made man like Jimmy Butler or Kevin Durant.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. All I'm saying is give Pods his credit.
Yeah, I know. I just said Pods is the most important player since Butler got here.
But the last 3 minutes, you admit you've been trolling me.
Yeah, I'm just sick of some stuff. After a while, it gets old. Yeah.
Not for me.
I mean, it just caught up to me.
You went in on Jimmy in the East?
Caught up to me. You just,
Give the guy a cracker.
I'm not giving the guy a cracker.
He took an AC to the finals.
In the East.
Oh, my God.
In the East. He did.
With Giannis and Tatum and Brown.
Yeah. Okay.
This dude.
Let's see what he does against the Western Conference teams. And he's 2 years older.
Well,
And I know. Guru's like, I've been mentioning.
I like this.
This is what pisses me off. I mention age. Guru pays no attention to it. Slater says, look, he's an older player, and you audibly hear Goo go,
hey, Pasta, don't fall for it,
Hey, Goo. The Nuggets have beaten the Warriors 9 times in a row, right? When did the Warriors finally beat the Nuggets? Who do they have?
When the Nuggets quit on Michael Malone, that's when they beat him.
Hey, I get what you're putting down. Yeah. Jimmy Butler, baby.
Jimmy Butler.
Keep letting the game come to you. We're 21-6 with you. Keep playing that way.
I gotta believe.
I love it.
I don't know what's gotten
first.
into me.
Get used to it.
What's the spread tonight? It should probably 13. Warriors probably 13. Get that for me if you can, Kenny.
I'm tired.
That is awesome.
Who was that, Harden?
Draymond.
That was Draymond?
Draymond.
He was gassed. He needed some help. Houston.
Minus 9.5.
Oh, 9.5.
Oh, big money on that one from you, huh?
No, you got to have money to make some.
Oh, I thought you...
We're doing some renovations. Yeah. Happy to be back, man.
Yeah.
Willard painted his face? I'm asking you a question. Go
ask somebody else.
Oh, wow. Pasta, one day you'll have a partner like
you know
I
what?
got. Yeah.
He doesn't like that nickname. Do you know that? He doesn't like it. He told me that. But stop calling him that.
And that's why I call Iggy. I'm Michael
He doesn't
Irvin.
like that.
I don't care.
Yeah. You hear that, Risotto?
Yeah.
So in high school, they called me Rizzo because my last name is Risotto. So Rizzo was easiest.
What's your favorite?
Doesn't matter.
So you had no problem with pasta?
It's okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's my favorite.
Of course
but
it's not his favorite.
Nothing wrong with carbs.
You're number one in my book, Riz.
How about Kenny?
I'm down on him.
My man.
Dude, get out of here.
We've been here all year, and we got 4 left. And then it's the go time.
I thought this was the playoffs already, so it should be go time. See how often you contradict yourself in a small period of time?
Back in the day.
It's hard.
Do you remember,
to keep
Mr.
it
Steinmetz? You wouldn't know because the Warriors didn't make the playoffs.
So let's go.
Every team went to the black shoes in the playoffs, and then they put the NBA playoffs logo on the court. We're about to get, I can taste it. We're about to get that
How come they're not on now if the playoffs have started?
It's mental. Pods can dunk. I don't know what... I love that. I don't get what the joke is on
No, it was a lot. It was very insightful. We got to go. Let's see. Yeah, listen.
Now you'll get scared of Willard, but you'll be tough with me. It's just incredible.
There's, you know what? We're sponsored by Safeway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Tibbs.
Missed you yesterday, gents.
Yeah.
Missed you.
Well, Sonny, I got it because I know you'll tell me the four corners. The Luka thing, I didn't know why he got traded, but this firing of Michael Malone, I want a basketball cigarette. How do you fire a coach that's won and you're the 4th seed? I know you're struggling and you're missing your dude, Jamal Murray.
I mean, he's just their other dude. He's not their dude. But I hear you. I don't know, man. I've never seen anything like this. The Western Conference to basically qualify as a top 8 seed, you're going to need almost 50 wins. Yet half the teams are in front office turmoil. They're all playing phenomenal basketball. But Memphis, turmoil. Denver, turmoil. Dallas, turmoil. That's probably it for the word turmoil. But the Lakers have had an interesting year. I still am never going to know exactly who or what the Clippers are. Because sometimes they play their players and sometimes
we'll
they don't.
know Sunday.
Yeah. It's a weird year. It's an interesting year.
Strange to you, Dibs, or just par for the course with this fire?
No, it's strange. And, you think about, like, how late it is. And so you make the move now, and the GM too. And what could the GM do between now and June? Not a damn thing. Like, you can't 10-day somebody. You can't, pick up somebody in the portal. The GM is he's just there. Like, what's done is done. A card laid is a card played. And Michael Malone, that's the interesting one. So you look at Malone, and so suddenly he's not the guy for that team, even though, 2 years ago they won the title? Yeah. So 2 years ago, they were the champions, and he was good enough with mostly the same team. And now, after Game 79, he's not good enough, and the GM's got to go. This feels to me like ownership is responding to a player or multiple players who are like, you know what, we can't do this anymore. And you can look at Taylor Jenkins, and even further back, like Mike Brown in Sacramento. How's that worked out for Sacramento? So they fire Mike Brown, and they've been the same, if not worse, since then. So this year feels a little bit of a crazy, weird year. Like, you've got players who I believe are, kind of knocking on the door and saying, we can't do this. So now you get Rick Adelman's son, who's going to take over. Yeah. And is he going to make them suddenly a live team in the playoffs? I don't know, guys.
I mean, it feels super defeatist as well. Like, somewhere along the line, somebody's saying, well, we weren't. And I heard what you guys play, the Denver radio guys. Well, we weren't going to win it anyway. You weren't? You're 47-32. The Lakers are terrified of you. It's the only team in the West.
I was terrified of you.
The Lakers are terrified of you. The Warriors were 4 days ago. And you have Nikola Jokic, and if you win a couple games this week, you could have home court advantage in round 1. And you've decided you got no shot? Wow. I wish I knew. I do not. There are 3 things that have happened this year that I still haven't figured out. And that is today with Denver, Memphis last week, and what Dallas was thinking at the trade deadline. I don't fully understand what's going on. It's crazy.
The latest firing since 1981, Steiny, when Hubie Brown was fired at this same juncture. He was the coach then of the Atlanta Hawks. And
81.
In 1981, Hubie's team was 31-51, and back then only 6 teams made the playoffs, and so Hubie, he didn't get the play-in game. There were only 13 teams in the East, and so Hubie got at this same juncture. But you look at Denver, and they're a playoff team.
They're 47-32. Right. That's the difference.
They might be a play-in team, but whatever they are, they get to play game 83, maybe 84, and maybe more beyond that. And Michael Malone is the guy who won a chip 2 years ago. So there's got to be more to this than just, we need to make a move here in mid-April? It makes no sense.
But I told Stein that Jokic had to sign. I don't have the power to judge anybody.
I guess.
But come on, Willard, that first quarter against the Warriors, he's already won you a chip. You don't make a move like this if he would get upset or say he didn't want it.
Probably not. But I don't know if we don't know Jokic like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know Denver like that. This is,
you're fourth.
You would have thought, but that kind of, I guess what you just tapped into is exactly what I'm talking about with these three situations. We always think of life that way in the NBA. It goes through your stars, you go to your one, they're the ones actually making the moves. But those three things, do they smell at all like things that players would do? Luka got traded for AD in the middle of the night. They are NBA ones. No one obviously asked them. LeBron will tell you that he didn't know. I don't know if he did or not, but I don't think that was him making the move. And was Ja Morant making the move in Memphis? That doesn't make any sense either. Why would you do that a week before the playoffs start? I don't know how that helps you.
I mean, the only way it helps you is if they thought the team had quit on him now.
But I mean, you could do that in 3 weeks.
Yeah,
then.
when you get fired 10 minutes after Mark Willard's that's how it works.
Right.
Why now?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I think the reason is, and they may be wrong, but clearly the reason is that they believe if they enter the playoffs as is, they were guaranteed to get beat. They must have seen something that they, you know what? And it might have been the game against the Warriors, quite frankly.
Maybe.
But yeah, I'm not saying it's not unusual. I'm just trying to draw the conclusion that they must have drawn. But also, we've seen a firing this late in the season in the Bay. Very recently.
Yeah, Gabe Kapler.
Oh.
Yeah, Gabe Kapler.
You're going to let me marinate on that for a while.
Yeah, he did.
That was totally different.
And a sit back.
Yeah.
Right, but
He did.
I mean, that was
There
not
were
a
no
team
playoffs,
that was a year and a half removed from a title and a team that was moving toward a championship.
107 wins, though, two years prior.
Which got you what?
But they were about to go home.
Thank you.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
You're welcome.
The season was over. They had no
Yeah, I
playoffs.
know, but I'm just saying.
Same thing with Hubie Brown. They were
Right.
this is unprecedented.
Yeah.
Their teams are fourth and fifth. Were when they got fired.
Yeah.
What? I think you're actually making.
What's the issue?
I think you're making
Other
it too
than-
simple.
No.
I think
it's
you're they
noteworthy
must
for sure.
They must have come to the decision that they weren't going to win. I don't think that's enough. I don't think that this is necessarily just about this year. This reeks to me of something going on behind the scenes in terms of relationships. Whether it was the GM and the coach not getting along.
They said the GM and the coach hated each other.
I know that there are those who have said this is also about Malone bucking against the fact that ownership wouldn't loosen the purse strings enough to get players. This feels relational to me, not X's and O's.
Yeah. And I mean, it's fair to think that. And, you look at the other firings this year, and I'm thinking about Sacramento, where on December 27th, when they fired Mike Brown, the Sacramento Kings were the 12th seed. And now where are you? You're the 9?
10th.
And you're going nowhere.
9, you're right.
You're 9 and you're going nowhere. So they are slightly better than 500 under Doug Christie, and you traded your best player after that. And so, yeah, is Doug the answer? Was Mike the problem? No. It's a broken organization led by Vivek Ranadive, Steiny's former friend from way, way, way back. And you're running your organization. It's a joke. You can light the beam all you want, but you are an also-ran.
It's broken now.
Right.
Yeah.
And, Dallas, whether or not they want to move to Vegas, that is a theory, but you traded your franchise player for a guy who's often hurt, and now you are kind of a laughingstock, and you're fighting for the 10 seed. You're going nowhere. In Denver, you were the champ 2 years ago, and you're going to fire Michael Malone, who is a well-respected coach, much like Mike Brown, and the GM. So now what? You're going to have young Adelman, Derek or Nick, Frank. I can't remember his name.
Whatever.
I heard
just
it
think
earlier.
it's a bad look to the fraternity of coaches, and that's why Steiny was like, no, seriously. Like, what did you think of Mike Malone before? And I asked you on air.
I like him as a coach.
He was a great, stellar coach to me.
Okay.
I believe what he was putting down.
Yeah,
Not
but
perfect.
again,
so the guys like that, Willard, can get run 4 days before the playoffs, and you're the fourth seed.
But we know nothing about what's going on.
And I guess that's where I'm at. Nothing should constitute. Yeah, you get fired as soon as the season's over.
Well, I
but
mean,
nothing should put you to where you get fired.
They better not make a run, because if they make a run,
and they
to
might.
me that tells me that then they maybe knew something.
Let's put the right on the table. Is this brought to you by Echo? Is this the new norm now?
No,
in the NBA?
Of course not. Did you all see this video that's
Jokic?
It's getting a lot of run of Malone in a press conference 3 weeks ago after they were in Portland and lost a game.
Steiny, yeah.
And
he went in.
He called out his players. He said some of them were full of bleep.
Yeah.
And said that absolutely none of them watch film.
I heard it
They don't
all.
watch film on themselves. They don't watch their minutes. He ripped his players. And that's not against the rules. That's not the end of the world. It is a little bit of a throwback. You don't see it a lot. Steve Kerr has never, ever, like him.
He did pods a little bit.
Right,
okay.
but like that wasn't like Brandon doesn't work hard and he's full of bleep. Right. Brandon knows he can't do that. Right? Kind of stuff. We want to see JK rebound. That's different than you're full of bleep.
I played it for Steiny.
They won't watch. So I don't know. Maybe they all hated each other in there. And the only thing they think they need with all the talent they have are some good vibes.
So am I wrong as a Warrior fan that I want Denver or Memphis now because of what I think's going on in the house?
I think that if you're a Warrior fan, for me, remove the opponent. Just get in. I am not worried about who they play.
Get a series, no doubt.
I feel like, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I really don't believe we know if there's a difference in the opponent for the Warriors among the Lakers, the Nuggets, and the Rockets. I'm convinced that we really don't know who's the toughest team that the Warriors would have out of those three. I think it might be any of the three.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Well, and different challenges. And I mean, you're great. Exactly. You're great at breaking this down. Like, if you face the Lakers, what are the challenges and what are the benefits of facing LA? Well, you've got the whistle that's probably going to go against you because Luka and LeBron are very good at drawing fouls, and the matchup is a tough one. But at the same time, you do feel like no one can guard Steph in that series like Houston can. And Denver, well, now it comes down to the Joker, and can you contain the Joker? Can you make him a passer? Well, do you really want him to be a passer? I do think that all three of those series, and I'm getting ahead of myself because they may be in the play-in and they may be uno dos adios. I hope not, but I do think, Steiny, when you look at those three teams, it is three different series, but all of them for me are 6 games minimum.
I also don't.
I would agree with that.
I don't think the list is longer than that. These teams are so. You could end up with the Clippers. You could end up with the T-Wolves.
Oh boy!
Any one of those teams could end up being the 4, and you could be the 5. Like anything, it all starts tonight.
Yeah,
Tonight is so good. Tonight is so good.
It's like a pennant race.
If you're a big Warrior fan, just get as many TVs into one room as possible, as many channels as possible. Throw a Giants game up in the corner as well. And
they can't hit.
Look at you. I told Steiny this is the first one under Kerr regime to where a season's gone down like this, where you're scoreboard watching. Because with Durant, you knew where they were. 2022, they got up to that start. They were the third. That was solidified.
Yeah.
This is like that.
Man, a little bit of 2 years ago, Phil, when they
got up to that great start and they were the 3rd seed.
No, when they were
23.
The
Lakers.
2 years ago.
Okay, yeah.
No, when they beat the Kings and lost to the Lakers.
They were 6 in the.
You needed
Lakers
games
7.
the last week in order to avoid the play-in. It wasn't this.
Well,
it wasn't this jammed up.
And I also think that year, the Sacramento Kings were the one.
Yes,
like it fell into place playing Sac in that first round. This year, all I'm saying is I don't know who you want.
I don't know.
Because Houston, to me, I don't know. I missed you guys yesterday. I had to put some respect on them. Like,
sure.
And what fool would think that the team with the second seed is not? But that defense was something else. They had a lot to do with why the Warriors were flustered. I'll just leave it at that.
Agreed. And also, and you know me, I'm a big fan of the referees, but the way a game is officiated, if a game is officiated that way, which is we're going to let it play, then that favors Houston. And Ime Udoka actually even said it, like, as soon as they start crying,
that was a great
we've
line.
won. Yeah. And he's right. And if the refs are going to allow them to restrict Steph like that, well, then the Warriors have a real hard time, especially when Jimmy Butler, I'm just going to shoot it 7 times because I don't want to take a bad shot. Come on, Jimmy.
Thank God for pods.
Your coach said it's playoff time. Turn into playoff Jimmy. You're getting $51 million. Take the blank thing over.
I don't get it.
I mean,
not.
Can you play the
be impactful.
Maybe not.
I do not understand this.
Jimmy Wiggins or Andrew Butler? Which one do you prefer?
Check him on this one, though.
No, I've heard it. You guys played it 1,000. Play it again.
Maybe not.
Play it again.
All right, Jimmy.
Should you be more aggressive scoring, Jimmy?
More aggressive, Jimmy, scoring?
Maybe not. My thing is I'm going to make the right player majority of the time, probably like 9 out of 10 times. So if I get in there and draw help, I'm going to kick it to the open guy. But I'm not going to say that anybody scoring was the reason that we did not win this game. I'm going to stick to turnovers. You know, we had 20 of them. It's going to be hard to win in any basketball game if we got 20 turnovers.
You ungrateful, blowing in the wind Warrior fans blow me away. Wow. You blow me away. This guy comes in here. This guy comes in here and doesn't lose a game. He does not lose a game yet maybe once every week and a half.
Well, they lost Sunday.
This guy comes in and plays with Steph Curry. They've lost 3 basketball games.
Fact.
And half of you think you know how he's supposed to play ball. You have got to be flipping kidding me. Anybody in a Warrior jersey gets to score the ball. That's it. You guys sound a lot like the Niner fans when they would win by 3 touchdowns and George Kittle would get 2 touchdowns.
Exactly.
Where's Debo? Why didn't Debo get more involved? That's
exactly it.
I'm right in that line with what you're saying.
No.
He's been incredible.
Jimmy Butler knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He is a brilliant basketball player.
But you're on the borderline of playing. You're playing, and you're only the real ones.
To him,
and not on the court. You're playing, and when you win, it's fine. But if you come up short and you're doing that stuff, and I'm just
Guru, how did they get here?
No,
they got here by him playing the way he's playing,
and that's why it's more frustrating when Steph is on lock or he can't get off. Give me more than 7 shots. Pod should never double your field goal attempts. You're playing, and he's playing in the microphone, and you guys are going for it.
You can't answer this. Why? Why does it need to be him? What happened to he unlocked all of
Jimmy?
So what? That's a label. You made that up.
I didn't make that up.
No, the fans did. The media
Jimmy
did.
Jimmy Buckets.
Yes.
Not Jimmy Passes.
You're also not in the playoffs.
Jimmy Buckets.
And that doesn't need to be points. That needs to be great leadership basketball. What happened to he arrived here and unlocked everybody? What happened to that?
We're living
we don't want that. Then let it happen.
Okay, but when you play top-tier defense and dogs like Houston, what happened?
This guy went into I had face paint on yesterday because they were so awesome last week. And you're mad because you didn't Exhausted Sunday.
I'm
he only shot 7 times instead of 12.
Willard, I'm worried. That's all.
Listen, I don't get it. I do not get anyone who thinks they know more about how Jimmy Butler is supposed to play basketball. I don't get it.
Then what are you doing?
What do you mean, what am I doing?
If you say I'm thinking how he's supposed to think, what are you doing on the opposite side?
I'm not.
Because you don't know. You don't have the answer. He should not shoot 7 field goals in a game that you're that good.
Yes,
and Curry is bottled up.
I
don't need to be in the know to know that's wrong. And you're playing.
Guru.
He's playing with all of us.
Guru. If that's the right play, then that's the right play. And if his teammates turn it over 19 times, which they did, then that's their problem.
But what about being aggressive?
Did you watch the national championship game last night?
You know
what they needed? They needed Jimmy Butler. They needed somebody who would create a flipping shot for one another because they spent an entire half not being able to get a shot off because none of them know how to play basketball.
So you have everything you said about what he's brought. I'm in line. It's been incredible.
So let him do it. He's
winning. More than capable of being aggressive.
Do you want that?
Because the team lost, Willard, and nobody could create a shot.
No, Guru, they've won 21.
No, I'm talking about Sunday.
So why?
4 of 7.
So that's the game that mattered. The other 23 didn't matter. That's the one that defines how Jimmy's supposed to play.
I'll say this, because he's told us, and I'm paraphrasing.
And 3.
He said when the playoffs start, he'll take it up a notch in regard to being offensively aggressive.
He might. That may not manifest itself in shot attempts.
He didn't tell you I'm going to score more.
All right.
That's
I'm not mad at him. I'm just like, this team is not good enough offensively without him to be a little ultra aggressive.
I want to know, why does aggression mean scoring?
Because he's gifted at it.
Right.
And that's why they're giving him 51 large.
He's also gifted at creating an open look for his teammates.
Yeah, 3 assists against Houston.
Right.
So there you go.
Because they weren't knocking him down.
But the point for me, and I'm going to defend Guru and say that when Steph Curry is not able to get free, that's a game where as Jimmy Butler, need to be more aggressive to try to score the basketball.
I'm not saying 25 field goal attempts.
No.
I'm saying be aggressive and try to
was
score.
Andrew Wiggins like
exactly.
Because he does so much more.
Not at all. Not at all. He was not passive. He just didn't shoot a lot.
So what does that? What's the definition of that?
Get the ball in your hand, break down the defense, and find an open look for your team. There's 5 of you out there. You all play in the NBA.
There's 4 because Steph Curry was not open, and he couldn't score.
I mean,
so go ahead and get to the foul line,
Willard,
which is what he does better than anyone else.
Yeah. And would you give me this? He's better than some of the guys, and no shade at any of the guys. So I would like the shots coming from a guy that I know has deemed and made.
But on this particular night, that we're talking about Jimmy Butler, Pods was 7 for 14, made threes. Peyton was 7 for 14, made some threes, and Buddy Hield was making threes. He had 20. So that's part of the equation. Like the problem with that game against Houston was Steph, Draymond, and Butler didn't play great, but the other guys played great. And
Butler was 4 of 7. It wasn't he didn't play great offensively. It was you didn't shoot enough.
But you guys all loved.
But who was he going to take shots from? Buddy, he was making shots. Pods, he was making shots, and Peyton, he was making shots. Like that. That's. And you guys, I think this is the way he looks at the game, and maybe we got to brace for it happening in the postseason.
I agree. And you guys have propped up the long, athletic defense of the Rockets, which is around the rim. So you want Jimmy forcing up shots against Şengün?
I don't want it to sound
Thompson?
like that.
But it is what it sounds like.
Well, give me this. He's aware that some fans or whatever, fanatics want more from him in regard to field goal attempts.
I bet it really kept him up at night, too.
No, I'm not saying that.
51 million. I mean, he's going to sleep great.
What's the money thing over there? What's the money thing?
That means if I'm making 51 million, then I'm not going to stay up late at night worrying about what sports talk radio hosts are saying about my career. If I'm making $600,000 a game, I'm going to play the way I'm going to play. I'm going to say what I say, and I'm going to sleep pretty well.
Moses Moody at $13 million a year doesn't care either. Like what? What's the money thing, and why are we attaching it to scoring?
I just told you what the money thing is.
No, you didn't. In terms of attaching it to scoring.
I'm attaching it to like the result and attaching it to what people think about his game. And Steiny's right about what Jimmy says. Like, Jimmy's going to make the right play, and I'm going to do what I do because this is how I play basketball. He's not worried about that. And whether or not he's worried about winning or not, I don't know. But I do know this. When you have a game where your number one guy cannot score, he cannot get a shot off, he can't do anything. The only basket he made was a 38-footer, a buzzer beater prayer. Not a prayer for Steph because that's what he does. But if I'm the number 2 on a team, I'm going to be more aggressive, and he wasn't.
I agree with exactly what he said. Somebody scoring was not why they lost that game. That's not why they lost. So you guys can want the box score to be whatever y'all want it to be. But that's not why they lost that game.
Right. They lost it because other people turned the ball over.
Yeah,
so here's an idea. Get the ball, and you run the point.
Yeah, that's
because Draymond and Pods and even the chef himself, they had 12 of the other 19 turnovers, so go be the point.
Yeah, he was. And being the point does not mean always finishing with the shot. So
well, it means you have more than 3 assists.
Ball in it. Well, that means somebody else has to hit the shot.
So I watched the game twice, and I was in the lab, and what I saw from Jimmy was largely a guy who was not impactful in the basketball game.
And when I walked to my car, just so it's noted, you're okay with Pods, GP, Moody, Kuminga shooting more or just the same amount as Jimmy Butler because you
if they're shooting like they shot
But
Friday,
that was all. Well,
totally.
see, Friday. Well, I'm talking Sunday because Friday and Sunday they shot it great early. They didn't shoot it great like the others.
I'm talking Sunday. Pods
early.
Peyton, the whole game. They were 7 for 14, 7 for 14, and Buddy was like 7 for 11. Like those other guys were making shots, and I just think that Butler, if he thinks they're making shots, he's just going to keep going to them. All right, that's going to do it, gents, on 95.7 The Game. But keep it locked. You got Phoenix coming up last week of the season. Wow, great stuff.
You only only shot 7 times against the Lakers too, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You're okay with that game?
They won.
I see. I see. So we have to wait until the final score.
Oh, Willard, you know what I'm putting down.
Got it.
Man.
Okay, that's
and
not
I'm not
hindsight.
one of those guys that he tries to paint me out to be. Oh, you just care about offense.
No,
read the room.
It's
no, it's not.
It is.
All right. Give me more than Sid John Elway
on 95. No, you know what? I hope he takes 4 shots tonight on 95.7.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys, they cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, this is a big night. And how many times over the last week and a half have we started off the show by saying that?
Like 2 weeks in a row.
This is a big flipping night, okay? The Warriors are in Phoenix, but the Grizzlies tip off in 1 hour and 45 minutes. And then the Timberwolves and Bucks, they're going to tip off at 5 o'clock. And the Lakers and Thunder at 5 o'clock. And then the Spurs and the Clippers at 7:30. The Nuggets don't have a coach. Here we go. Big, big night on 95.7 The Game. Glad you're with us, Willard and Dibs. John Bloom, the voice of the Suns, is going to join us in exactly 2 hours. There's no Kevin Durant tonight. 888-957-9570. Give us a call on anything that we're chatting about here with the Warriors and beyond. Listen, I just feel like this conversation somehow came out of prisoner of the Momentville. Like, can I start off the show by once again circling back to thank Mike Dunleavy and Jimmy Butler for being here. I was wrong. What a wonderful, wonderful trade. Thank God he's here. Everything he's done has been as close to perfect as sports will allow, and I am 100% behind Jimmy Butler making the decisions that he makes on a basketball court because they have largely been near perfect since he arrived. I don't care who scores the basketball as long as they're wearing Warriors jerseys. I don't care. I don't care who scores the basketball.
Okay.
Are you here?
I'm here. I didn't know if you normally you go on for much longer, and normally you make normally you make a bigger point about what you're trying to say. And for me, I don't care who scores the basketball, but when you have a game where your number one scorer of the basketball is clearly not scoring, I would look to Jimmy Butler to be a little bit more impactful. And for me, 7 shots, not enough. And 7 for 14, 7 for 14, 7 for 14. That was Pods, and it was GP2, and it was also Moody, I believe. No, I'm sorry, Buddy. They all went 7 of 14. Mm-hmm. That's great. But I feel like if Jimmy Butler was a little bit more downhill, a little bit more impactful, trying to actually score the basketball, get to the foul line in a game that was very physical, I thought that they would have had a better chance to win. Again, it's prisoner of the moment because, yes, when Buddy has been here, they're 21-5 in the games that they've played since he's been here, and that includes the game he didn't play, so 21-4. And if you count the games where Steph and he played, it's even better than that. So I'm not trying to make this an indictment on Jimmy Butler. I look at a game like that, and I think that's a time where playoff Jimmy, a guy who in Miami would shoot the ball a lot more, and I know he's not the one on this team, but
totally different team.
In a game where Steph Curry is your one, but Steph Curry's being like legitimately taken away. Steph Curry was a non-factor because Houston decided that would be the way it would go. That's when I look for Jimmy Butler to be more impactful. That's all.
Did you know that he was second in the game in terms of free throw attempts the entire game? Did you know?
4, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know how many free throw attempts there were in the entire game?
For the Warriors?
No, for the whole game.
Oh, not many. Maybe 20? 25?
Yeah, because they weren't blowing the whistle. It doesn't matter that it was a physical game.
Okay.
Refs allowed it to be a physical game. This is actually much of the conversation that we had yesterday. Much of the conversation that happened after the game was Jimmy Butler saying, I can't believe that this is the way the league treats Steph Curry. I've never seen anything like this before, and I've been around for a long time. They weren't blowing the whistle. Like, again, I'm not here to... No one's perfect. No one's perfect. So on any given possession, decisions are made, and they're not going to be right 100% of the time. You and I have this conversation a lot about Steve Kerr with his rotations. And people call in, oh, this idiot Steve. He doesn't know what he's doing out there. All those rings must be getting in his way. He can't figure out how to coach a basketball team. And you and I have given him a lot of support based on the idea that, dude, when you put someone in the game, you don't know. Like Buddy Hield, do I know if he's going to be hitting his shot or not? I don't know. We got to check. Got to find out. So, Jimmy, same thing on a possession where the ball is in Jimmy Butler's hands. He's going to drive, and in a split moment, he has to decide. Am I going to try to get to the free throw line? I do know that the officials are not blowing those whistles tonight. Or am I going to swing it around and hope to get the ball to an open three-point shooter because I got 3 role players tonight who are hitting their shots? And he's not always going to make the right decision, but my God, I, the fan, would love that decision to be in his hands all the time because he's really good at it. Really good at it. And the only reason the Warriors have won so many games since he arrived is because he's really good at it. So just surprising to me that after an absolutely sparkling week where they did enough that I had to put paint all over my face, that somehow they lost one basketball game by 10 points when a really, really good basketball team came in and shoved them around while they were tired. And then we're going to spend the week asking Jimmy to be a different player? I'm like, I don't get it. I don't understand why there isn't more in his, more emotion in his corner after what he's achieved in a short time.
No, there's plenty of emotion in his corner, but I'm just looking at the games that he's played as a Warrior, and I look at when he's been less than impactful in terms of a plus minus, and he was a minus 17 against Dallas. They lost. He was minus 7 against Orlando. They won. Minus 9 against Denver, they lost. Minus 19 against Miami, they lost. And the Miami game was one where you scratched your head because we all thought Jimmy Butler revenge game. And Jimmy went out and he was 5 of 12. And he had 11 points and he was a minus 19. And you didn't have Steph, but we thought that maybe he would take over. And he didn't. He was a minus 1 against LA. Big deal, minus 1. They won that game. And then he was a minus 18 against Houston. They lost. I look at when he is good, when he plays really well, and in the Jimmy minutes where the team does better than normal, they're going to win the game. And so I look at the Houston game, and again, small sample, not a big deal. They're right there in the playoff chase, 46-32. I get it, but I just wonder about the game against Houston where Steph was a non-factor because they took him out of the game, and Jimmy Butler didn't make that real impact to try to win the basketball game with his skills. That's all.
The takeover. Can we focus on that for a second?
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Like takeover for me is you get the ball in a spot where you can score and you score.
I think that's
you try to score.
That's sort of like the movie script fan in us. That's not most of the time. That's not what wins a basketball game. It might be what wins a championship. In other words, like normally outside of the Detroit Pistons when they beat the Lakers, the Spurs to a certain degree. Usually, the NBA championship does ride on the absolute greats of the game being their greatest. Although even they, like, we can say Game 4 Steph, and you all know exactly what I mean, because in that series where they won the championship, he did that once. He did one time.
Yep.
He didn't take over all the games. He took over one game. So this idea that, like, the great has to come in and take over and be the dog and show everybody who's under the thumb and that whole thing, I don't know, man. I don't really buy into it. It's great if you got that going. If you're having one of those nights and you visit what we like to call the zone, then, dude, rock out. Go ahead for it. But, like, that's not, to me, that's not great basketball. That's not, like, it's the antithesis of what we've fallen in love with Warrior basketball through the years, which is the ball movement and the orchestration of the whole thing is tremendous. I am not in on the game plan being, hey, you, here's the ball, go be God. What? I don't understand the desire to even go for that. That's not a good basketball plan.
It's not about him being God. It's about him being more like who he has been throughout his career. And you look at his Warrior career, he's averaging 11 shots a game, and he shot 7 times against Houston. And when you have a game when Steph Curry is not shooting it very often, he's not shooting it very well, and you're looking for a secondary scorer, for me, that's the time where Jimmy Butler should be able to get to his spot and get shots and get to the foul line and try to create something for himself. And yeah, he helped create for others, as did Steph, and you had a good game from Buddy Hield. Didn't matter. You still lost. You had a good game from Moody and good game from GP2. And for me, if you're going to win a game like that, a knockdown, drag out, rock fight, that's where you're going to want Jimmy Butler to try to get to the foul line and be impactful going to the basket and take more shots.
Yeah, but they weren't blowing the whistle.
Well, we don't know if Jimmy would have gotten more fouls if he would have attacked the basket more. Right?
He attacks the basket literally every time he touches the ball. He just passes out of there a lot because that penetration and kicking is how you create an open shot. Most possessions in the NBA. That's usually what he does. Now, if he wants to try to, like, force that ball up and get a foul, you're kind of trusting those 3 guys with the whistles to blow the darn thing, and they largely weren't doing it. That feels kind of strategic to me, but I'd love to hear from Warrior fans out there. Is this, like, do you want Jimmy Butler to do something different than he did Sunday, different when we reach the playoffs? Are you waiting for Jimmy Butler to be something other than sort of what he's been since arriving with the Warriors? Let's get into this conversation. We'd love to talk to you. 888-957-957 is the number. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. 888-957-9570. We'll take your phone calls next. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr's got a good laugh.
Yeah.
He got a good laugh.
And I pride myself on getting him to laugh.
Yeah, that's a big part.
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of life. If you got a good laugh.
Yeah.
That makes other people laugh, even if they don't know what the hell they're laughing at.
You have a...
Yeah, it's crazy.
You
It's
do
crazy.
have a great laugh.
Well, if you really...
And you're quick to laugh.
I do. I like
even
to
when
laugh.
things aren't funny.
Oh, right.
Which hurts me sometimes because I think I'm being funny and you'll just laugh. And I look and it's like, it's Friday at 5.
Yeah,
that wasn't funny at all. Friday at 5, like, everything's funny.
It's not fake.
No, it's real.
I'm like, there's a great line by Nirvana, and now that we know what happened with Kurt Cobain.
Oh, geez. Spoiler alert.
Well, it's a pretty, think about the line that he said in one of his songs, I wish I was like you, easily amused. And now we know, obviously, Kurt ended up taking his own life.
Right.
Right? But
I think Steiny actually sang that on the air one time. I don't know if we have that, but.
You're right. Didn't you?
Yeah.
Or did he just do the moan?
No, he did the whole thing.
Anyway, point is, yeah, I am. I'm very easily amused.
Yeah.
I'm very easily amused.
Which is good. It's actually.
Do you want to hear what I put together when he started singing that song?
I've never wanted to hear anything more in my life.
All right, here it is. Let's see. I don't remember exactly how this sounded, but here it is.
Yeah, it was very good, Steiny.
I can't remember. I guess we actually had that direct conversation. I don't even.
Yeah, it was a crossover. 2023, maybe.
I remember now.
Randy will know the
2024.
date. Yeah, okay. I knew it. Go ahead and buzz me because it's
August 23rd, 2024.
All right, so not even a year ago.
6 months ago.
It was magic. More like 8, but that's fine. And wonderful.
Yeah.
And
I love that line. It stuck with me, obviously.
Yes, and you are.
Apparently, I've brought it up on the radio twice now.
Yes.
Anyway, go ahead.
You are easily amused, and it's great. And, I'm not easily infuriated, not to make it about Jimmy Butler.
Not anymore.
I'm not infuriated.
Not anymore.
I'm just a little bit.
You know what it would be if you were?
It was an infuriation sensation. And I've come a long way from those days of being quick to be angry, and I'm not angry about the Houston loss. I'm basking in 3-1, and I'm just curious about the Jimmy Butler that we're seeing, and why Jimmy Butler has not yet shifted into playoff Jimmy.
Can I throw some numbers? Go
ahead.
You want me to do that? Since Jimmy Butler has joined the Warriors, how many times do you think he shot the ball more than 15 times in a game?
I would say probably once.
It's a good guess. I've got the answer as
I got it, Randy.
Twice.
Don't worry about it.
Twice. Do you know how many times he shot the ball less than 10 times?
Probably 5 or 6. I'd say 5.
8.
Yeah.
So what you saw Sunday was much closer to the norm than the opposite, I would argue. That was not out of character. Again, 4 for 7, the exact same thing he did in L.A., and just me and Goo, I know you're probably listening. You know how much I love you. That's disingenuous to be like, yeah, but they won. Well, wait a minute. You didn't know that you were going to win until there was 20. Actually, that game was frightening until there was 10 seconds left to go. You're in it. During the game. They didn't know they were going to lose against Houston. He's continually just trying to make the best basketball play. I find him very good at it. I find him absolutely delightful with the Warriors. I've noticed this thing that keeps happening when he plays with Steph. They win almost every single time. So that's all. This is just me feeling surprised that I've heard so much angst about the way Jimmy Butler goes about his business after they went through the gauntlet and went 3-1 because people didn't like the second half on Sunday.
It's no angst.
It's just odd.
Something that I'm, raising an eyebrow toward, thinking about, what might potentially be coming when Steph Curry has a game like that. And you mentioned all the games where he shot fewer than 10 times, and I'm looking at it. He shot 9 times against Dallas. You won by 24.
Mm-hmm.
He shot 8 times against Charlotte. You won by 36, and he played 19 minutes. So there's context to all of this. He shot 7 times against Orlando, and he was patently not very good.
Yeah.
And you still won the game.
Yeah, Steph went for 56.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So all of this has context, and you could look at 2 of 5 against Sacramento. They won by 26, and a lot of these games where he went 4 of 5 against San Antonio.
Okay, but
they won by 42.
Right,
so
but
what are we doing here with the numbers?
No, because you're saying that as if when they win by 25, that's why he didn't shoot. I'd argue they won by 25 because of his brilliance throughout. So many of those games you're talking about, his assist totals are 8 or above. That's why they're beating teams so
They're beating
handily.
These teams anyway, is the point.
They sucked before he got here.
They beat San Antonio by 42.
Dibs,
is that because Jimmy Butler was throwing dimes? Come on,
you're
Mark.
Picking one game.
I picked 6 games.
No,
I just gave you 6 in a row.
I'll pick all the games. They sucked before he got here, and now they're awesome.
So they were 12-3 to start the year. Did that suck, Mark?
Dibs.
Mark, be fair.
That was 100 years ago, and you know it.
It was this season,
and that was lifetimes ago.
It was all because of DeAnthony Melton,
no,
is what it was.
It wasn't. It was lifetimes ago in terms of their roster structure, their rotation, everything. You're not arguing with me on the larger point. They sucked before he got here, and now they're good. You're not arguing that.
I'm not arguing that they aren't better, but I am arguing that they sucked before that. They didn't suck. They were a 500 club.
Yeah, that because of their 12-3 start, they went through an extended period where they were terrible.
Were slightly below 500. They didn't suck. They still would have been a 10 seed.
If they're 25-25 and they started 12-3, what does that mean they were after 12-3?
That means they were 13-22.
Sucked.
Well, still good enough to be, and you have to take the whole thing in totality.
Seed. They were the 11.
Right. They were, probably on the cusp of being a 10 seed.
Oof.
So to say that they sucked I think it's a little bit harsh.
Dude, they sucked.
A little unfair.
For 2 months, they sucked.
Well, they sucked. They were subpar, for sure. And, you had stretches where you didn't have everybody in the lineup and all the rest of it. And whatever it was, it's what happened. So I'm not making excuses. They are better now.
They're so much better.
But they're extraordinarily a lot better when Jimmy Butler decides to not be Andrew Wiggins. That's all I'm saying.
I have not seen 1 second of Andrew Wiggins' demeanor from Jimmy Butler. And he would probably punch you if he heard you say that. Like, there's not one comp from Andrew Wiggins to Jimmy Butler in my mind. Let's go to the calls. Let's also say, hey, Dub Nation, let's get engaged, okay? Before every game, you can vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page, brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Free lifetime warranty. That sounds pretty good. Visit shaneco.com today. All right, with the playoffs right around the corner, do you believe we're going to see a different Jimmy Butler in the postseason? Head to 95.7 The Game's Twitter page and vote now. We'll read the results of the poll throughout and at the end of the show. Do you believe we're going to see a different Jimmy Butler in the postseason? How would you answer that? I say no. I sure hope not.
Oh, we'd better.
Oh.
We'd absolutely better because you need a second score.
You don't like 21-3, huh?
I do like 21-3, and you're cherry picking on games where Steph and he both played because
that's their team. Well, they're not good enough without both of them out there.
Right.
That's not a cherry pick. That's their 2 best players. Everybody needs their best players.
But if you want to look at the games where he has been a negative in plus minus, they have a losing record. So I don't want the Jimmy Butler that we saw against Houston. He was a minus 19 against Miami. He was bad. They lost. No Steph. Minus 9 against Denver. He was pretty good. They lost.
Yeah.
Minus 7 against Orlando. They won. Minus 17 against Dallas. They lost. And I know Kyrie went crazy, and so we can chalk that up to Kyrie going bananas. But I want to see Jimmy Butler be their number 2 scorer, which is not what he was against Houston. He was their number 6 scorer. And if he's that player that he was against Houston, you're first round out.
Number 6 scorer?
In that game against Houston?
Number 4.
Okay. That's much better.
4 players in double digits. 4 players in double digits.
Then I take it back.
Yeah. I mean, he outscored Steph by 10 points. Interesting. You'd come down Jimmy's road.
Well, I can come down Steph's road, but I would tip my cap to Houston. So Houston takes away Steph Curry, and now you look at what you have, and you're going to rely on pods and GP2 and Buddy Hield.
This feels so much more like strategic than I think it actually is. A team is not like, okay, Steph's struggling. Let's call timeout. All right, Jimmy, you're next. So you go be the dog. And if that doesn't work, then we're going to go. No, like they play basketball. And on every possession, the ball ends up where the ball ends up as you try to create a good shot. The ball starts in Jimmy's hands, and then it goes from there. And you're yes, you have an approach, but like what the defense is doing to you then calls for you to make a certain move. It's not like they know who's shooting the ball before they even like cross half court. So like, yeah, if it's the right play, shoot it. But if it's not, if it's the wrong play, then don't.
Right.
Find somebody else who's open. No?
Was it the right play? Like when you go,
that's
you're minus 18.
Yeah, that's cherry picking.
No, it's not cherry picking.
Yeah,
we're talking about a game.
Right, but
we're talking about a game where Jimmy Butler did not do anything, in my opinion, impactful.
They got outplayed. Like, you can't go.
He got outplayed, and he capitulated.
They all did. You're making it sound like the plus minus is what determines the outcome of the game, and I'd argue it's the other way around. The outcome of the game is what determines the plus minus. They got outplayed by the Houston Rockets for a bevy of reasons.
Right.
I'd argue that his reason is the best. They turned the ball over 20 times and played a sloppy basketball game. They didn't get a wonderful whistle, and their best player had the worst night of his entire year, I'd argue.
Right.
So, like, does that mean, okay, Jimmy, take over against one of the best defenses in the league? That's the easiest thing. That's what they're hoping for. Jimmy, just get tunnel vision and score? Like, no, dude.
No, what they're hoping for is
basketball plays.
They're hoping for Steph to be taken out and for your number 2 scorer to decide that he's not going to be impactful. And so Houston's like, whatever he is, Houston's looking at it like, okay, Buddy and Pods and GP2, you go ahead and have career nights, all three of you, and maybe we'll be worried, but Jimmy Butler basically, in my opinion, made it easy on Houston by not being more impactful, attacking the basket, getting to the foul line. He was all too eager to just, get the ball out of his hands. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did not see that at all, and I don't care who scores. The leading scorer in the game was Dillon Brooks. I'd come up with 9 people who, quote unquote, should score more than Dillon Brooks. But that's who scored for the Rockets that night.
Yeah.
So that's how the Warriors should play. And they do. If it's Pods one night, great. Pods was amazing in L.A. Score 30, bro. Do it. Win the game. I don't need Willie Adamas to get every hit for the Giants. I don't care. I don't care who scores.
Well, baseball and basketball are different.
And football, they're all different. But like the strategy of basketball is not, here, dude, go score. That's not, my God, that's not what the Warriors are trying to do. Why would you even practice?
No.
If that's what you're doing. Here, dude, go score. You're awesome.
But when your best player has a down night, you're looking for somebody else to step up and fill the void. And yeah, they had 3 role players do pretty well, and it still wasn't enough. And so I look to the other scorer, a guy who's a Hall of Famer, a guy who has shot the ball a lot more when he was with Miami, when he was the one. And when your one is being taken away, that's when I look at a $51 million a year guy and say, all right, it's your time, dude. Go carry us. And he didn't.
When I asked you there in the crossover, what was the money thing? That's kind of what I was getting at.
Right.
He's paid that money to play great basketball.
Sure. Did he play great basketball against Houston?
I guess I'd argue no, but he was absolutely nowhere near the first person I'd point to as to, wow, he played terrible, so they lost. I mean, not at all. Again, he turned it over 1 time.
Sure.
Pods 4, Curry 4, Draymond 4. Curry scored 3 points. Draymond had 2. Like, I'm going to get mad at Jimmy Butler. Like, he's not
mad at Jimmy Butler.
He's not paid that to go be a 30-point per night guy. He's paid that because he's a great basketball player who does wonderful things with the ball in his hands. And that means scoring, it means foul line, it means passing, it means decision-making throughout the process. And he's been incredible at doing it with the Warriors to the point where they've won just about most of the games that they've played since he arrived.
But not on Sunday.
Yeah.
And this is where,
not on Sunday.
We're talking about Sunday.
Well, no, we're not.
I'm talking about Sunday.
Well, we're talking about Jimmy Butler.
I'm talking about Jimmy Butler on Sunday.
But you've referenced at least 12 different games just in this conversation, so you can't suddenly make it only about that day.
And those other games, it didn't matter because you beat San Antonio by 45 and you won by 28, so that doesn't matter.
But you referenced games that they've lost. Like, I don't know why.
I'm not expecting him to be spectacular every game and for them to win every game. I'm just looking at Sunday when Steph Curry is clearly taken out of the game and the only shot he makes is a 37-foot prayer. That's a game where I would look to my number 2 scorer and say, all right, this is a game where you're going to be playoff Jimmy and you're going to shift into that mode, and I didn't see it.
Like your argument sounds like you want, and you did vote for, you said he better be different in the playoffs. That's not focusing on one game. That's focusing.
Well, if he's not better in the playoffs, they're out in the first round.
Yeah, no, I disagree. If they're exactly who he has been since his arrival, they're one of the favorites. If they are exactly what they've been since the trade deadline, then they are one of the best teams in the NBA, and they're one of the favorites. I am not going to pick on a night when one of the greatest players who has ever put on a pair of sneakers went 1 for 10 and scored 3 points, go find some other guy in the locker room and point to him and say, you better be better on a night when you lost to a 2 seed by 10 points in the middle of total exhaustion after going through a gauntlet. That just feels like we're pointing in the wrong place. That's how I feel.
Well, I'm not pointing it at him. I'm pointing it at all of them.
Of course we are. We're like our conversations about Jimmy Butler.
Exactly. And so to the extent of Jimmy Butler, when he plays like that, when Steph Curry is not having a good game, and in fact, he's having one of the worst games he's had in his past 10 years, and I can pull out the list again. There are 17 games he's had in the last 10 years where he hasn't reached double digits. In 5 of those, he's gotten hurt. So of the other 12 games where he didn't get 10 points, they are rare and alarming, and most of those are games where they lost by 50. And so Steph only played about 20 minutes because they were down big and they pulled the plug. So in a game like that, which Steph was not good, he was bad, and it was competitive, that's where you look to somebody else to step up, and he didn't.
Yeah, again, all of these phrases I wholeheartedly disagree with. He didn't, quote, step up. He wasn't, quote, aggressive.
No.
All of these words, in my opinion, are being misused here. Like, even when they asked him, should you be more aggressive out there? And his answer was maybe, maybe not.
Right.
I thought that's a great answer because, like, what do you even mean by aggressive? Why does aggressive have to equal scoring? Aggressive to me means playing ball, dude. Like, get the ball and try to make something happen. That can mean passing, leadership, free throws, scoring the basketball. I don't know, getting in the ears of the official, working with the coach. Like lack of aggression to me means passivity. And that's why I hate when you're bringing up Wiggins' name next to Butler's. Dude, I see no similarities at all between Andrew Wiggins and Jimmy Butler when you're talking about, like, that engagement in a basketball game. I have not seen Jimmy, maybe if you want to make the argument of the game in Miami, but I have not seen Jimmy just out on the court looking like, kind of here, kind of not. Like, I just have not seen that at all, not in my eyes. Let's go to Pat in San Jose. Hey, Pat, thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, Willard and Dibs. I just thought, when I saw that Houston game, I said, oh, man, the Warriors going to have trouble if they ever face this team. But then the beauty is they played them early. I mean, still, at the end of the season, so it's not even the playoffs. But this is a game you can use it as a blueprint to figure out what you could do when this type of defense comes at you.
Pat, and your phone's a little wonky there, but thank you very much for the call. I also don't take from Sunday night that the Rockets have some sort of a blueprint. I really don't. Like, that was Sunday night.
Yeah,
that was our basketball
Anthony
game.
Slater said absolutely it's a blueprint.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't see it that way. I see the Warriors as being a very, very flexible machine that has got so many smart basketball players. They'll work with that. You know what I mean? Like, this is the same Rockets team that Jimmy Butler's Warriors went in there the night before the All-Star break and beat them up. They dominated them. Same team. So, like, I get it. They've got some pieces clearly that will give the Warriors athletic problems, but I feel like, I don't know, don't you think that's something we've been talking about for years? The Warriors' lack of size and athleticism. Well, at the same time, a dynasty happened. And I understand that Durant was a part of some of that and all that, but you get what I'm saying. The Warriors have been way more successful than just about anybody else. So this lack of size and athleticism thing has much more often not been a problem than it has.
Yeah, depends on the matchup. And, when Houston comes in here and they play that hard on defense and they shoot it as well as they did. And you mentioned Dylan Brooks, and he had basically a career game. And I'm looking at the previous matchup that you referenced, and Dylan Brooks had 9 points in 21 minutes. Actually, he had 7 points, and Jalen Green had 9 points on 3 of 10, and Şengün was 4 of 10, and Amin Thompson was 2 of 7. So all of their starters in that game at home, they were ordinary or below par. So when you come in and you play defense like they did and you shoot it like they did, you're going to win.
Totally.
Now, does it mean that that's a blueprint to stop Steph? Probably not, because, Steph ultimately is going to be able to get free, and he had 27 in that previous matchup, and Jimmy Butler actually shot the ball 15 times. So there you go, Jimmy. Yeah. Feel free to shoot it 15 times.
No, they were extraordinary. Dylan Brooks went 10 of 13. And Jalen Green, 9 of 19. Amin Thompson, 7 of 14. Even Şengün, 7 of 17. Got to the free throw line for 10 attempts. They were extraordinary in that game. And won. And they're a very, very good basketball team. I don't think they've somehow unlocked the key to taking down Golden State. And, oh, by the way, the Warriors better not play Houston in round one, because if they do, that means they ended up in the play-in tournament. So that's why I don't want Houston. Not because they're a bad matchup. I don't want Houston because it means they did not get a top 6 seed. That's my answer there. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, here for your calls. All right, Fred and T, some others are coming on in. 888-957-9570. More of your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, family owned with that.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. It's a big night.
Huge.
Big night.
Yep.
They can't lose.
I mean,
they're not allowed to lose. I know that. I know that. My famous line, like they're allowed to.
They are.
No. I say no.
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
Well, if they do
not
lose,
tomorrow night.
Well,
and not Friday night
for sure. But I mean, let's focus on tonight
All
because I do think that Phoenix is a little bit of a tough spot. Phoenix has given the Warriors trouble in the past, and so it's not a guarantee even without KD. But you're right; they can't lose this one.
Can't lose. Their voice, John Bloom, joins us at 4:15. Greg Anthony.
I love John Bloom.
I know you do. A lot. Probably not as much as I do.
It's close,
but a lot.
Yep.
How much you love John Bloom? A lot. Anyway, Greg Anthony also is going to join us a little bit after 5 o'clock. And then Warriors and Suns tonight on 95.7 The Game. You got this one, Grandy?
I do.
You do?
I do. And it's also on TNT, and that's Greg Anthony's calling the game
yes,
on TNT.
Greg Anthony calling the game on TNT. The Warriors on a hell of a stretch of national TV games. And so tonight is no different. We're live in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco, and taking your phone calls. Hi, Fred in Richmond. What's going on, man? Thank you for calling.
Hey, what's up, Willard and Dibbs? I was just calling to congratulate you on holding on your end of the bargain. I was the caller that called last Monday about the face painting, so you held up your end. I really appreciate that.
Hey, Fred, I do not ever run from those situations. In fact, I think I spent $17 on those materials.
Dang.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I had to make
not bad.
Yeah, I had to make sure that they were going to arrive on time. They came late Sunday night, and I was ready to go yesterday, Fred. So thank you.
All right. Yeah, and Dibbs, just relax on the Jimmy Butler slander right now, okay? The real Warrior fans, we were in the dumps about 2.5 months ago. Let's just be happy that we're in a playoff hunt. We're going to make a run. Steph had a very disappointing game, but I think Houston tipped their hat a little bit. I don't understand why Ime Udoka did that, but the Warriors see them in the second round or maybe in the Western Conference Finals. That will not happen. That's a fact. Dylan Brooks, he's a bum. He had an amazing game. How many times would that happen in a 7-game series? Think about it. Thanks for having me on, y'all.
Okay, Fred.
Yeah, thank you, Fred, for the face paint peer pressure. The FPPP is what that was because you pressured him and you took it. And
I don't even remember it that way. Was there a lot of pressure?
No, there wasn't.
I think like you brought it up, and I think I just. Like, dude, if they go 3-1, I'll do that.
Yeah,
I'll be happy to do that.
Exactly, and you were happy to do it.
Thrilled for them to go 3-1 this week.
And I'm not sitting here slandering Jimmy Butler. I'm just looking at a game where Jimmy Butler, to my eye, and I watched it now twice, was not as impactful as I think that playoff Jimmy has been in Miami. And when you have a game where Ime Udoka has taken Steph Curry completely out of the game, this is where I would look for Jimmy Butler to be a little bit more impactful. I see what they've been with Jimmy. I see the record with Jimmy and Steph. I see how much that he has changed their fortunes. They went from a 10 and 11 seed, a play-in team, to being maybe a 4 seed, for crying out loud, if things break their way. So I get all that. I'm not slandering Jimmy Butler. I look at Sunday's game, and I do wonder if he could be more impactful at times when they need that.
Okay, I think the bigger question, because I don't think you're slandering Jimmy Butler, the bigger question is this one that is, by the way, our Engaging Dubs poll question, which is the idea of a different Jimmy in the playoffs. Fascinating to me. And I mean that now. Fascinating to me. Because even our YouTube poll right now, do you expect a different Jimmy in the postseason? I voted no. 71% of you on YouTube have voted yes. Now, again, that's not do you want, that's do you expect.
Right.
Do you expect a different Jimmy in the playoffs? The only way I would expect a different Jimmy in the playoffs is the same way I expect that, I guess, out of sort of every player in the NBA, which is that things do get ramped up a little bit. But I don't equate that to shooting. I just don't. And I will, if I was, if you're into prayer, hit your knees tonight and pray that you don't see a different Jimmy in the playoffs. That's how they got here. That's why I'm fascinated by it. I'm truly confused by the idea that a Warrior fan has watched what they've done since the trade deadline, watched the impact that he's had, not just with his own numbers, but with what he's done for everyone around him, completely walked in, snapped his fingers, and created a completely different Warrior basketball brand this year. Yet you want him to be something different. I want him to be exactly, literally, a carbon copy of what he's been, because it has led to the Warriors being one of the best teams in the NBA. Do not change, Jimmy. Be you. That's it.
Well, I want Jimmy to adapt to the situation, and Sunday, the situation, in my opinion, called for him to be different than what he was. And I am not expecting him to be playoff Jimmy from Miami, and I'm looking at his playoff log for his career, and in every game in which he shot more than 25 times, his team is 9-0. Miami, 9-0 when he shot it 25 times. Now, you're not looking for Jimmy to shoot it 25 times. So when we talk about playoff Jimmy, and I'm looking at these games, 42, 32, 47, he had 56 in a win over Milwaukee just 2 years ago.
Out of necessity.
Playoff Jimmy.
Yeah, necessity.
Out of necessity. So I'm not looking for that.
No other
I'm
good
looking
players.
at a blend between I'm just going to make the right play and shoot 7 times in a loss, and a guy who shot 17 of 33 in a win over Milwaukee. For me, there's a middle ground, and I'm not seeing it. I didn't see it Sunday. That middle ground is what I'm looking for.
I'm curious as to why. That's literally my point. I don't know why any of you want anything different from Jimmy. It's been awesome. It has literally unlocked the Warriors. All of them. Everybody looks better.
Right. Not every game.
Nobody does anything every game.
Well, fine.
Steph scored 3. Last week, he scored 52.
Jimmy was 1 of 7 against Orlando, and they won.
Right.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Steph scored 56.
Exactly.
Yes.
So
that's the whole point. Every game, every possession is its own living, breathing thing. I don't want Jimmy, it's almost like you guys want Jimmy to play basketball the way I play Madden. And I haven't played Madden in probably 5 years. And the reason is because my kids kick my ass every time. Because I don't know how, with 17 different buttons in front of me, y'all are able to just drop back and start deciding right there. Am I supposed to hit A, X? How about the button that's on the back of
R2,
the whatever? What do you? No, I just predetermine what I'm going to do. We're going slant route to the inside receiver. If it's open, great. If it's not, I'm going to throw a pick and lose. But that's how I play Madden, and it seems like some of you want Jimmy Butler to play basketball that way.
No. I want him to
he's going to
make adjustments.
He's going to no, he does. He's literally on every possession doing what he thinks the play is calling for him to do. And it's made the Warriors amazing. And now we want him to be something other than that? I don't want more shots. Unless that's what that play calls for.
Right.
If that moment, not the game, not the playoff series, if that possession calls for a shot, then shoot it. If it doesn't, then don't. Just keep doing what you're doing. He's been incredible.
He's been great. They've been great.
Yes.
And I'm not going to give him all the credit because...
But the timing's pretty uncanny, don't you think?
Well, yeah. I mean, give him all the credit for Orlando when he made one basket and they won. So
I don't know why we're focused on that game.
We're focused on everything, Mark, and you're trying to throw a blanket over the Jimmy experience and making it all about Jimmy.
Yes.
And it's not all about Jimmy. So Steph didn't play against Miami, and Steph didn't play in the game against Atlanta, and they lost them both. So
because
is that about Jimmy?
No, they need them both, Dibs, and Jimmy's the one who just arrived. We watched a full half season.
Jimmy's a 35-year-old pro.
We watched a season and a half of Steph without a Jimmy with him, and they can't even make the playoffs.
Yes, and we saw 2 games of a Jimmy without a Steph, and they can't even beat
make
Atlanta.
The playoffs. Right, so they need them both. And they need them both to be exactly who they've been when they're together.
Well, when they're not the same, because Steph Curry gets taken out of a game, then Jimmy needs to be somebody else.
Yeah, well, then you're
not, or you're going to lose.
Yeah, you're going to lose. And by the way, I don't think him being someone else wins you that game either. It just doesn't.
Well, we don't know because he decided to not be the Jimmy that he's been.
He did not decide
33 shots, 29 shots, and you look at his Miami run, and you don't have Steph Curry doing anything.
No,
Jimmy could have been more impactful, and he wasn't.
No, just the hardest possible disagree.
Yeah.
You had 3 other players knocking down threes like at a very high level, and I promise you.
And you lose.
Yes, and you lost, and that is not all on Jimmy Butler, and it's for 100 different reasons as we've discussed. But this idea that those players were able to knock down those threes and that Jimmy and his presence have nothing to do with that, like literally those guys are open because the defense is focused on Steph and Jimmy. And so him shooting the ball, that's just forcing it, which is also known as bad basketball.
Right.
Like, you really think Jimmy doesn't know what he's doing? I mean, is that the...
Jimmy knows what he's doing.
Okay, then Jimmy knows what he's doing.
But I don't think that Jimmy is doing what the team needed on Sunday. And again, I'm small sample sizing it because you're right. We could look at the whole Jimmy era, and they've won a ton of games. And I look at a game where he's shooting it 17 times, 13 times, 16 times, and then you have a game where he shoots it 7 times when Steph Curry is completely neutralized and you only got up 7 shots. That to me is a problem.
Yeah. Boy, I got a lot of faith in this guy. That seemingly, I guess, maybe you don't, or maybe a lot of you don't. I don't know.
I had faith in him from the jump. I'm looking at one game. It doesn't
sound like it today.
Well, from one game.
Why would we do that? Why would we focus on?
It's what we're doing. We're looking at one game.
No, we're not. We're literally answering the question of what do you need to see in the postseason. The postseason.
If he goes 4 for 7 in the postseason and Steph goes 1 for 10, you're out. You're gone.
You're going to lose that game, yes.
You're going to lose the series.
And it's hysterical that you point to Jimmy when Steph scores 3 points.
Well, we look at Draymond, too.
Yeah,
sure.
All right, some more phone calls on this. 888-957-9570. A lot of you want to weigh in. We're coming to you next. John Bloom, voice of the Suns, in an hour on Willard and Dibs.
Dan Dibley here, and as we wrap up another cool and rainy winter, we got to get ready to spend time under the sun, and spring is right around the corner. It's here, technically, but you know what I mean. And Golden State Lumber and Showroom is ready to help you plan your outdoor space. Are you considering a small sitting area or a larger elevated deck? How about a deck around an existing swimming pool or a garden wall that doubles as a privacy fence? Golden State offers composite decking from Trex, Fiberon, TimberTech, and others. They deliver high-quality products that capture the beauty, textures, and colors of real wood, yet are low in maintenance, and they do so much better in the weather than wood. All you have to do is go to goldenstatelumber.com and click on brands and see what catches your eye. Then talk with a contractor or a builder about your options. You can simplify the process, and they can request a quote from any Golden State webpage. Order soon for your spring and summer outdoor enjoyment. Family owned since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
We got Lucas dancing in the other room.
Over what?
I don't know. Arsenal played well today, didn't they? Yeah, was that it?
I mean,
was that it?
Biggest win in the last 8 years of Arsenal football?
Those were some beautiful goals. Those were they were beautiful.
Shout out Declan Rice with a brace versus Madrid.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That means he scored
playing well
twice.
was an understatement too, by the way.
What's that?
Well, it's funny because a brace, that means he scored twice for those who are not soccer fluent, and it's the only time we can get these two.
A brace, that's what you have on your leg.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. A brace in soccer is 2 goals, and the only engagement we can get from these two as we prepare for a show is right now talking about a soccer team that nobody in our audience gives a crap about.
That's not true. That's not true.
I got stuff to add on Jimmy if you want it.
They're locked in. They just don't turn into giggling school children for our show the way they do over in Arsenal
That's
Gold.
accurate.
That was what was funny earlier today.
In the quarterfinals of the Champions
The
League.
two of you celebrate goals for Arsenal the way Phil Mickelson celebrates Masters wins. Like just awkward
With a
body
4-inch vertical
movements.
leap.
Yeah, just like
Or a 6-year-old girl gets tickled.
Right. There were chests bumping off of each other in a small hallway. It was just weird.
I don't think we did not chest bump.
Yeah.
We high five.
There was contact.
You don't know what to do with yourself when you see a beautiful soccer goal.
You're supposed to run. That's what soccer players do.
That's true.
You run.
We were in a confined space. There wasn't much room to run.
I remember I was in the hallways of a radio station when Landon Donovan had that great goal in the World Cup. Was it against what's the country that starts with an A?
Slovenia.
No, it was the country that starts with an A.
Algeria.
Maybe it was Algeria.
Yep.
Yeah. But remember that goal?
Maybe.
And I ran out the hall, and where you still needed a key card to get back in. But that's what you do when there's a big goal. You run. So next time, try that. Run.
World Cup, 14 months away.
It's coming. Like
Here.
a freight train.
It's coming here.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. You going to be there?
Of course.
Okay.
You won't.
Probably not. 888-957-957. I got a lot of people want to talk about Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler. John Bloom, voice of the Suns in an hour. Greg Anthony in less than 2 hours. He's on the TNT broadcast for the game tonight. Let's do it. T in Oakland has been patient. Hi, T. Thanks for calling. Thanks for waiting.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Man, obviously, I'm a big 95.7 The Game fan as well as a big Warrior fan.
Yeah.
And when I'm watching the games, normally before the game starts, we on the radio and we talking about the Warriors got a great chance to win against this certain team, or we might have to play a better game to beat this team. If you've noticed lately, when we've been saying that they got a good chance to win, we lose those games. We went into those 3 monster games saying, hey, we're going to have to really play hard, and we did. So I was happy about that. I don't want to really see Jimmy change the way he plays. I think the way he's playing helps us become successful. But what I would like to see is him maybe take some more shots when he does drive inside the paint a lot. And it's a layup open, and then he'll throw it back out. So maybe that's a chance that we can have more success that way. And then also, I'm seeing in games that when Steph is not on and we have a lot of turnovers, we lose those games. So maybe that's the game, or maybe that's what people are saying when they want to see playoff Jimmy. Playoff Jimmy is the type of player that sees what he needs to, I won't say aggressive, sees what he needs to up the ante a little bit more when the lead player is not playing up to par. So I'm looking for him to do a lot of that more moving forward. If Steph's not on, Jimmy, come on, you got to do it.
Yeah. So see, here's how T. Thank you. Here's kind of how I see it. You know what I'm starting to hear a lot of, and I want to push back on is the idea that Jimmy Butler in these playoffs is going to look like Jimmy Butler has in playoffs past. I would personally let go of that. Let it float out into the ocean. Different team, different scenario, different age, different everything. Jimmy Butler better not go into these Warriors playoffs trying to do the stuff he did in Miami. Literally would be the worst idea that I could think of. Oh, Jimmy, go try to get 45 tonight. When Steph Curry's on your team and your ball movement is literally the whole core of who you are, Jimmy has come in here, as many other players have, and said, this is some of the best basketball in terms of a concept that I've ever seen in my whole career. He's also 35 years old. Like, when I hear a lot of people say what I'm hearing them say about playoff Jimmy, the phrase that goes into my head is forcing it. I don't want that. And I don't know why that would even happen. This team has never asked Jimmy to do that. What's his biggest scoring game of all as a Warrior?
With the Warriors?
Yeah. What's the most he's scored as a Warrior?
27 in the win against Memphis.
Wait, he has not ever scored 30 in a Warrior game?
No.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler has never scored 30 as a Warrior.
No, he's got 27. He's got 26, 3 25s, and a 24.
Okay.
And a 23.
I love it.
A 21, a 20, and he had 13 on Sunday.
Wow.
When the Chef had 3.
Incredible.
Yeah,
incredible.
Less than incredible when you have 13.
He's never scored 30 in a game, and some of you want him to suddenly tick up and score 48.
No.
Why?
Not that.
Yes.
No.
That's what playoff Jimmy means.
No, it doesn't.
I want
when you look
this
at playoff Jimmy, when you look at the last time that Jimmy was in the playoffs and, they lost to Denver in 5, he didn't have 30 in that series. And if you go to the series before, when they actually beat Boston in 7, he had 35 once, but he had 27. He took 25 shots, 21 shots, 21 shots. That's what I'm looking for, is a more aggressive and active Jimmy, somebody who's going to try to shoot the ball more than 7 times in a game where Steph Curry's being neutralized. I'm not looking for him to get 40 or 30, but I'm looking for more than what he gave on Sunday. That's all.
Yeah, and again, to me, this has been so devastatingly effective for the Warriors. I hope Jimmy just does exactly what he's been doing all along. Let's go to Miguel in the city. Hi, Miguel. Thanks for calling Willie and Dibby.
Hey, love you guys. What's going on? Good afternoon.
What's up?
Hey, man, are we still talking about this?
Yes, we are.
Jimmy is just fine. Yeah, I can't believe it. I'm glad he asked Curry. He's not listening to us. I wish our IQ here in the Bay Area. It sounds like we don't know what we're looking at. He's composed. He has wisdom. He doesn't come out of his play, and he's a great example. He's been doing great. So let him do what he's been doing. We're in the playoffs now. We weren't there 2 months ago. So let's cheer him on, and DPOY for Draymond Green. Let's go Warriors.
Okay, Miguel. Thanks you.
Miguel.
Yeah, the odds, just some fresh odds on some of that stuff, and Draymond continues to be.
Prohibitive.
Incredibly heavy favorite. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander continues to be an incredibly heavy favorite as far as the MVP.
Yeah, I do think that both of those are probably a wrap. Draymond's going to win it, and he probably deserves it. And the big campaign is, how can a guy that good on defense only have 1 DPOY in his career? And he's helped by the fact that Wembanyama didn't get 65 games, and Jaren Jackson Jr. didn't quite get 65. And so the shot blocker is normally the guy who wins that award. And when 2 of the biggest shot blockers are out based on this new cockamamie rule, and Draymond's going to play 65, he's going to get it done.
Does Jaren Jackson not have enough? I actually think Jaren Jackson Jr. just hasn't played very well this year. But I don't know where he's going to end up on games. Yeah, he's already at 71 games.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Jaren's eligible. He just hasn't been good enough. And Memphis has kind of fallen off so hard of late. How about Joe in Oakland? Hi, Joe. Thanks for calling. What's going on?
Yeah, I bet you Draymond Green glad that Jimmy Butler's in town, because every morning y'all talk derogative about Draymond Green, so now Jimmy gets to hear some of that stuff. Wow. I mean, when you're in the Bay, man, it's not baller nation. Conversation sooner or later comes up about the Lakers when you're in the Bay, And I'm from Detroit, and I hate to hear that shit. Excuse my mouth.
All right, Joe. I didn't even understand where that call was going in the first place. I didn't get it. He said every morning something happens with Draymond. We've only been on in the morning 1 week out of our 4 years here, so I have no idea about that.
Right.
And then the conversation went to the Lakers, and then the conversation then it went to a bad place.
Go on.
Yeah,
is where it went.
All right, let's onward. Grant in Oakland. Hi, Grant. What are you doing?
Showing at the house at the moment.
What are you doing on the radio?
Yeah, like I'm here in San Francisco talking to my friend Dan.
Yeah, so my take is this, like, let's not pull a Kevin Durant on Butler. You know, like, we didn't necessarily run him out of town, but, like, I remember when Kevin Durant was like, I'm shooting too much, and then he starts passing the ball, he's getting 8 to 10 assists, and he's not shooting enough. And it's like, we could always break it down into one game or one little thing. The bottom line is that guy is really, really, really good. If I had to pick two dudes, I might pick Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. In fact, they play really awesome defense, and they control the whole court in a really good way. They can guard. If they're going to go against the Lakers, I wouldn't pick two other dudes other than them against Doncic and LeBron. And so we got a chance. And it's, the next couple games matter. But, I mean, you know, hating on a guy for whatever, like, you didn't shoot enough shots this game. I mean, he's shoveling the pass. He does so many things that are, like, just, like, savant. He's a savant of the game. And that's what he is. And respect on that. He's been doing this for 16 years, and none of us have, and he's a Hall of Famer. So just let him do what he does, and then we're going to win.
Grant,
but he won't. The difference between him and Kevin Durant, he won't question himself, I think. He can listen to all this. He doesn't care. He's going to still do what he does.
Oh, that's interesting. Grant, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. I largely agree with you. The only way where I would meet someone halfway on this, sort of through my eyes, is that, like, if there's a quarter or a half where something is completely haywire and there's a necessity to it, you know, do you want Jimmy to get ultra aggressive? Like, that scenario may present itself, but the idea in my mind that Jimmy should approach the playoffs that way, that's terrifying to me. That's actually very scary to me. Or it would be scary if I thought that Jimmy was going to do that. But Jimmy's not going to do that. Maybe the fans will do that. But I am very confident that Jimmy Butler is not like, okay, playoffs, time for me to be totally different than what I've been since I've been here at Golden State and we've won most of our games. No, man. Like, you know, he used the word savant. The Warriors have a very smart team. Draymond Green is brilliant. And I've come to believe that Jimmy Butler is I mean, I've always known he's a great player, but I don't know that he was this heady. And Steph is heady, and Steve Kerr is heady, and they are also bringing up, I think, some heady young players too. Like, I want them to keep doing exactly what they do on every single possession, because I do think more often than not it wins. And again, if they can get into the playoffs starting next week, all they got to do is win 4 out of every 7, and the Rockets can have their scenario and their approach all they want. I like this group of Warriors, if healthy, to have a real good shot against most teams to win 4 out of 7 and outthink the opponent. I like their chances.
I do too, and I like their chances, especially when Jimmy Butler plays the way he did against Denver, where you played the same amount of minutes, basically. You played 1 more minute, and you shot 13 times, and you got more free throw attempts. You scored 19 points. You were a plus 21. You were much more impactful and physical against Denver. Now, was Houston so dominant defensively that you could only shoot the ball 7 times? I think that's a bit of a cop-out, and I look at what Jimmy has done in most of the games, and I'm not asking for Jimmy to go into Miami playoff Jimmy and shoot the ball 25 times. No, that's not what this team does. You've got Steph, and you've got a certain offense that outside of Steph, you want to share the ball and you want to set up the three-point shooter. I get that. But I looked at the Houston game and Steph was taken away, and I thought that was a game where Jimmy could have been more forceful about getting his shot. And, you know, he's shooting the ball about 11 or 12 times a game with the Warriors, which is fine. I'd like to see a couple more, but if those shots don't come, that's fine. But when you shoot the ball only 7 times in a game where your offense really struggles, that's where I scratch my head.
You want him to change after this week, yes or no?
Like, change what?
Change. Do you want him to approach something differently after this week?
I want him to approach it the way he's approached it the majority of his Warrior career, which is not what we saw on Sunday. So, no. I don't want him to change.
Oh, wait.
Sunday he didn't attack the basket. Sunday he was not offensively impactful. So I want him to be the player that he's been the majority of his time here, where you look at all the games with Steph, without Steph, and he's attacking the basket, he's getting to the foul line, and when he shoots free throws, he usually doesn't miss. And against Houston, I didn't see that. I didn't see him forceful. I didn't see him attacking the basket. He only had 3 assists. I didn't see him really that engaged in the offensive flow.
If I went with your premise that that's true, why do you think that is?
Because Houston was too physical and they were tired. I don't know. I can't put myself in Jimmy's head. Maybe they were too tough for Jimmy. Maybe they were just too much for Jimmy Butler. I don't know, Mark. I can't put myself in his head.
Well,
what I saw was Draymond Green was off the reservation.
Mm-hmm.
He was, and we can all watch the game and see that Draymond Green, he lost his mental edge. They got to him.
Okay.
Steph Curry was taken away by Amon Thompson, who basically had his hands in Steph's pockets the entire game. And so Jimmy Butler was, to me, very deferential and happy to just dribble, kick it out, and set up shooters.
So, like, but the idea that the multiple choice answers of why Jimmy would do that, you came up with either he's tired or like they were too tough for him. Like, does any of that? I know you're joking.
Totally joking.
Does any of that actually make sense to you, or do you believe that based on the scenario that was presented? A very tall athletic team and a group of officials that did not seem to want to use their breath on that particular day.
Either side.
And role players who were hitting threes. You believe it's possible that Jimmy thought that he was doing exactly what the play called for him to do? Do you think it's possible?
Of course.
Okay, then he played the exact same in this game that he did in all the others.
Well, I don't think so, because when you watch what was happening with the game, and outside of some shooting that was actually good, when you got into the non-Steph minutes and Buddy was on the court, you had a hard time. And, even with the starters, when Steph was out there, you look at the starting unit against their starters, and you got boat raced. And so Steph was doing nothing. Draymond was doing nothing but arguing and getting techs and flagrants. And so that's a time where Jimmy Butler, in my opinion, should take over and force the action. And he didn't.
How would you answer that, Grandy? Do you want Jimmy to be different after this week?
No, I want Jimmy to have the same exact mindset. What makes Jimmy great is he's always willing to do what is best for the team.
Yep.
But I think there's maybe an instance, and I think Dibbs has a point that Sunday might have been an instance where what was best for the team was a little more aggression. I don't want Jimmy to ever do something that he doesn't think is best for the team, but when Steph is 1 for 10 and can hardly get a look, when Draymond can't play the whole third quarter, it might be best for the team for Jimmy to look to score a little bit more.
I also wonder, like, when everyone goes, well, Steph was 1 for 10. Well, Steph wasn't 1 for 10 until the game ended. So
he also didn't make a field goal until the very end of the first half.
Not like Jimmy knew, like when Steph did get open shots, were all of us looking at the TV like, well, that's a definite miss? Or does Jimmy actually have a point in like, no, let's see if we can get our guy going?
I mean, we could tell.
Let's see if we can get our guy going.
You could tell in the third quarter, once the Rockets went up by like 8 or 10,
they did a great job.
It was a struggle.
Well, by then you're in bad shape. Now you're in bad shape.
And then you need your other star to score a little bit more. And the whole thing about playoff Jimmy, I think that we're not going to see Miami Heat playoff Jimmy because what was required in Miami is not required here.
Good, but I hope not.
I do think there's a level where on a night-to-night basis, perhaps there's a moment where you might see a little more aggression.
Let's go to Warriors Chris in Montclair. Hi, Warriors Chris. How's it going?
Yeah. I got to thank your staff for giving me that name by accident, but I love it and I'm sticking with it.
Okay.
So,
how did that happen, Warriors, Chris?
Is that basic? You're sitting on hold and then they ask you what your name is and you mumble something and then say your name, and so it became Warriors Chris. I love it.
Okay,
I should pay a little something.
I think I'm understanding how this came together now. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to disagree with Dibbs for a second. Draymond showed up off the reservation. He did become off the reservation. I saw in his eyes. But other than that, I kind of agree with Dibbs, as I think we all do. We love Jimmy. He just needed to be a little more Jimmy. Nobody's asking for him to change. Those are probably people who didn't want him here. If he takes the shot, as opposed to Buddy or even Pod, the chances of him getting fouled are greater than those two guys. So he didn't need to pawn it off so many times. If he could have had a two-man game, or if Draymond could have had a two-man game with Steph where you're putting Thompson in foul trouble, or at least concerned about it, crash. Just if it could just be some foul pressure, Steph might have actually had a little more room. We might have had people in foul trouble. We might have even been in bonus. So we do want Jimmy to take maybe a couple of those shots away from Buddy, unless we just need the numbers on offense. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I just think, all of this, and thanks, Warriors, Chris, in Montclair. I look at all of this as, at best, some very, very easy hindsight, which is to say, now, we keep doing this with the box scores. You get to the end of the game. Well, sure, if he had known that everybody was going to keep turning the ball over, if he had known that Steph was never going to hit a shot, then would he have done it differently? Maybe. But I also don't think that him going into some sort of NBA 2K go mode thinks that this was going to go better either. In fact, I would very vehemently argue that it would not have. Against this defense that we're all complimenting, we're all talking about their height and their athleticism, and then we want 6'5" Jimmy to go to the hole and take over with a bunch of refs who won't blow their whistle. It's not a great percentage play at all. And so I get why he didn't do that. I understand when we look at the game at the end after it's over, maybe that would have worked. Right, because what they did do didn't work. But it's not a good philosophy, and it's very anti what Jimmy does. That's not the philosophy of a smart basketball player.
Well, philosophies change, and you look at a game where Steph is 1 for 3 in the first half, and the only one that he made was a 35-foot prayer at the buzzer, and it's clear that Houston was not going to let him catch, dribble, or shoot the basketball. So you go into the locker room and you come out, it's okay, if I'm Jimmy Butler, let me get into playoff Jimmy mode. Let me try and see if I can do something to help the offense. And, Steph was 0 for 7 in the second half. Through all his efforts, he could not get free. He didn't get a lot of clean looks. And Jimmy Butler, to my eyes, was not that forceful in trying to get him his own stuff.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We got a lot of you that want to weigh in. Promise, just be patient. We're coming. 888-957-9570. Voice of the Suns, John Bloom in a half hour. Greg Anthony later on in the show. We got a Dubs game tonight right here. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game.
Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question. That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
We're going to try to ask John Bloom and Greg Anthony some great questions later on in the show. John Bloom's the voice of the Suns. There is no Kevin Durant tonight. Have you looked at the number?
No.
Want to guess?
Sure, Mark. Let's guess.
Let's do it. Plus or minus. I'll give you a full point in either direction.
Okay.
Full point in either direction. It's time for America's favorite game show on Willie and Dibby. Guess that spread. Okay, here we go. Dan Dibley live from San Francisco with this answer.
Interesting because Phoenix still kind of needs it, so to speak, but the Warriors need it more and no Kevin Durant. So, geez, Warriors coming off of a tough loss where Jimmy Butler was a non-factor. I'm expecting Jimmy to be really ramped up. Warriors probably favored by 8.5.
Oh, so close.
So close.
But that's a loss for Dan Dibley, who missed by 1.5. The Warriors are favored by 10.
Oh, by 10?
Full double digit.
Man.
Tonight in Phoenix. Yeah. Suns have lost 6 games in a row. Let's go back to the phones, though. A lot of people want to talk about this. Let's go to Ro in the O. What up, Ro? What are you doing?
Is that my man Mark? Is that my man Dibs? The best boys in town. Shout out to Kurt from the Hayward Hill.
You know what? Your timing is great, Ro.
That's my man right there.
Kurt is on suspension for the week, so you get to use that line just for this week.
Yeah, I heard he kind of went off the rails a little bit on that last call.
Yeah,
just a touch.
He Draymonded a little bit, but anyway, it's all good.
He Draymonded a little bit, but we got to reel Kurt back in, give him another week or so.
For sure.
I want to touch on. First and foremost, I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller. Got in quicker than what I thought I was. And it's Ro from the O, from Oakland, from the town business. I'm a diehard Warrior fan. I got on Warrior gear right now. I want to go check out Splash. I know I'm hearing y'all talk about it, so I want to check it out. But
get the nachos.
To get to my point, it's a good look, huh?
Get the chicken nachos. You can. I hold the sour cream, but you do you. Okay, Ro?
Yeah, I love sour cream, so I'm definitely going to do me.
All right.
But I want to talk about my man Jimmy Buckets. Now, I know he didn't give us the game, or he's not giving us the game that we looking for, that 20-30 burger that he dropped in Miami, maybe Philly, Minnesota. But we got a different type of team. And what we got to realize, he's changed our culture to some degree, brought the toughness. He brought confidence.
And there you go.
Man, double teams. Hello?
We lost you for a second, Ro. I got the word confidence, and then we lost you. But you're back. Go ahead. Keep cooking.
Okay, and toughness. He brought toughness. Look at Pops. Look at what he's bringing out of I'm so hyped. I can't even think of Moses Moody. We didn't have that before he came. And the difference, not Wiggins, he commands double teams. People live with Wiggins. If he had a good game, so be it. That's more claps on steps. Now we got Jimmy to kind of somewhat help with that. So, just be patient. I feel like when those playoffs roll around, he going to show up. And, hey, I appreciate you guys. Y'all have a good day.
Ro, thanks, man. Appreciate your call. Even what he said at the end, and I know this isn't what he meant, but like this whole idea, when the playoffs come, Jimmy's going to show up. Jimmy's been showing up.
He's been showing up.
He's been awesome.
Yeah, at Miami, he was awesome.
But see, why does your brain go there?
But I'm just trying to keep it. I'm trying to keep it a buck.
But why would you look at someone who's been awesome 90% of the time, and your brain immediately go, "Oh yeah, remember that one game?"
No. Why are we talking about it today?
Do that?
Why are we talking about this?
We're talking about the future.
But why are we talking about this today? It's because of what happened Sunday. That's why we're talking about it.
I disagree.
We didn't talk about this on Friday. when they were coming off a win over Denver.
It's been absolutely talked about. It was talked about when Steph had to miss 2 games, and everybody worried that Jimmy was not able to do it by himself, because we love it in the NBA when a player can do it by himself and he can be that alpha, he can be that dog. Let's go, man. Let's see you shoot even when you're not supposed to shoot. Don't dare pass the ball when there's something good going on. We want you to
he shot it in those games.
Yeah, not all of them. Not all of them.
Well, 15 shots against Miami, 12 against Atlanta.
Right,
and 7 against Houston.
With no Steph Curry in 2 of those 3 games.
Well, he had no Steph Curry on Sunday,
right?
Ostensibly.
I don't know why everybody has such a hard time processing this. If you get no Steph, you suck and you lose.
Not always.
Yes.
It's untrue. It's
you will go to the playoffs.
Untrue.
It's not untrue.
Well, these are not the playoffs. These are regular season games.
That's what we're talking about. You all want playoff Jimmy. You want him to be someone different when we get to the playoffs. Like you literally just said that.
We don't want playoff Jimmy.
That's what you've been saying.
I want more assertive Jimmy. I don't want him to shoot the ball 25 times.
This is
and
assertive.
if you want to talk about playoff Jimmy, and you look at what he did last time he was in the playoffs, he was shooting it 25 times a game. We don't want that.
Yeah, that's a totally different
And that's
team.
what we talk about when we talk about playoff Jimmy. We've never seen playoff Jimmy on Golden State with a player like Steph Curry.
Do you think he lacks assertiveness so far as a Warrior?
It's not about assertiveness. I look at Sunday night rather, and to me, he lacked the ability or the desire or whatever he lacked. He lacked the scoring punch that they needed. And yeah, you were able to get Buddy Hield, who had a good game, and Pods, he could shoot it. It was great. But beyond that, Steph was a non-factor. Draymond was terrible, and Jimmy Butler was not great. And that's where you bring in Jimmy Butler, and you brought him in to be that dude, and that's a game where you want him to be that guy, and he wasn't. And he wasn't.
No, you brought him in to literally be exactly what he's been.
Right. But in games like that, you want him to be something more.
That's so difficult to point to, like, someone comes in and they're effective 90% of the time, and then on a certain game they're not. Even if I meet you halfway, okay, he was terrible on Sunday. Can't believe the decisions he made. The idiot. He was just sitting back there doing nothing.
Yeah, again, those are your words. Those
I know.
aren't mine.
I'm being sarcastic, Dibs.
But you're trying to put that in my court, and that's not what I've said at all.
You did not like what his approach was. You said he looked passive. You said that he did not seemingly. You've compared him to Wiggins from an energetic standpoint.
Yeah, he was mostly a non-factor.
So you're going to pick on that game and say, we can't have that, Jimmy. We can't have that. And I'm just sitting here going, I don't understand. I don't like, and what that's led to is a debate about whether or not he needs to be, and this is the words that keep coming, assertive and aggressive. And all, it's like, I cannot for the life of me process how somebody would look at Jimmy Butler as a Warrior and feel that he's lacking with those descriptive words. I just don't see it.
Well, I'm describing one game. And again, you're trying to make this about his entire Warrior run, and that's not what I'm saying.
We're talking about the playoffs. And
yes,
you have said
we're talking about this performance. If he goes 4 for 7 in a playoff game and Steph goes 1 for 10, you get swept. So that's if Steph goes 1 for 10 and he goes 14 for 24, you might win.
So if you're good players,
do you get that? Are you hearing me?
Are you hearing me?
I'm totally hearing you.
Luka Doncic sucked a big one last Thursday.
If Steph is terrible and Jimmy's also bad, you're going to lose.
Yes.
But if Steph is terrible and Jimmy is 14 for 24, you have a chance to win.
That wasn't on the table. The Rockets defense is not going to allow that.
We don't know that.
Well, yeah, we do.
We know that he went 4 for 7
by the way,
with 3 assists.
Guess what? If he goes 14 to 24, what happens to Pods and Buddy's numbers?
They might go down a little bit.
A little bit. They're in the toilet.
Well, you might win the game.
Then you probably won't, though. You probably do the exact same thing that you did anyway.
You rely on Pods and Buddy to shoot the 3 because that's what you did, and they shot more times
and they
than
did
Jimmy.
it well.
And you lost by 10.
Right.
So, nice. Good on you. And Jimmy without Steph this year, what's their record when Jimmy plays and Steph doesn't?
Not great.
0-2 is the answer.
Yeah.
So, and those are games where Jimmy was...
That's not totally true because they beat Milwaukee without Steph and Jimmy played.
Okay, so 1-2.
They whipped Milwaukee's butt here at Chase Center the night after Jokic didn't play.
Yeah. And you know what Jimmy did in that game, right? He shot 11 free throws.
Great. How many points did he score?
Assertive. He had 24.
Okay.
He got to the foul line.
Well,
he attacked the basket.
They led that game throughout.
He was assertive.
They led the
and
game
on
throughout.
Sunday, he was not. He was giving up the ball, and we were kicking it out to a second-year guy.
And Houston
and Buddy Hield.
Those are the same defensive teams.
No, but all I'm saying is you look at what Jimmy Butler did. That's all I'm saying.
It all sounds to me like a lack of faith in what he sees on the basketball court, which is crazy to me.
No one's had more faith in Jimmy Butler on the station than me from the start.
That's not true.
It's a fact.
You and I sat there and did a show at Splash where both of us disagreed with the move.
Well, we disagreed with the move, but I was more open to the idea. I disagreed with it based on what I thought was going to be. Okay, just.
I mean, that's patently not true.
Laugh it off.
It's patently not true.
What did I say that day?
You had more faith in him than anyone on this station.
Why was I dismissive of the move that day?
You tell me. Why were you dismissive?
It was the contract. I was worried about Jimmy Butler not getting a contract and being disgruntled Jimmy. And when he got the deal, I thought, you know what? Great. He's got no reason to be the bad guy now because he got paid and he's out of Miami. I didn't think it'd be this good. I'm not going to pretend and say, yeah, I thought they'd go 20-3 with Jimmy and Steph. But once he got the deal, I was on board.
I'm still curious about why the money seems to be a thing on your end.
Well, the money's always a thing.
Why?
I mean,
that's what great
money
players
makes the world go round, right? Why did Jimmy want out of Miami?
Why? Because they didn't value him anymore.
They didn't value him because he wasn't going to get an extension.
Right. He wasn't.
Money.
They didn't. Right. They didn't. But that's what he's worth. That's what a good player in the NBA costs.
Right.
They didn't want to pay it anymore.
So then what did Jimmy do? Jimmy went into full shutdown mode.
Yeah, that's fine.
So for me, like, I look at what Jimmy's done, and now he comes here, and now he's getting paid. And so to think about what he's getting paid, that for me is a big motivator as to why Jimmy Butler's now playing the way he's playing.
But I've heard you a few times attach the salary to how he's supposed to play.
Right.
And I would argue that, first of all, that's just what they cost. So he's not supposed to have a different approach on the court based on his salary, I don't think. He's supposed to be the best he can be. And what he's been so far, I'd argue, is probably the most underpaid player in the NBA this year. Based on what he has done to the framework of the Western Conference for his salary, I could easily argue that.
Yeah, I would say he's not even the most underpaid guy on his own team.
Well,
Moses Moody making $5 million is more underpaid than Jimmy is.
But Moses is not having an umbrella effect on the playoff chase. Jimmy Butler has walked in here, snapped his fingers, and completely changed the framework of the whole conference.
Pod's making 2.8 is wildly underpaid based on what he's contributing now as a starter.
But you get what I'm saying.
I get your point.
Without Jimmy Butler, the Warriors are not even in this.
Right, but you bring in a guy and you give him $51 million.
Those rest of those guys were all here.
Right. When you give a player $51 million, you're expecting him to be him. You're expecting him to be Jimmy Butler.
And he is.
And he wasn't on Sunday. And that's all I'm saying.
But again, we're talking about who you want him to be in the playoffs. And it sounds to me, and you've said you want him to be someone different. You'd like him to change on some level, even if it's just tighten screws. You'd like him to approach that differently than what he has so far.
No.
And I don't really understand that.
I want him to be the player that he is shown to be with Golden State at times. Not the player that he was on Sunday. And we could run through all the games where he's been that guy getting to the foul line. The reason why they're no longer last in free throw attempts is because of him. So that's who I want him to be.
Right. And that based on the officiating in that game, I don't think that was available. They didn't want to blow the whistle that night. You've been one of the first ones to say it.
Yeah, either way.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, let's get back out to you. Mike in Hayward. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling.
How you guys doing? You know, I was saying this. Jimmy Butler is who he is. In Miami was not loyal to him. He got him to the playoffs. He spoke out against. Okay, he got a right. When he deserves to get the money he's supposed to get. Okay, pay.
Dang it, Mike, your phone. We'd love for you to call back. Give us a call back if you can. John Bloom, the voice of the Suns, in about 15 minutes. Let's go to Manly Man in the city. Hey, Manly Man, what's up?
Hey, not a whole lot. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Jimmy just has to attack the basket more so he can get to the free throw line, and that's how we benefit greatly. Secondly, I think if we do high double screens for Steph to get him open shots, that will help as well too. got to stop the turnovers. That's crazy. And there was a wrestling match on Sunday and not a basketball game. I could not believe the calls. And the flagrant one that Draymond was unreal. And I don't know if you guys have been watching, Willard and Dibs. Kevon Looney, his heels never touched the floor when he made those 2 threes. And tell me what you guys think about the turnovers and what it's going to take for them to win the next 4 games, because I think that's key for the playoffs.
Manly man, thanks. I think turnovers are obviously always key. Jimmy Butler has come in and literally made that the focus of what he's trying to avoid out there on the floor. Number one, I think that's right in line with what Steve Kerr has been trying to get across to his team for years. Turnovers are a part of Steph Curry's game because he's so brilliant. You're able to get away with some, but there are clearly times where that's gotten frustrating for the organization as a whole at times, as the team has become a roster that's less overwhelming than it's been in the past. So I think Jimmy coming in has sort of renewed their focus on it, and they've done a good job. They did not on Sunday, and it's why they lost.
Yeah, and it's not as much about the Houston defense. If you want to look at all 20 turnovers in that game,
not all
at
of
least,
them,
no. I don't know about half of them, but at least 40% of them were just absolute slop. And it was Draymond with, lazy long passes. And I'm looking at some of the ones that Pods committed, just a one-handed whip bounce pass. And when you play against a good defensive team that's challenging everything, you can't be reckless with the ball. And, you played the Jimmy comments earlier, and he pointed to that, the very thing about turnovers. And so if you are Jimmy Butler, a guy who's very Puritan with the ball, you're not going to give it away a lot, then go ahead and get on the ball more and run the offense through Jimmy. Doesn't mean he has to score, but if turnovers are an issue and Jimmy Butler doesn't turn it over, then go get the ball, Jimmy.
Yeah, I think that's largely what they do, especially when Steph is either not on the floor or is not hitting his stuff. This is the comment that to which Dibs is referring. Asked if he needed to be more aggressive with his shooting on Sunday.
Maybe not. My thing is I'm going to make the right player majority of the time, probably like 9 out of 10 times. So if I get in there and draw help, I'm going to kick it to the open guy. But I'm not going to say that anybody scoring was the reason that we did not win this game. I'm going to stick to turnovers. We had 20 of them. It's going to be hard to win in any basketball game if we got 20 turnovers.
Ooh, I buy that answer. Good Lord, I buy that answer for whatever it's being offered for. I buy that answer. Maybe, maybe not. My thing is the right play. I do it 90% of the time. I like that he only said 9 out of 10 because even he's acknowledging, yeah, sometimes maybe you're going to drive in there and you probably should have shot it when you kicked it. That's hindsight's 20/20. But Jimmy Butler largely makes the right play. I completely, having watched him now play basketball with the Warriors for a couple of months, I wholeheartedly agree. I think he makes the right play. I hope he keeps making the right play. It's led to the Warriors winning almost every time he suits up. I just don't have an issue there. There's plenty of things with Warrior basketball where we could come up with issues. Jimmy Butler's sort of conceptual approach for me is not one of them.
I don't hate what he said, but he does say maybe, maybe not. And, then he goes on to say that I try to make the right play, and I do 90% of the time. But sometimes it's okay to make what is not necessarily the right play in the interest of you trying to get to the foul line or you trying to pick up the scoring slack. And what he mentioned about 20 turnovers is right. And I'm looking at the game log. They are 0-6 this year when they turn it over 20 or more times.
Yep.
And I see 5 games where they turned it over 19 times, and they're 3-2 in those games. So
that
19 or more than 20th turnover. Yeah, you're 3-8.
Who got the 20th? Do you know? Who got the last one? Because that's who lost the game.
You know who it is,
It wasn't Jimmy, was it?
The chef.
Yeah.
It's the chef.
Yeah.
Down 11, 2 minutes to go, dribbled it off his leg. And I will say this about...
I remember that one.
Yeah, and it was, him
Looked like a Houston Cougar out there.
Well... Kind of, and except, he didn't jump and then let the ball go.
No, I think it was the previous possession where the cat dribbled it off of his shin.
Great defense. Right the Florida guy got the hand in.
Both teams played great defense last night, but my God.
Yeah, pay the under, as I mentioned yesterday on the program.
What was the number?
It was 140,
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think it was
not even
140.
close. Okay.
Yeah, and that thing was Ottoman. But Steph last night, 4 turnovers, and like by the end of the game, like this one I'm talking about, the 20th turnover, part fatigue and part like I'm sick of like trying to get a 3. I'm going to the basket and he's dribbling and he just dribbles it off his leg.
Yep.
It was a tough one. He got harassed all night.
It was a tough one. Nick in Pleasant Hill on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Nick. What's going on?
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
We got you.
So, I guess, I don't know. I feel like there's a double standard that Dibs runs for Steph Curry versus Jimmy Butler, first off. It's like when we brought Jimmy in, we were, what, an 11 seed, 10 seed? And basically, we wouldn't be where we are right now if it wasn't for him. And when it comes to Steph having a bad night, we never say, oh, why hasn't he become him? Jimmy is supposed to step up when Steph's off. If the whole team's off, the whole team's off. So I just don't see how Jimmy's supposed to be the one to step up when everything he's done so far is the reason why we are where we are. They both get paid, the top 2 paid players on the team. So I just don't see why we always come at Jimmy, same way we used to always come at Kuminga. It just doesn't make sense to me. I can take the comments off the air.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Nick, thanks.
Get his
Appreciate
number.
it.
I'll call him later after the show. Yeah, I'd love to.
It is.
Talk to him.
No. It is. It's sort of an interesting question from the perspective of it somewhat sounds like the fans who are agreeing with you, you're only asking Jimmy to do this in select moments when Steph's not playing well. And it's like, it's not a switch that he can just flip. It's not, that's not how life works. He can't just be like, oh, Chef's having a hard night. So let's stop running the offense through him because he can't get it going. I'd argue no. You keep pushing on that as long as possible to see if he can hit one and get himself going. But B, it's not like Jimmy can just decide, okay, all right, Steph's having a hard time out there, so it's time for me to like activate, go find a phone booth, change outfits, and come out and take over the game. I don't think it works that way.
It doesn't, but I'm just looking for Jimmy to be the Jimmy that he's been throughout the majority of the Warrior games that he's played here, where he shoots the ball between 12 and 15 times. He's more forceful, and he gets to the foul line. And forget the fact that Steph was having a bad night, although you could see it at the half. When Steph is 1 for 3 at the half, you can kind of see that Houston is taking him completely out of the game. No matter what, they're going to make sure that they top lock him and they take him away. So come out in the third quarter and be more assertive.
Let me ask you that. Let's say you were Steve Kerr and Steph Curry is 1 for 3 at half. What are you telling your team?
I'm telling my team that Houston is obviously defending him in a way that he's going to have a really hard time. So let's try to run other things, other actions for other people.
Interesting. See, I would not say that at all. Knowing that Steph Curry is the type who can put up 30 points in a half.
Right.
Like, no, I'm not going to. Like,
let's just beat our head against the wall to try to free him against a defender who is face guarding him all over the floor.
It's not beat our heads against the wall. It's make an adjustment to get our best player going. It's like,
but what's the adjustment?
I don't know. That's what the professionals do very well. Right. Steph has done this a million times in his career, where you're not going well for a half and then you get it going. And I can't sit here and tell you what the X's and O's are of what they tried, but I know that my thought would not just be defeatist, where I'm like, well, Steph's 1 for 3, so that's the end of that. Let's do something completely different with different players. No, like I would be hell-bent on how can we unlock Steph, as opposed to just like giving up and being like, well, we're not gonna be able to get Steph going tonight, so we have to do this with someone else.
Well, you can do both. You can try to unlock Steph while also, encouraging your second best scorer to actually be forceful and impactful and try to score.
Those of you on hold and want to weigh in, stay where you are. We're going to get to you. 888-957-9570. Greg Anthony's about an hour away, part of the TNT broadcast. Coming up next, the voice of the Suns. What's actually going on in terms of what kind of a fight this team can put up tonight in a game that the Warriors have got to have. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? It's Willard and Dibs.
Is that my man Mark? Is that my man Dibbs? The best boys in town.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's your boys. That's how it goes. And the scoreboard watching is officially underway. Big night in the NBA.
Association.
And the Memphis Grizzlies are already up by 9 in Charlotte.
Come on, Charlotte.
That one's not going to go well.
Show up, Charlotte.
Well, you got a lot of teams not showing up. Let's find out if the Warriors' opponent is going to show up tonight, because our very good friend, voice of the Phoenix Suns, John Bloom, joining us on the River Islands guest line. Hey, buddy, how you doing? What kind of fight is are your boys going to put up tonight?
Well, first of all, good afternoon. Happy to be with you guys.
Thanks, buddy.
More happy about the release of the Giants City Connect uniforms making the debut. That's what I'm pretty stoked about. I'd like to change topics. Are you noticing something here?
Yeah,
I noticed.
I like it. It's a hijack.
Yeah,
it's a John Bloom hijack.
Do you know that this is controversial? Are you saying that you like the Giants City? And by the way, people don't know, John's a Bay Area guy. You big Giants fan. You like the City Connects?
I absolutely love them. After I read kind of the reasoning for how they incorporated purple, first of all, you think about me, right? I mean, I'm an orange and black guy through and through. San Mateo High School started it off. Go Bearcats.
Let's go.
But then from there, it was the Giants. You know, it was the Giants in my blood from day one that made me orange. Then I go to Syracuse and become even more orange. And then I become the voice of the Phoenix Suns, who I've been a fan of for 30-something years. So orange is like mainstay, but purple sneaks in there with the Suns. It's never been part of the Gigantes as far as I'm concerned, but then I did a little reading, and I realized that way back in the day when they were in New York City, they repped purple as violet as part of the connection with NYU, because, you know, they were called the Violets. I'm glad that I don't know anybody that was ever called a Violet. But that said, I'm excited about it. I like the little tie-dye look to it. I like all the little details, and I did already order one, and it is arriving tomorrow, and I'm pretty fired up.
That's incredible. Yeah, and you mentioned Violet, and my late Grandma Vi, was Violet, so I'm partial to Violet. But, John, you laid it out beautifully, and just the detail of it. There's a psychedelic influence, music genre, glove patch, NYU. So
this is about Jimi Hendrix and the Haight-Ashbury, boys. That's what this is
about. Talking about. Yeah, and I love it. I mean, I mentioned tie-dye because that just kind of wraps up that whole genre and day and age that obviously played such a role in the growth of the city that we love. But, you know, it also, and Willard knows this as well as anybody did, I'm a music absolute freak. Like, if it wasn't sports, I'd be all in on music, and I still kind of am in a way. And so, yeah, the fact that there's a little tip of the cap, if you will, to that history means a lot to a longtime Giants fan.
Yeah, and a nod to the 60s and obviously the Haight-Ashbury and lava lamps as well. And I can picture you down there in San Mateo as a teenager in the early 90s with your lava lamp and, you know, maybe some other stuff going on. And I could see you definitely feeling these kind of vibes.
Don't turn Peter Frampton on next to this guy. you lose him. You lose him for an hour and a half. He'll end up down the street in a van down by the river.
Totally.
Builds character, though.
Yeah,
you know,
it does.
All those days.
City Connects aside, I want to go back to Mark's first question, which is, are you guys showing up tonight? Because, boy, it'd be nice for the Warriors to get a win. What kind of a Suns team are we getting tonight, John?
I thought I successfully dodged that one. All right, let's talk about the Phoenix Suns. They've lost 6 straight. They've lost virtually all hope of making the play-in, which is just still absolutely perplexing to all of us that are around this team. Bewildered, all those words that come to mind. Kind of reminiscent of the way you guys were feeling when I visited you last, when the Warriors were right around 500, and then the Suns went out and put a whooping on them in the city by the bay. And that was only, 2 months ago. That was 2 months ago. I take that back. That did kind of fly by. Anyway, regardless, boy, how things have changed. And now, you know, the Suns are a mess. I mean, that's really the only way I can put it, guys. Devin Booker's playing his butt off, as always. Kevin Durant's been out the last 3 games with an ankle injury. He's obviously not going to play tonight. It's curious to see whether he plays any more the rest of the season. After tonight, there's a possibility that if the Mavericks go out and win tomorrow, it's over. They will not have a chance to make the top 10, and they'll be mathematically eliminated. And, like I said, I think I may have talked to you guys months ago about how disappointing the season already was, and they were over 500 at the time. Now here they are, 8 games below, and bound to miss the top 10 in the West with the highest payroll in the history of the sport.
6-game losing streak, all of them by double digits, a lot of them by a lot of double digits. But it was a tough stretch of games, too, when you look at who they were playing. Boston twice, Minnesota, New York, Houston. I get that. But I guess, just to dive a little further into what you expect tonight, you're right. Devin Booker is playing well. But is there a lot of want to left with these guys right now, or are they just like, let's get this week over with?
I think, to be honest with you, Will, I think the want-to level has been low all season relative to what people expected and wanted to see from this group. I think, when you look at just where the shortcomings have been defensively, energy-wise, 50-50 balls, holding opponents off the offensive glass, not turning it over, all those things that come from hustle, they were short on. And that was a thing that, kept occurring all season long. Now, you can point to whether that's effort or is it detachment from the message from the staff and the coaches. Maybe it's all of it. Maybe that's really what it is. When we're all sitting here racking our brains trying to figure out what the problem is, I think there's just too many of them. And I think it's leading to probably another big shuffling of the deck for the Phoenix Suns coming up in the offseason.
And when that deck gets shuffled, and we saw Michael Malone get fired today, and a team that is top 4 in the West, and Phoenix is 11 and with a loss likely going to be out of the playoffs. Is that shuffling going to include not only new players in and out, but also possibly a coaching change?
Yeah, I think everything is possible. I just hope not the radio guy, right, Dibs?
Right, yeah, right.
There you go.
That guy, let's keep that guy in place. He wants to do it for a little bit longer. Give him a shot. It's a beautiful thing that we don't get judged on wins and losses, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah.
Everybody, Michael Malone, come on, Michael Malone, really? I mean,
have you ever seen anything like this? Like it's not just Malone. You got Taylor Jenkins in Memphis. I'd ask you this, John. What does that actually say? Because I don't really know what led to all of this, relationships with stars or whatever. But what is it? What's running NBA locker rooms right now?
It's crazy, and now we're just going to go ahead and do it with a week before the playoffs start. You're going to make a move like that? When I was just telling people I think the Nuggets could represent the West. Now, I know that's going to piss Warriors fans off a little bit, but I just think Jokic is still the best player in the world. And so when you've got that guy on your team, you got a chance to make it all the way. And at this point in time, obviously I was saying that before it looked like Jamal Murray's injury was more serious than it is, and now they've lost 4 straight, and then they fire their coach. What the heck do I know? I just think it's a crazy business. I think that coaches, obviously the value of a coach is different depending on what owner you talk to. Some owners believe that, the coach's value, I guess, isn't that high, and others are going to stay loyal no matter what. And it's a fascinating study.
Yeah, and you look at the stability of Golden State, and you had Bob Myers, and it turned into Mike Dunleavy, who was his assistant, and it has had a lot of continuity here, which I do think has great value. And I wonder about Phoenix and, where the Suns going forward, because Mark and I, John, had this big debate last summer about can they go forward with this big 3, and Mark didn't think they could, and I thought they could, and I was right, but I was also kind of wrong because they went forward with the big 3 and it didn't work out. So what's the pivot point for Phoenix with Bradley Beal in a no trade and Devin Booker, a guy who wants to be there, and KD, who, has kind of been bouncing around?
Yeah, I think the only thing we know, Dibs, is that they don't want to trade Book, and that Booker doesn't want to go anywhere. So that's the consistent message. I know I've been telling you guys that for years, that he's just, Phoenix through and through. He just loves this community, and they love him right back. and as great of a hooper as he is, he's an even better dude. And so that all mixes together and means if you know what you're doing running the franchise, you don't give up on something like that. That means that much, akin to a Steph Curry to the Warriors. I really believe that. And now I'm not telling you Booker is the player that Steph Curry is, right? You understand kind of where I'm referring to on this?
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, his meaning to the community and what he's done for this team, minus championships, which obviously is what this franchise, this fan base wants more than anything, because I was just in Boston looking up at 18 banners, talking to those massholes and saying, why can't we just get one? Why can't we just get one?
Oh, man. John Bloom is the voice of the Suns, joining us on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Look, Warrior fans are knee-deep in what they're doing right now, and obviously Jimmy Butler has worked out and all that, but I still think there's at least half an eye on what happens with Kevin Durant going forward. Do you think that he can still be a central figure on a team that matters?
Yes, without a doubt. That dude is still the Durantula. He's still the Slim Reaper. He's still the easy money sniper. He's still all those things. He's still a little dramatic online and all that stuff too. He's gonna kill some trolls on his downtime. That's just something he's gonna get after. But at the same time, I feel so lucky to have called his games the last couple of years. I debate in my head, about the trade that brought him here, which obviously broke up a team that went all the way to the finals with Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, and company. And that's a heartbreaker right there for Suns fans. It's become something they're going to think about for a long time. But instead of dwelling in regret, I like to think about the positives. And getting to watch that dude hoop for the last couple of years has been amazing. He is one of the all-time greats. He deserves all the accolades. I would love for him to stay and finish his career as a member of the Phoenix Suns. I'm interested to see what they do, and obviously if they get a good enough offer, then maybe they do turn the page based on how disappointing these last couple seasons have been.
So for Warrior fans who haven't been totally focused on the Suns, we know about Booker and Beal, but who else, John, should be keeping an eye on tonight as the Warriors get ready to head to the desert for a big one?
Yeah, obviously Devin Booker's been leading the charge. He's looking for a little bit more help scoring-wise from Beal, who was out for 8 games with the hamstring issue before he just came back for the last couple. Tyus Jones has been shooting the 3 really well. So has Royce O'Neal, and Royce is back in the starting lineup. Tyus Jones is now coming off the bench for the Suns, and you might recall, I thought that he was going to be a real key to this team's success this season, and it was surprising that it just didn't work out with him, and a lot of the time he was off the ball, and I felt like he's a guy who should be on the ball the way he's performed, being a leader in assist-to-turnover ratio for now 6 straight seasons in the NBA. So, again, I think there's a lot of things that we look at with this team, and you could look at the rookies. Ryan Dunn's in the starting lineup. He's from Virginia and has been excellent. Two-way player, is really good defensively, is growing into his offensive game. And, I think it's just a case of I'm fascinated to see what the Warriors look like in person with Jimmy Butler, because this will be our first look at it. There are a lot of Suns fans who are pining for Jimmy Butler to be here.
Yep.
And you might recall a lot of the rumors had him coming here and had this being his top spot and his desired location. So it looks like Plan B is working out okay for Jimmy.
Pretty much, yeah. I think Jimmy was one of those people who was pining to end up in Phoenix. So John Bloom, voice of the Suns, with us. John, what is your view on the Warriors' chances in the postseason?
Look, if this group's healthy, then I like it a lot based on, in the beginning of the year, I remember we were calling kind of Steve Kerr the mad scientist a little bit with how he was doing his rotations, but I read into it and I realized that what he's trying to do is figure out who he can trust in what situations, and I trust him. And so if he's got the full deck that has been put together right now, I think you got a great chance. Like I said, I was picking Denver. What the heck do I know? They're going to have a brand new coach who's never coached before running the show. They still got Jokic, and I think they're going to be, tough to deal with. Oklahoma City is everybody's pick to flame out. I'm not picking them to flame out. Someone's going to have to step up big to beat the Thunder. I really believe that.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And they've got the Lakers again tonight here, coming up in just about a half hour in a game that we've all got a good eye on. All right, John, have a great call tonight. Thank you so much, brother.
Thanks for having me, fellas. And, let's a toast to the city connecting those behind it. Kudos to the people coming up with that stuff.
It starts with a win tonight. Got to remember now, the creamsicles were winners. So,
those were untouchable.
Yeah, you got it. It's one thing to be like, here's what they look like. I care about, do you win in them? So better win that game tonight.
Let's get some more dubs. Keep it going.
Let's go.
Giants.
All right, there it is. Thanks, Johnny. Giants. Yes, sir. John Bloom, voice of the Suns, joining us on 95.7.
And high school homie of yours, one of your closest friends.
That's my best friend.
Yeah, so I mean,
that's my best friend.
Yeah, we always have to make sure that the audience knows because he's a great interview and he's a big time radio play-by-play voice, but he's also your best friend.
Can I actually, cool. now that he's gone, I get to share something about why I'm so joyous that the Suns have fallen apart this year?
Because you actually hate your best friend.
Exactly.
You're down on Bloom.
No.
I love John Bloom.
It's because I love John Bloom.
Yep.
So all of us turned 50 this year or are about to turn 50.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is a trip to an undisclosed location with as many of us as possible and our significant others that will be happening at some point next month. When we were in the planning phases of it, that's the date that worked for the most. But John was going to be left out because at that point, the Suns are probably going to be in the playoffs because that looks like the 3 seed to me, Bob.
So we're looking at like a May 10th or
a little later,
somewhere. Okay.
A little later.
So I'm just trying to say like Western Conference Finals-ish.
Maybe a little bit before it.
Late second round, early conference finals.
Yeah, and it's just like, it's kind of a quickie. I'm only going to miss a couple shows. But point is, he couldn't go because he had to at least allow for the possibility that the Suns were going to be involved in it. Well, guess what? He's in.
Well,
he's in. They're out. He's in. I'm stoked.
They're not yet out.
They out.
I mean,
they out.
The math is there, which is one of my favorite things to say.
Oh my God,
the math is still there. But
what do they need, by the way?
Well,
first of all, they would need something disastrous, which starts with a win tonight.
They would need to win out. So you put them at 39 and 43, and they would need Dallas to just go. Dallas, I think, holds the tiebreaker over them, so you would need Dallas to lose out.
Phoenix has the tiebreaker over Dallas, believe it or not.
Okay.
Yeah, so Dallas would have to go 1-2.
Okay, so if Dallas goes 1-2 and Phoenix goes 4-0, or Dallas could go 0-3 and Phoenix could go 2-2.
What about the Phoenix tiebreaker?
Sacramento
3-1. I mean,
they
3-1.
play one more, and if Phoenix wins, that evens up the season series 2-2. The Phoenix Suns win the tiebreaker in that instance on division record. So the Phoenix Suns, assuming that they win out, they would win the tiebreaker over the Kings. So if the Kings also go 0-3 and the Phoenix Suns win out, or
Phoenix
Dallas
should be the
goes
9th seed.
1-2.
They can host a play-in game.
None of this is happening.
No, but
none of
it's
this is
not over.
happening.
The math is there.
By the way, do you want to know who this is?
So Bloom may not be making your little cute trip to St. Kitts.
They play the Warriors tonight. Do you know who's in Phoenix tomorrow night?
No.
That would be the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Well, I mean, they're mailing it in.
And then the San Antonio Spurs Friday, followed by a trip to Sacramento on Sunday. None of this is happening.
The Thunder are on a pretty dramatic skid.
No, they're not.
They've lost 2 in a row. I mean,
they've lost a couple basketball games.
The Thunder are reeling, and
the Thunder are going to cook tonight
against the Lakers.
That's a double-digit win.
What's the number?
9.5.
Okay. So you took the Thunder, you laid the 9.5.
Damn right I did.
Kukush.
The Kukush.
All right. He locked it in. Thank you.
9.5 too. It's a good thing. I was about to click it at 15.5, and then
that was funny earlier.
JJ Redick announced that all them dudes are in. They're all in, but guess what? They're all going to be out. Like they're going to play.
Yeah.
They're going to get pulled. They're not going to. They got to be in Dallas tomorrow night for Luka.
Yeah.
It's Luka night in Dallas tomorrow night.
It's Luka night.
They're not going to go blank to the wall tonight in Oklahoma City when you got Luka's return tomorrow night? Has the NBA regular season ever been better than this? In recent memory.
I'm trying to remember.
Give me a 2-week stretch where the NBA regular season gave us this.
Well, and it's a little bit of a local bias because we're in it. If you are a fan of, look at the Eastern Conference. Like, Orlando and Atlanta grinding for the 7th seed.
Yeah, no, that's
the Eastern
lame.
Conference is a joke. So I do think that what you're saying for us here locally, it's a real thing. You've got Denver, the Clippers, the Warriors, Minnesota, and Memphis. 5 teams separated by a half
That's
a game.
what I mean. It's the whole Western.
Awesome.
It's the whole Western Conference.
It's a good portion of it. And the
and-
Lakers are only 1.5 clear of Denver. And Denver fired their coach.
Right, you've had 2 coaches get fired.
It's been pretty crazy.
You've had a trade deadline that was epic.
It was big.
And then you've got seeds 3 through 8 in the West with 1 week to go. Actually, don't call it that. 6 days to go.
Right, 4 games.
6 days to go, and 3 through 8 are all laying on the floor like dominoes to see which one gets picked up the first. It's crazy.
Yeah.
We usually do not get this much drama. What we've had in a 2-month stretch has been incredible.
It's been wild.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, on the surface, Memphis is 8 right now. The Lakers are 3. Memphis is 2 back of LA. Memphis could, I guess, in theory, jump all the way up to 3. It would take a lot of complete collapses.
Yeah.
Lakers lose out. Denver, Clippers, and the Warriors. The Warriors beat LA, but win against nobody else. And so Memphis could get to 50 and 32, and nobody else could win 50, and Memphis could still be the 3 seed.
Grizzlies are going to win tonight. They're in Charlotte. They're already up 16 in the second quarter.
Long way to go. The Hornets are playing for pride.
No, they're not.
19 and 59.
I don't even know if there are enough Hornets for the game, let alone are they playing for pride. But Memphis is going to win tonight, and so that will be their 47th win. The Warriors better win tonight.
Yeah.
And that will be their 47th win.
And then Bloom can go ahead and buy that plane ticket that he's been delaying.
Actually, they already got him. But anyway.
Do you remember the last time that the Charlotte Hornets won a playoff series?
A playoff series?
No,
I don't.
Was Mark Grandy alive when the Charlotte Hornets won a playoff series?
Well, sure. I mean, what are you, 30?
No, he's 28.
Be 29 next month.
Right, like ish. Like, you're asking me essentially if the Hornets have won in a series in the last 30 years. I mean, I'll guess yes.
What year were you born, Grandy?
1996.
96. So going backward, they won a playoff series in 02. They won a series in 01. And they won a series in 98.
Okay.
But
give me my ding. Give me my ding.
It was not a real question.
Thank you.
Of course they have.
Correct
He's
answer.
28. You didn't know the last time they won a series, so I had to elaborate and get to a different question.
I know what that is.
The answer, it's what it is me doing actually quality radio instead of game show music and then buzzer and laughing at you, which is what we normally do.
I think that's phenomenal radio.
2002 is the last time they won a series. So, yes, Charlotte, 19 and 59. They're playing for pride.
They're not playing for, but they're not even playing at all.
They've never won a series where you had to win 4 games to win that series.
That's a great call.
That's interesting. Yeah, they have cut the 16-point deficit to 15. So that's exciting.
Playing for pride. Paul Silas was the head coach last time they won a playoff series.
I think your best chance tonight, Warrior fans, to get something to boogie is going to be Minnesota in Milwaukee. That's your best chance to have something really great happen. That could be a difficult game. Like, Minnesota's favored, but that could be a difficult game. And if they lose that, and then they play Memphis tomorrow night.
That's right. Yep.
If the Wolves lose tonight and then they beat Memphis tomorrow, to me that's a big exhale. Because obviously you got to do. That means you go do your own thing. You beat Phoenix, you beat San Antonio, you beat Portland. You're in. That simple. You're in the top 6. If you can just do that, that Sunday game would not kill you, even if you lost it. In that scenario.
Right.
That's what we're looking for. So, big Bucks fan tonight.
It starts tonight. And we talked about it before. Handle your own. And
of course.
Tonight's a tough one. It should be easy. I mean, it's not super tough, but Phoenix is a team that's given you a little bit of trouble over the years.
Sure. It could be a thing. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're moving toward Warrior basketball. Got a little over an hour to go. Let's dial it back up. 888-957-9570 is the number. We've been talking a lot of Jimmy Butler today. I got a Kuminga and Pods thing that I want to throw out there that we'll do in a little bit. Also, Greg Anthony, part of the TNT broadcast, is going to join us at some point here in the next half hour or so. We look forward to that. On Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
Look, I've got my comfort zone. You've got yours. And here we are. And this is a hell of an hour here. Okay? It's a hell of an hour. Greg Anthony's going to probably join us about 20 minutes. Part of the TNT broadcast. TNT is doing a little bit of a double dip tonight. They are currently broadcasting the Celtics-Knicks game. The Warriors and Suns will be next. But as Greg Anthony comes on, 2 games are going to tip off. Minnesota in Milwaukee, Lakers at OKC. Those are both about to tip off here in 20 minutes. So we're just going to get into a big bucket together and swim in these Western Conference waters and see where it goes. And then Dubs and Suns. There's also the nightcap Spurs at Clippers tonight. Not expecting anything great to come out of that. So this is a game that the Warriors absolutely have to have. And we'll get into all of this from every angle, and we would love your phone calls throughout 888-957-9570. There's something you referenced earlier from Anthony Slater that I think we want to play here in a second about the way the Rockets defended Steph. One quick thing I just wanted to get off of my chest, and I'm going to freely acknowledge I don't think most of you make a thing out of this, but I do hear it in multiple places, and it has started to like kind of, I don't know, get into my brain enough to where I'd love to say this out loud on our radio show. Okay? If you have a Warrior jersey on, I want it to go very, very well for you every time you do anything on the court. That's how I fan. That's how I go about it. I hear a little teeny tiny touch of some Warrior fans pitting Brandon Pajemski and Jonathan Kuminga against one another. And I'm not sure I understand what's going on there. There's a comparison piece. Steve does this with Brandon, but he does that with Jonathan.
Brandon gets a longer leash to make mistakes than Jonathan does.
Okay, so like, A, do you believe that, or you're just puppeting what you hear people say?
I'm puppeting what I hear people say. I don't believe it. I do think that they are 2 completely different players, and the positions that they play are very unique in terms of the depth. And I think that the Jonathan Kuminga position is manned by more capable people, along with Jonathan, than the Brandon Pajemski position. With Pods, it's he and Steph Curry and a little Jimmy Butler who plays point guard.
Yeah, I mean, Draymond in some ways, at least on the offensive end.
But the Kuminga position is Jimmy, it's Moses, and a little bit of GP2. He kind of does that a little bit.
Maybe some Guy Santos.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
So I do think that Kuminga's competition for playing time at his position is a lot different than Brandon's. Rankin?
Or Brankin.
Yeah.
I think that's very, very well put. But that's also, to me, only one aspect of that conversation. So, A, if you want to vibe with like, you know, not Jonathan's more replaceable because he's got a skill set that nobody else on the team has. I think we all fully understand that. They're both young players, but so that's part of it. Like they don't play the same position, so it's not an A to B. I heard a caller on Steiny and Goo today say Brandon had 4 turnovers the other night. Jonathan only had 3, and Jonathan got pulled and Brandon didn't. So what's up with that? And I find moments, not all the time, moments where I feel the conversation around the word rotation, minutes, Kuminga, Pods, and Kerr has arrived at a level of toxicity. And I think that we got to get rid of that, man. Like from my standpoint, that's not welcome here. Like, and I say that from the standpoint, I don't mean like any opinion is welcome, but like if you're going to come from a place of you're into Warrior basketball, obviously you don't need to be into Warrior basketball. You don't need to be a fan. You can be a fan of the Lakers and listen to this show. You can be a fan of the Grizzlies and listen to this show. But if the whole idea is you've got emotion tied to the Warriors doing well, why are you comparing 2 players in such a way where it's like this one needs to shine and that one needs to pull back. And we need to pull this one when that happens and push that one forward when this happens. There has become almost, and I think this is a social media thing, I think it's the next generation of what David Stern started, but there is too much focus on individuality in the NBA. I would actually liken this conversation back to what we talked about for most of today with Jimmy Butler. And it's part of where I'm coming from. I don't want the Warrior game to be about Jimmy Butler being a dog. I want the Warrior game to be about the Warriors scoring more points than the other team. And however the hell we get there, snappy doodle. If Gee scores 25, well, boy, didn't see that coming. But cook, young man, cook. And by the way, if he's got it going, yeah, Jonathan, you stay over here for a sec. Gee's on one tonight. Who knew? And Brandon, by the way, I don't think there's any way around the idea that over the last 4 games, something clicked and he is scoring the ball with a different level of confidence than he has before. And my God, the Warriors need that. So I want Jonathan Kuminga to look every time I see him like he did against the Lakers last week. Exactly. I would love that. I would love that. But it's not always going to look that way, and Brandon's not always going to look this way. And I'm sort of with Steph where it's like, boy, do we need to have some sort of come to Jesus conversation after every game about what each individual did? Like I don't know, man. I want them all to play well, and there are going to be nights where certain guys don't have it and other people who play their position do, and that means you're going to sit more. That's the way it's going to go. And I do think that Brandon gets a longer leash than Jonathan Kuminga, not to compare the two because they're different players, but you mentioned it, what Brandon has done over even the last 5 games. He had 27 against San Antonio, 8 in a win over Memphis. He had 28 against the Lakers. He had 26 against Denver. Right. And he had 19 in the loss on Sunday. So that's a 5-game heater. And even before that, he was double digits in every game since he came back from his injury. Jonathan was amazing against the Lakers. And he was okay against Denver, and I just looked at all 7 turnovers that those two committed against Houston on Sunday night, and 2 of Jonathan's 3 were absolutely inexcusable. Yeah, they were rough. Straight up giveaways. And the third one, he took the ball and he jumped to try to shoot, and it flew out of his hands. And no, so that's no big deal. That's fine. Right. And Pods had one where he traveled. I didn't really think that he traveled, but the ref did. That was that one where the pivot foot. Right. Yeah, I'm with you. I didn't see it. Yeah, and whatever. It was a travel, and it's a turnover, and so I'm not excusing it, but Pods also had 2 of his turnovers, which were inexcusably bad passes. And so it's not to pit one against the other, because if they both play well, you're probably going to win the game. And I mean, if Steph goes 1 for 10, then we'll forget about it. But if Steph is as good as he normally is, and Jimmy is too, and Draymond is, and you get a good game from Pods and a good game from JK, well, I like your chances, because then you just need either Buddy or Moody or GP or Quentin to play okay. But when Pods is doing what he's been doing, which is turning into a knockdown shooter, you're going to win games. What'd you say the last 5 games of scoring was? 27, 8, 28, 26, and 19. His last 5. Quick math. That means he's averaging over 20 a game? He is averaging 21.6 over the last 5. And that includes an 8-point game where he was 4 of 11, and you beat Memphis by 9. That was the game that was, Yeah, what are we talking about? Right. Like, what? You know what I mean? I mean, the guy, this is not a subjective statement. He's been fantastic of late. And I think I'm here to listen to someone say, like, you're going to need both of these guys to play well for them to go well in the playoffs. Sure. So why is one getting pitted against the other? And why that guy? Why Pods? Because I don't really hear I don't hear anybody do, you know what I mean? Like, why did Moody get more minutes? I don't hear that. GP2, don't hear that. I don't hear this dichotomy, this discussion. It's always Pods. You know what I mean? We've all had the conversation over the last 3 weeks about why Kuminga becomes such a lightning rod for people, but in a mini way, so is Pods. And I don't think I really understand it. These are two interesting draft picks that the Warriors have made in the last 4 years. Pod's much more recent, but I'd argue, man, what a hit. At, I think 2019, 2021, where was Pods in the draft? It's a great pick. Yep. All rookie team, started off this year like crap, got hurt, took a look at the game film, came out, has totally changed himself, and he's really had an imprint, a positive one, on the team at a time when Kuminga was hurt. Like, I love this dude. He's got a weird kind of funky game, too.
Right.
That surprises people.
And I do think a lot of it stems from the way the year started for Pods, and I'm just looking at it through the end of November, 18 games. He averaged 7.7 a game, 21.5% from three. So the early Pods, and he was really kind of docile and not really a part of the action. He couldn't shoot it from three. He was mostly a non-factor. They went 11-7 in those games. And if you add in December, where he played until he got hurt on December 28th, he wasn't that much better, but I ran down the numbers on what he's done over the last 5. And if you want to extrapolate that out even further, he has been an absolute renaissance player, and you can give Jimmy some of the credit, and it's fair to do that because he's unlocked Moses and he unlocked Pods and all the rest of it, but Pods has been much, much better, and Kuminga's had great games, but it's the consistency with JK that I personally am looking for, and that's why in the Houston game you could see some of the plays that he didn't make, and Steve Kerr, he made the call to not play him anymore. And it was the same thing for Moses, by the way. Moses Moody only played 14 minutes against Houston because he was patently not very good.
Wasn't hitting a shot. We're going to go to the phones. You want to have a total random smile about something completely off the table?
Would love to.
You want to smile?
Yep.
Big old smile. Big old smile. Let me do time to do the legal. And then I'm going to give you a big old smile.
Okay.
Listen to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Top of the 5th inning. Nationals lead the Dodgers 8-0. Told you you'd smile.
That's a good one, Dodgers.
Yeah.
I knew it. You're so predictable. You can't even, Granny, you can't even let me have a moment. One time, I say go Dodgers, and now you're going to just continue to rub my nose in it.
Yeah. It's all worth a smile.
It is.
It is.
8-0?
8-0.
Who's pitching for L.A.? Is it that Yamamoto bum?
No, it's not Yamamoto.
Is it the guy who cries all the time?
It's
some guy named
Robleski.
Never heard of him.
Spell that, Yastrzemski.
Who are you?
Uh-huh.
He gave up all 8. They kept him in the game.
You want to try to spell Robleski? Go ahead.
Is it Robleski?
Robleski.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Robleski sucks.
What's the origin of the word? It's like the spelling bee.
Polish for sure.
Yeah, Polish/Washington.
It's profiling.
He's from Illinois.
Just because he's a ski.
Robleski.
R-O-B-L-E-ski. R-O-H?
Just try to get the first letter right.
See if you can get the first letter. We'll give you 3 more guesses.
You said Robleski?
Robleski.
Well, then it's got to be an R.
Nope. Try again.
H?
No, try again. That was a good guess, though.
It can't be Y.
Try again. Last guess. The Willard family is waiting to steal.
Robleski. H.
Yeah, you already guessed that.
H?
W.
Well, then it's not pronounced Robleski.
Yeah, W-R-O-B-L-E-S-K-I. Spells sucks.
Poor kid.
Gave up 8 to the Nationals. I don't think you're going to need to remember that name much longer.
8-0. 4 innings. 8 runs all earned.
Oh, I mean, you could have made
2 bombs.
You could have done better to make me smile.
Why? Now it's 8-1.
You know why he's pitching, right?
No.
Because Blake Snell's hurt.
Oh. Blake Snell's
Now that.
He's on the IL.
We don't root for injuries.
You don't.
Do we?
You know how you smell.
We don't root for injuries.
You know how you spell Snell, right? H-R-U-T.
Ooh, yeah. He'll take his time getting back. I do know that.
We don't root for injuries, but when they happen to certain players,
it's not like I didn't cry about it. Yeah.
You wanted me to smile, and I did.
Yeah.
And I wanted you to smile, and you did.
And I am. It's 8-1. Actually, we shouldn't smile yet. That's probably plenty of time for this lineup to come back.
Too much time.
Anyway, Tom in Sonoma on Willie and Dibby. Greg Anthony's going to join us in about 5 minutes. Hi, Tom. What are you doing?
Hey, Willard. Hey, Debs. You guys having a great show today, man. And, hey, Willard, I got to give you credit for being manning up for paying off your debt there to the radio station fans of the world.
You got it, Tom. I do want to say, I want to keep letting everybody know this was not a debt and it was not a bet. It was just a promise. It was me putting out to the gods. I hope they can go 3-1. I think that's going to be really hard, but I'll be so excited if they do. We're painting the face, and so we did.
Well, you're a man of your word. So let's go on here. So, man, the number one key here is Kuminga. For us to go deep in the playoffs, he's the guy. He's got to be our number 2 and number 3 scorer. He has to be. What he's not doing that's bothering me a little bit is he's not driving to the basket early, or enough. He's such a dynamic player, but he's got to make that defense react and he needs to see how that defense reacts to him in the hole so he can make adjustments. And I want him driving more, So that's what I got to say, man. I want to go 4-0. I'm greedy.
Tom, why does he? This is interesting to me. Why does he need to be the number 2 scorer in your mind?
Well, the 2 or 3.
Okay, why?
Because I feel he's the best offensive guy in the lineup over everybody else. So tell me who's the next man in line?
I mean,
who can do it?
Right now, if I want to play a little bit prisoner of the moment, I would argue that you're getting more consistent scoring from Brandon Pajemski.
Yeah, but he doesn't have that drive ability. He doesn't have the ability to suck the defense in like Kuminga.
No, he doesn't. But he has a better ability to shoot. But he has a better ability to shoot the 3. And Jonathan driving to the basket is sometimes good, but sometimes not. It certainly wasn't the other night. You know what I mean? Like the comment I made is it looks like Jonathan, when he gets the ball, is thinking too much as opposed to having confidence within the flow of the offense. That's what I see right now sometimes, Tom.
So when he tries, he doesn't have an outlet, and that's his problem. He needs to know where he's going to throw the ball to if he gets in the hole and he has nowhere to go. That's where I see he has problems, and that's where he commits to the shot instead of throwing the ball out. He needs to work on it.
No doubt. Tom, thanks. Appreciate it. I think that the Warriors could really use the dynamic that Jonathan Kuminga brings. I very much believe that, and I think there are certain nights, especially if Jonathan does what he did last Thursday in L.A., I think that's a very, very big piece of the puzzle. But again, some of this rings to me like using that phrase we talked about earlier of forcing it. Like Jonathan doesn't need to this or need to that. And actually, if Steve Kerr were here right now, you want to know what I think Jonathan needs to do and what the Warriors need? They need Jonathan Kuminga to want to get every single rebound. That's what they need.
Yeah.
It's on the other end of the floor.
He's been doing
doing it.
I mean,
he's been doing it a lot better this week.
Spots, yes.
Yeah.
And if you look at his numbers before he hurt his tailbone, he came back from the ankle and he had double digits in all 8 games, and then he hurt the tailbone, missed a game, and since he's come back, he played well against LA, and then Denver, he was okay, not great, and he actually was one of the few people to be a positive in plus minus against Houston. So that tells you all you need to know about plus minus, because Kuminga played 19 or so minutes. He was a plus 9, yet that's all the minutes he got because of the mistakes he made. And, Steve Kerr and company obviously didn't love what he was doing on either end of the floor, but the plus minus would tell you that he was a positive. The starters were the problem against Houston. When he was out there with the second unit, they actually made some headway, but the turnovers and, didn't get to the foul line for the second straight game. Those are the things where you can look at Jonathan and think that maybe he is being a little bit tentative. And I don't know if it's the Jimmy Butler effect, because Jimmy does a lot of the things normally that Jonathan would do. And so if you're Kuminga, you're kind of stuck where you're not the drive to the basket guy anymore, or as you would call him, the here you take it guy.
Here you take it guy.
At the end of the shot
late
clock.
in the shot clock. It's different if it's late in the shot clock.
Right.
I tell you one thing I really like about Jonathan this week is his demeanor. I think that this is very, very important. I've seen a lot more kind of what I would call a cocky smile on the floor. I've seen a lot of that lately, and that's what I want to see from Jonathan in his game as well. I want just like total confidence in what he's doing, as opposed to thinking and searching possession by possession. I think there's a lot of times that ball gets to him, and it's like, am I supposed to drive here? Am I not supposed to drive here? And the minute you kind of stop and do that thought process, the whole flow of everything is kind of messed up. So the hustle plays, the rebounding, the defense, and that confident smile, there's been a lot more flashes of it lately, and that's great. That's kind of what I think the Warriors want from him and need from him. If he's got it going and he's pouring in a lot of buckets and hitting his free throws, that's wonderful if Jonathan scores over 20 points in a game. I don't think that the Warriors, quote, need him to be that guy every night for them to win in the playoffs, though. I see that as being on the other end of the floor.
Agreed, and I do think that, you listen to Steve Kerr on with us, and he'll be joining us again, I think, was it tomorrow or Thursday he'll come on, so all the things that he said, and Draymond and Steph, when they talk about JK, it's hustle plays, it's rebounding, it's defense, and the rest of it will come to him. If Jonathan's out there playing 25 or 30 minutes, he's going to have 10 to 12 shots just by the natural flow of the offense, and he'll get opportunities to attack, and he'll get a couple of open threes where hopefully he can knock him down. He hasn't shot the three great since he's come back from the injury, but it's all the other little things that he can do that are going to keep him out there on the court.
The Memphis Grizzlies are up by 18 with about a minute to go in Charlotte until halftime, so there's that. The Wolves and Bucks are just tipping off. The Lakers and Thunder are just tipping off. We will keep you up to date there. 2 hours from now, Warriors and Suns, right here on 95.7 The Game.
So when the Warriors take the floor, they could be the 7th seed if Memphis will have won their game by the time that the Warriors actually tip off.
Right.
The Warriors could be out of the playoffs.
Almost for sure will be.
Right. Depending on when that game ends. But yeah.
And go win your game.
Yep.
And
there you go.
Go right back up. And then see what Minnesota's doing. So we'll keep an eye on that stuff for you for sure. It sounded like earlier we got into that conversation where Anthony Slater insinuated that the Rockets had found something defensively, the blueprint to knock the Warriors out in the playoffs. Do you buy that at all, that the Rockets found something on Sunday?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yeah, and I don't think that it's really like an Easter egg where, oh my God, look, I found it. I do think that that blueprint has been out there, and it just comes down to being a question of, do you have the personnel to go out there and implement the blueprint? Because the blueprint to stop Steph Curry, and you can't stop him for a 7-game series, I know that, but in a short sample, how do you stop Steph Curry? Well, one thing would be to devote one defender who is young, athletic, and committed to just guard him. And he talked about Iman Shumpert in the past, and I won't even bring up Dellavedova, who for one game actually did a good job on Steph, and so we all called him the Steph stopper. But you look at Amin Thompson and what he did in that game, young, athletic, tremendous defender. Yeah, that's the blueprint. When you have a good, young, athletic defensive player who is going to devote their whole game to guarding and stopping Steph, yeah, that's a blueprint. Not every team has that.
Well, here's what Anthony Slater told us yesterday with regard to specifically the way they defended Steph Curry.
Of course, it's not even just like a blueprint of the future. It's like a reminder of the past, right? Let's go back to the Ty Lue finals, with Cleveland and the Iman Shumperts of the world. It's J.R. Smith and, them just cracking Steph off the ball. Every time he runs into the paint, they had the rule. Just, make sure you kind of lay a shoulder on Steph or something like this. I think it's part of one of Ime Udoka's regrets from the Celtics series, not beating Steph Curry up enough. I think that's a little of what you saw last night. Yeah, a lot of physicality is coming, a lot of overzealous defenses and pressure on the other Warriors to, I guess leverage that into scoring points, because I just don't think any of these smart veteran, long athletic teams are just going to allow Steph Curry to score 38 in a series to beat them. It's going to have to be the others.
This is interesting to me that somehow they played a basketball game on Sunday, and we've decided after 16 years and potentially for some people a spot on the NBA's Mount Rushmore, and on Sunday we've sort of now found the magic elixir to how to defend Steph Curry. Go ahead, try that. I'm sure that there will be moments where it works, but like Steph Curry went 1 for 10. That's not going to happen again. That's not going to happen again this year. I'll take the over on 3.5 points for Steph Curry in all games going forward the rest of the way, including playoffs. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
I do. Do you know how many times in the playoffs he scored fewer than 10 points in a game?
In the playoffs?
Yes.
In his career?
In his career, he has played 147 playoff games in the association.
How often has he scored fewer than 10?
10 points.
I mean, it's damn near never.
2.
Yeah.
The answer is 2. They beat Houston by 27 back in 2016, and he had 6 points on 2 of 9. He only played 18 and a half minutes. He might have been hurt in that game. And then San Antonio beat him by 18. He went 4 of 14. He had 9 points. Beyond that, even in the games he's referring to, the Iman Shumpert game and J.R. Smith, those are games where he still was able to eat. And I'm looking at one of the games in 2017 where he went 4 of 13. The Warriors were up 3-0 in that series. They lost game 4, 137-116. Okay, you stop Steph. I do believe they still went on to win the NBA championship that year.
Yeah.
So I do think that there is a blueprint, but think about a Houston Warriors series. If they play 7, best of 7, is Steph going to have fewer than 10 points more than once? Even once?
No.
Right.
No. Yeah. So, like, I get what you're saying. I get what he's saying. I'm sure it is an approach.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, okay, I'm pitching to Bryce Harper or Shohei Ohtani. Like, I've got my scouting report. I can throw that fastball on the black low and away. But, like, good luck. Good luck. Do it perfectly and make sure that they won't actually hit that. And, oh, by the way, the other thing that is the constant wild card in any game is the whole beat Steph up thing. Well, how's that game going to be officiated night to night? I don't know.
Right.
If it's officiated like it was on Sunday, advantage defense. But they're not all officiated that way. You send him to L.A. and officiate the game the way that game was officiated and go ahead and beat him up. He's going to score 30 on you.
Yeah.
I think, right?
And even if he doesn't, it doesn't mean that they're going to lose. And I'll take you back to the NBA Finals. June 13th, 2022. Steph goes 7 of 22, 0 of 9 from 3, 16 points, and they beat Boston in Game 5 at home to take a 3-2 lead. Andrew Wiggins with 26 and 13.
See?
A guy named Klay Thompson knocked down 21. Jordan Poole, 14 off the bench. So just because the chef was a little bit off, 7 of 22, it doesn't necessarily portend that you lose the game. And oh, by the way, he only shot 3 free throws. So they were, Ime Udoka, the coach of that Boston team, was bumping and grinding and harassing the chef, and the Warriors still were able to win the game by 10 points.
Yeah, the guy's a tough character. I would argue a lot of times when those best players have kind of a muted shooting night, not meaning a bad percentage, but like they don't fire up a lot of shots, that often means the team is playing well. Because those guys, I think this about NBA stars. They do go into a game and they're surveying all the time. Jimmy's really good at this, I feel. They're surveying the whole landscape. They know who's hot. They know who they're trying to get hot. They're making the right decision, the right play. And then they may ramp it up when they see that they need to. But if they don't need to, they'd be much happier with a team brand of basketball where a lot of people are getting involved. I think the best example of when someone just decided, oh, I'm going to need to do something special tonight was Steph's game in Orlando a few weeks ago. Like nobody, remember how awful they looked in the first half? Nobody was doing anything. And he's just like, well, I kind of feel good. So, all right, I'll try to put everybody on my back. Game 7 in Sacramento a couple of years ago. It was almost like he knew it before the game even started.
Yeah, before they got on the bus, right?
I'm going to need to do this. And so he can do that. But I don't think that they set out to be those dominant dogs. Like, I think they want everybody knocking down shots. That's the easier way to do it.
Steph, in that Sacramento game, had a career-high 38 field goal attempts.
Damn.
He went 20 for 38, put up a 50-burger. The rest of the team had a nice little 70 as a compliment, but the chef was 7 of 18 from 3, 13 of 20 on twos. He had 50, 8, and 6. And they won by 20, so it was more than enough. But I do think you're right. When they got on that bus ride and he famously called out a couple of the youngsters, Kuminga and Poole, and said, if you're not with me, then don't even get on the bus. I do think in that game, he's like, I'm gonna do everything that I need to do to make sure that we get through this.
Let's go to Asante in the O. What's up, Asante? Thanks for calling.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for having me on. This is it's an honor. I called a few days ago, and I was the guy who stressed my concerns about the rotation and guarding Sengun and how he was a problem for Draymond. My thing is, when are we gonna play? What we're seeing is the playoff. I guess the 9-man rotation where Moody and Looney is going to be injected. I honestly feel like Steve Kerr can do a lot better if he go ahead and put in posts and make him a start. He's 7-footer, and he can stretch the floor, which can allow Jimmy and Draymond to make better reads while on the floor while the guards cut. I don't understand why we're playing this old brand of basketball still. It doesn't add up to me. And look, I know Butler is a great player, but he's a 35-year-old guy. You don't really see too many guys at 35 balling unless it's KD, Steph, and LeBron. Outside of that, I mean, you get minimum basketball play from these guys. That's all I wanted to add.
All right, Asante, thanks, man. I get where you're coming from there. I still think for everybody who ever watches a Warrior game and you've got a question about what Steve Kerr is doing, here's what I try to do as the opening exercise. Because we're all thinking about those rotations and lineups on offense. And I think Steve is often thinking about them on defense. Why don't you start Quentin Post? Quentin gets cooked by a lot of people.
Yeah.
He's a rook. He gets duped into things. He's not that athletic defensively, and it can be a defensive rotation problem to start basketball games. I know our brains go to, but he can stretch the floor and shoot the three. He can, and there are moments where you want that out there, but I do think you need to hide it sometimes because he struggles on the other end of the floor.
And that starting lineup that they were putting out game in and game out had never lost until Sunday.
Correct.
So can we just go with the hot hand? And I do think when you look at the rotation, and you mentioned this earlier in the week or late last week, and you're so right, Buddy Hield, you're going to get 6 minutes to see if you're making your shot. If you make your shot, you get more. Kevon Looney's going to play because he's a Swiss Army knife and he does so many of the little things that help you win basketball games. GP2 is going to play. He can hit the corner three and he's a great defender. And beyond that, of course, Kuminga is going to play. So that's your 9-ish man rotation. And then there's going to be a little Quentin Post if the 3-ball is something you need. Guy Santos if you need an energy burst. And that's going to be about it for your rotation. If Buddy's hot like he was Sunday, Buddy plays. And if he's not, Buddy, you're not going to play. And it's the same thing I do believe with Quentin Post.
All right. Would like everybody in the 95.7 The Game family to weigh in on how we should handle this. Okay?
Okay, I saw your reaction as I was laying out my rotational point.
Right. We've been telling everybody that Greg Anthony's about to come on the show from the TNT broadcast.
Yeah.
It's TNT right now, right? The Boston and New York, and then Phoenix and the Warriors.
Yeah.
And he said, I'll probably be available around 10 minutes after 5. I'll come on the show. And we were like, that's amazing. Great. We were excited to talk to you. And he just connected with Lucas and said, because look, life happens, right? And
Schmidt happens.
Right. Schmidt happens. He's like, I have to sit down with Steve Kerr in 5 minutes. So they're going to do their production meeting with Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
And then after that, they're going to talk to Bud. And for those who don't speak Suns, that's Mike Budenholzer.
Yeah.
Budenholzer.
Yeah, say your last goodbyes.
The head coach, right. You can check in on him and ask him what he's going to be doing next year. So we're going to do that production meeting. So he said, as soon as that's all over, I'm happy to come on. It should be about 40 minutes. So
40 minutes.
40 minutes from now.
Well, that's an easy one.
5:24.
To me, that's, well.
What do you want to do?
What I want to do is I want to.
You want to do a post-game show with me?
I would rather pass it on over to the Grandy man who is doing Warriors Live.
Yeah, you want to have Greg Anthony on Warriors Live tonight?
Oh, why don't you guys just have Greg Anthony tomorrow after the game?
What a selfless, kind person.
That's incredible. Is that confirmed?
Waiting.
Yeah.
He's talking to Steve Kerr right now.
Steve Kerr right now. Yeah,
and then Bud.
Yeah,
and
for
then
me,
Bud.
I mean, selfishly, I'd love to have Greg Anthony tomorrow. Greg Anthony's high school best friend was a guy I lived 2 doors away from in the dorms in Northridge. So I feel a deep connection to Greg Anthony.
Wait, say that again.
Chris Pippins.
Greg Anthony's
high school homie.
Best friend.
Had a goldfish.
Was your...
Mind your business, Lucas. This is an actual thing.
Wait a minute. So he was your neighbor?
In the dorms.
In college.
You know, you go to the dorms.
Yeah, I've been in the dorms.
I don't know if you guys had dorms in
We
that
had dorms.
podunk college you went to.
Easy.
Cal State Northridge. We had dorms now.
Northridge.
We had dorms.
At Cal Poly's, San Luis Obispo is
Cal Poly's
podunk.
like farm country. So you might have your
got
dorm was in somebody's barn.
Not true.
Ostensibly.
It was a 3-floor high-rise.
Oh, boy.
Called Sierra Madre.
Okay.
And I was in that thing.
I was in the tower.
Up on the 3rd floor.
Subsequently condemned after the Northridge earthquake. But
what's podunk now?
My neighbor was a sprinter on the track team named Chris Pippins who went to high school with Greg Anthony. So I've long been a fan of Greg Anthony.
Any relation to Scotty?
No, this is Pippins with an S.
Sorry.
And an INS, not Pippen. Scotty Pippen. This is Chris Pippins. Jerry Curl ran about a 10-7.
What is going on here? Why do you always know someone who once knew someone who once played volleyball with someone?
This is track and field, and it's because when you've lived as long and as big of a life as I have, you meet people, and you know people,
No, I understand.
and you remember people.
Right. It sounds like you were like 156 years old with how many people are connected with people who once went to Marin Catholic.
I'm
or
just
something
I'm not
that.
a shut-in. I'm a guy who lives his life out there among the people. And when I meet people, I make connections. And when you make connections, you get to know people who know other people.
Okay.
And you have a broad network of people.
All right, so Scottie Pippen's on the show tomorrow on 95.7 The
And no, I'm not taking credit for Greg Anthony's media career, which would be the natural follow-up.
Not yet.
What about his basketball career?
Yeah.
Good little player, though.
Yeah.
It's great. Anderson Hunt and Stacey Augman.
Y'all don't even know.
Larry Johnson.
Phi Slamma Jamma.
You
Greg
don't know.
Anthony.
No.
Okay, take a timeout.
You don't even know.
You go on timeout for that.
You don't know.
You don't know the first thing about that.
Do you know how many of the starting 5 of UNLV could you name?
I just named them.
I know, but I don't. They don't listen to you, Lucas.
They don't listen to you either.
I did know Grandmama.
Okay, Grandmama.
That's it.
What else? Nothing. You can't do Stacey Augman.
The Worm, Stacey Augman.
You can't do Anderson Hunt.
The knockdown shooter.
I thought Dennis Rodman was the Worm.
Oh, man. Best college basketball team I've ever seen in my life. Apologies to Fab Five.
Well.
And they didn't win it all. They didn't win it all. They're very much like
they did once.
Yes, they didn't the year that they were undefeated.
They lost to Duke.
And they lost to Duke.
Yeah.
And Christian Laettner in the final. But that was the best, most exciting college basketball team I'd ever seen in my life. Apologies to the Fab Five, who were the most iconic college basketball team that I've ever seen in my life.
And apologies to Phi Slamma Jamma, Lucas, which was Houston.
Yeah.
If you weren't such a zygote, you would know it.
Do not bring up Houston today. This has been 2 days of Houston hell.
Well, if you want a little history on Houston, of course, they lost in 83 on the Jimmy Valvano Don't Give Up, Don't Ever Give Up airball game. And then the next year, they were still Phi Slamma Jamma. They lost to Patrick Ewing in Georgetown. So Houston last night was trying to exorcise those demons.
Didn't do it.
And they couldn't do it.
They didn't do it.
Couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be prudent. So Houston now 0-3 since 83 in national championship games.
Shout out to the crowd that was at the Golden Gate Tap Room last night watching the national championship game, and then with one TV, the Giants game. I was watching that too. And they were
so
over
the
there.
Natty was all the TVs but one?
Well, there might have been another Giants game behind me.
Okay.
But in my view, we had a circle that was probably 10 TVs, 9 Natties, and a Giants.
Good crowd?
Very good crowd. And a very pro-Florida crowd. The lovely Christy was very loud for the Houston Cougs, and she was solo. I mean, I joined her. I was Houston Cougs. There was not one other person in there rooting for Houston. A lot of people, though, apparently went to Florida.
Well, a lot of people had Florida in their bracket.
Yeah, well, that too. But we kind of started interviewing people, and it wasn't a lot of bracket stuff.
Okay.
She was the bracket baby.
Yeah.
And we had people who went to Florida. We had people who, I've got Florida in my parlay for $7. We had that person sitting next to us. We had a lot of those people. But nobody but us rooting for Houston. Tough night.
Yeah.
Tough night.
I mean, great game. As a neutral observer,
Great game.
And knowing that I recommended a hedge for the lovely Christy, I did feel
Nice job.
I did feel better about the fact that her heart was broken. So at least she got a little guru sound, a little taste.
Didn't really. No, but thank you.
Well,
it was a good idea.
As my late father would say, Dwayne, rest in peace, would have been 91. His saying always was, better than a jab in the eye with a sharp stick. And I would always ask him, Dad, have you ever been jabbed in the eye with a sharp stick? Because I could imagine almost everything on earth is better than a jab in the eye with a sharp stick. So there you go. I mean, there are a few things that are worse. I get that.
I literally know somebody that had that happen.
He got jabbed in the eye with a sharp stick?
He lost his eye.
Yeah.
Very recently.
Well, Dick Vitale lost his eye that way.
No, I didn't know
with
that.
a pencil.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's a bad beat in the, maybe in the 40s.
The Wolves are up by 9.
Yeah.
Late first quarter.
Okay.
The Thunder are up on the Lakers by 2. Late first quarter.
I love it.
Yeah. It's score watching night, man.
Yeah. Oh, and the Nets are taking care of the Pelicans in a game with lottery implications.
That one does not matter. The Grizzlies are up by 19 at the half.
Okay.
The Grizzlies will win that game.
Wizards up 9, as we're all Jordan Poole fans.
Yeah, what? We are? Who cares about that game?
Jordan Poole. He's got 14.
Yeah, whatever. They're playing the Pacers. I don't know. The Eastern Conference does not exist tonight. It does not exist tonight.
Washington's got a guy named Bub Carrington.
I'm a fan of him just because of the name. Yeah. All right. So
I do like this time of year when you look at these also-rans because they will have like your Bub Carringtons and other guys you've never heard of who are.
I was going to play the game earlier. Name a Hornet who's playing tonight.
I can't.
Yeah. Name a Hornet who's playing tonight. I bet you can, actually.
Well, I just clicked on the box score, and honestly, I don't know if I've heard of any of them.
You've heard of Bridges.
Of course, yeah.
You've heard of Bridges. And what's his name is playing? Mark Williams. Mark Williams, the guy that was traded to the Lakers that didn't get to go to the Lakers. Oh, and Steph's brother. Seth is playing.
Kind of.
Sort of. He hasn't scored yet. But
sure.
Anyway, whatever.
Nurkic is a Hornet. How perfect is that?
Perfect.
That one slipped by me.
Yeah, it did.
Nurkic.
All right, 888-957-9570. Yeah, like I might prove to be wrong, but until proven otherwise, I am going to look at Sunday as a one-off. And I mean that in multiple ways, probably all the ways we've discussed today. I am not worried that Jimmy Butler, to some of your eyes, was not engaged enough. He was not aggressive enough. I'm not worried that Steph Curry hit one shot. I'm not worried that Draymond Green lost his bananas. I'm not worried about any of it. Like, I actually think sometimes I wonder how we feel about this, because we get to the end of a game and you're able to sort of look backwards and go, oh, we should have seen this coming. And I really felt that way about that game. I think that we saw on Sunday what we thought we were going to see on Friday. We thought we were going to see the Warriors come in and just drag butt, like just absolutely be completely exhausted, mentally overwhelmed. Draymond admitted they considered kicking the game, sitting the whole thing out. They fall down by double digits in the second quarter. Bob Fitzgerald's like, look, they're dragging their body language. It's terrible. And then, boom, They win that game. They win by 14. The Nuggets fire their coach a couple days later. That was all very surprising. You get to Sunday knowing you've already won 3, and that fatigue sets in a little bit later. You don't get a very kind whistle. Give the Rockets credit. I thought they played great on both ends of the floor.
Yep.
But if you tell me if you're going to tell me that Dylan Brooks is going to hit over 3/4 of his shots, you're going to tell me that the Warriors go 3-1 through the gauntlet, Steph Curry scores 3 points, and it was all on a shot from just inside half court. You're going to add all that up and tell me still kind of a close game, at least until there were 7 minutes to go, and then they lose by 10. I don't think that Houston, quote unquote, found something. I don't find that to be a concerning night. If we're here tomorrow and the Warriors don't have their 47th win of the year, I will be officially terrified. But Sunday didn't bug me.
It didn't really bug me too much. I would like to see Jimmy Butler be more effectual in games where Steph is not playing great. I don't want to get back to the Jimmy Butler thing. I think that we've discussed it and we've kind of checked that box. And what Houston did to Steph is somewhat repeatable. It's not a cheat code now to take the chef out of it, but I think about Amen Thompson, who guarded him, and he was 10 years old when Steph Curry played his first playoff game. So now you've got a 22-year-old Thompson who is guarding a 37-year-old Steph Curry. So there are advantages when you have a good, young, 6'7" athletic defender who's going to guard a 37-year-old who is 4 inches shorter. And Thompson is as quick and as agile. And so it's not a cheat code. It doesn't mean that if they play Houston, Steph is going to average 10 points a game if he's lucky. It doesn't mean that at all. But I do look at what Houston did, and it's a little bit like an NFL team that is they're going to commit a penalty on every single play, and they're going to dare you to make that call. And so Houston kind of took that approach, and Ime Udoka is a coach who wants his team to be aggressive. They're number 3 in the league in defensive rating. That's the way they want to play. And if you don't get a whistle that is going to favor the smaller, less aggressive team, you're going to be in trouble.
I got a scenario for you as I'm sitting here looking, because we keep talking about if they play blank in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I really firmly think that this matchup against Houston that everyone's talking about is not going to happen.
Probably not.
Because Houston's going to be the 2. And I have confidence on this day that the Warriors are going to stay out of the play-in tournament, which means Houston's going to get the 7. They're going to get the winner of that 7-8 game. I don't know who's going to be in it yet, but let's say the Warriors and Clippers both travel through this week unscathed until they arrive at Sunday. So they're both sitting there with identical 49 and 32 records. And Minnesota and Memphis have done their beat each other up thing, and they've got tough schedules this week to a degree. And so they end up a game behind, which means the Warriors are protected because they've got the tiebreaker on both of those teams. So in other words, you're the 6, the Clippers are the 5, you have the same record. If you win that game, you jump them and you become the 5, or you can just chill. You can get your guys an extra day of rest, but the Lakers are the 3. So if you chill and you rest, you get the Lakers. What would you do in that game? How hard would you go for it?
I would go for it really hard in light of what happened today with Denver firing the general manager and their head coach with 3 games left to go for Denver. They decided that now is the time to make a dramatic change with the GM and the head coach. That, to me, changes everything about who I would want to play. Now, Jokic is as good a player today as he was last night.
That's true.
Before the coaching change, but I do think that this is indicative of a team that is maybe not in total disarray. They've lost 4 in a row, and they're 2 years removed from a title, and yet on this day, April 8th, they decide that they got to make these changes. And also, just real quick, you play the Lakers, and we want the whistle. You're not going to get the whistle against the Lakers.
Didn't we hey, Grandy, wasn't the poll on Friday something about the team outside of OKC the team you most did not want to see in the playoffs if you were the
I
Warriors?
don't remember if it was Friday, but it was at some point last week.
It was either Thursday or Friday, and I'm damn sure that the overwhelming majority of our audience said that the one team they didn't want to see in the playoffs was Denver.
Right. I was in that same camp until today.
And then since then, they waxed Denver with Jokic. Denver fires their coach.
And the GM.
And now, within a span of 4 days, we've decided that we would play our butt offs this Sunday in order to play Denver in the first round of the playoffs. So, A, that's how quickly things can change. And B, we got more than 4 days between now and the end of the season. So, who knows what the hell we're going to think by Sunday?
Yes, and I will add one caveat to this conversation, which is if you're confident against Denver and you're confident against LA, well, then I'd rather be the 6 to avoid OKC in the second round.
There's another good point.
Because if you think you're going to win the first round matchup and you are now of the mind of, you'll take the over on 4.5 playoff wins, I hope you're still in that camp.
I still am.
Okay, which is good. So if that is the case, then I want to avoid the 4-5 because you likely would get OKC, a juggernaut in that second round.
I found our poll, and it was from Friday. Which team, other than OKC, poses the biggest threat to the Warriors in the West? Nuggets had 81.6% of the vote.
81.
Next highest was the Lakers, 8.8%.
81% of you said Nuggets.
Yeah.
And now we want them.
Well,
bring them on.
I wonder if we ran that poll back and maybe we can do it again later in the week because I do think that the coach and GM firing, for me, it changes a little bit of the perspective or the perception, rather, of who this Denver team really is.
All right, 888-957-9570. Back with some final thoughts. Warrior basketball just over an hour away. We're sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. And then late tonight, Greg Anthony live on 95.7 again. I'm kidding. It's Willard and Dibs.
Who are you? Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm a guy that's not watching you play ball tonight. No KD. Warriors Suns, just over an hour away. T-Wolves lead the Bucks by 3, mid-second quarter. OKC leads the Lakers by 1, mid-second quarter. Long way to go with our night. You can go ahead and chalk up a victory for Memphis, though. They're up by 24, mid-third quarter in Charlotte.
Charlotte might put up a fight. Don't count them out now, Mark.
That was funny. That was a very funny statement that you just made.
I mean, they were down 63-44 at the half, 33-18 after one. Night.
Night is right. Yeah, Charlotte is not playing basketball, and the hope is that the Phoenix Suns kind of do the same out there tonight in the desert. Okay, engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page before every game. So every game night, we'll do this throughout the afternoon. It's presented by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler. All right, the question we asked today with the playoffs right around the corner, do you believe we will see a different Jimmy Butler in the postseason? Yes or no? I just voted no, and that brings our poll to 76.6% of you say yes.
Yeah, I was on the yes team. Yes.
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from. I hope you understand where I'm coming from when it's less even about what I think. It's about what I hope. I hope not. I think Jimmy's been awesome. I think the Warriors look fantastic. This version of them has been really, really effective. It has turned them into a team that a lot of people believe is going to make noise in the playoffs. So I understand the concept of where you're coming from, which is like, oh, you want to see him ramp it up. I don't want Jimmy forcing it. I don't think he will. I think he knows what he's doing out there. I think getting all those other role players involved is a big part of his game, and that's super important to the Warriors too. So I just want Jimmy to look exactly the same as he's looked.
And I know where you're coming from, and I think that your sensibility is when those of us want Jimmy to be different in the playoffs, that you think that some of us want him to be like playoff Jimmy from Miami, and I don't want that, where he's shooting 25 and 27 times a game. That's not the way this Warrior team is going to play. It's not the way this Warrior team is going to win if they, in fact, make it to the playoffs. But I just want to see Jimmy more like what he's been in the early part of his time here at the Warriors, more aggressive looking to score, more aggressive getting to the foul line, and all the other stuff that he doesn't turn it over, good on defense, makes the smart play 90% of the time. His words, not mine. I want that as well, but I do want to see him more aggressive in trying to score the basketball, especially when Steph is not on one.
Let's go to Alan in Marin here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Alan. Thanks for the late call. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Great show today. You know, it started on the crossover. It was good to hear Mark and Matt kind of on the same side for a change after, history's there. But with Guru and I love Guru, but he gets so emotional when he gets a wild hair up his arse that he just tends to overemphasize his point. And I gotta say, I'm siding with Willard on this, that Jimmy is the exact version this time we're getting that Kerr is coaching him to be, just as he was in Miami with arguably the second best coach in the league in Steve Spoelstra. Spoelstra needed Jimmy to be the ISO Jimmy and take 25, 26 shots a game. So I believe Kerr's driving this, and Jimmy's doing exactly what his coach wants him to do, which is to get everybody involved. And when Steph happens to have an off shooting night, they're not going to change the game plan. They're not going to ask Jimmy to suddenly revert back to 2021 Jimmy and go back to that type of a player. So I'm with you, Mark. 27 games in, it's working. Don't change it. Have a great day, guys.
Yeah, you too, Alan. I think it looks great, and I get it. I get it from the standpoint of, for a lot of us, when our eyes get big when we're watching basketball, this is what we love. We love watching great players have great nights. So from an entertainment standpoint, and this would be kind of what my final thought on all of this would be tonight. I think some of us are letting our entertainment eye get in the way of our X's and O's eye. Jimmy Butler being a dude and being a nickname and going off and mean mugging a camera and all that stuff, super entertaining. I don't want to set out for that to start the night. I don't even think Steph does that. I think that those guys do that when, A, they either feel it's completely necessary or they feel like the game is set up to where they can. Like, do I have my shot? Do the officials are they calling the game the way that I want? Who's defending me? How are they going about their business? We know what teams are going to do with the Warriors. They're going to run at Steph. They're going to put multiple people on him. They're going to try to beat him up, and they're going to try to clog the middle with Jimmy Butler because the Warriors' two best players are both small. They're like nobody's big, and so that's what they're going to try to do, and therefore make some of those other guys beat you. And I think the Warriors are incentivized at least to start games on having those other guys play well as well. Pods, Kuminga, whoever.